The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 175. Destined but not fated. Duan Yuyong was so dumbfounded that he didn't even register the anxious string of words Yuan Tianwen uttered by his ear afterwards. Wait, Duan Yuyong frowned and asked with an expression of utter confusion, the reason you're together with Han Yuren and treat him like your dearest darling, is because you mistook him for me. Yuan Tianwen nodded with a belly full of grievances, yes. Otherwise, how could I even spare him another glance? Duan Yuyong was speechless for a long time. He thought that this was simply so ridiculous and comical that it overturned even his wildest imagination. Release me first. Duan Yuyong spoke. Yuan Tianwen whispered, number. Duan Yuyong's expression darkened, let go. No. Yuan Tianwen refused. Once I let go, you'll run away. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Where the fuck will I run to? Duan Yuyong was enraged. This is my room, even if someone runs, that person should still be you. Okay. Get lost for lousy Yuan Tianwen. Ah, he's swearing again. Looks like he's really furious. So Yuan Tianwen reluctantly released Duan Yuyong. Duan Yuyong could finally breathe again. He calmed his emotions and breathed in the fresh air for a while before sitting down in a chair. He glanced at Yuan Tianwen, who stood in front of him as if awaiting a trial, and suddenly felt that this entire affair was a joke that the heavens had played on him. No matter what methods Han Yuren used to mislead Yuan Tianwen into believing that he was the person on Flying Luan Peak, that everything was able to develop to this stage today, for Duan Yuyong, in fact, the source of everything was not actually the events on Flying Luan Peak. Yuyong. Yuan Tianwen opened his mouth. Don't speak yet. Duan Yuyong raised his hand, and Yuan Tianwen immediately shut his mouth. Duan Yuyong looked at Yuan Tianwen, who looked cute and obedient, and furrowed his brows tightly. Did you mean that, from beginning to end, you recognized the wrong person? Yuan Tianwen nodded and wanted to explain something but was stopped again by Duan Yuyong's raised hand. You're looking for me now to admit your mistake and treat me like how you treated Han Yuren, right? Duan Yuyong tilted his head. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. QTs. Because I can only give him the superficial treasures, resources, and status that he wants, but I cannot give him my heart. Yuan Tianwen did not lie. Even when he believed Han Yuren to be his savior, he could still only continuously tell himself, you should be good to him, should give up everything for him, and anything he does is always right. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. He had wanted to find traces of that shadow from Flying Luan Peak in Han Yuren, but his every attempt met with failure. Because he was entangled in the situation and failed to see the big picture, Yuan Tianwen couldn't understand why a person could actually change so much once that person experienced a change in environment and a few more bitter events. However, once the answer revealed itself, Yuan Tianwen thought it was only natural and was finally able to completely relax. I will give you my everything. Yuan Tianwen spoke from his heart. Duan Yuyong, however, just stared at Yuan Tianwen, then smiled. So it's like this. Yuan Tianwen nodded, indeed like this. Duan Yuyong spoke airily, all right, I know about this now. If you don't have anything else to discuss, you can leave. Yuan Tianwen was stunned. He had expected that Duan Yuyong would perhaps get angry or become agitated, but he had never thought that Duan Yuyong would have this kind of reaction. Yuyong, don't you have anything to say? Yuan Tianwen's tone revealed a sense of urgency. I recognize the wrong person and hurt you, but, from beginning to end, you have always been the only person in my heart. Stop, hold it right there. Duan Yuyong raised his hand and said with some amusement, Yuan Tianwen, can you not live in the past? That period on Flying Luan Peak has already passed. Back then, I didn't want to let you know my identity because I just thought that a one-night stand on Flying Luan Peak was enough. There's no need for further developments. Now that you have the wrong person, I don't have any more interest in you either. This just shows that we're destined to meet but not fated to be together, and even the Tao of Heaven can't bear to see us together, so let's just let it end like this. Duan Yuyong's verbal barrage made Yuan Tianwen unable to come back to his senses for a while. Slowly, He gazed into Duan Yuyong's pair of eyes, which was filled with deep grievances and sadness. You're lying. What did I lie about? If you have no interest in me, then why did you go to the Yuan family to propose to me for the second time? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Duan Yuyong chuckled, so you're talking about that. Back then, my family's second elder found out that you and I had intimate relations, and the older generations all have conservative mindsets, so he forced me to go to your door to propose marriage. Yuan Tianwen fixed him with a fierce stare. Let me say it like this. Duan Yuyong shrugged and explained indifferently, if I genuinely wanted to become Dao companions with you, then I would have already told Uncle Su about our relationship on Flying Luan Peak when I went to propose the marriage, but I didn't. No, you're lying. Yuan Tianwen shook his head and refused to listen to this answer. If you weren't interested in me, then why did you reject me like that when I was expressing kindness to Han Yuren? Isn't that self-explanatory? Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes. He finally couldn't tolerate it any longer and stood up. I have a pretty good relationship with Lin Xuanji, and an even better relationship with Yan Tianan. You stole away my good buddy's fiancé, don't tell me that I should still greet you with a smile. It's already a miracle that I didn't hit you. All right, I don't want to mention this matter anymore. Let's just leave the past in the past. Just treat it as though the person on Flying Luan Peak was Han Yuren. Yuan Tianwen's handsome face paled. The time on Flying Luan Peak was an experience worth savoring and recalling for his entire life, but Duan Yuyong wants him to forget it. How can he possibly forget? The person on Flying Luan Peak is you, the one I like and always think about is also you. I don't believe a word of what you just said. Yuan Tianwen calmed himself down and spoke in a quiet voice, we should be familiar with each other, so you should also be clear on what kind of person Yuan Tianwen, As long as it's what I believe and what I want, even if it is against the will of the world, I will still obtain it by any means necessary. Duan Yuyong, where the fuck did you get that honeyed confidence? Moreover, Laozi really said those words in vain. Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes and sat down again. Whatever you like, now that you're done speaking, you can leave. I'm tired today and want to rest. Now that Duan Yuyong had ordered him to leave, Yuan Tianwen didn't dare to disturb Duan Yuyong any further, even if he put down those decisive words only seconds ago. Otherwise, with Duan Yuyong's temper, he'd be kicked out in a fit of rage, which would do more harm than good for Yuan Tianwen. Rest well, I will continue to look for you these days. Before Yuan Tianwen left, he spoke those words to Duan Yuyong with profound meaning. Tomorrow is another day. Who the fuck is tomorrow? Who has a tomorrow with you? If you're not crawling away right this moment, then what are you standing at the door for? Duan Yuyong blurted out with an impatient frown. Yuan Tianwen, his family's Yuyong sure has a unique character and is lively and cheerful, and even his cursing is so tactful and not lacking in momentum. After Yuan Tianwen got lost, Duan Yuyong sat in the chair, stupefied, for a long time. His mind was blank, recognized the wrong person. Why did this kind of thing happen? Could it be that the Tao of Heaven is playing a humongous joke on him? Duan Yuyong thought about his strong performance just now and immediately felt guilty, but also a little proud in the future. He can probably flaunt this to others. He cursed the Yuan family's young master, the young peak master of Breaking Sword Peak, until he was covered in dog's blood, and even told him to get lost. And in the end, Yuan Tianwen did crawl away like that at record speed without even daring to say a word. Just this alone would be enough for him to flaunt about for 100 years. Duan Yuyong's eyes stung, and his heart also hurt. He sniffled and cursed, bitched Yuan Tianwen, you can even recognize the wrong person. Fuck, actually daring to threaten honorable me, is honorable me the kind of person who can be threatened? He thought of Yuan Tianwen's eager words of loyalty and couldn't help but chuckle like a fool. But his foolish chuckles gave way to a long sigh in the end. After everything, it's still a step too late. Perhaps they're destined to meet but not fated to be together. Perhaps so. Heavy fury was mixed into Yuan Tianwen's aura as he slaughtered his way to Sky Peak Sect. The people from the 4 great sects from the East, South, West, and North continents lived in Sky Peak Sect after arriving at Sky Peak City. Cultivators from every sect had gathered together. Aside from daily conversations asking about the other sects that were in reality subtly flaunting their own sect's strength as well as secretly comparing with each other in the dark, the cultivators usually spent their time sitting together sparring or discussing the Taoist paths. So, when Yuan Tianwen carried his Tianwen sword and stood in front of the gate of the Sword Discourse Pavilion, his entire being exuding killing intent. The disciples and elders of all 5 sects were present and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. The 2 Dao children at the gate of Sword Discourse Pavilion were immediately startled when they saw Yuan Tianwen's expression, which was overflowing with murderous intent. The 2 Dao children were stunned for a moment, then saluted Yuan Tianwen and greeted, "Young Peak Master Yuan." Yuan Tianwen asked with a dark expression, "Is Han Yuren inside?" "Yes," the little boy hurriedly replied. Yuan Tianwen narrowed his eyes, "Let him come out. I have a matter to discuss with him." The 2 children looked at each other and thought in their hearts at the same time, "He clearly intends to kill someone with a sword." The purple-clothed child signaled to the red-clothed child with his eyes, and the red-clothed child immediately understood as he walked towards Sword Discourse Pavilion. Once he arrived inside the pavilion, the red-robed child could hear the faint sounds of Taoist discourse. At this moment, the topic was the Tao of equipment, crafting, and Han Yuren was speaking. Speaking of Han Yuren, this person, although his thoughts and character are rather questionable, his talent and strength in equipment crafting are hard to denigrate, and he had his own set of opinions regarding the equipment crafting Tao. Otherwise, the Peak Master of Profound Sky Sect's Thousand Hammer Peak wouldn't have favored him immensely at first sight and insisted on accepting Han Yuren as his disciple. The child in red walked up to Sky Peak Sect's young sect master Ren Fuyao and whispered a few sentences into his ear. Ren Fuyao's expression remained unchanged. He just swept a glance over Han Yuren and spoke in a low voice, "Let him wait for a short while outside. After craftsman Han comes down, have some of Profound Sky Sect's disciples accompany him out." The little boy in red murmured respectfully, "Yes." After Han Yuren's Tao discourse ended, he stepped down from the discourse platform under the friendly and admiring gaze of the audience. He had just returned to Profound Sky Sect's designated area when he was stopped by the boy in red. "Craftsman Han." The child made a salute. "Young Peak Master Yuan asked you to go outside for a while and seems to have something important to tell you. Our young sect master hopes that Craftsman Han can take several more Profound Sky Sect disciples with you outside so as to avoid unnecessary conflicts." Chapter 176. Cleave through with a single swing unnecessary conflicts. Take disciples from the sect with you. Han Yuren experienced a sudden shock. This was trying to hint at the fact that Yuan Tianwen wanted to clash with him. In other words, Yuan Tianwen intended to settle some accounts with him. Han Yuren's heart was startled for a moment, but it quickly calmed down. This day was bound to come sooner or later, and he had already mentally prepared himself. He just didn't expect for this day to come so fast. He originally thought that Yuan Tianwen, this fool, would only be able to find out after he and Yuan Tianwen had completed their Tao companion ceremony. "Many thanks," Han Yuren told the little boy. He then spoke to several people beside him. "Tianwen has something to say. I invite all my senior martial brothers to go out with me." The people from Profound Sky Sect looked at each other. "Right now? What could he want with us?" Han Yuren revealed a bitter smile. "A few unnecessary misunderstandings occurred between Tianwen and me, so I'll have to invite senior martial brothers to accompany me outside and help me mediate the situation." Lan Jing blinked as realization suddenly dawned on him. He immediately stood up and spoke with great interest. "It's such a rare occurrence that someone as good-tempered as you would actually quarrel with my demonic wife Khan of a second Shishang. I'll follow you out and take a look." As Yuan Tianwen's direct junior martial brother under the same master, Lan Jing witnessed with his own eyes just how well Yuan Tianwen treated Han Yuren. Perhaps even the entirety of Profound Sky Sect knew that Han Yuren was Yuan Tianwen's darling and couldn't be provoked. Countless people were jealous of Han Yuren and their hearts secretly bubbled with envy towards him. Currently, a sword cultivator from Heavenly Law Sect was on the Sword Discourse platform sharing his cultivation insights. Tongla weighed the situation and also stood up. "I'll go take a look with you." Since Tongla got up, Duqiang naturally followed as well. Thus, Han Yuren took these 3 people with him as he exited the Sword Discourse Pavilion. Outside the Sword Discourse Pavilion, if it wasn't for the last shred of reason, which was reluctant to let his private affairs affect the entire Profound Sky Sect's image, still being maintained within Yuan Tianwen's heart, he would have already drawn his sword and charged into the Sword Discourse Pavilion to find Han Yuren. "Why hasn't that person come out yet?" Yuan Tianwen asked. The boy in purple was almost unable to smile any longer. He really regretted letting his partner go in and look for the person while he himself had to stay behind and deal with this man, who was constantly releasing all of his powerful pressure as a cultivator. The child in purple adhered to the principle that, no matter what, he had to hold out until people who could beat Yuan Tianwen in a fight appeared, so he placated Yuan Tianwen with a smile. Young Peak Master Yuan, please wait shortly. The 5 great sects are currently in the middle of a Tao Discourse conference, so it'll be difficult to find someone. The purple-clothed child emphasized 5 great sects in hope that Yuan Tianwen would endure for a while longer for the sake of the big picture. At that moment, Han Yuren, the person whom Yuan Tianwen so eagerly awaited, appeared. Yuan Tianwen was just about to rush up with his sword to chop that person down, but his sharp eyes saw his junior martial brother and others, who were closely following Han Yuren. His sword, which was about to jump out of its sheath, was pressed down again in a lightning-fast flash. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Bitch it, fellow disciples from the same sect can't slaughter each other, let alone in front of so many people. Yuan Tianwen gazed at Han Yuren with a heavy expression, but Han Yuren looked as calm as ever. Han Yuren smiled innocently at Yuan Tianwen. Tianwen, they are currently holding a Tao Discourse conference inside. Where did you go off to, causing you to only return just now? Yuan Tianwen fixed him with a death glare, as though he was itching to yank out his tendons and wrench out his bones. Han Yuren continued to explain, it's just a little misunderstanding. We can settle it privately, don't you think? Good, very good. His acting really was too good. Yuan Tianwen couldn't help but want to applaud Han Yuren's acting skills. Yuan Tianwen forced himself to show a rare and, what barely qualified as, gentle smile. You're all wrong. How can I draw my sword against Yuren? Han Yuren was stunned. Yuan Tianwen was a straightforward man. He would definitely be unable to endure it if he found out that he had been deceived, but now, he was actually doing the opposite. What in the world did you ask me to come out for? Han Yuren frowned, feeling an ominous sense of foreboding in his heart, which gave way to great unease. No reason. Yuan Tianwen looked at him coldly. Let's go in. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yuan Tianwen's reaction confused the people who had accompanied Han Yuren outside. Du Qiang swept them a glance and turned around. Since it's nothing, come in quickly. You're already late. After he finished speaking, Du Qiang began to walk inside. Tongla also looked at Yuan Tianwen with a puzzled expression, unable to understand what in the world Yuan Tianwen wanted to achieve, and even more confused about why Han Yuren insisted on pulling them outside. Han Yuren smiled somewhat smugly. In that case, I will continue to listen to the Tao Discourse inside. Tianwen, today all the top disciples of the major sects were invited. You might as well listen to the discussion carefully. It'll certainly benefit you. Naturally. Yuan Tianwen nodded with his usual impassive expression. Han Yuren glanced at him, turned around with a slight smile, and thought in his heart, so what even if he found out I deceived him? Right now, I'm already Profound Sky Sect's core disciple and Thousand Hammer Peak's inner disciple, so I'm already protected by the rules of Profound Sky Sect. If Yuan Tianwen wanted to sit comfortably in his young Peak Master position, then, no matter what, he wouldn't dare to openly attack him. Han Yuren hooked his lips in triumph. Lan Jing noticed Yuan Tianwen's slightly trembling hands and felt a shock in his heart. He looked at Yuan Tianwen anxiously. Shishang, why don't you stand out here for a while? I'll stay with you. No need. Yuan Tianwen replied lightly. Let's go in together. Oh, Lan Jinghei's voice just fell when suddenly, a sword flashed before his eyes. He didn't even have time to react before Han Yuren, who wasn't even 5 steps away from him, fell like a kite with its strings cut after being directly cleaved through by the sword chi overflowing with murderous intent. Cleaved through. Cleaved. Lan Jing was stunned. By the time Yuan Tianwen's second slash came, Du Qiang had already reacted before Yuan Tianwen's sword technique was fully complete. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Chang. Their swords and spiritual chi clashed head-on, and a sharp gale of sword chi shot through the surroundings and scattered everywhere. Bang 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 bang. After a continuous series of explosions, the sword chi actually gouged several deep marks into the ground, splitting it open, and even the 2 white jade carvings on both sides of the Sword Discourse Pavilion's front gate were crushed into powder. Shishang. Lan Jing saw that Yuan Tianwen had cleaved through the sword in Du Qiang's hands with a single swing and was currently facing Han Yuren, who was now lying on the ground after being beaten till he was bloodied all over, his face contorted in pain. Lan Jing hurriedly rushed up and held back Yuan Tianwen's arm with all his strength, shouting, Shishang, hold back, please hold back. If you have a grudge, talk about it instead. let's go back and talk it over, Yuan Tianwen demanded coldly. Get out of my way, I won't. Lan Jing was so frantic that he was about to burst into tears. He desperately tried to hold Yuan Tianwen back. Think about master, think about your father and your dad. This is Sky Peak sect, not Profound Sky sect. The surge of sword chi outside had caused such a great disturbance that the 5 sect's disciples who were in the middle of discussing the sword Dao inside sent people outside one after the other to investigate the situation. Tongla was already holding up Du Qiang, whose Dao robes had been cut by the sword chi. He asked in both shock and anger, Yuan Tianwen, what are you doing? Yuan Tianwen still wanted to take further action, but his right hand was pressed down by the massive force of a sliver of spiritual strength. Yuan Tianwen looked towards Ren Fuyao. Ren Fuyao was a man who looked very feminine but had top-notch strength. Plus, he was the closed-door disciple of Sky Peak Sect's sect master. Therefore, he held absolute authority within Sky Peak Sect. Young sect master. The startled purple-robed boy hid behind Ren Fuyao, trembling in fear. Young Peak Master Yuan. Ren Fuyao held a string of round cat-eyed beads in his hand. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? There's nothing to explain. Yuan Tianwen spoke with righteous vigor. It was my fault that I took action in Sky Peak Sect, but I do not regret it. You can punish me as you please. The crowd couldn't help but think, just what kind of deep-seated hatred does Yuan Tianwen have against this legendary fiancé of his? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yuan Tianwen's gaze left Ren Fuyao and returned to Han Yuren, who had been surrounded by several people. He coldly declared, this is justice for him. From this day onwards, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. Han Yuren was stabbed 7 or 8 times all over his body. The big gaping wounds made him so cold and sweaty with pain that he couldn't even speak. If it wasn't for the fact that he had worn the gift his master bequeathed to him on their first meeting, high-grade magic tool Silver Frost GU silk robe, which blocked most of Yuan Tianwen's killing technique, he was afraid that he would already be in the afterlife right now. Never in a million years did Han Yuren expect that Yuan Tianwen would be this brazen and actually dare to try to kill him without any regard for the dire consequences that his reckless actions would bring about. However, the current Han Yuren couldn't even speak anymore. Han Yuren's eyes rolled back as he passed out. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't understand the current direction of things. It was only recently that they had heard about how well Yuan Tianwen treated this fiancé of his, but today, he actually became mortal enemies with Han Yuren and wouldn't rest until he was dead. A person who knew Yuan Tianwen couldn't help but say, Yuan young master, at the very least, you and him are still from the same sect. What kind of outrageous matter can cause you to try to kill him? It's not like you have any bone-deep hatred against him. Yeah. And this is even a craftsman. Young Peak Master Yuan, you're going too far this time. The Profound Sky Sect elder who came with the disciples had obviously witnessed this scene as well. 2 blue veins suddenly popped up from his temple. He resisted the strong urge to send Yuan Tianwen flying with one slap as he spoke to Ren Fuyao. Young Sect Master Ren, this matter was due to my Profound Sky Sect's lax discipline, please forgive me. Ren Fuyao turned the beads in his hand and nodded. Profound Sky Sect's disciples are indeed in need of discipline. Having said that, he told the others, continue the Dao discourse. Let Profound Sky Sect deal with their affairs themselves. Since Ren Fuyao had already spoken, others would naturally give him face, so they started walking back towards the Sword Discourse Pavilion one after another. Not long after, the only ones left at the gate were the 2 Dao children, the people from Profound Sky Sect, and Ren Fuyao, accompanied by 2 of Sky Peak Sect's disciples. Han Yuren had already been taken away for treatment. Ren Fuyao's expression was mild. Tomorrow, there will be interesting gossip spreading around outside. Yuan Tianwen, they can say whatever they like. Ren Fuyao shook his head, destroying your own future. Yuan Tianwen, worth it. Ren Fuyao took a long look at him, turned the beads in his hand, and left as well. Only the few people from Profound Sky Sect were left. Profound Sky Sect's Taoist Kong Yu bitterly lamented how iron couldn't turn into steel faster as he glared at Yuan Tianwen angrily and pointed at his nose as he cursed. Yuan Tianwen, Yuan Tianwen, you actually dared to make trouble for me at such a critical time. Do you still want to sit comfortably in Profound Sky Sect? Yuan Tianwen looked into the distance as he replied, he deserved it. And what did he do to provoke you? Taoist Kong Yu swore, an honest man full of integrity, and he's even already engaged to you. You dare to kill him just because you feel like it? Is it because your master treated you too well in the past that you dare to be so rampant with arrogance now? Speak, Why are you doing this? There's no why. He knows what he did. Yuan Tianwen's handsome face was cold as he continued, whatever your punishment for me, I'll bear it. He would never implicate Duan Yuyong at this kind of moment. He already owed Duan Yuyong too much. He would never disturb him again for these kinds of worrisome matters. Taoist Kong Yu felt stifled, as though a blood clot was stuck in his throat. He felt that Yuan Tianwen's behavior was simply inexplicable and no amount of medicine could save him. Take him down and give him 10 whips. Taoist Kong Yu took a deep breath and stared at Yuan Tianwen with narrowed eyes. As for the rest, that will be discussed once we've returned to Profound Sky Sect. Chapter 177. Kind-hearted, Ye Rai Lan Jinghei's expression suddenly changed. Elder Kong Yu, 10 whips is too heavy of a punishment. Shishong must have his own unspeakable circumstances that caused him to act this way. Asking Elder to please find out about the full situation first. It won't be too late to punish him after that story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. One should know that this whip was not an ordinary whip but instead the punishment whip made especially by Profound Sky Sect's Enforcement Hall. The whip was a magic tool containing boundless soul force inside. In addition, it had a fire elemental affinity, so when whipping someone, the whip would not only cause all the spiritual chi within one's body to go on a rampage, but would also cause a searing pain from the scorching heat. Usually, being whipped once would be enough to cause a foundation stage cultivator to be bedridden for 10 to 15 days, so if all 10 whips really hit, Lan Jing simply couldn't imagine the result. Unspeakable circumstances. Taoist Kong Yu gave a HNG. That still can't be compared to making Profound Sky Sect lose so much face. What's the most important thing when traveling outside? Of course it's face and dignity and stuff like that. Taoist Kong Yu was so livid that even his beard was about to curl up in anger. What kind of matter couldn't wait until they had returned to Profound Sky Sect to discuss behind closed doors? Yuan Tianwen just had to make trouble for him right at this moment. Did he think Taoist Kong Yu was blind? But Lan Jing still wanted to fight for some concessions for Yuan Tianwen, but Yuan Tianwen stopped him instead. There's no need for further words. I said it before. Punish me as you like. Lan Jing opened and closed his mouth multiple times, as if he had more to say, but stopped himself every time. Elder Kong Yu waved his hand and several of Profound Sky Sect's entourage came forward to surround Yuan Tianwen. We'll have to offend young Peak Master Yuan. Yuan Tianwen didn't put up any resistance and allowed them to take him away. Lan Jing was extremely agitated, anxiously circling his original spot. He secretly planned to send a voice transmission over 1,000 li as soon as Taoist Kong Yu left and inform Yuan Tianwen's dad Su Mo about this terrible occurrence. Yuan Tianwen suddenly twisted his head around. Don't tell my dad. Lan Jing was so frightened that he almost believed that Yuan Tianwen had mind-reading skills. He quickly nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Don't worry, I definitely won't tell Elder Su about this. With his heart at ease, Yuan Tianwen left with them. Using the excuse of needing some fresh air, Lan Jing immediately entered an uninhabited forest. He quickly took out a magic tool that could transmit sound over 1,000 li and shouted to the other side, Uncle Yuan, Shishong is going to be flogged, please hurry to save him anyways. He didn't tell Yuan Tianwen's dad. He only told Yuan Tianwen's father, which didn't count as breaking his promise. The next day, news that Profound Sky Sect's young Peak Master Yuan Tianwen destroyed his fiancé's Cultivation Foundation with a single slash outside of Sky Peak Sect's Sword Discourse Pavilion spread throughout the entire Sky Peak city. Yuan Tianwen could be said to have become completely infamous throughout the entire 5 continents. After all, situations where the sects quarreled and fought, especially ones where there was infighting within a sect, had never occurred in any of the previous 100 families' gatherings. Generally speaking, the 5 great celestial level sects were all interconnected and they always had to maintain the facade of a harmonious relationship with each other, at least on the surface. Moreover, the 5 sects didn't directly compete against each other in the 100 families gathering, and the more established the sects were, the more they cared about their own image. Thus, no sect would ever do this kind of thing that makes them lose their own face in order to entertain the onlookers. Lin Xuanji had already heard countless people discuss Yuan Tianwen's matter while on his way from the west side of the city to the east city's competition plaza. That young Peak Master Yuan actually destroyed a craftsman's foundations and roots. I heard that the person called Han Yuren had his entire Dantian Sea destroyed. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Yeah, I've heard of that too. Apparently the pharmacist who went to heal that craftsman said that his entire Dantian Sea was shattered and looks horrible. That's hard to say. I heard that Han Yuran is also his fiancé, and Yuan Tianwen even stole this fiancé of his away from someone else. Ah, who? It seems to be that craftsman from the Lin family, called Lin Xuanji. A female cultivator sighed as she lamented, it seems like men nowadays are all unreliable. Don't you kill an entire ship of people with one pole? Another male cultivator responded, am I the only one who wants to know what in the world happened between them? You're not alone, but I'm even more curious about what the punishment for destroying a craftsman's Dantian Sea will be. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. I heard that he was whipped 10 times. Only 10 whips. Yuan Tianwen is a third-generation cultivator famous throughout the 5 continents and is also from the main branch of the elite Yuan family, as well as the young peak master of Profound Sky Sect's Breaking Sword Peak. He just destroyed a tiny craftsman. It's clear from a glance which person holds more weight. It's so nice to have a backer. The key is that he's already this powerful and influential, so if he had to personally take action against a craftsman, then he must have had a reason for doing so. Yeah, Yan Tianen remarked with some surprise, Dage, most people actually sided with Yuan Tianwen. Shouldn't they sympathize with the weak? This is different from what I imagined. How do you know they don't sympathize with Han Yuran? Lin Xuanji asked lightly. They may feel sympathetic, but for one, they dare not offend Yuan Tianwen, and two, Yuan Tianwen's reputation has always been good. In addition, some people deliberately guided the direction of these rumors, so the gossip will naturally paint Yuan Tianwen in a favorable light. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Someone deliberately guided the flow. Yan Tianen never expected that. It was only late last night when Yuan Tianwen took action and hit a person, but within the span of one night, they actually managed to guide the direction of the rumors to such an extent. It really was fast enough. When the young masters of these powerful families go out, they'll always have many people beside them available to help with anything. Lin Xuanji finished speaking and paused. I just didn't expect that Yuan Tianwen would actually be so impulsive. Yan Tianen thought for a moment, I don't think he acted impulsively. Lin Xuanji looked at him. After all, Han Yuran is so wicked, and his deception made Yuyang Gerger suffer so much hardship. If I were Yuan Tianwen, I would also deal with Han Yuran like that. Yan Tianen used his own thoughts to predict Yuan Tianwen's mindset as he spoke with righteous vigor. Lin Xuanji smiled as he patted Yan Tianen's head. When they reached the top of the mountain, Lin Xuanji saw Duan Yuyang at first glance, who was waiting in the Lin family's seating area. Duan Yuyang beckoned with his hand, come on. Yan Tianen walked over and opened his mouth to speak. Yuyang Gerger, do you know that Yuan Tianwen turned that baddie Han Yuran into a waste in order to take revenge for you? Lin Xuanji. As soon as that sentence left Yan Tianen's mouth, the pupils from other families beside them who were originally engaging in carefree conversations amongst themselves all immediately turned to look at them and fixed Yan Tianen and Duan Yuyang with gazes that contained all kinds of profound meanings. Duan Yuyang's entire person was no longer in a good mood. He grabbed Yan Tianen over and forced his own mouth upwards into what barely resembled a smile. He gritted his teeth and whispered, hey, my little ancestor, if you have something to say it in private, whisper it, keep it secret. Yan Tianen knew that he had misspoken just now and covered his mouth as he blinked a few times at Duan Yuyang with an apologetic expression. Lin Xuanji's gaze swept across the surrounding people and all the various families' pupils immediately turned around and continued to chat with others, but they kept their ears out on this conversation. Duan Yuyang saw that everything was more or less back to normal and spoke again, I heard. Yuan Tianen, that big idiot, was actually like a brainless bull, being this reckless. He's really intent on killing himself. Speaking of this, Duan Yuyang instantly gnashed his teeth in extreme anger. Yan Tianen added, I heard that he was also whipped 10 times, but it's just flogging. It should be nothing for him. Yeah, he has rough skin and thick flesh. He can take a beating. Duan Yuyang also didn't take that seriously. What you just said is not true. As a former core disciple of Profound Sky Sect, Lin Xuanji was naturally clear on the nature of Profound Sky Sect's punishments. This is not an ordinary whip, it's the high-grade magic tool punishing evil whip. Being whipped once is equivalent to taking a blow from a foundation stage first-layer cultivator at full power. If the person has a poor physique or low cultivation level, one whip would kill them. Yan Tianen couldn't help his surprise. then wouldn't Yuan Tianwen's soul scatter after 10 whips? Even though Yuan Tianwen was already a hardened body stage cultivator, it was still impossible for him to take 10 full-powered blows from foundation stage cultivators without any defense. This, you will have to ask Duan, young master. Lin Xuanji looked at Duan Yuyong, whose complexion was still normal, with a gaze filled with profound meaning. Duan Yuyong didn't beat around the bush either and just nodded his head. In reality, only 3 whips actually hit him. Yan Tianan breathed a sigh of relief. Profound Sky Sect's elders are indeed kind-hearted. Kind-hearted, yeah right. Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes. If not for the timely voice transmission from Yuan Tianwen's dad, then I'm afraid that 10 whips really would have struck down. The Yuan family's head's wife. Yan Tianan had many impressions of Su Mo. In his memory, this Yuan family head's wife seemed quite gentle and easy to get along with. Yeah, Yuan Tianwen is his dad's precious darling. How can his dad bear to see him be beaten and still remain indifferent? Duan Yuyong explained. Yan Tianan wondered curiously, but, that Uncle Su can actually influence the decision of a profound Sky Sect elder. Nowadays, money speaks for itself. Duan Yuyong sighed with emotion. After all, Su Mo was a guest elder in profound Sky Sect. Although he ordinarily wouldn't give lectures, he was still responsible for nearly half of profound Sky Sect's financial inflow every year. Even if profound Sky Sect offended someone, that person still wouldn't be Su Mo. This was a god of wealth, a rich tycoon who said that cultivators were pure in heart, few in desires, and unburdened by the wealth and fame of the material world. That's only because once they had reached a certain level, they could have fame, wealth, and beauties at their beck and call, so they didn't even need to worry about those things. Thus, they were able to say such pretentious words. But in this world, the vast majority of cultivators had yet to reach such a high realm, so they still remain trapped by wealth and fame because they lack these, and also desire these to the extreme. So yesterday, when a sliver of Su Mo's consciousness that was possessing Yuan Tianwen's pentacolored crane appeared before Elder Kong Yu, he only said one thing: the money for profound Sky Sect's entrance fee next year, I'll pay for it. Elder Kong Yu, bitch it, this kind of rich person was the most annoying. Elder Kong Yu spoke with a dark expression. Elder Su Mo, you must know that Yuan Tianwen completely destroyed Han Yuren's Dantian Sea. This not only damaged our profound Sky Sect's image but also caused us substantial losses. In addition, that old thing from Thousand Hammer Peak doesn't know when to give up, and if he finds out that I let Yuan Tianwen off so easily, then I will definitely be nagged to death. I heard that the Breaking Sword Peak that Elder Kong Yu resides in is in need of a renovation, but the money seems to be insufficient. Su Mo's expression was as light as ever. This money, I'll pay for as well. Elder Kong Yu slammed his palm on the table and shouted to the people next to him, what are you still waiting for? Why aren't you hurrying to bring back young Peak Master Yuan? Elder Kong Yu looked at Su Mo again, this time with a decent smile on his face. A misunderstanding, this was all a misunderstanding. Author's gossip. Su, rich tycoon. Mo, what's the slogan of our Yuan family? Everyone in Yuan family. Throw money, throw money, throw money. Yan, money grubber. Tianan, does your family still lack a son-in-law? Lin, poor man. Xuanji, I have decided to earnestly make money and strive to become the richest man as soon as possible. Chapter 178. Rich and overbearing. There's nothing in this world that can't be solved by throwing a pile of money. If there is, then throw 2 piles of money. This was really in line with Su Mo's style. He absolutely wouldn't waste any additional effort on matters that could be solved with money. Yan Tianan sighed with emotion. Incredible. Lin Xuanji looked askance at Duan Yuyong. You've met with Yuan Tianwen's parents so soon. Duan Yuyong also cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xuanji and chuckled disapprovingly. What nonsense. Uncle Su didn't actually tell me this. Then how come you know all the details about this? Yan Tianan obviously didn't believe him. Duan Yuyong was also somewhat puzzled and clicked his tongue twice. Ji Yunwei, that rascal, actually told me all this. It's so strange, how could he know this much? Lin Xuanji understood once he thought about it. Ji Yunwei is a beast tamer. I heard that he keeps a kind of bee that can both understand and learn human language. They can infiltrate everywhere and it's difficult for others to discover them. Perhaps this kind of bee found out about it. After listening to Lin Xuanji's conjecture, Yan Tianan and Duan Yuyong both revealed a, so it's like this expression. Duan Yuyong spoke thoughtfully. Old Lin, don't you think that Ji Yunwei is really a busybody? He doesn't even specialize in selling news. It's a waste of talent. Lin Xuanji's eyes fell on something beside Duan Yuyong's left ear. I see a bee by your ear. Duan Yuyong twisted his head to look and indeed found a four-winged bee hovering in midair beside his ear. Duan Yuyong, bitch it, he really is a busybody. Who could have imagined that the Ji family's young master would be this kind of person? Yan Tianan was just about to stretch out his hand to pinch the little bee when suddenly, a shadow leapt from Yan Tianan's side like a flash of white lightning and killed the bee with one slap. Hupo smugly flicked his tail. He wore an expression asking for praise. Yan Tianan awkwardly retracted his hand and touched his nose. He asked innocently, Dage, Ji Dage's bee, is it expensive? Yan Tianan also couldn't stop himself from laughing. After a while, he gradually stopped. Don't know what Han Yuren's situation is like right now. Duan Yuyong also withdrew his smile and held his chin. His Dantian C was wasted, his cultivation dropped to refining Qi second layer, and his soul force has also retrogressed. Well, his Dantian C originally used to be complete, so he must have relied on using both his spiritual Qi and soul force to mutually promote each other when he cultivated in the past. Now that his spiritual Qi is lacking, the impact on his soul force must be very great. Simply put, he's become a complete waste. Duan Yuyong swept Lin Xuanji a glance, more thoroughly than you were. Anyhow, Lin Xuanji only started to cultivate his soul force after his Dantian C had been destroyed, so his soul force had nothing to do with his spiritual Qi, which made the essence of his soul force extremely pristine. Before he reaches Teal stage, he will not be affected by the Dantian C at all. Han Yuren was different. He most likely couldn't even make low-grade magic tools anymore. Yan Tianan's expression was cold. Back then, when my Dage's cultivation was wasted, not only did he secretly scheme up all kinds of methods to get my Dage's money and take advantage of him, but he also spread word that Lin Xuanji was a waste everywhere he went. What's more, he even let the people from Tyrant Martial Hall deliberately lure my Dage to compete in that kind of dirty competition. Now it's due to his own fault that the Tao of Heaven has shifted directions. Dage, wouldn't you say so? Lin Xuanji nodded. Indeed, all things have cause and effect, and he could be said to have suffered retribution from his own karma. Lin Xuanji originally wanted to leave Han Yuren alone until after he had returned to Profound Sky Sect and deal with him then, but he didn't expect such a surprise halfway down the road, which caused Yuan Tianwen to take care of Han Yuren for him. However, speaking of the previous life, Han Yuren didn't have as terrible an impact on Lin Xuanji's life as he had on Yuan Tianwen's. After all, in the last life, Duan Yuyong died when he was less than 200 years old, and he never saw Yuan Tianwen again in his entire life. Yuan Tianwen himself was plagued by heart demons, which caused his cultivation to stagnate at a certain stage, and he ultimately died alone. Breaking apart a marriage was tantamount to desecrating someone's grave, an absolutely unforgivable offense. This time, Yuan Tianwen neatly dealt with Han Yuren in such a simple manner, which put an end to the karma that he had with Han Yuren, and everyone got what they deserved. Yan Tianan gazed at Duan Yuyong as he blinked. Yuyong Gerger, are you happy that this fellow who pretended to be you has suffered retribution? What's to be happy about? Duan Yuyong gave a wry smile. Now I feel that Yuan Tianwen's heart is actually very cold and cruel. Han Yuren was still a person whom he protected. As his fiancé for such a long time, how can he waste Han Yuren's cultivation so whimsically? He provoked Yuan Tianwen with this kind of crazy joke and still wants to come out unscathed. How can that be possible? Lin Xuanji swept a glance over Duan Yuyong. Do you really think that Yuan Tianwen has a good temper? Duan Yuyong, how can he have a good temper? What part of Yuan Tianwen was good-tempered? He was the young master of the Yuan family ever since he was young and was the typical dad has power and mom has money kind of child. His entire life had been smooth sailing so far, and his position in the Yuan family was outstanding and unsurpassed. No one dared to provoke him, and he could be said to be a little overlord. It's just that his temper had become more restrained in recent years. His essence was still that of a foul-tempered and prideful young master. Han Yuren had thoroughly touched Yuan Tianwen's reverse scale and suffered the consequences of his own actions. When the competition resumed today, Yuan Tianwen did not appear in Profound Sky Sect spectating location. Duan Yuyong swept a glance over his empty seat, but his heart felt pretty calm. Nothing special happened on the second day of the competition besides a foundation stage first-layer cultivator from a second-class family accidentally killing another second-class family's foundation stage first-layer cultivator during their match. Lin Yan, who chose to continue issuing challenges, somewhat unexpectedly defeated the second-class Zhang family from Blue City and successfully elevated the Lin family's status to rank 42nd. Lin Yan's successful challenge increased the Lin family's fame. After all, only the Lin family, a rare flower among third-class families, chose to continue and challenge a second-class family after already obtaining the pass to advance to the next round of the competition on the first day. The youth from the Zhang family gave Lin Yan a vicious glare when he came off the stage and promised fiercely, "Just you wait." Lin Yan gave him the middle finger. Ever since he was young, the thing he was least afraid of was other people's threats. Lin Yan withdrew as soon as he saw some benefits. He didn't continue to draw lots to challenge and withdrew directly instead. From beginning to end, Yuan Tianwen never appeared. The most popular round of the martial arts competition in the 100 Families Gathering was the third day's competition. In accordance with the rankings, the bottom 50 families compete first. After the first day's competition ends, the families ranked from 51st to 60th can compete for the 21st to 50th positions on the second day, while the third day is reserved for the top 5 families that successfully emerged from the grueling competition on the second day. Those 5 families would then compete with the remaining 21st-class families. As for the publicly recognized elite families on the 5 continents, they wouldn't even appear in the normal rankings. There will always be a separate ranking for these 11 families at every 100 Families Gathering, and they will compete separately as well. After all, an elite class family's power was comparable to that of a major sect, and the number of pupils in the family could reach thousands or even tens of thousands. It would be all too easy to find pupils who meet the 100 Families Gatherings requirements, so other families couldn't possibly compare with elite families in the competition. Everyone from the Lin family had already finished competing, and the one with the best score was Lin Yan's 42nd place. Lin Zeji straight up withdrew from the second day's competition. He had already obtained the entry pass to the next round, so preserving his strength was the most important thing. Now, of course, this was already the Lin family's best performance out of the past few 100 families gatherings. Lin Xuanji was very satisfied. Lin Liuchun was very satisfied. The Lin family's people, from top to bottom, were probably also very satisfied with this score. After all, for the first time, the Lin family finally had 3 people who advanced to the second round's competition, including Lin Yar. Lin Yan's excitement still didn't abate even when he stepped down from the platform. After all, his opponent was a foundation stage second layer cultivator, which was 1 layer higher than his own level. Xuanji Tangshang, it's all thanks to your rocking sky fan. Lin Yan went to return the fan he borrowed from Lin Xuanji. But it was unexpectedly rejected by Lin Xuanji. This fan can be thought of as your reward, Lin Xuanji explained. Lin Yan's eyes lit up, and he wasn't humble about it either. He accepted with a smile, then many thanks to Xuanji Tangshang. The rocking sky fan leaned on the side of an attack weapon and was also capable of generating wind, so it could add an excellent bonus to Lin Yan's fire element attacks and raise his attack power by a whole grade. For Lin Yan, this was an excellent weapon well suited to him. He didn't think that Lin Xuanji would so casually gift this away with only a sentence. Bubbles of envy arose within the other Lin family members' hearts when they saw this, which gave rise to a sense of jealousy, but there was nothing they could do about it. After all, the relationship between Lin Xuanji and Lin Yan was very good. Both Lin Dong and Lin Yao regretted that they didn't pick the correct choice and side with Lin Xuanji back when Lin Zeji and Lin Xuanji were quarreling. Now, it seemed that Lin Zeji and Lin Xuanji's formerly tense relationship showed signs of easing up, and there was no more animosity between them, but they, the 2 little shrimps who followed behind Lin Zeji, still had to suffer. Lin Yuro felt a little envious. Xuanji Tangdi, you're really attentive to pupils from the side branch. Lin Xuanji swept a glance over her and replied lightly, side or main branch, they're all Lin family members. There's no need to distinguish too much. Lin Dong gathered around Lin Xuanji and smiled fawningly, then are there any suitable magic weapons that we can use? Lin Dong also won a match yesterday, only he had 1 due to luck. His opponent's cultivation was much worse than Lin Dong's own, and he was also very young, only 12 years old. When Lin Dong continued to challenge others, he was knocked off the platform. Lin Xuanji took out several wrist guards from his storage bag. The rocking sky fan was a magic treasure that I crafted in the past, which happened to be compatible with Lin Yan's techniques. As for the others, I did not specially refine relevant equipment for them. However, these precious jade wrist guards can be used to defend yourself. You should take one each and divide them amongst yourselves first. Lin Dong's sharp eyes saw that the precious jade wristguards were actually high-grade magic tools, so he immediately smiled as he took one and put it on his wrist. He said happily, "Many thanks to Xuanji." Lin Zeji also took one and studied it carefully. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "Indeed, you're still the most incredible one. I have the utmost respect for craftsmen now." Lin Yuro picked up a light pink precious jade wristguard, which she liked very much. She carefully wore it on her wrist. Duan Yuyong stared so hard that his eyes were about to pop out. He was almost shocked, speechless. "High-grade magic tool, you really casually gifted so many just like that? How do you expect me, the young master of a first-class family, to conduct myself then? Your actions are clearly pulling aggro upon yourself. As for you." Lin Xuanji's smile didn't completely reach his eyes. "It's enough to just directly throw money. It's because I don't have money that I can only give magic treasures. You're rich and overbearing, so just give them the money to buy it for themselves. Do you think this is easy to buy?" Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes. "You craftsmen really are terrifying. You don't even leave any paths open for others to survive on anymore. If this kind of wrist guard is sold on the market, then they'll be worth thousands of gold at the very least. Where can I get so much money?" The pupils of several families nearby all looked to this side one after another. They couldn't help the admiration, envy, and hate that sprang up within their hearts. Why couldn't their young masters be craftsmen? The young masters of those families saw that and couldn't help but smile wryly. They would like to reward their family's disciples like this, but they lacked both the resources and the skill, so they were unable to help, no matter how much they wanted to. Shortly afterwards, news that Lin Xuanji gifted each Lin family pupil who participated in the competition a high-grade magic tool, the precious jade wristguard, spread throughout the entire Sky Peak city, and Lin Xuanji once again became the subject of enthusiastic discussions. Little editor's therapy room. Butter, I really didn't think my theater would be proven in the. I read RSCB as I edit, in order, so I didn't read ahead. I swear. Omega. Butter, is the bar raised for my future notes now? A winking face. Chapter 179. Lin Yan's good fortune. The third day of the competition arrived as scheduled, but Yuan Tianwen still didn't appear. Fortunately, the Yuan family's pupils were good enough to keep the Yuan family within the top 10 positions and didn't let their family fall from the ranks of elite families. The third day's competition had nothing to do with the Lin family, but Lin Xuanji still came to spectate the match. Duan Yuyong leisurely sat in his chair, not at all worried that his own family might be torn from the ranks of first-class families by the 5 winning families who emerged in the second day of the competition. When Duan Yuhao came onto the stage, Duan Yuyong even closed his eyes and slept for a while. Elite and first-class families were different from other families. The battles on the third day were particularly fierce. All kinds of powerful techniques dazzled the spectators' eyes and even destroyed several martial arts training arenas. This was especially true for the first-class families, who weren't so much competing as showing off all their techniques in a grand performance. After all, it was very difficult to actually rank first-class families. Rankings weren't of great significance to them. Moreover, in order to avoid a situation where all participants who advanced to the second round were from the same 20 families, the 100 Families Gathering ruled that each first-class family could have only 3 participants at most. After the 3-day competition was over, the first 100 families and the disciples ranked in the first 150 places all entered the second round successfully. The second round uses a single elimination tournament format. The family ranked in first place from the previous 100 Families Gathering 30 years ago would choose one person to guard the arena ring. The other major families could all send any disciples who advanced to the second round out to challenge that defender. If they succeeded in their challenge, the champion would be replaced. If they failed in their challenge, then it would be the next challenger's turn. In fact, the families' rankings were already more or less determined in the first round of the competition. The second round wasn't so much of a competition among families as it was an opportunity for individuals to exhibit their skills. Even if they lost, they may still draw the attention of elders from the major sects or elite families. The first-class Wu family won the last 100 Families Gathering, and the ring defender they chose was Wu Huan. He was only 17 years old but was already a foundation stage second-layer cultivator. His weapon was a Tianyuan whip, which was a top-grade magic tool crafted by a master especially for him. The whip could be long or short, thick or soft, just like a spiritual snake swimming around a dragon, and it was a very powerful weapon. In less than one incense's time, Wu Huan had already beaten down more than 10 challengers. Wu Huan raised his head haughtily as he swung his whip, which hit the ground with crackling sounds. Who else dares to challenge? At least have some strong ones come up. Lin Yan went up and spoke with a giggle, let me try. Wu Huan stared at him, surprised. You're only a refining chi stage cultivator. You're not my opponent. Go down, Ba. The people who just challenged him were either foundation stage cultivators or were much older than him, but Lin Yan seemed both young and low in cultivation. Wu Huan was quite worried about going overboard. Situations where people lost even arms or legs were common in the competition. Lin Yan blinked. Little Gurgur, don't underestimate me. Who knows, maybe I'll be the one to knock you down in a minute. Wu Huan gazed at Lin Yan's pretty little face and shortened the long whip by a section. Let's give it a try then. Wu Huan waited for Lin Yan's first attack, and Lin Yan wasn't polite either. He made a hand seal and used a technique called Return of All Fire while his other hand held the opened fan. His body twisted around in a circle in midair, gathering a strong air current. Wu Huan only heard a boom 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 sound before he was fanned off the platform. He dangerously evaded that surging fire affinity attack and landed on the ground. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Dumbfounded, Wu Huan stared at Lin Yan, who was still standing in the arena. You're clearly a foundation stage cultivator. You actually dared to deceive me. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Wu Huan gritted his teeth. I lost only because I was cheated. All's fair in war. Remember that clearly. Wu Huan's big brother smiled. Lin Yan also saluted Wu Huan as he clasped his hands together. Apologies. Then he stood on the platform and asked joyfully, who will challenge me? Off the stage, Yan Tianan held his chin, almost speechless. I didn't expect for Yan Yan to be so strong that he could beat that rank 1 person. The one ranked first is his elder brother, not Wu Huan. Lin Xuanji explained. That's still pretty incredible, Yan Tianan said admiringly. He actually beat a foundation stage 2nd layer cultivator. One should know that Lin Yan is only at foundation stage 1st layer, and he only broke through recently as well. After leaving the Lin family's cultivation room, it will most likely take at least years to break through another layer. But it's thanks to Deja's treasures as well, Yan Tianan added. Before Lin Yan ascended the stage, Lin Xuanji gave him a magic tool specifically for covering up his cultivation. Sure enough, the other party relaxed his vigilance and gave Lin Yan the opportunity he needed. Although it wasn't long before Lin Yan was knocked off the platform by a pupil from a major family, Lin Yan had already achieved his goal of showing off his strength. Not long after, Lin Yan was called away by someone. A while later, he came back, jumping with joy, and told Lin Xuanji excitedly, Xuanji Tangshang, an elder from Heavenly Fire sect, wants to accept me as his inner disciple and wants me to go with him to the North Continent as soon as the 100 families gathering ends. Yan Tianan stared wide-eyed. Really? Of course it's real. Lin Yan's eyes were bent with laughter. I came to tell Xuanji Tangge and to get his opinion. Lin Xuanji nodded with a smile. This is naturally a good thing. Heavenly Fire sect is in the North Continent. It's a long journey, and the weather is extremely cold. When you go, you should prepare items to defend against the cold. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Many thanks to cousin Xuanji. Lin Yan paid a respectful bow to Lin Xuanji. For someone like him with no background, no parents, and who was also from Lin family's side branch, the fact that he was able to receive the attention and favor of a sect elder was already the best possible outcome. Even if he remained in the Lin family, it would still be impossible to obtain more cultivation resources in a short period of time. As a celestial level sect, Heavenly Fire sect was naturally strong. When the Lin family pupils heard this, they all felt extremely envious of Lin Yan's luck. Unfortunately, their performances in the competition were only average, so they didn't even get any opportunities to catch any major sect's attention. Lin Zeji also went onto the stage, but his performance was really mediocre, so no sects paid attention to him. Looking at Lin Yan, who looked immensely proud of himself, Lin Zeji couldn't help but think bitterly, if only he hadn't forcibly taken that burning sky palm away, then perhaps Lin Yan would not have obtained the Burning Heart secrets either. If he couldn't practice the incredible techniques in Burning Heart secrets, then maybe he wouldn't have shone so brilliantly in the competition and caught the attention of a Heavenly Fire sect elder. So, All this was karma. But Lin Zeji's current state of mind had already undergone a lot of changes without his knowledge. In the past, he was ambitious and full of vigor. He had to compete against other Lin family pupils in everything, even if he had to use some dirty tricks in the process. But now, he only wanted to cultivate in a steadfast manner and improve his actual strength. Strength is the true basis of influence in this world. He originally knew this truth but didn't pay it much mind, and it was Lin Xuanji who really engraved this indisputable truth into his memory. After the second round ended, only the 3 disciples who didn't go onto the platform to challenge someone were excluded from the third round. The other 147 pupils all successfully advanced to the third round. Every 100 families gathering would come up with some novel and strange rules and catch people by surprise. Yan Tianan commented regretfully, "I didn't think that even the ones who didn't go on stage would be brushed off as well. Probably because the organizers feel that those who don't even dare to challenge someone are not worthy of being true cultivators." Lin Xuanji surmised. The next 2 rounds should be the alchemy and crafting competitions. Duan Yuyong's excitement was clear on his face. For every 100 families gathering, the alchemists and craftsmen will all have to come out to observe the finale, so there will definitely be a large number of onlookers. "Yeah, I like to watch equipment crafting the most," Yan Tianan said yearningly. Duan Yuyong furrowed his brows. "How come I remember you previously telling me that you thought craftsmen refining equipment looked so boring and uninteresting that you were always worried you'd fall asleep while refining?" "You heard me wrong," Yan Tianan said solemnly. "I was talking about alchemy, not crafting." Duan Yuyong, "When concocting pills, you'll accidentally fall asleep," Lin Xuanji suddenly interrupted. "Yeah," Yan Tianan readily went with the flow of the conversation as he nodded. "I often fall asleep when I concoct pills. It's really too boring to guard the pill furnace." After Yan Tianan finished speaking, he suddenly stared blankly, then stuck out his tongue and covered his mouth as he spoke in muffled words. "Dage, why did you suddenly speak? You scared me to death." Lin Xuanji, "Hey, he'll need to watch over Yan Tianan the next time he crafts pills." Really, he was too relaxed before. Yan Tianan spoke with some guilt. "However, I take out the fire cloud furnace that Dage gave me and wipe it every day. It still looks very new." Lin Xuanji swept him a glance. "The newer a pill furnace looks, the fewer times it's been used. If Ah Hen doesn't want it, then he might as well take it out and sell it." Yan Tianan immediately shook his head in refusal. "No, that's my Dage's gift to me. Even if I don't use it, I still want to hide it in private. I don't want other people to defile it at all." Lin Xuanji shook his head. "No matter how good the treasure is, it's still trash if it's not used." Yan Tianan showed a downcast and distressed expression. Lin Xuanji saw that and couldn't help but turn his opinion around. Of course, if those treasures can be used as toys and decorations for Ah Hen, then that's still considered making full use of those items. Duan Yuyong, where was your moral integrity? Don't you think Ah Hen will be easily robbed if he walks on the streets like this? Duan Yuyong scrutinized Yan Tianan from head to toe. "I've wanted to say this for a long time. I'm afraid that the items hanging off of him right now comprise the entirety of your belongings." Yan Tianan was very startled. "What?" Lin Xuanji pondered for a moment. "Not the entirety of our possessions. The most valuable items are still on me. That all-encompassing bottle was the real priceless treasure, and the drop of Qiong blood inside couldn't even be measured by monetary value." Lin Xuanji was neither rich nor poor. He'd instantly become rich as soon as he casually took anything out to sell, but none of the things he owned right now could be sold. Although he had obtained 4 treasures free of charge from the Bai family's treasure appraisal convention, one was used to craft the Deceiving Heavens ring and was currently being worn on Yan Tianan's ear. The other one, the small Mingyin flame, Lin Xuanji planned to find a time to quietly refine for himself, so it was even more impossible to sell. As for the remaining 2 items, one was the inner core of a black turtle, and the other was the Tianxi cloud ghost eye, both of which were quite useful. The former could be used to craft medicinal pills capable of prolonging someone's lifespan after ingestion. Even if that person's time was up, they could still fool the Tao of Heaven and live for twice as long, with the prerequisite that the person could find an alchemist capable of refining the black turtle's inner core. The latter's purpose was even more terrifying. This cloud ghost eye could be used to spy on the Tao of Heaven. Even though Lin Xuanji currently lacked the ability to refine it, it was still only a matter of time. The items on Yan Tianwen's person didn't even need to be mentioned. Lin Xuanji's principle was, there can never be too many, unless there is a better substitute. Otherwise, no one can even think about taking those away from Ah Hen. Yan Tianan couldn't help asking, Dage, how much money do we have left? Lin Xuanji. Duan Yuyong looked at Lin Xuanji's rare expression of embarrassment and laughed unkindly. This fellow has only been spending money, not making it. If he didn't lose all his money, then I'll write my Duan surname backwards for you. Chapter 180. Su Mo's arrival in person. Yan Tianan stared at Lin Xuanji expectantly, hoping that Duan Yuyong would be able to write his surname backwards from now on. However, contrary to his wishes, Lin Xuanji really was broke. He was really generous with his expenditure in refining 89 wrist guards. Just their raw materials alone had cost him a lot, so in addition to how he always wanted to give Yan Tianan whatever good equipment he crafted, he had accidentally squandered all his fortune away over time. Yan Tianan got such a huge fright from Lin Xuanji's silence that his heart almost stopped. Dage, so we're really penniless again? Yan Tianan asked. Duan Yuyong's mouth twitched. What did he mean by again? Lin Xuanji felt like he had let Yan Tianan down. He lifted his hand up and rubbed Yan Tianan's head. Don't worry, we'll have money soon enough. When? After tomorrow, Ba. Lin Xuanji said. After tomorrow, all kinds of commissions will probably start pouring in. When that happens, I'll collect a deposit first to scrape through this period where we're poor. Duan Yuyong gave him a thumbs up in resignation and sighed. After living for so many years, this is my first time seeing such an amazing craftsman who could turn himself into such a poor bum. Lin Xuanji glanced at him askance. Do you think I've seen a second one? Duan Yuyong. Well, he's pretty self-aware, isn't he? Yan Tianan stroked his chin pensively, his clear gaze slowly becoming more and more firm, as if he had made up his mind on something. At night, Lin Xuanji had just returned to the inn when he saw Su Mo sitting in the reception pavilion on the first floor of the inn. Don't ask him how he knew Su Mo was there to find him, he had such a troublesome son after all. Senior Su. Lin Xuanji took the initiative to greet Su Mo. Su Mo put down his teacup and studied Lin Xuanji. I haven't seen you in a few days, but nephew Xuanji's complexion looks even better now. Lin Xuanji's soul force had been becoming stronger day by day, so his sickly pale face caused by the damage to his Dantian Qi Si had taken a turn for the better as well. Although his complexion didn't look ruddy enough, it wasn't much different from an ordinary person either. Lin Xuanji smiled. Yes, I've eaten quite good food recently as well to help my body recuperate. From the looks of it, Ah Hen has been taking good care of you as well. Su Mo smiled as he looked at Yan Tianan with a kind look on his face. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Yan Tianan, who had been called out, rubbed his nose a little guiltily. He shyly shifted closer to Lin Xuanji. I didn't do anything though. Then thinking about his family's stubborn Yuan Tianwen. How is young Master Yuan doing? Lin Xuanji asked with concern. Although he didn't mind much about Yuan Tianwen's situation, in front of Su Mo, a senior who was quite a good person, he still had to express his concern. Su Mo waved his hand and sighed. His realm fell by 1 level and his internal injuries are more severe. He's still unconscious now, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Lin Xuanji was extremely surprised. How could his realm fall after 3 whips? Now that was rather serious. The fall of a realm isn't like anything else. Once it falls, it'll be very difficult to raise back up again. As for Lin Xuanji's decision in the beginning to abolish his own realms, it was only because he had experience accumulated over 1,000 years. In refining his soul, so cultivation was but an easy task for him. His Tao mind was extremely stable as well, so he was bold enough to try. However, Yuan Tianwen was different. Su Mo held his forehead a bit worriedly. It doesn't have much to do with the whips. Tianwen himself doesn't have a stable Tao mind. He has too many worries piled up in his heart, and he has been quite uneasy recently, so the fall in realm wasn't really a surprise. This can't be blamed on anyone else. Yan Tianan couldn't help but look at Lin Xuanji. Dage, does this have to do with Yuyong Gerger? Lin Xuanji glanced at Su Mo. Su Mo put down his hand on his forehead and raised an eyebrow. He looked at Lin Xuanji, and said a little helplessly, you don't have to conceal anything from me. I can more or less guess what had happened. Lin Xuanji said, Brother Tianwen is still unconscious. Has Senior Su met Yuyong? Do I even need to especially go and find Yuyang? Su Mo waved his hand. You look down on me too much. When Tianwen was unconscious, he kept repeating a name, and when I listened carefully, it was actually Yuyang. Moreover, he had crippled Han Yuren. What great hatred could exist between these two? One would know after thinking about it a little. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but think to himself, ginger truly does get spicier as it gets older. Su Mo is this incredible, so why didn't Yuan Tianwen inherit even a tiny bit of it from his dad? Su Mo felt quite a headache. How did that stupid son of mine recognize the wrong person? Yan Tianan nodded. Yeah, I think it's too stupid as well. He actually took such a long time to figure it out. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan. Ah Hen, be more discreet with your words. Yan Tianan immediately covered his mouth. Su Mo was so amused by Yan Tianan's forthright words that he almost laughed. He smiled. Ah Zan really found an amusing younger brother for you. With such an amusing person beside you, your days should be pretty interesting. Lin Xuanji smiled. Yes, Ah Hen is my precious treasure. Su Mo sighed again inwardly. This really was a pair of sons that would make one feel at ease and rouse the envy of others. He suddenly felt like having another child. He would discuss it with Yuan Zheng when he gets back. Senior Su, do you need me to arrange a meeting with Duan Yuyang for you? Lin Xuanji took the initiative to ask. But he didn't expect Su Mo to actually shake his head. Before Tianwen was taken away, he especially instructed his juniors not to tell me about this. He probably doesn't want me to interfere in the matter between him and Yuyang. I'm here to help him placate Profound Sky Sect. As for the matter regarding Yuyang, he has to solve it himself. This coincided with what Lin Xuanji was thinking as well. This was a matter for the younger generation after all. If they were to make their elder lower themselves plead for them, it would seem insincere. Lin Xuanji once again felt Su Mo's maturity and wisdom, so he couldn't help but sigh that Yuan Tianwen didn't inherit his dad's IQ. Su Mo left Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan a bottle of pills purportedly refined by one of his alchemist friends. Eating them could get rid of impurities in the body, so it was definitely a good item. Su Mo gave Lin Xuanji another box of primary-level top-grade forged stones. After a cursory glance at the inside of the heavy box, there should be at least 100 or so stones. Lin Xuanji had wanted to refuse, but one cannot reject a gift from an elder. After several rounds of pushing it about back and forth, he had to accept it. Su Mo came and left in such a hurry, he had merely spoken for a short moment before leaving. Yan Tianan's eyes were shining. He sat on the bed as he counted the number of forged stones in the box and grinned. From ear to ear, he would even laugh suspiciously from time to time, and the two tiger cubs were so frightened that they thought Yan Tianan had been possessed. Both of them crouched as they glared at him vigilantly. Yet Lin Xuanji sat at the table with his chin propped on his hand as he ruminated. 99 stones odd age. Yan Tianan cried out excitedly. Senior Su is really generous and rich. When Yuan Tianwen gave Han Yuren top-grade forged stones, he had only given him 50. Then Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan's innocent and excited face and couldn't help but laugh as he shook his head. Little fool, do you really think that these forged stones are that easy to get? Yan Tianan was stunned. Is something wrong? Lin Xuanji said. What do you think Senior Su came here to do today? Yan Tianan got off the bed and pulled a chair over to sit next to Lin Xuanji. Didn't he say that he was here to see us? He said that he's here to see us, and I believe that, but that was definitely not his only purpose. Lin Xuanji smiled. Although he clearly said that he wouldn't help Yuan Tianwen and Duan Yuyang build bridges, he knows that we have a good relationship with Yuyang, so he wants us to help Yuan Tianwen. Ah, Yan Tianan opened his mouth wide, but I couldn't tell at all. So, should we help or not? Lin Xuanji asked. We can't. Yan Tianan shook his head. I'm someone with principles. Yuyang Gerger treats me so well, I definitely won't help Yuan Tianwen cheat him. Lin Xuanji glanced at the top-grade primary-level forged stones littered all over the bed and said lightly, then let's return all of that to Senior Su. How could we do that? We've already accepted it, so how could we return it? Yan Tianan said all prim and proper. Moreover, this is an expression of Senior Su's concern and love for us. How could we be so disrespectful as to refuse it? So what does Ah Hen plan to do? Lin Xuanji asked. We can just disclose Yuan Tianwen's condition to Yuyang Gerger a bit ma. Yan Tianan's eyes twinkled a little. We're not putting in a good word for Yuan Tianwen anyway, so it's not considered betraying Yuyang Gerger, right? Lin Xuanji fell silent and looked at Yan Tianan. He said with great emphasis, "Ah Hen, I just realized that you actually have a great sense of propriety." Yan Tianan said seriously, "It's not like I'm Yuan Tianwen, I won't be that silly." Lin Xuanji couldn't help but want to laugh. From the looks of it, they had reached a consensus regarding Yuan Tianwen's IQ. Although Yuan Tianwen himself was a very talented leader, he really was stupid when it came to issues regarding relationships. The competition would continue the next day, so Yan Tianan quickly urged Lin Xuanji to return to his room to rest. During this period, in order to pull the wool over other people's eyes, Yan Tianan didn't dare go to Shi to look for Ling Chigu. Fortunately, Bai and Hu Po weren't easily discoverable, so they could go and check up on Ling Chigu in his stead. At night, Yan Tianan got up from bed and sat cross-legged on the hassock. He took out the flaming furnace and his eyes shone brightly in the dark. Although he had never succeeded in refining a pill in the past, as of this moment, a sudden and mysterious realization seemed to dawn on him. He felt as if he would succeed if he were to try again. Yan Tianan was full of expectations. He urged the qi and alchemist fire in his body while taking out the remaining spiritual plants from his storage bag and throwing them into the furnace. The flames in the furnace raged fiercely, the wisps of the wood and fire attribute qi were introduced into the furnace. The furnace rotated in mid-air, and 3 strands of faint green and red qi entered the furnace smoothly from 3 of its openings. Yan Tianan felt like he could make it this time. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. And thus, in the middle of the night, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted within the silent west side of the city. If it wasn't because Yunlai Inn was a high-end inn so there was adequate soundproofing and arrays to reduce impact on the walls outside each room, then the entire Yunlai Inn might have collapsed by now. Everyone in the inn was awakened by the sudden blast. Chapter 181, Birth of an Alchemist. Lin Xuanji reacted particularly quickly. As soon as he judged that the noise had originated from the adjacent room, he had already moved before his brain processed anything, rushing straight out of his room without even wearing shoes, and heading straight into Yan Tianan's room. Even the door to Yan Tianan's room had been sent flying by the explosion, and half the walls had collapsed. Bai and Hu Po were currently standing on the beam as they trembled in horror, evidently having suffered a huge shock. Greatly alarmed, Lin Xuanji looked around and saw that underneath a broken table lay an intact Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji's heart almost stopped beating. He flung the broken table away with his bare hands and pressed against Yan Tianan's neck, his face paling considerably as all the color had drained from his face. Cough cough cough. Yan Tianan suddenly moved and started coughing like mad. Lin Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. He felt like he had made a trip to the gates of hell before coming back to life again. Yan Tianan got up from the floor with Lin Xuanji's support. His face was covered in soot, and only his pair of big eyes could be seen. Most of the hair on his head was even burnt. Lin Xuanji's heart ached greatly and he drew Yan Tianan close to hug him tight. He spoke hoarsely, "Ah Hen, are you insistent on scaring Gerger to death? You scared Gerger to death, how could you scare me like that?" Yan Tianan had gotten a fright at first and hadn't snapped out of his daze yet when he was suddenly frightened by Lin Xuanji's reaction as well. But this time, he quickly pulled back his mind, which was still wandering, and hugged Lin Xuanji back. He nudged against Lin Xuanji, "I'm okay, Dage, just that my furnace exploded. It didn't hurt me much, these clothes blocked all of the impact. Dage, don't worry." Lin Xuanji took a deep breath to calm the intense emotions of interchanging sorrow and joy he felt. He held Yan Tianan in his arms and didn't let go, simply remaining silent such that no one knew what he was thinking. Guests who were awakened were already crowding outside Yan Tianan's room. The inn's boss rushed over with a few waiters as well, and called out, "What's the matter? What happened? Oh my god, how did the room become like this? Did something go wrong during cultivation?" Yan Tianan could feel Lin Xuanji tremble almost imperceptibly and tears pooled in his eyes instantly. He sobbed, "It's all Ah Hen's fault. Ah Hen shouldn't have tried to refine pills in secret, I shouldn't have blown up the room, I shouldn't have let Dage worry. Woo woo woo." Lin Xuanji's heart ached when he heard Yan Tianan sobbing. He realized that he had overreacted, which influenced Yan Tianan's mood, so he immediately restrained himself and pulled Yan Tianan's small face. He took out a handkerchief and helped Yan Tianan wipe off the pieces of gold and furnace dust from his face, then said quietly to placate him, "Ah Hen, don't cry, Dage has no intention of blaming you." Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji with teary eyes and pursed his lips. "But I blew up the pill furnace you gave me. The pill furnace doesn't matter much, Dage will craft a few more for you. Ah Hen can blow up as many of them as you want. But, Yan Tianan looked at the debris both within and outside the room, as well as the ruined walls, and felt as if his heart got stabbed. I blew up the room, but we were penniless in the first place, wah. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Lin Xuanji took a deep breath. The Lin family is rich, it's okay. LFMJCFNFCVB Acha. Lin Liuchen's long hair was let down and cast a glance at the rest without any regard for his image. What are you all looking at me for? The money is all with Lin Xuanji. Anyone who wants compensation for the damages can go look for him. All right, I'm going to sleep, everyone's dismissed. Lin Xuanji closed his eyes. Don't refine pills anymore, Ah Hen, we won't refine pills anymore. Compared to refining pills, Lin Xuanji only hoped that Yan Tianan could stay safe and sound. One must know, Lin Xuanji wasn't overreacting. A lot of alchemists would suffer grievous injuries while refining pills because of the explosion of their furnaces, and some may even die as a result. This was absolutely not a joke, but Yan Tianan hesitated for a moment and relaxed his right fist that had been clenched from the start. He extended it towards Lin Xuanji and said, I managed to refine a pill. Lin Xuanji looked at the smooth medicinal pill that was emitting a faint golden light and medicinal fragrance, actually becoming stunned for a moment. The unhappy guests outside who had been startled awake in the middle of the night were also all stunned. Had they just witnessed the birth of an alchemist? Lin Liuchun, who was on his way back, paused, then turned around and strode back towards Yan Tianan's room. With a wave of Lin Liuchun's hand, the medicinal pill seemed to be pulled by an invisible string and hovered in the air before landing in Lin Liuchun's hand. Lin Liuchun's eyes widened as he looked at it carefully, then received a shock and couldn't stop himself from blurting out, Primary level medicinal pill, a first-class top-grade foundation stage pill. First-class top-grade foundation stage pill. HS. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but cry in surprise. How could it be? It's impossible for alchemists who aren't at the primary level to refine foundation stage medicinal pills. Everyone could hardly tell if Yan Tianan was an alchemist in the first place, let alone a primary level one. And if he was a primary level alchemist, then so be it. But he managed to refine a first-class top-grade foundation pill so easily. One must know, amidst the first-class, second-class and third-class primary-level medicinal pills, first-class is the best, whereas third-class is the worst, top-grade is the best, while low-grade is the worst. It was similar to crafting. For the alchemist path, first-class top-grade pills are the rarest, and first-class top-grade foundation pills are called primary-level sacred pills. Not only would one be able to reach their foundation stage with a 100% success rate after consuming ordinary foundation pills, but there would also be no side effects at all, and it could also remove all impurities remaining in the body. It was impossible to buy such a pill on the market. The crowd was stunned, Lin Liuchun was stunned, and even Lin Xuanji couldn't help but stare at Yan Tianan in disbelief. Yan Tianan scratched his head and buried his head in Lin Xuanji's embrace somewhat shyly. He wasn't used to being watched by so many people. Lin Xuanji rubbed Yan Tianan's head, feeling rather conflicted. He turned around to look at the surrounding spectators. I apologize for today, please charge your bills for tea and drinks tomorrow to my account as my apology for today's disturbance. He then turned to the innkeeper, who was dumbstruck. Today's losses will be borne by me. Right after he spoke, every guest who had snapped out of their dazes began expressing how they didn't mind such a tiny accident at all, one after another. Craftsman Lin, don't mention it. It's common for alchemists to blow up their furnaces after all. Yeah, what money for tea and drinks? Saying such words would just be mocking us. We're the ones who weren't sleeping soundly enough and disturbed this small alchemist in his refinement. Yeah, how may I address this small alchemist? I thought this small alchemist was unordinary a few days ago, and he really is an extraordinary person of exceptional talent. No, this room isn't worth much money. Craftsman Lin is being too polite by saying that. Lin Xuanji just wanted to twitch his mouth. Aren't these people over-exaggerating their reactions a little? Yan Tianan was so frightened by the shower of sudden praises that his heart beat violently. He buried his head even deeper into Lin Xuanji's embrace and even his ears turned red. Yeah, the small alchemist is even turning shy, he's so cute. A female cultivator covered her mouth and laughed. From the looks of it, he's still a child. He managed to refine such an amazing medicinal pill even though he's so young. I'm sure he will have boundless prospects in the future. I'm afraid it won't be long before this small alchemist becomes a big shot with a resounding reputation. A craftsman and an alchemist, and they are even of heaven-defying levels. The Lin family will be exhibiting their impressive might this time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone started to look at those from the Lin family respectfully. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. The Lin family pupils, who were still somewhat upset at having been awakened in the middle of the night, suddenly turned into the objects of envy by everyone else, so all of them suddenly felt pleased and proud in an instant. And where did this sense of honor from being part of the Lin family come from? I envy you guys so much. A pupil who was also from a third-rate family side, with such reliable backers, it would be strange if the Lin family didn't launch a strong counterattack. When Lin Zeji heard this, he suddenly felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He seemed to understand what Lin Xuanji meant when he talked about the family's honor. It's only when the Lin family becomes powerful that the Lin family pupils can truly stand upright and obtain respect and even better treatment. The Lin family pupils looked at one another in succession, all of them with more or less the same thought in mind. Lin Dong felt a bit guilty. I bad-mouthed Yan Tianan quite a bit before and regarded him as a useless trash who only knew how to ride on coattails. I didn't expect him to be a sage who kept himself well hidden. Lin Cheng, who was usually quite reticent, said, Yan Tianan is a part of the Lin family after all, why bad-mouth one of our own? Yeah, don't judge a book by its cover. Lin Yao sighed as well. Alright, let's all go back to our rooms. Lin Liuchun spoke to the Lin family pupils, all of you are to support Lin Xuanji in his competition tomorrow, so wake up earlier. If anyone dares to be absent, I'll mark it down in my little book. Everyone from the Lin family. A few Lin family pupils who hadn't reached their foundation stage kept glancing at the precious medicinal pill in Lin Liuchun's hands. Lin Liuchun raised an eyebrow. What are you looking at? There's only one pill. Go and fight amongst yourselves, and this will be given to whoever wins. Or you could talk nicely to Tianan and see who he's willing to give it to. Ba. Due to this eagerness to talk privately with Yan Tianan, Lin Xuanji said, we'll talk about matters regarding the medicinal pill tomorrow. It's late now, so everyone should go back and rest first. The surrounding spectators looked reluctant to leave as they kept staring at Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. Was he joking? If they didn't try to suck up now, were they supposed to wait until everyone left and the matter was blown over before they tried to get close to them again? They probably only had this one chance to stay in the same inn as these two. By the time they saw these two again, they would probably have to wait for a crowd to be cleared before they could seek another audience with them. Craftsman Lin, I'm the young master of the Fang family from the South Continent's Blowing Fire City. Would you like to do business with us? A young man with delicate features took the lead and asked an expectant gaze. Lin Xuanji cast a glance at him and remembered that this person was the first third-rate family young master who had responded to him at the gates of Sky Peak City, so he nodded. Young Master Fang, we can do business together of course, but let's talk about it tomorrow. After getting Lin Xuanji's verbal promise, young Master Fang instantly felt elated. He smiled as he clasped his hands. Then I won't disturb the two of you from resting. He turned around to say to those from the Fang family around him, brothers, follow. He's calling himself their grandfather. Back. No one's allowed to leave until the cocks crow tomorrow. Those who do so will be disciplined accordingly. Yes, those from the Fang family followed their young master obediently back to their rooms. Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan, they couldn't tell that the delicate-looking young master Fang could be so imposing in dealing with affairs, and even called himself a Yi. Skask, you truly can't judge a book by its cover. After the Fang family got a promise, the other families naturally wanted to get close to Lin Xuanji as well. The lure of a first-class top-grade foundation stage pill was truly too great. The foundation stage can be said to be a demarcation line on one's cultivation path. It's only when someone successfully reaches their foundation stage that they could be truly considered to have entered Dao, and it's only when one stabilizes their foundation stage that they could walk even farther on their path of Dao in the future. Editor's little immaturity. Hey, cock. Chapter 182, swallowed in one go. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan had been surrounded for a while. Eventually, Lin Liuchun was the one who had to pull a long face as he pulled Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan out of their encirclement before everything was considered to be over. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Everyone was reluctant to return to their own rooms, and after closing the doors to their rooms, they hurriedly spread the big news. In Lin Liuchun's room, after closing the door, Lin Liuchun grasped the round foundation stage pill and lay on the rocking chair. He let out a prolonged breath and scolded, "People who haven't seen the world, just one foundation stage pill turned them so fanatical, did they have to go that far?" "Of course," Lin Xuanji said. Lin Liuchun's mouth twitched. "Kid, do you understand the principle of not talking back to your elders?" Lin Xuanji cast a glance at him askance and lightly asked, "Fourth elder, don't tell me you expect everyone to be as knowledgeable as you and not even change their expressions in the face of a crumbling MT. Tai, Lin Liuchun, story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. This kid could really talk. Lin Liuchun, who had been awakened in the middle of the night and even got encircled by a crowd that buzzed all around him, finally relaxed the long face that he was pulling. He looked at Yan Tianan, who only looked up from Lin Xuanji's body after entering the room, and frowned. "You're only at your refining chi stage's 7th layer now." Yan Tianan had gotten a fright, but he had already settled down by now. He nodded. "Yeah, refining chi's 7th layer." Lin Liuchun said, "Why do I seem to remember that you were only at your 5th layer before we left the Lin residence?" Lin Xuanji's heart jumped. Although Lin Liuchun always gave people the feeling that he spoke incoherently and had a bad memory, but in fact, he had really good observational skills and an excellent memory as well. Some details that went unnoticed by others would be keenly sensed by him and he would commit it to memory. Yan Tianan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Yeah, I was weaker then." Lin Liuchun was speechless for a moment. "What I want to ask is how you advanced by 2 layers in such a short time." "Oh, that's what you're talking about." Yan Tianan pondered for a bit. "That day, I slept for 3 days in a row and for some reason, I jumped to the 7th layer after waking up." Lin Liuchun's eyebrow raised involuntarily, the words, "Are you fucking kidding me?" written all over his face. Lin Xuanji wanted to laugh, but he thought that he should leave his own family's elders some face, so he coughed lightly and properly hid his urge to laugh. "Fourth elder, Ah Hen is speaking the truth. He isn't lying in the slightest. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Lin Liuchun didn't pursue the matter any further. Frankly speaking, he had seen many such strange occurrences like this. Heaven was unpredictable, so anything could happen, depending on whether there was a turning point or not. Lin Liuchun looked at the foundation stage pill in his head and asked Yan Tianan some questions regarding refining pills. After he found out that this was the first pill Yan Tianan had refined in his life, his facial expression was a particularly spectacular sight. "What I want to know is," Lin Liuchun said with a complicated tone, "what drove you to dare to refine a pill after failing for 1,000 times? Logically speaking, even an alchemist with the worst talent would only fail for at most 100 times or so. Even if they couldn't refine an amazing medicinal pill, they would still be able to refine the most basic of pills. However, Yan Tianan couldn't refine even one pill after 1,000 attempts. If it were someone else, there was a 99% chance for them to have just given up." "Because..." Yan Tianan paused. Lin Liuchun's ears perked up. "Were broke story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden." Lin Liuchun, what kind of answer was that? Explain that clearly to me." Lin Liuchun restrained himself and asked. "Because my Daeja's too much of a spendthrift, so I was worried that we may someday become so poor that we would have to end up begging on the streets, so I thought that I must refine pills properly, then sell the pills in exchange for money for my Daej to continue squandering our fortune away." Yan Tianan said sincerely, "As I thought about that, I managed to refine the pill." Lin Xuanji was so moved that he was on the verge of tears by Yan Tianan's extreme simplicity. Should he start reflecting upon himself on how much of a spendthrift he usually was, such that Yan Tianan even turned earning money to support him into his turning point for refining a medicinal pill? "Ah Hen," Lin Xuanji said, "Gerger wants to instruct you on one thing." "Daej, please go ahead." Yan Tianan's small face that was covered in patches of black and white faced Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji said, with great emphasis, "If anyone were to ask you about your experience in the future, you must not tell them the truth." Yan Tianan, oh. Lin Liuchun felt resigned. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry right now. After living for so many years, he had seen alchemists who broke through in order to save their parents, and had also seen cultivators who suddenly got a burst of strength when they were on the verge of death, but you fucking refined a foundation stage pill that could be sold on the market for more than 10,000 gold just because you wanted to earn money. Lin Liuchun thought that this would be difficult for him to say to the outside world. Thus, he absolutely agreed with Lin Xuanji and nodded. Tell others that you suddenly got inspired by the Tao of Heaven. Yan Tianan nodded. Okay. Lin Liuchun yawned. He felt a little sleepy. Lin Liuchun took out a medicinal bottle from his storage ring and placed the golden foundation stage pill in it, then casually threw it to Lin Xuanji. We'll talk about whatever happens in the future when the time comes. This medicinal pill was refined by Tianan, so whether it goes or stays is up to him to decide. Thank you, fourth elder. Lin Xuanji said. Lin Liuchun waved his hand to chase them away. It wasn't that he didn't want to ask Lin Xuanji to leave the medicinal pill for the Lin family, but he was very clear that for Yan Tianan to refine this medicinal pill, the Lin family didn't give him any assistance at all other than providing him with some spiritual plants. Simply put, he wasn't thick-skinned enough to ask for this medicinal pill. What's more, with the way Lin Xuanji does things, would he really not give the Lin family pupils enough benefits in the future? So just one foundation stage pill wasn't important at all, his attitude was what really mattered. Since Lin Liuchun chased them away, Lin Xuanji naturally slipped away quickly with Yan Tianan. Both of them returned to Lin Xuanji's room. When they passed by the corridor, Yan Tianan even glanced at the poor room that had been destroyed by the explosion. Yan Tianan packed his belongings and some other miscellaneous items, then took them next door. Bai and Hu Po, who had already turned into intelligent spirit beasts, had already squeezed their way into Lin Xuanji's room and found a warm cushion for themselves to continue sleeping on. Yan Tianan said bitterly, Dage, the furnace was blown up, it hurts so bad. What's there to feel hurt about? It's just a pill furnace, it's not worth much. Lin Xuanji wiped Yan Tianan's sooty face and didn't think he was dirty at all. What do you mean, it's not worth much? Dage, the way you think is really dangerous. Yan Tianan started calculating with his fingers and said with a taut face, just the flaming cloud stone cost 40,000 gold, and this sum doesn't even include the other auxiliary materials and the effort you spent on crafting it. Dage, I'll pay for it. Yan Tianan was struck with grief and he felt so remorseful that he wanted to hammer his chest. Why on earth did he have to refine that medicinal pill? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji felt like a huge failure. He actually let his younger brother, who was at a tender age where he was supposed to be carefree, worry so much that he even thought about refining pills to earn money in the middle of the night. Furnaces can be crafted again when they're gone. You being able to refine a medicinal pill is the biggest and most pleasant surprise. Yan Tianan pondered for a moment, then felt a little happy. He revealed his 2 rows of white as white's teeth and smiled. Yeah, in any case, I've found the knack to it, so I'll be able to earn it all back after refining a few more next time. Lin Xuanji felt like this younger brother of his was really cute, so he rubbed his head. It's right for Ah Hen to think that way. How does Ah Hen intend to deal with this medicinal pill? Yan Tianan didn't even hesitate to think. Dage can handle it however he likes. I knew you would say that. If it were up to me to decide, it would be most reasonable for you to consume this foundation stage pill yourself. Yan Tianan uttered an ah and felt somewhat reluctant. This is a really good pill that can be exchanged for a lot of money though. Lin Xuanji said with great emphasis, it's precisely because it is a good pill that you have to leave it for yourself. Yan Tianan refused. We've already suffered losses because of the furnace. If we suffer another loss with this medicinal pill, my heart rejects it. You need to look long-term. One foundation stage pill isn't much, after consuming it, you can still refine another one. Lin Xuanji said disapprovingly. No, sell it. Yan Tianan shook his head, his stance firm on this. You eat it. Lin Xuanji's stance was as firm as his. Sell it, sell it, sell it. Yan Tianan shook Lin Xuanji's hand as he acted coquettish. Earn money, earn money, earn. Lin Xuanji stuffed a medicinal pill into his mouth. Yan Tianan's tongue nodded, and he swallowed the foundation stage pill that they were discussing. Yan Tianan, he really wanted to start bawling right now. Lin Xuanji patted Yan Tianan's shoulder comfortingly. Reach your foundation stage tonight, Ba. With this kind of first-class top-grade foundation stage pill, you shouldn't need to spend too much time on it. 4 hours should be enough. Yan Tianan could feel something hot surging through his body that was gushing towards his limbs and bones from his Dantian Qi Si. He couldn't bother to get angry with Lin Xuanji right now and went straight over to the soft cushion in the room to sit down, then started to meditate properly in order to absorb the spiritual qi. Lin Xuanji was satisfied with his decisive action. He sat back on his bed and stared at Yan Tianan, who was meditating as he absorbed the spiritual qi and medicinal force in the pill, with a profound gaze. Advancing to the next level was a painful affair, but with this foundation stage pill that guaranteed a 100% success rate without any harmful side effects, it would be completely different. The higher the level of a foundation stage pill, the gentler its effects would be. It would be able to ensure the smooth advancement of Yan Tianan from the 7th layer of his refining qi stage to his foundation stage. Why is Ah Hen able to refine a primary level medicinal pill so easily? Lin Xuanji asked in his sea of consciousness, puzzled. That doesn't make sense. Very few alchemists can refine medicinal pills with levels higher than their own. Because your younger brother is a lucky child who bumped into all the right conditions. Soul Bead said slowly, the alchemist fire in your younger brother's body is of the yin fire attribute. The pill furnace you crafted for him was of the pure yang fire type, with 1 yin and 1 yang. The blend of the two let the foundation stage pill maintain a perfect yin-yang balance. You may not know this, but for medicinal pills like foundation stage pills that facilitates the smooth advancement of one's cultivation level, it is only through the maintenance of an absolute yin-yang balance that a top-grade medicinal pill can be refined. A balanced medicinal pill is the most difficult to define. After speaking up to this point, Soul Bead paused, then said as he felt incredulous, don't tell me your younger brother was trying to refine a foundation stage pill when he has just started refining pills. Lin Xuanji wasn't clear at first. He was the one paying at the Lin family's shops after all, but the one selecting spiritual plants was Yan Tianan. He didn't pay much attention to what the spiritual plants Yan Tianan bought was supposed to be refined into. However, after Soul Bead said all that, Lin Xuanji started thinking about it carefully. It seems to be so. Lin Xuanji said hesitantly. The prescription for foundation stage pills was one of the few that was made public. Moreover, the spiritual plants required were generally quite inexpensive, which was very much in line with what he thought Yan Tianan would have bought. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. My goodness, Soul Bead cried out, is everyone of the younger generation so arrogant nowadays? He actually tried to refine a foundation stage pill right when he started. Why doesn't he just ascend straight away? In that case, what were the people from the older generation like himself, who had lived for God knows how many years, supposed to do now? Lin Xuanji thought that what Yan Tianan did really made it seem like he was on his way to ascension. His family's Ah Hen was really amazing. Say, why doesn't he just ascend straight to heaven? Soul Bead probably suffered quite a blow. This elderly's fragile heart had been ravaged, so he repeated his question again seethingly. Chapter 183. Delivering the news. Lin Xuanji just replied calmly when he was faced with Soul Bead's question, because he doesn't know how to ascend. If you're willing to give Ah Hen a manual for ascension, he'll ascend for you to see soon enough. Soul Bead, this pricks his heart so fucking bad. He decided to just sleep quietly. Youngsters nowadays were too much. They're always coveting his precious manuals whenever they open their mouths, and he would be tricked into giving them away if he were just the slightest bit careless. He can't afford to. After one night, Yan Tianan smoothly advanced to the first layer of his foundation stage. Not only did he not feel tired, but he even felt quite energetic. If he were given another pill furnace right now, he would still be able to fight for another 100 years excitedly. This excitement lasted until he went up the mountains and saw Duan Yuyang. Duan Yuyang scrutinized Yan Tianan, who had successfully reached his foundation stage, from head to toe, then said with a complicated tone, looks like that huge uproar you caused last night wasn't a mere rumor. It was true. Yan Tianan nodded, then lamented, I didn't know that my furnace would blow up and cause such a huge commotion. I've always been used to keeping a low profile. Duan Yuyang comforted, Ah Hen's really amazing. I always knew that you would become a real alchemist sooner or later. When he mentioned this, Yan Tianan bitterly scrunched up his small face, I don't want to be an alchemist anymore. Why? Duan Yuyang was puzzled. Because it costs money. Yan Tianan started counting with his fingers and grieved as if his heart was being stabbed with a knife. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Exploding the furnace was 40,000 gold, repairing the room costs 2,000 gold, Cost of the materials were our family contribution points, which was worth at least 200 gold. And my Jay even stuffed the medicinal pill into my mouth in the end. I'm not the least bit happy at all for the wool to cover the sheep. Duan Yuyong was instantly overjoyed. Let it be Ba, why don't you think about how many people can't even get a foundation stage pill no matter how hard they wish for one? And think properly about whether or not reaching your foundation stage or money is more important. Yan Tianan thought for a bit, earning money is still more important. Duan Yuyong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Can you have a little more ambition, Didi? Duan Yuyong said sadly, reaching the foundation stage means that you'll live to be 200 years old, and your strength would have improved by a large margin. With so much time, you will be able to do whatever you want and refine as many pills as you want. Yan Tianan felt like Duan Yuyong strangely made sense, and the thorn in his heart that resulted from suffering losses was naturally banished. The craftsmen had already taken their places on stage. Looking at them, there were a total of 25 craftsmen in 2 rows, and all of them were dressed in bright and beautiful attire. Craftsmen all had particularly unique interests. They liked hanging amazing-looking magic treasures on their clothes as accessories that could both act as offensive, defensive and auxiliary equipment and show off their status. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Not only did Yan Tianan notice this, but even Duan Yuyong could tell too. Duan Yuyong couldn't help but click his tongue. Doesn't your dage look a bit too shabby? I wouldn't be able to tell without this comparison, but now I understand why you're so insistent on earning money. Yan Tianan's heart ached in an instant and he felt depressed. Yeah, we're too poor. We already spent 2,000 gold on repairing the room today, and apparently the inn's boss had even given us a discount. Although the boss said that he didn't want anything, Lin Xuanji had forcibly stuffed the money into his hands. Yan Tianan trembled a lot as he calculated. He estimated that they only had a few pieces of gold in total left right now. Once Duan Yuyong heard that, he glanced at Yan Tianan. If you say that Lin Xuanji is poor, I can believe that. But you dare say you're poor? If he casually sold just any one of the equipment he adorned from head to toe, he would be able to earn a large sum. Yan Tianan felt even more sad at once. He sighed, what should I do? My dage really treats me too well. He left all the good equipment for me. If he isn't able to save up enough money to get a wife, what should we do? Duan Yuyong almost choked on his saliva. He coughed for half a day and stared at Yan Tianan speechlessly. You're actually concerned about the problem of your dage getting a wife? I won't talk about the others, but just based on your dage's face, his status, and his capabilities, wouldn't he be able to get a wife in just minutes? What do you know? Yan Tianan glanced at Duan Yuyong and continued to worry. Cultivators nowadays with a bit of background and capabilities are particularly arrogant and realistic. If my dage has no money and ends up as a broke craftsman, a lot of people will look down on him for sure. Duan Yuyong didn't know what to say for a moment. Wasn't Yan Tianan worrying too much in vain? Rest assured, even if your Jay has nothing, he will be able to find a wife for you. Duan Yuyong said. That's hard to say. Yan Tianan sighed again. Look at Han Yuran for example. Wasn't it because he looked down on my Jay that he ran away with Yuan Tianwen? Duan Yuyong. They were talking all fine and dandy, so why did he have to mention those 2 annoying people? Yan Tianan suddenly remembered something that he had almost forgotten, so he took out a medicinal pill bottle from his storage bag and handed it to Duan Yuyong. Yuyong Gerger, this is a medicinal pill I'm giving to you. It can clean the impurities in one's body, and is particularly good to use. Duan Yuyong took the bottle and looked at it, his eyelids twitching slightly. Where did you get this from? Someone else gave it to me. Don't ask about who gave it to me, I won't tell you anyway. Yan Tianan made a shutting up gesture. He thought about it for a bit, then pretended to say casually, oh yeah, have you heard? Yuan Tianwen has been in quite a miserable condition lately. Duan Yuyong's eyelids twitched. How miserable can he be? Every day he has people serving him good food and drinks, and he relies on his servant for all his eating, drinking and shitting. He's living a much better life than you. Don't forget, he's rich, you're poor. Yan Tianan, what happened to the talk about how money wasn't as important as one's cultivation? Although he felt like he had suffered quite a blow, Yan Tianan was insistent on doing his work after accepting money, so he said, Yuan Tianwen's cultivation level dropped by 1 layer. Oh, Duan Yuyong only replied with one word. Yan Tianan was stunned. Why is your reaction so mild? Duan Yuyong uttered a hng, then said as if he had grasped everything in his hands, his dad told you, right? Yan Tianan shut up and refused to answer that question. That must be it. Duan Yuyong continued by himself, you think I don't know? With the outlandish arts Yuan Tianwen cultivates, it won't be long before his cultivation falls, and after it falls, it would be even more stable and quick when he advances afterwards. It's no big deal. Yan Tianan's eyes widened in shock. There's such a cultivation art. There's even the Yuan word inscribed on the bottom of this bottle of yours. Do you think I'm stupid? Duan Yuyong continued saying sadly, you were bribed with just this little. At least ask for more. There is more. Yan Tianan felt very wronged. He's not that easy to bribe. Okay. What else is there? Duan Yuyong asked. Forged stones. Yan Tianan said, primary level, top grade, 100 of them. Duan Yuyong. He only realized now how terrifyingly rich Su Mo is. Duan Yuyong fell silent. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan waited for a while before asking, Yuyong Gerger, what are you thinking about? If you don't want to hear about Yuan Tianwen, I won't talk about him anymore in the future, and no matter how many benefits they offer me in the future, I won't accept them either. It's stupid to not accept benefits that others deliver right to your doorstep, okay? Duan Yuyong knocked on Yan Tianan's head. He stroked his chin and thought, bribe then bribe bah, no one's a saint anyway. Even he was moved after hearing about 100 top-grade primary-level forged stones, let alone Yan Tianan. Duan Yuyong sighed, I just suddenly realized something. What is it? Yan Tianan rubbed his head and asked. Why so many people are so desperate to marry into influential families? It's because they would be able to save on 100 years of struggling in just minutes, Duan Yuyong said ruefully. Yan Tianan said worriedly, Yuyong Gerger, don't tell me you want to marry into an influential family too, bah. You can't be corrupted by money. Duan Yuyong glanced at him askance. Marry, your ass. Your Yuyong Gerger was also born into an influential family and is someone who has seen the world. I won't think much of this small bribe he offered. Yan Tianan patted his chest and let out a prolonged breath. I'm relieved then. Duan Yuyong mulled it over. But if they were to give a little more? Yan Tianan's eyes widened as he stared at Duan Yuyong. Duan Yuyong smiled. I still wouldn't think much of it. I'm a man of integrity. Yan Tianan always felt like Duan Yuyong was indirectly trying to say that he has no integrity. On the stage, although the competition was about to start, Lin Xuanji's gaze would always calmly and leisurely drift over to Yan Tianan's side. In other people's eyes, he seemed to be very much at ease. Out of the 25 people there, the Bai family accounted for 8 of the participants, which was 1/3 of the total. Bai Susu was also among them. She glared at Lin Xuanji angrily and thought to herself that if it wasn't because of Lin Xuanji, 2 of her cousins wouldn't have been punished by young Master Bai and be unable to join the competition today. Bai Li Yunshin was secretly excited. This was his first time participating in this kind of craftsman competition, and he couldn't wait to show his skills. Bai Li Yunshin stood next to Lin Xuanji. He whistled at Lin Xuanji to attract his attention. Lin Xuanji looked at Bai Li Yunshin, using his gaze to ask, what's the matter? Bai Li Yunshin half covered his mouth and whispered, the one opposite you keeps glaring at you. Be careful. The competition venue for craftsmen was divided into 2 rows, there was a cattail hassock behind each craftsman. They weren't too far or near one another either, the space they had was just perfect for them to not disturb one another during crafting. Opposite Lin Xuanji stood a young man dressed in a sapphire blue craftsman robe. This person would look at Lin Xuanji once in a while with a cold glint in his gaze. Lin Xuanji cast a glance at him, then said to Bai Li Yunshin, thanks for the reminder. Bai Li Yunshin whispered, who's that? Do you know him? I don't, but I know his name. Lin Xuanji said, he's part of the Bai family, called Bai Honggu. Editor's little commentary. Only LXZ was dressed plainly among all the marriage candidates, but it only had his celestial beauty stand out even more, outshining all the others and making their lavish ornaments look gaudy and ostentatious. P. Chapter 184. Bai Li Yunhua. Bai Li Yunshin revealed a sneer that didn't match his age once he heard that. Him, from the Bai family. Watch how Xiao Yi screws him over later. Lin Xuanji. This hostile look seemed a bit off. Doesn't Bai Li Yunshin's elder brother want to help him go through the back door and send him to study under one of the Bai family's elders? Why does Bai Li Yunshin look so unfriendly when it comes to the Bai family? Lin Xuanji pondered for a bit, then said, make sure to put on a good display during the competition later. A few of the Bai family's elders from Sky Peak sector watching from the seats, so one of them may discover your potential and be willing to accept you as a disciple. Baili Yunshin almost jumped up. He said angrily, that's my second brother's own wishful thinking. I didn't want to put him in a spot, so I didn't oppose it when he talked about it to you that day. But I'll tell you the truth, I've never intended to become a disciple of those Bai dogs. Lin Xuanji could confirm now that Baili Yunshin wasn't targeting anyone from the Bai family specifically, but rather the entire Bai family. However, his second brother was quite insistent on sending this third brother to study under the Bai family. This contradiction is a little interesting. Lin Xuanji said, do you have some sort of misunderstanding about the Bai family? Their family's just trash. Baili Yunshin scolded with much disdain. I came today to give the Bai family a good, harsh slap in their faces. It would be best if I could make it such that they will never be able to make a comeback forever. Lin Xuanji. That may be a little difficult. Baili Yunshin was even prepared to pull Lin Xuanji to his side as an ally. Lin Dage, if you can get rid of all those people from the Bai family, I'll be your little brother. Lin Xuanji smiled lightly. Okay, what's difficult about that? It's a promise then. Baili Yunshin's eyes were particularly bright. It's a promise. Lin Xuanji thought that the Baili family must have spoiled this third child quite a bit. On the other side, Bai Susu, who was standing beside Bai Honggu, glared harshly at Lin Xuanji. She said to Bai Honggu, Honggu Gerger, the one opposite as Lin Xuanji. Yanwei Gerger and Hongfei Gerger got into trouble because of him. Bai Yanwei and Bai Hongfei were Bai Honggu's biological younger brothers. They were supposed to participate in this competition as well, and the three of them had planned to soar to fame here and become the focus of everyone's attention. But now all of that had been ruined by Lin Xuanji. Bai Honggu narrowed his eyes and said menacingly, don't worry, I'll definitely show him who's boss. Bai Susu warned, but Lin Xuanji won't be easy to deal with. He has a lot of tricks up his sleeves, you must be careful. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Bai Honggu sneered, do you think I'll be afraid of him? Watch Ba, I'll make him lose face for sure. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Baili Yunsong looked at Baili Yunshin on the stage, who wasn't behaving himself properly as he kept chatting with Lin Xuanji and waving his fist at the row of Bai family members opposite, then looked over at Sky Peak sect's side. He couldn't help but let his mouth twitch and say to the one beside him, Lao San is too unaware of the ways of the world. If he expresses his dissatisfaction with the Bai family so clearly, he will definitely be crossed out by the Bai family straight away. Ba. Then let them cross him out. Ma, what's the big deal about that? A family voice traveled over, and it even sounded a bit sloppy. Baili Yunhua patted Baili Yunsong's shoulder. One of my Dao friends who I cultivate with said that the 100 families gathering started, which was when I found out that you guys actually came to Sky Peak City. Why didn't you notify me of something so important? Isn't it cause we were afraid of getting in the way of Dage's cultivation? Baili Yunsong laughed. He was in a good mood after seeing his elder brother. Baili Yunhua squinted at Baili Yunshin, whose side was facing him, and smiled. Within the blink of an eye, Yunshin has grown up too. He still had a chubby little face the last time I saw him. Dage hadn't come home for too long. Baili Yunsong said. Yeah. Baili Yunhua thought about it for a bit and said with some dismay, if we were to count it, it should have been about 3 years. Baili Yunsong looked at his Dage, who was so skinny he looked just like a rack of bones now, and felt quite sour. He pondered, then said, Dage, that guy from the Bai family paid us a visit a few times in the past 2 years as he wanted to find you, but you weren't around, and you weren't contactable either. Baili Yunhua paused. He looked at Baili Yunsong. You're talking about Bai Kangshu? Yeah. Baili Yunsong nodded. Who else could it be aside from him? He's pretty persistent. Ah. Baili Yunhua couldn't help but click his tongue. Baili Yunsong asked, Dage, you really don't intend to see him? What's there to see? We already fell out so badly the last time. We might really end up fighting again if we were to see each other again. Yet Baili Yunhua smiled lightly. After all, I can't return him a younger sister no matter what. If our parents are willing to give birth to another younger sister, I would be willing to marry her off to him in a decade or two. Baili Yunsong couldn't hold it back. The corners of his mouth twitched violently. Dage, Although he just leaves without saying anything every time he comes, I could sense that he wasn't there to collect debts or for a younger sister. Bailey Yunsong said out of fairness. Then what did he go over for? Bailey Yunhua frowned. Don't tell me he wanted to hit me out of anger. Dage, could you dare to be a little more positive? He traveled thousands of miles to get to the Bailey family. Do you think that he did that just for a fight? Why couldn't he? Bailey Yunhua said with great emphasis, that pervert is too terrifying, you can't know what he's thinking about at all. Dage, if he appears at our house again in the future, just close the gates and don't let him in. Bailey Yunhua earnestly instructed, craftsmen can't be provoked, and Bai Kangshu is the most outstanding one to boot. I don't get why you want to let such an obedient child like Yunshin mingle with the Bai family. Dage, don't mention him anymore, otherwise I might get nightmares at night. Bailey Yunhua patted his chest. Bailey Yunsong looked at the tall and handsome man behind Bailey Yunhua, whose expression was as cold as frost, and suddenly felt like the world may be ending soon. He kept tossing Bailey Yunhua gazes again and again, looking as if he couldn't bear to continue watching any further. You've dreamed of me, the man spoke. Bailey Yunhua was stunned. He glared at Bailey Yunsong. Why didn't you tell me? Bailey Yunsong felt so wronged. Did you ever give me a chance to talk? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Bailey Yunhua glared at him harshly, tossing him a, I'll settle this with you next time, gaze, before putting on the most sincere of smiles on his face as he turned around to face Bai Kangshu, who was half a head taller than him. Craftsman Bai, long time no see. Bai Kangshu's expression was as cold as usual. He stared at him. You should call me elder by now. Bailey Yunhua's eyelids twitched. We haven't met for just 3 years, and yet you've already turned into an elder now. Bai Kangshu said, you lost this time. Bailey Yunhua wanted to scold someone, but after thinking about it, there wasn't anything worth scolding. He smiled kindly and said sincerely, congratulations, Elder Bai. Ever since the first day I met you, I knew you were someone with boundless prospects. You're probably the youngest elder ever in the history of Sky Peak Sect, right? Yes. Bai Kangshu nodded slightly. If you had been in Sky Peak Sect for the past 3 years, then it would have been difficult to tell who would have won or lost between us. I'm much worse compared to you. Bailey Yunhua smiled. My cultivation hasn't improved much these years, and I probably won't be able to match up to you in the future either. Bai Kangshu's gaze had already shifted from Bailey Yunhua's face to the competition venue. The craftsman competition has already begun, watch seriously Ba. Bailey Yunhua replied, there are so many rising stars in the Bai family, there are actually 8 participants from your family this time. Bai Kangshu looked at the third child from the Bailey family, then spent a long time looking at Lin Xuanji. Not many are worthy, even all of them added up together can't compare to that young man from the Lin family. Bailey Yunhua had just arrived at Sky Peak City, so he knew nothing about what had happened beforehand. Nevertheless, to receive such praise from Bai Kangshu made Bailey Yunhua extremely curious about him. The one from the Lin family. Bailey Yunhua had seen Lin Xuanji as well. That should be the one that used to be called the top cultivator in the past and future 500 years by Profound Sky Sect, Lin Xuanji, right? You know him? Bai Kangshu asked. How could I? I've never been to the East Continent, so I couldn't have had the opportunity to get to know him. Bailey Yunhua squinted and studied Lin Xuanji appreciatively, who was crafting skillfully. He's too well known. Do you still remember when we heard of the name, Yu Warong, making one forget immortals with just one look? We even discussed how good-looking and outstanding this person could be and now I've seen it for myself. Making one forget immortals with one look, indeed. Even if one has never seen Lin Xuanji before, one would know who he is with just one glance at him. Bailey Yunhua frowned again and said, puzzled, isn't he a sword cultivator? Why did he change his profession and started crafting instead? Bai Kangshu's gaze darkened slightly. Have you really been isolated from the world for the past few years? Yeah, I've been cultivating arrays in an old forest deep in the mountains and rarely left, so I know nothing about what was happening outside. Bai Kangshu only said after a long while, Lin Xuanji's Dantian was destroyed. He awakened his craftsman soulfire, so you could say that he had started halfway. Bailey Yunhua's eyes widened. He's that amazing? Bai Kangshu nodded. Very amazing. Bailey Yunhua glanced at Bai Kangshu askance. No matter how amazing he is, he shouldn't be able to match up to you Ba. That's hard to say. Bai Kangshu turned his head sideways and looked at Bailey Yunhua. If you was his younger brother, then you'd understand how terrifying his crafting skills now are. His younger brother, Bailey Yunhua asked, what does his younger brother have to do with crafting? His younger brother is equipped with at least 12 high-grade or top-grade magic tools. Bai Kangshu paused, then looked at Bailey Yunhua, just like you in the past. Bailey Yunhua was stunned at once. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Bai Kangshu had already turned back to continue spectating the competition. Evidently, he had no intention of continuing the conversation. Bailey Yunhua couldn't help but want to laugh bitterly. In the past he was also equipped with at least a dozen of high-grade and top-grade magic tools that Bai Kangshu had personally crafted. Within the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Although he had never seen Lin Xuanji's younger brother before, Bailey Yunhua thought that Lin Xuanji must love him a lot. On the stage, the crafting competition was in full swing. The craftsman competition rules were extremely simple. There was no elimination round, only rankings would be determined. After all, every craftsman, no matter their level, was an existence that people respected and yearned for. They couldn't even wait to ingratiate themselves with a craftsman, so no one would even think about eliminating any of them. In the first round of competition, they had to use the materials that were presented to them by the attendants. Craftsmen needed to select from no less than 10 kinds of materials that could be crafted into equipment, and then craft a magic tool. To ensure that a situation in which crafting would take 7 days would not occur, materials given by the competition each time wouldn't be too high-leveled, but it would be more strange and odd than usual. They would turn into ash if they were just slightly careless, and it was very easy to test how much control craftsmen had over their crafting process. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji just took one look at his materials before he knew that they were used to craft a compass auxiliary tool used to break through hallucination arrays. No one knew who came up with the theme, but in any case, out of the 25 participants, at least half of them didn't know how to craft it. Chapter 185. I can't compare to him. This part couldn't stump Lin Xuanji. He calmly and leisurely picked out the usable materials without even thinking and directly began to craft the equipment. As the first person to start crafting, Lin Xuanji naturally caused quite a stir once again. He's already found the materials. Lang Jishui sat in the spectators' seats, his eyes shining. Pretty incredible. Wang Fujin swept a glance over him, his expression somewhat dark and heavy. He found that ever since Lin Xuanji appeared, Lang Jishui would often mention this fellow to him. That was too much. Wang Fujin kept silent as he secretly observed Lin Xuanji. Now 10 craftsmen have found the correct materials. A craftsman elder from Sky Peak sect commented, including that Bai Honggu from the Bai family. Nonetheless, Bai Honggu is still one step behind Lin Xuanji. Another craftsman spoke. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji's hand seals seemed different from that of other participants. Bai Wuya stood behind Bai Yichin as he focused his entire attention on Lin Xuanji. After all, he was currently a dangerous individual, a ticking time bomb who can explode at any moment. Bai Wuya was very afraid that Lin Xuanji would stir up something big as soon as Bai Wuya relaxed his attention. Bai Yichin was also observing everyone's hand seals. With the 8 Bai family participants, even though their actual hand seals looked slightly different, one could still tell that those hand seals all originated from the same kind of technique. The other participants also had their own abilities, but Bai Yichin had basically seen all of their hand seals before. Lin Xuanji's hand seal was the only one that he had neither heard of nor seen before. It's a little interesting, Bai Yichin said. The person who taught him crafting is either an expert who has lived in seclusion for hundreds of years or someone from outside the 5 continents, with the latter being more likely. From outside, Bai Wuya paused, surprised. Correct, Bai Yichin replied lightly. I have never seen crafting hand seals like his before, and I've more or less seen all of the 5 continents' secret crafting manuals. Don't even mention the exact same techniques, there's nothing even remotely similar to those hand seals. Bai Wuya felt deep veneration for Lin Xuanji. This wasn't an ordinary kind of incredible anymore. The equipment crafting process was rather dull, but people still liked to watch others craft things while simultaneously scouting for craftsmen whom their families could use. While Lin Xuanji was in the middle of crafting, many people had already gone to the families with craftsmen to exchange sentiments and network in advance. The Lin family was no exception. However, in Lin Xuanji's absence, Lin Zeji took his place. According to Lin Xuanji's instructions, everything started with the foundations. Lin Zeji was a good player in this respect. Despite all kinds of embellished temptations and threats, Lin Zeji still remained unmoved as he maintained a prideful yet appropriate smile, skillfully and easily pushing back with his words. Half a day later, nobody was able to wring a single promise out of Lin Zeji's mouth, yet he was still able to coax everyone. Duan Yuyong listened from the side and couldn't help clicking his tongue in wonder. He secretly thought, Lin Zeji is pretty skilled as well. This kind of person will absolutely get full marks if he were left in charge of the Lin family's public relations. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Equipment crafting needed time. The organizers expected that it would take 2 hours, but someone finished crafting after only 1 hour. With a soft pong, a magic tool appeared in front of Bai Liyunshin. Ah, his heart really held malicious intentions. Bai Liyunshin secretly gritted his teeth as he surveyed his surroundings. 10 craftsmen had obviously never encountered the compass crafting process before, so they were currently still holding the materials while deep in thought, unable to start crafting at all. Looking at the Bai family's people again, they had all finished picking out the correct materials and were beginning to craft the compass. The forging stones used for crafting were all high-grade forging stones. The forging stones were suspended in midair in front of every craftsman, emitting a faint glossy luster as they continuously provided the equipment with spiritual chi from all angles. Lin Xuanji's speed wasn't fast, but he seemed to be very adept at crafting. To make a compass that could break through illusion arrays, one needed to use the forged engraving pen to engrave the marks of the 4 directions and instill soul force. Lin Xuanji had made second-hand preparations in advance and took out a seemingly ordinary forged engraving pen as he carved various patterns and symbols onto the compass with soul force and spiritual chi. His left hand maintained the hand seals at a constant speed without even the slightest deviation. Although the other craftsmen who were currently working on their magic tools couldn't see this scene, many disciples of major sects and elite families, who were sitting on the high platform spectating, saw it clearly. Let's not mention craftsman Lin's eccentric hand seals just yet, but look at the way he's making those hand seals. His hand seals are experienced and steady, and the fire's temperature is just right. This is by no means the ability of a person who only recently became a craftsman. An elder from Sky Peak sect held his beard. He turned to ask another Bai family craftsman sitting beside him, "What do you think?" The Bai family's craftsman shook his head. "If we're only looking at hand seals alone, then I'm afraid that he's been crafting for decades or even centuries. In fact, I'm afraid that even Bai Kangshu can't guarantee that his hand seals are steadier than Lin Xuanji's." All the sect elders who heard this couldn't help their astonishment. "I don't know much about crafting, but just by looking at the speed of his hand seals, I can guess that he's a very incredible craftsman." Bai Liyunhua narrowed his eyes. "In terms of hand seals, I can't compare to him." Bai Kangshu spoke. Bai Liyunhua was taken aback. Bai Kangshu was already one of the most talented craftsmen he had ever seen, but Bai Kangshu actually said that he wasn't as good as that youth. "He's only been crafting for a few months." "You've been crafting for nearly 30 years," Bai Liyunhua couldn't stop himself from saying. Some people, even after a century of practice, remain fickle and impatient, so they can't craft any good items. Bai Kangshu shrugged it off as though he didn't care whether someone was stronger than him or not. He continued lightly, "People have varying degrees of talent. This is the same for any path." Bai Liyunhua looked at him for a while and suddenly interjected, "You used to be very competitive and wanted to be the first in everything. The past you would never have made this kind of judgment about a younger generation." A self-deprecating smile seemed to float up from Bai Kangshu's stern face. "Probably because I later found that competing to win was the most dull and useless thing. It's better to use that time to cultivate instead." Bai Liyunhua touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. In the past, no one had ever competed with Bai Kangshu for first place before, so it was only he and Bai Kangshu who fought each other on various matters. But now, Bai Kangshu actually said it was dull and useless. Bitch it, his heart hurt. On stage, the second person who finished crafting appeared. The compass in front of Bai Honggu evidently looked more perfect than Bai Liyunshin's both in appearance and quality. Bai family's elders couldn't help nodding in satisfaction. Honggu has made considerable progress these past 2 years. Yeah, as long he doesn't make any mistakes this time, he will be able to enter Sky Peak sect to cultivate. That Lin Xuanji also looks like strong competition. But he doesn't seem very skilled in crafting illusion array compasses, so he can't increase his speed. Now that you pointed that out, it really seems so. Lin Xuanji's crafting speed really wasn't fast, so he was still crafting, even after more than 10 craftsmen had finished. The time was now limited to 1 hour, and the hourglass was almost finished. Duan Yuyong nervously squeezed Yan Tianan's hand. He won't go over time, right? His score will be scrapped if he exceeds the time limit. Yan Tianan, however, wasn't worried at all. Calm down. You can rest assured when my Dage does things. He definitely won't make mistakes. Lin Xuanji became the focus of everyone's attention. The bell signaling the end of the round rang within a moment after he finished the last stroke and leisurely withdrew his hand seals. The people who were on the edge of their seats were finally able to calm down. However, most people secretly shook their heads in their hearts. Lin Xuanji's speed was too slow. He'll lose unless he can craft higher-grade magic tools than the others. The judge was an elder from Sky Peak Sect's equipment branch and was also a craftsman. He walked onto the stage and spoke to the people below with a stern expression. The so-called magic tools mainly consist of 3 aspects: attack, defense, and auxiliary. I don't need to elaborate on their functions. The magic tool everyone crafted today is a compass that can break through illusion arrays. Now, we will begin to inspect the grades of the compasses. The gray-robed Taoist started his round according to the order the participants finished in and stopped in front of Bailey Yunshin. He picked up the compass and inspected it for a while. Mid-grade magic tool. It's not an easy feat to craft a magic tool of this level at your age, but it'd be even better if you were more steady when crafting. Bailey Yunshin nodded like an obedient child. Bai Honggu was the second person to finish. When the gray-robed Taoist picked up Bai Honggu's compass, his eyes lit up and his previously solemn face contained traces of a smile. He nodded in admiration. High-grade magic tool, and it possesses abundant soul force as well. A splendid result. There's nothing I can give guidance on. Bai family's craftsmen have always been reassuring. Many thanks for great master's advice. Bai Honggu immediately thanked, his expression full of humility. The gray-robed Taoist was even more satisfied. Bai family's participants were all extremely calm. Although they gained some honor just now, this kind of situation already seemed like a commonplace occurrence for them. It wasn't even worth mentioning at all. They would only be surprised if, in a particular 100 families gathering, they didn't get a score that effortlessly defeated their opponents' scores. Bai Honggu's heart was filled with pride and his gaze unintentionally swept towards Lin Xuanji, who was across from him. The provocation clear in his eyes. Lin Xuanji returned him a calm smile, the meaning of which eluded the onlookers. Bai Honggu's expression immediately darkened, and he thought with a sneer, no matter what, Lin Xuanji, you have already lost. The limit of primary level high-grade forged stones is high-grade magic tools. He can't craft higher-grade magic tools from that, and his speed, his can be considered rock bottom. Apart from Bai Honggu, no other craftsman was able to craft a high-grade magic tool. Moreover, with the exception of the Bai family craftsmen, who refined a few mid-grade magic tools, all the other craftsmen either didn't finish or only crafted low-grade items, but this was not surprising. Only Lin Xuanji's compass had yet to be inspected. Bai Honggu had already begun celebrating in advance. Even though Bai Susu only managed to craft a low-grade magic tool herself, she still said happily, Honggu Gerger, Lin Xuanji has been completely defeated by you. Bai Honggu said lightly, what is Lin Xuanji compared to me? He's just an unorthodox craftsman who switched to crafting halfway down the road. How dare he even try to compete with our orthodox Bai family? Bai Susu laughed, you're still the most incredible one. You're probably the leader of all the Bai family disciples still residing in the Bai family's residence right now. Bai Honggu really enjoyed hearing those words, so his expression looked very good as well. The gray-robed Taoist walked up to Lin Xuanji and swept him a glance. Your crafting speed was very slow. Was it because you are inexperienced, or because you did it on purpose? Lin Xuanji answered lightly, it's just a habit. The Taoist in a gray robe glanced at him, then picked up the palm-sized compass from the box in front of him. The gray-robed Taoist injected his soul force into the compass and judged its grade based on its effectiveness, as well as internal spiritual qi and soul force. After his soul force circulated once, the Taoist in a gray robe was stunned. He looked up at Lin Xuanji with suspicious eyes. He frowned in confusion, then soon re-inspected the compass. Chapter 186. Top-grade magic tool. Wasn't this re-inspection critical? The gray-robed Taoist almost lost his grip and threw out the compass. He quickly grasped the compass firmly and inspected it again, only to get the same result. But how was this possible? The gray-robed Taoist seemed to feel the Tao of Heaven's malice. With a complex expression halfway between astonishment and confusion, he asked carefully, "This little friend, how did you do it?" Lin Xuanji smiled, "You may as well inspect the pattern on this compass again." The gray-robed elder immediately looked down at the heavy compass in his hand. The compass was made using sunken stone as the basis. Although it was only the size of a palm, gold and silver lines were scattered on the surface like stars in the sky, crisscrossing each other. It looked like a series of lines made by the stars and had an air of otherworldly exquisiteness. These lines contained powerful soul force within them, but what shocked the gray-robed Taoist even more was that the composition and arrangement of the lines formed an array diagram that could break through illusion arrays. The gray-robed elder remained speechless. He looked at Lin Xuanji incredulously, his eyes full of disbelief. The spectators couldn't help but issue a rustle of voices. What happened on the stage? Why is that elder motionless in front of Lin Xuanji? I don't know, it's too far away to see. Maybe there's something wrong with his compass. On stage, Bai Susu asked, "Honggu Gerger, what happened? Could there be some problems with his compass?" Bai Honggu frowned. He suddenly had an ominous sense of foreboding. The gray-robed Taoist leveled a complicated gaze at Lin Xuanji. "Have you learned forged engraving and upgrading via fusion forging?" Lin Xuanji nodded. Elder is indeed experienced and knowledgeable. It is indeed forged engraving and fusion forging upgrade. The gray-robed Taoist asked, "Who did you learn from?" "This." Lin Xuanji answered with some embarrassment, "The person who taught me is unwilling to let others know his identity. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." The gray-robed Taoist didn't make things difficult for him either. He nodded, "I understand." The audience under the stage suddenly became dead silent. After the silence, an uproar erupted. "How's that possible? Those forged stones were all high-grade ones. Theoretically, it's impossible to craft a magic tool that's a higher grade than the forged stone. Yeah, I still know the most basic principles of crafting even if I'm not a craftsman. It shouldn't be that everyone actually used different forged stones. Did they find the problem?" All kinds of doubts were voiced out from all directions. The gray-robed Taoist gave a cold HNG and raised his voice, "All of you can send someone to check the true grade of the forged stones." As for the grade of this compass, the gray-robed Taoist turned to all the sect elders in the spectating seats. This should not be a problem with the forged stone. Moreover, an array that can reverse the flow of illusion arrays was engraved onto the surface of this compass. This, in addition to the pure soul force and special crafting methods, allowed the compass to surpass the limits of the forged stones and jump a grade to become a top-grade item. All the people from the 5 great sects were extremely astonished, but this gray-robed Taoist was a very authoritative treasure appraiser who had never made a single mistake. Not just the audience members who were eating melon seeds and watching the good show, but even the craftsmen of the 5 great sects were all dumbfounded. What in the world is this? An illusion array was added to the compass. Did I hear wrong? How could this be possible? To add an illusion array, the craftsman must be an array master as well, and his soul force must reach a certain level. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. It can't be that Lin Xuanji himself is actually an array master as well. Once this remark was made, the entire audience fell into a confused silence. It can't be that Lin Xuanji's mother was an array master. If that was really true, then the Tao of Heaven was too unreasonable. It shouldn't be. The person who spoke carried a strong sense of self-doubt at those words. It should be impossible. Outside, Lin family's people all stared at Yan Tianan with searching eyes. Duan Yuyong hooked his arm around Yan Tianan's neck in one go. "Good brat, your Dage is an array master. You actually hid this kind of important information from me for this long. Are we still brothers?" Yan Tianan also had a dumbfounded expression and said innocently, "But I also didn't know that my Dage has talent in crafting arrays either. He never told me about it and never showed any talent in this field either." "That's strange." Duan Yuyong frowned. "Lin Xuanji probably wouldn't hide it from you." Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji and thought that he looked taller than he did this morning. He blinked. "Just ask when my Dage comes down from the stage." Bai Honggu's face became ugly to the extreme as he watched Lin Xuanji effortlessly grab everyone's attention. Using high-grade forged stones to make top-grade magic tools, This was already an unreasonable occurrence, but Lin Xuanji actually accomplished this within the short span of 2 hours, and even had time to engrave an illusion array onto the compass with his forged engraving pen. However, no matter how much he wanted to deny the situation, the reality was right in front of him. The magic tool that Lin Xuanji had crafted indeed had the highest grade out of everyone here. Lin Xuanji firmly won the first round of the competition. In the instant when the result was announced, Bai Honggu clenched his fist tightly as blue veins bulged from his head. He gnashed his teeth in hatred and felt deeply humiliated. A no-name newbie craftsman actually dared to suppress him, a person ranked within the top 10 in the line of Bai family's successors and the leader of his generation, in such a public competition and steal his limelight. It was a direct insult and provocation to him. Bai Susu bit her lower lip in jealousy. This Lin Xuanji is really too fond of showing off. Crafting is crafting, why did he need to add more unnecessary embellishments? We're competing in crafting, not crafting arrays. Bai Honggu lightly swept her a glance. From now on, his limelight will be exhausted. Bai Susu was stunned and spoke happily soon after. Does Honggu Gerger have any ideas? Bai Honggu coldly curled his lips. You'll just have to wait and see. How can our Bai family be oppressed by a no-named generation from a third-class family? Bai Susu's envy abated a little. Yeah, Honggu Gerger must not underestimate Lin Xuanji. In the past, when he was in the Lin family, he was very skilled in resorting to dirty tricks and malicious schemes in the dark. The second round immediately began as soon as the first round concluded. The first round's compass was a defensive item used to break through illusion arrays, but the second round had higher standards and required the craftsmen to craft attack weapons instead. Attack weapons were the hardest to craft for craftsmen because they had to possess a sharp soulfire and powerful soul force in order to craft the most lethal and destructive attack weapon. However, all the craftsmen were stunned when they saw the materials presented to them. Right next to the materials needed to craft attack weapons were some broken attack weapons. There were broken swords, polearms with missing pieces, and even an iron fan with a broken bamboo strip. A longsword that had already lost its luster was placed in front of Lin Xuanji. The previous owner of this sword was unknown, and it was actually broken in the middle. The sword edge was lined with little nicks caused by intense clashes of weapons in close-quarter combat. They were in all shapes and sizes, deep and shallow, thick and thin. The sword looked scarred and pitiful. Lin Xuanji raised his hand and gently stroked the body of this longsword. Top-grade magic tool. Lin Xuanji had already judged its grade with ease when his soul force scanned the sword's body. To be able to wear out a sword until it looked like this, Lin Xuanji admired the original owner. Let's try something new for the second round of the competition. Wang Fujin, who doubled as both the second round's host and judge, stood in the center of the platform. He looked around at the remaining 12 craftsmen and curled his lips upward. The past 100 families' gatherings have asked craftsmen to craft a new magic tool, but this time, we hope to see craftsmen repair and reforge these treasures, which are already broken and can no longer be used properly. Reforge them. Bai Li Yunshin couldn't help furrowing his brows. I haven't learned that yet. That's usually a subject that only craftsmen above the teal soul level can touch. You're joking, right? The crafting process can be divided into 3 types: first crafting, then forging and upgrading, and lastly reforging. Among them, crafting was the easiest and most simple. Forging and upgrading meant using the original item as the base to add new features to the item or further stabilize its properties. On the other hand, reforging was used when the treasure was damaged, eroded, or turned into a pile of scrap metal. The craftsman would use some new materials consistent with the weapon's original style and attributes in order to turn this trash into a treasure again. However, this situation rarely occurred. After all, the requirements for craftsmen were very high because craftsmen needed to have a complete understanding of the treasure's attributes and structure, then send their soul force and spiritual chi into the item, which was equivalent to understanding another person's style using the item as basis and imitating it. Secondly, the majority of treasures that have been reforged would not have higher levels than the original. Therefore, unless this magic weapon was of vital importance to someone, no one would ever reforge abandoned magical weapons. As a result, beginner craftsmen will rarely come into contact with this crafting method at the outset. The remaining 12 craftsmen all looked towards Wang Fujin. Bai Honggu felt reluctant. Even when I was in the Bai family, I seldom came into contact with reforging. Bai Susu nodded. Isn't this too difficult? Wang Fujin, however, grinned with deep meaning. Don't look at me. This wasn't my idea but a suggestion put forth by your Bai family's young master. Bai Honggu only felt that that disabled young master of theirs, whose shadow couldn't even be seen usually but could always find ways to make things difficult for them at critical moments, loved to screw with people. It really was whatever he thinks, goes. He really was too unbridled and wanton in his actions. Chapter 187. Malicious scheme in the dark. Bai Susu was extremely fearful of Bai Yichen, so she didn't dare to say anything more as soon as she heard his name. Bai Honggu also remained silent. Although reforging wasn't his strength, as a member of the Bai family, and especially a member of the more valued portion, he had naturally practiced reforging before, so he could still compete with the others. Moreover, attack weapons that required reforging were more prone to causing uncontrollable and unpredictable accidents in the crafting process. Even if someone was accidentally injured or killed, it wouldn't be anything out of the ordinary. Since the remaining 6 Bai family craftsmen on stage didn't put forth any opinions, the others would naturally not say much either. The majority of craftsmen looked to the Bai family as the authority on crafting. Wang Fujin secretly thought that this Bai family's young master, who rarely ever made an appearance, indeed held an extraordinary and supreme position within the Bai family. He gave out a competition topic so difficult that even a layman like Wang Fujin felt that this was too inconceivable, yet these Bai family craftsmen actually didn't even dare to make a single objection. He clicked his tongue in admiration. Someday, when he had time, he would go to this Bai family's young master to ask for some advice on releasing such a sovereign and imposing aura without even needing to be angry. Wang Fujin deliberately spoke to Lin Xuanji. If craftsman Lin has any opinions, let's hear them. Lin Xuanji thought in his heart, the content of this competition was obviously determined already, so there's no way anything would be changed just because of a single disagreement from him. Clearly, Wang Fujin still has a bone to pick with him. So Lin Xuanji calmly replied, I have only one question. Let's hear it. Wang Fujin's eyes twinkled slightly. He waited for Lin Xuanji to express his dissatisfaction so that Wang Fujin could grab onto that opening and mercilessly slap his face with it. These days, he didn't know whether Lang Jishui had fallen under an enchantment or some other form of possession, but he unexpectedly brought up Lin Xuanji's name multiple times without rhyme or reason, which infuriated Wang Fujin so much that his lungs were about to burst from anger. Lin Xuanji didn't express any dissatisfaction, as if he had seen through Wang Fujin, and instead asked, I want to know if these broken treasures are completely destroyed in our hands, will we have to provide compensation? Wang Fujin glared at Lin Xuanji as the corners of his lips twitched, of course not. The Wangfu family has not yet reached the point where we can't even afford to part with these few items. It seemed that these treasures, which were close to becoming complete trash, were sponsored by the Wangfu family. Then what if they were successfully reforged? Lin Xuanji continued to ask, would the items belong to us, or to the Wangfu family? Wang Fujin stood with both his hands clasped behind his back and looked askance at Lin Xuanji as he spoke with some disdain. As I said, the Wangfu family hasn't yet reached the point where we can't even afford to part with these few items. Lin Xuanji turned a blind eye to it, as if he hadn't seen Wang Fujin's contempt and the laughter coming from the audience below. He nodded, in that case, I can rest assured. Wang Fujin's eyelids twitched. Rest assured? What are you rest assured about? How come I suddenly don't feel assured? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Regardless of whether Wang Fujin felt assured or not, Lin Xuanji had already thrown out the forged stones he prepared in advance when the hourglass began to count down, simultaneously using his soul force to lift up the broken longsword and starting to form his hand seals. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Wang Fujin wanted to rush over and take back the broken sword, but his reasoning was still there. He fought back the strong urge and took a deep breath to calm down. Like hell he could calm down. He's probably the most nervous person on the stage right now. Not one of, but the most. Bailey Yunshin was so agitated that he scratched at his head. He had never done anything like this before and couldn't find anything even after probing with his soul force. Ordinary mortals' swords and spears could be forged by hammering away at the metal, but cultivators' treasures required vigorous refinement by soul force and various exquisite craftsmanship techniques in order to be crafted. Bailey Yunshin tried again and again, but when this treasure with only a broken section of bamboo strip released a cock-a-bang sound, it finally completely turned into a pile of gray ash and wasted materials, and only then did Bai Yunshin stop as he scratched his head and guiltily touched his nose. Bai Yunshin subconsciously glanced down towards the audience, only to see his Dage looking at him with a smile and subtly nodding his head in praise. Bai Yunshin suddenly seemed as though he had been shot full of chicken blood and proudly raised his head. Wasn't it just a treasure that had already been broken? If it's destroyed, then just let it be destroyed. In any case, his family didn't hold any high expectations of him anyways. Bai Yunshin turned to study Lin Xuanji beside him with this thought in mind. For Lin Xuanji, reforging wasn't difficult at all. In his past life, in order to successfully repair the revert world mirror that had been broken and unrepaired for innumerable years, he had practiced reforging on countless broken treasures. It could be said that in the dull 1,000 years of his past life, he had crafted very few treasures himself, but he had reforged and repaired a higher number of treasures. The rules of this round coincidentally suited his strengths perfectly. Lin Xuanji deftly held the forged engraving pen as he picked out those fine slivers of spiritual and soul force little by little and covered the materials necessary for repair with them. He then drew, piece by piece, the materials that had been refined into liquid over to the places where the longsword was nicked and used his soul force to press it into a solid state. The small cracks and nicks were considered repaired and looked completely intact from the outside. The forged stones continued to emit spiritual qi. After he repaired the details, Lin Xuanji began to repair the biggest problem with this longsword, the sword body that had completely broken into two pieces. For this kind of attack weapon that had already completely broken into two parts, Lin Xuanji preferred to melt the entire sword down before crafting it again. However, his current conditions inevitably didn't allow for the sword to be melted down. Therefore, Lin Xuanji could only step back and settle for the second best method. He directly picked up a piece of the exact same material used for the body of the sword and started to refine it. Bai Yunshin watched with keen interest and couldn't help but wonder, why not use a kind of tree resin? Tree resin has the strongest adhesive force. Interrupting a craftsman in the middle of crafting was the most taboo mistake. As such, both the people on stage and off stage maintained absolute silence. So, when Bai Yunshin opened his mouth, it appeared a little abrupt. He also realized what he had done and immediately stuck his tongue out in guilt, then closed his mouth. But who knew that Lin Xuanji didn't mind at all and even opened his mouth to reply. Even though tree resin has good adhesion, it's better to not use it on attack items, especially on this kind of slender and long weapon. Lin Xuanji's clear voice contained a touch of gentleness as he continued pleasantly. First, it's easy to have a situation where the materials are uneven. As for the second, how about the second reason? Bai Yunshin asked longingly. Others also perked up their ears in anticipation. He. Lin Xuanji smiled. Secondly, don't you think that after the tree resin is refined into it, the circle of white marks it leaves behind looks particularly ugly? Bai Yunshin, I'm speechless. The spectators fell down as well. This was the first time they heard this kind of reasoning. Bai Honggu sat opposite Lin Xuanji. As he was refining, he opened his eyes and looked at Lin Xuanji, who was talking and laughing with Bai Yunshin. A defiant impulse that wanted to knock Lin Xuanji down the stage suddenly arose within his heart. This person was too good at finding opportunities to show off. It looked like he wasn't fazed at all by the topic of reforging treasures. If he allowed this development to continue, then he was afraid that the Bai family would lose a lot of face this time. Bai Honggu couldn't sit still anymore. Out of all the Bai family disciples with actual strength, only he alone participated in this 100 families gathering. As for the others, including Bai Susu, although they looked like strong craftsmen in the eyes of outsiders, Bai Honggu knew that their strength within the Bai family was third class at most. The Bai family felt that it was beneath their dignity to participate in the 100 families gathering, which seemed as if they were merely babysitting the other families, but they also needed to take advantage of this opportunity to show off the Bai family's strength, so they always had to send several people on stage. In the past 100 years, the Bai family had always been the indubitable and well-deserved champion in this kind of competition among craftsmen, and they could even throw the others off by a large distance. However, Bai Honggu had a feeling that today, the glory of the Bai family was about to become a relic of the past. Bai Honggu gritted his teeth as his heart sank in determination. No matter whether he was thinking with emotions or logic, and no matter what means he used, he absolutely couldn't let his name go down in history as the sinner who lost the Bai family's glory. Therefore, Bai Honggu thought of a sinister move. When crafting, it was easy for situations where the soul force or spiritual chi couldn't be properly withdrawn or controlled to occur, which could cause the magic treasure being refined to suddenly fly towards other directions. In these situations, accidental injuries or property damage were very likely. Bai Honggu opened his eyes and signaled with his eyes to a younger Bai family pupil, who was diagonally opposite of him and on Lin Xuanji's other side. The younger Bai family disciple immediately understood and subtly nodded to Bai Honggu. Rest assured, Bai Honggu closed his eyes again and once again focused all of his attention on reconnecting the pieces of his weapon. Boundless soul force was poured into the broken knife with great momentum. In the process of crafting, the knife possessed a certain degree of tolerance for the boundlessly amplified soul force, but the knife in Bai Honggu's hands was only a mid-grade magic tool, so it had less tolerance for soul force. As long as there is no Lin Xuanji, he will probably be the only one in this competition who can successfully reforge an attack weapon. Bai Honggu waited for his accomplice to take action. Some craftsmen were grimacing with long faces while scratching at their heads in an attempt to reforge. Some craftsmen were carefully repairing the damaged spots. And there were also some who actually closed their eyes and sensed with their soul force as they used the repair materials to patch up the damage bit by bit. All of a sudden, they heard the sound of a terrible explosion, and dozens of forged stones with a broken knife that had yet to lose its sharpness mixed and spun in the air and unexpectedly flew directly towards Lin Xuanji's head, swept along by gales sharp enough to sever the air. Ah! Someone cried out in alarm. Lin Xuanji was currently in a state of extreme meditation and had already released his soul force to the maximum. If he was interrupted at this time, he wouldn't be able to withdraw his internal soul fire and restrain his soul force, which could very likely cause a terrible backlash to him, and this wasn't even the most worrying. When a craftsman wholeheartedly devotes himself to refining, he will be entirely unaware of his surroundings. There had once been rumors of a craftsman who was crafting in the mountains, year after year. When he finally succeeded in refining a great treasure and laughed hysterically as he came out of the mountain, he discovered that the blue sea had transformed into mulberry fields several times over. Bai Honggu looked at the scene opposite of him and couldn't help but curl up his lips. He waited for Lin Xuanji to suffer a backlash from his soul force or for his head to be cut off. However, something that no one expected happened. Lin Xuanji, who originally had both his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, as if he had sensed something. His clear and penetrating eyes, which seemed to see through the true situation, was cold-hearted and merciless, resembling a pool of stagnant water without any fluctuations. His eyes contained an eerie chilliness within them, which made those who gazed into them feel the frigid cold. Originally, his left hand was making hand seals while his right hand held the forged engraving pen, tracing the fractured location. Within the span of milliseconds, Lin Xuanji's right hand released the forged engraving pen, and his left hand began to make hand seals after that. With his right hand, he grabbed a handful of forged stones scattered about beside him and, without looking sideways, abruptly threw them with his soul force. The 7 or 8 forged stones seemed as though they had eyes of their own as they whizzed towards the broken knife's direction simultaneously. Chapter 188. By family elder. There was a chang sound as the forged stones clashed with the broken knife and sharply twisted its direction. The killing weapon that was originally flying towards Lin Xuanji's head suddenly changed its direction and flew straight at Bai Honggu, who was opposite Lin Xuanji. Its power didn't diminish and even exerted a heavy pressure. Bai Honggu had no experience in countering flying objects while crafting. He watched the broken knife flying towards his eyes in horror. Aghast, he hurriedly tried to pull back his soul force. However, he still couldn't respond fast enough. Bai Honggu couldn't afford to care about his incomplete magic tool anymore. He forcibly cut off the output of his soul force and rolled away on the spot. With a swish, the broken knife grazed Bai Honggu's neck. Bai Honggu spat out a mouthful of blood from the backlash of his soul force. His whole body felt as though it had been tightly bound by innumerable ropes and he wanted to roll on the spot. The backlash from their own soul force will cause great damage for craftsmen. Everything on the platform descended into chaos. The Bai family members rose from their seats. Even Wang Fujin, who had already withdrawn from the stage, had a frozen expression. There was no need for Wang Fujin to even open his mouth. The Bai family had already sent people over to carry the injured back for treatment. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. The Bai family disciple who originally planned to take action against Lin Xuanji collapsed to the ground at once, his face deathly pale. Dumbfounded, he blanched as he watched Lin Xuanji, who was sitting beside him, returned to having his left hand make hand seals while he held the forged engraving pen with his right hand. Lin Xuanji closed his eyes, his flawless profile conveying an elegance that didn't belong to the mortal world. He seemed like this wasn't of any concern to him, as if the scene just now didn't affect him at all. The younger Bai disciple swallowed hard. Lin Xuanji had already become a demon in his eyes. Involuntarily, fear arose within his heart. Bai Li Yunshan seemed dazed. After a good while, he put the magic weapon that he almost threw out back into his storage bag. Bai Li Yunshan touched his nose, and his eyes, which were gazing at Lin Xuanji, lit up with a bright light, like a little puppy who saw steamed meat buns. If that top-grade magic compass was only able to make people feel that Lin Xuanji was experienced and knowledgeable, then his earlier response to the crisis had clearly completely won over the majority of the spectators. For the next 2 hours, nobody paid any attention to the movements of other craftsmen. Their eyes remained glued to Lin Xuanji, intently recording his every move and observing his difficult-to-imitate hand seals. Some people only thought that looking at him warmed their hearts and pleased their eyes and that they would never tire of watching him. Lin Xuanji's speed remained neither fast nor slow and could even be called somewhat lazy. Before long, the other craftsmen on stage either gave up or had almost finished repairing the treasures in their hands. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Quite a few among them began to take advantage of their close proximity to Lin Xuanji to simply sit in their original locations and observe him crafting. He, GJWCCWP YLCVBGTJIIEMLCJALCU. Craftsman Soulfire, that's an actual craftsman Soulfire. Hiss, oh my Tao of heaven, this is too fricking heaven-defying. A materialized crafting Soulfire. Duan Yuyong seemed as though he had been shot full of chicken blood as he suddenly seized Yan Tianan and shook him excitedly. What in the world is your dage? Ha ha ha, he's so shameless, he even brought out the craftsman Soulfire. Does he not want others to live anymore? Does he dare to even leave the other craftsmen with some way to live? Bitch, he shook Yan Tianan until his head spun from dizziness, but Yan Tianan was still pleasantly surprised. His dage was indeed the most incredible craftsman under the sky. Several Bai family elders couldn't help but look at each other and saw the deep helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. I'm afraid that within the next century, if nothing unexpected occurs, the crafting Dao on the entire 5 continents will be dominated by this Lin Xuanji alone. He's so young, only 16 or 17, and still in the 5th stage Soulfire, but he can already bring his Soulfire out of his body to melt and purify the treasure. This child's talent is monstrous and not something that ordinary people can compare to at all. Terrifying, really too terrifying. The Bai family elders discussed. After a while, one elder asked, in the past, wasn't there a Bai family descendant who married into the Lin family? Another elder nodded and said hesitantly, she should be called Bai Ling and is a granddaughter of Old Four's lineage. That's her. That Bai family elder sighed. Send someone to tell her that she must never go against this craftsman Lin and to take advantage of her proximity to such a powerful person to obtain his favor and build a good relationship with this craftsman. A younger elder from the Bai family suddenly had an unhappy expression, feeling that they had been insulted. He frowned. Him being incredible is one matter, but why should we flatter him? The Bai family is not without powerful craftsmen either. Our younger generation is just a little worse. This kind of flattery is too cheap. What does a brat like you know? The oldest elder in Bai family smiled wryly as he shook his head. Do you think he is just a strong craftsman? Isn't that right? What else does he want to do? No matter how incredible he is, Lin Xuanji is still only one person. Our Bai family is an entire clan. It's not difficult to silence him. Silence your ass. Another Bai family elder suddenly blew up in anger and hated how this immature lump of iron couldn't become steel faster as he gave the younger elder's head a hard knock. He curled up his beard as he explained, can you still not see it? This person, Lin Xuanji, has been able to materialize his Soulfire for a long time, but did anyone know about it before? No, he's in the process of reforging now and doesn't need to take out his Soulfire to help with crafting at all, so why would he have to make such a brilliant performance? The younger elder experienced a flash of inspiration, then answered hesitantly, it can't be. He wants everyone to see it. The older elder nodded with great approval. There is no better opportunity to reveal one's talents, nor a more influential event, than today's 100 Families gathering. It seems that this little friend Lin is very ambitious. The little elder was stunned. it can't be that he wants to trample our entire Bai family underfoot. But this is overestimating his own capabilities way too much. The oldest elder took a deep breath. Nobody currently knows what he wants, but we will find out soon. After the oldest elder finished speaking, he looked towards the second elder beside him. The second elder helplessly added, I'm most worried that he'll take this opportunity to step on our Bai family's face right now and say that we have no successors while our younger generation lacks discipline, which will be detrimental to the Bai family's reputation. The young elder rolled up his sleeves as he gritted his teeth. If he dares to do so, then I'll send people to teach him a lesson so that he'll know his place. HMPH. An elder who rarely spoke till now gave a cold snort and spoke in an ill-humored tone, so certain. Bai family youngsters won't lack discipline if Lin Xuanji doesn't say it. Who taught them this malicious and vicious method of stabbing people in the dark? This entire fiasco has become a dark history that can't be spread out. Losing all of my Bai family's old face, the younger generation really can't compare to the older generations anymore. Of course, he was clearly referring to the young Bai disciple just now who tried to make Lin Xuanji experience an accident. Several Bai family elders immediately sank into silence. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. It was fortunate that this kind of thing can be called an accident, or else the Bai family really would lose all its face this time. The youngest elder asked cautiously, Third brother, why are you so frank? Why don't we just overlook this kind of event that can easily cause disharmony and drop the topic? The elder whom the young elder called third brother immediately felt distressed. What kind of thing is this? Playing a malicious trick in the dark but being countered anyways, and he even hurt his own people by mistake. He lacks the ability but still wants to use this kind of scheme. He really made a fool of himself. Several Bai family elders couldn't help but glance at each other and saw the helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. Although the method was dirty, it could still be said to be smart. It's just that the opponent was too strong, so no crafty plot could hide itself in front of Lin Xuanji. The idiom tried to steal the chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it perfectly described these Bai family youngsters. Why has nobody asked about that youngster's injuries? The oldest elder frowned with dissatisfaction. Even if Bai Honggu wasn't part of the main branch, he was still a disciple of the Bai family. What were these people trying to say, being so concerned about Lin Xuanji? With a face laden with grief, second elder answered, he forcibly cut off his soul force in the middle of crafting and suffered backlash from both his soul force and spiritual qi. This result is within our expectations and is not impossible to treat, but... Second elder paused and sighed, I'm just afraid that Lin Xuanji will hold a grudge on their side. They plan to cover up the younger generation's folly and treat the entire affair as an accident. Besides, nobody could come up with evidence that the little fool had been deliberately trying to kill someone. In addition, the Bai family represented authority, so no one would deliberately make enemies of the Bai family over this. However, that nobody certainly didn't include the victim himself, Lin Xuanji. Even if the scheme didn't succeed, it was still nowhere near enough to erase the fact that Bai Honggu had plotted against Lin Xuanji's life. Why had Lin Xuanji suddenly materialized his soulfire and shown the public a part of his demonic talent? Perhaps it was to recruit forces by attracting strong cultivators from the major families and sects in order to form a protective and confrontational force to stand on equal ground with the Bai family and then retaliate in revenge. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. The mood of the Bai family elders immediately fell into a dark and gloomy state. They seemed to have already seen the scene of Lin Xuanji suppressing and provoking the Bai family from all directions after recruiting enough forces. Why don't, the youngest elder suggested hesitantly, we talk to young master. He seems to have some friendship with Lin Xuanji. I think you want to die. The oldest elder rolled his eyes at him. The young master hates this kind of despicable act the most. Besides, his health is not good, and he's busy with many family affairs every day. To inconvenience him with such trifles, have you no shame? The young elder hurriedly shook his head. Although Bai Yichen always spoke in a leisurely and composed manner, his smile like the spring breeze, every time the youngest elder saw him, he always had an urge to run away with his tail between his legs. Some people possessed inherently strong and imposing auras that couldn't be covered up by simply sitting in a wheelchair. The little elder dismissed the idea of finding Bai Yichen. If he could help it, he didn't want to see this young master who often appeared unpredictably, was shrouded in mystery, and held a supreme and untouchable position within the Bai family. The oldest elder muttered to himself irresolutely for a moment, then made up his mind. That Lin family's younger generation who lived with the Bai family a few days ago should have some blood ties with both the Bai and Lin families, shouldn't he? When one of the Bai family's children reached 100 days old, he even gifted the child quite a high-quality rattle drum. It looked like a rattle drum but was actually a high-grade defense treasure. The gifter could be said to be full of sincerity and creativity. Second elder nodded. Yes, that's Bai Ling's son. Bai Ling married into the Lin family a few years ago. That boy and Lin Xuanji are also from the same branch, so their relationship shouldn't be too distant. The youngest elder suddenly thought of something. That rattle drum should also be Lin Xuanji's work. That's right. Second elder nodded. The technique was sophisticated, and the strength was applied evenly. I can't pick out any flaws. All of a sudden, as though blessed by luck, they seemed to have understood something. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. The youngest elder and second elder glanced at each other as they spoke simultaneously. Good opportunity. This was actually the first time Lin Zeji met all the Bai family elders. While Lin Xuanji was still crafting on stage, Lin Zeji had already been cordially invited to the spectating platform on the mountain by the Bai family's people. Chapter 189, How to Punish Him. Several Bai family elders were present. They had originally intended to hold the fort for the 100 families gathering and sit in the spectators' platform for only a short while before leaving. However, no one expected that such a monster would emerge during this 100 families gathering. Lin Zeji felt as though he was floating. He politely saluted the row of 4 Bai family elders. Seniors. The youngest elder asked, "You are Bai Ling's son?" Lin Zeji paused before replying, "Yes." The youngest elder nodded. "What's your relationship with Lin Xuanji?" Lin Zeji thought, as expected, they want to ask about Lin Xuanji. "He's my cousin. His father is my father's younger brother." Lin Zeji told them honestly. The youngest elder's eyes brightened. This feeling was good. Their relationship was quite close, and they're both from the main branch, so Lin Zeji's words should hold more weight to Lin Xuanji. "Since your relationship is quite good, you can go scout out his intentions later." The youngest elder shook his head this way and that, as if he was enacting a play. "You saw that some unexpected accidents happened to the Bai family disciple just now, but, even though it was an accident, my Bai family is no shrinking tortoise. We are willing to give him some compensation to appease him." Lin Zeji was finally able to understand what these Bai family elders actually meant. Lin Zeji didn't see the younger generation Bai family disciple deliberately attack Lin Xuanji and really thought that an uncontrollable accident had occurred. He naturally nodded. "Later, when Xuanji comes down, I will pass on senior's message to him. You can rest assured that Xuanji is not a petty and narrow-minded person. Since it was an accident, he naturally won't dwell on it. However, this was not an accident, and those in the know all understand that. As the target of the malicious scheme, Lin Xuanji's heart must be very clear on this. The Bai family elders also had this same thought in their hearts. However, now that the matter had developed this far, they could only make up for it but couldn't admit it. The oldest elder spoke with profound meaning. Our intention to compensate him must be properly conveyed. We are willing to give him more compensation. It was good as long as he doesn't stir up trouble for the Bai family. Zeji felt that something was wrong, but since the Bai family was so sincere, he naturally nodded. Then I would like to thank all seniors in Xuanji's place. Thus, the extremely sensible Lin Zeji was highly praised by all 4 elders, and they dragged him into a long-winded and pointless conversation about insignificant daily household matters, then generously gave him some life-saving magic treasures before finally letting him go. Even when descending the mountain, Lin Zeji still didn't understand why those 4 main branch Bai family elders, whose pride were rumored to be higher than the sky and who never cared much about the younger generation's affairs, were so amiable and down-to-earth today. The wind blade swept out and cut down an ancient tree in the distance squarely the middle. A thunderous cheer issued from the audience below, and even the 5 great sects were influenced by the atmosphere as many disciples applauded. The result of the competition was self-evident. Even if Wang Fujin held some selfish opinions and ideas regarding Lin Xuanji, at this time, he had to admit that Lin Xuanji was a genius. "How does it feel?" Lin Xuanji asked. "It feels more or less the same as when I used it in the past." Wang Fujin replied expressionlessly. Lin Xuanji, however, remained calm and unruffled in the face of such chaos as he smiled. "Only, more or less the same." Wang Fujin, bitch, why did he feel that launching his spiritual qi and sword techniques became much smoother and that the attack was also more concentrated and powerful than before? Wang Fujin resisted the urge to roll his eyes and grumpily admitted, "It's stronger and easier to use." Lin Xuanji nodded in satisfaction. It seems that Wang Fu young city lord has good eyesight. Wang Fujin took a deep breath and stared at Lin Xuanji. "What are you going to do with this sword?" Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. "I plan to take it back and scrap it." "You dare?" Wang Fujin's expression suddenly changed, agitation clear on his face, as though he wanted to take a bite out of Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji chuckled slightly. "Young city lord, the fact that you dared to give me this sword to repair means that you gave it away with the expectation that it will be completely destroyed. Why should you care about how I deal with it?" Wang Fujin's expression darkened. He endured and gritted his teeth. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Lin Xuanji smiled dismissively. "It's fine if you don't understand. The competition is over, and I should go down as well." "Oh, right." Lin Xuanji pointed to the sword in Wang Fujin's hands and said with a small smile, "Not keeping your word, have you no shame?" After saying that, Lin Xuanji went down. "Have you no shame? Shame on your ancestors." Wang Fujin gritted his teeth and threw the sword in his hands at Lin Xuanji. "This honorable young lord always keeps my word. You fixed it, so naturally, it's yours." Lin Xuanji raised his hand and caught the sword. He turned to Wang Fujin and curled his lips upwards. "Public auction." Wang Fujin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that the blood in his entire body was surging upwards and just wanted to take out that sword to cut Lin Xuanji with one slash. However, how was he willing to let Lin Xuanji practice with this sword? Clearly, a bastard of unknown origins deliberately stabbed him in the back. Bai Yichen couldn't help laughing when he saw Wang Fujin's deathly rigid face from afar. Once he smiled. Lang Jishui, who was sitting in Sky Peak Sect's spectating area, also smiled gently. If one observed them carefully, then the two people's expressions bore a striking resemblance. However, Bai Yichen's smile was colder while Lang Jishui's smile was very gentle and soft. "He still has a child's temperament," Bai Yichen commented. Bai Wuya, who was standing beside him, thought about it. "He's still a child to begin with. He's only 20, how calm of a temperament could he possibly have?" "That's not true." Bai Yichen's smile faded a little. "Look at Lin Xuanji. How can a 17-year-old youth possess schemes and methods of that level?" "Lin Xuanji," Bai Wuya said with a wry smile, "this person can't possibly be judged using normal people's standards." From Bai Wuya's point of view, Lin Xuanji seemed like an old spirit who had lived for thousands of years. He seemed to have intentions and schemes behind all his actions. This, combined with Lin Xuanji's heaven-defying crafting ability, made it impossible for Bai Wuya to take Lin Xuanji's actual age seriously. Bai Yichen narrowed his eyes. "Now that I've seen Lin Xuanji's hand seals today, I just found out the problem with them." "What is it?" Bai Wuya asked. "Steady." Bai Yichen only spoke one word. Bai Wuya's complexion changed, and hints of fear and astonishment appeared on his face. For craftsmen, their internal soulfire, hand seals, sequencing, forged stones, materials, etc. were all particularly vital, but the most critical core component had only one word, and that was steady. It was only by keeping a calm and leisurely pace, with hand seals as steady as a mountain, that the spiritual chi and soul force could evenly permeate the entire equipment, which would give the greatest possibility of the magic treasure advancing into a top-grade artifact. Lin Xuanji's speed could be said to be very slow, but he never paused even once in the process of crafting. Even if he was met with unexpected situations and had to swap the actions of each hand, he still didn't pause or deviate from crafting, which showed how incredible he was. In addition, this kind of steadiness wasn't only about a steady technique, but also referred to the steady control of the internal soulfire, soul force, forged stone spiritual chi, as well as the temperature of the fire. "How is he compared to young master?" Bai Wuya asked. "He's much steadier." Bai Yichen spoke mildly. "At the very least, I absolutely didn't have his level of ability when I was his age." Bai Wuya felt deep veneration for Lin Xuanji. The competition among craftsmen ended in less than a day. Lin Xuanji took the well-deserved first place, and his incredible reputation spread within the 100 families and 5 great sects at once. Most probably, before the end of today, Lin Xuanji's name will reappear throughout the entire 5 continents. Lin Xuanji stepped off the stage and returned to the Lin family. Before Lin Xuanji could even speak with Yan Tianan, he was immediately surrounded by people from all the major families. The area that the Lin family used to watch the competition was packed to the brim with people. Some people wanted Lin Xuanji's help in crafting or repairing magic items, but there were also quite a few who didn't need any new items for the time being. Nevertheless, this didn't stop them from expressing their worship and admiration for Lin Xuanji while at the same time befriending him and deepening their relationship with him in order to make future dealings more convenient. Lin Xuanji wasn't actually in a hurry to take crafting commissions, but he still made skillful conversation with the young masters of the major families. After quite a while, Lin Xuanji finally appeased those young masters eager to have him craft items for them and pulled Yan Tianan along as they squeezed out from the sea of people, running down the mountain and disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Yan Tianan patted his chest with some lingering fear and spoke with a long sigh. These people are really too enthusiastic, every single one of them seemed like they wanted to swallow you whole. They scared me to death. Lin Xuanji also breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, it's true that people fear fame just like pigs fear fattening up. People lose the freedom to act independently once they become famous. Duan Yuyong was also together with these two people and was besieged for half a day. He felt that he was about to be squeezed into a person as thin as a piece of paper. But, you're really incredible enough. Duan Yuyong sincerely admired him. You can actually use high-grade forged stones and materials to craft a top-grade magic tool, and can even inscribe an illusion array within it. This really blinded my dog's eyes. Speaking of which, you shouldn't actually have a hidden identity called Array Master, right? Yan Tianan looked at Duan Yuyong. Yuyong Gerger, do you have a dog? Duan Yuyong, why couldn't this child take a joke? Lin Xuanji smiled. Do you actually believe that I can craft such an incredible illusion array? Duan Yuyong and Yan Tianan both looked towards him as they asked simultaneously in confusion, isn't that right? How can that be possible? Lin Xuanji shook his head with a smile. I do know some common knowledge regarding illusion arrays and can craft a few simple illusion arrays as well, but even if I engraved an illusion array into the compass, it would still be impossible to raise the grade of the compass. At most, it can only add more functions to the compass. Then how? Duan Yuyong stared blankly. Editor's little conundrum. Butter, LXZ is only 17. Sweats butter. How old am I? I should be older. Why do I feel younger and less accomplished? Chapter 190. Not afraid of losing face because of that divine Firmenia Simplex forged engraving pen. Lin Xuanji said happily, the divine Firmenia Simplex itself is a rare magic weapon. The spiritual chi of the world contained in it is completely incomparable to that of top-grade forged stones, so using it during the crafting process could easily upgrade mere magic tools. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Duan Yuyong was stunned for a short moment before vigilantly sweeping a glance around him. After realizing that there weren't any irrelevant people around, he stared at Lin Xuanji accusingly, as if he had just been deceived. Isn't that considered cheating? And I even believed in your dishonesty. Duan Yuyong grit his teeth, then shifted over to ask in a soft voice, don't tell me all those top-grade magic tools were made by that forged engraving pen too. It naturally played a role. Lin Xuanji admitted calmly. Duan Yuyong looked speechless as he stared at him. Also, I don't like what you said. How could this be considered cheating? Lin Xuanji said calmly, there's no rule in the competition that states that craftsmen can't use good forged engraving pens. Forged engraving pens are a part of a craftsman's crafting. Hen, am I right? Yan Tianan didn't feel like it was inappropriate at all and nodded solemnly. Deja's right. It's like how when we're fighting, it's not like there are rules forbidding the usage of magic treasures and talisman. Duan Yuyong, who was used to utilizing magic treasures and talisman to crush his enemies to death, felt deeply hurt. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes. Then why don't you dare let people know that you had received supplementary assistance? I'm not a fool. This sort of item must be hidden, it's enough for me to know about it. Duan Yuyong, okay then, you're always right. Yan Tianan frowned as they walked. Dej, did that pupil from the Bai family really make a mistake because he wasn't paying attention? One must know, when he saw the broken knife and forged stones filled with spiritual force fly toward Lin Xuanji, his heart almost stopped beating. Yan Tianan could not feel at ease even after Lin Xuanji averted the disaster. He was always worried about whether there would be a second accident, and he was constantly on edge as he watched the whole crafting process. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes and responded vaguely, you'll have to ask the craftsman who caused the accident about that. Duan Yuyong's eyes twinkled. It's fortunate nothing happened to you. You probably don't know this, but when you flung that pot away, it made everyone so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. Your control over the situation then was really excellent, Lin Xuanji said rather meaningfully. In a life-and-death crisis, one must be excellent. Yan Tianan was so amused by Lin Xuanji's words that he couldn't help laughing. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Duan Yuyong said, the competition for alchemists is tomorrow afternoon. Ah Hen, do you want to consider participating in it? Yan Tianan thought for a bit and couldn't stop himself from shrinking back. He scratched his head. I don't think I'll go, ba, so many people will watch me. I'm scared. Lin Xuanji instantly felt like his heart was getting squeezed when he heard him and couldn't stop it from throbbing. It was probably because Yan Tianan had suffered from way more disdainful and contemptuous gazes than warm ones from others because of his special appearance and physical disability ever since he was a child, such that it had imperceptibly influenced Yan Tianan to feel a sense of inferiority over time. Although this sense of inferiority was not usually apparent, it would always be reflected in his actions when he had no choice but to expose himself in front of a crowd. Yan Tianan did not want other people to see his face, and he didn't want to hear others talk about him or gesticulate at him either. Although he always said that he doesn't care, and he was used to not taking the unpleasant words of others to heart, how could he really be completely numb to it all? Lin Xuanji immediately made a decision. Ah Hen, you'll participate in the alchemy competition tomorrow. Yan Tianan was stunned. He looked at Lin Xuanji, his clear pair of beautiful eyes appearing innocent. Dage, it's not that I don't want to participate. I'm not proficient enough in alchemy yet, I'll definitely embarrass myself on stage. Don't be afraid of humiliation. Lin Xuanji said calmly, you're my younger brother. If anyone dares to mock you, I will never accept any crafting commissions from their family from then on. Duan Yuyong couldn't help but click his tongue. That's quite amazing of you. However, Yan Tianan couldn't help but hesitate. He was really a little afraid to appear in front of so many people and allow them to watch him. Duan Yuyong's eyes twinkled slightly. He patted Yan Tianan's shoulder and smiled. Ah Hen, be a good boy. Do you know that there are benefits in joining either an alchemist or craftsman competition in the 100 Families gathering? Yan Tianhe's interest would naturally be piqued when benefits are mentioned. He couldn't endure his curiosity and asked, what kind of benefits? Duan Yuyong said, no matter if you lose or win, and no matter if you're strong or weak, you can use the materials and furnace they provide, and the medicinal pills and magic treasures that are refined in the end will all belong to you in the end. That's practically a free lunch. Yan Tianan's eyes lit up in an instant. Oh, right. If he refines a top-notch medicinal pill, then wouldn't he be earning a lot? Yan Tianan immediately nodded like he was a chick pecking rice. Yuyong Gerger, you're so smart. Thank you for your reminder. I'll definitely do my best in the competition tomorrow. That's right, Ma. Old Duan Yuyong looked very comforted. Lin Xuanji's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he watched from one side. He looked at Yan Tianan helplessly. Ah Hen, we're actually not that poor. We can still afford spiritual plants for refining pills. No, Dage. Yan Tianan shook his head. The main thing is that I don't even have a pill furnace now, and even if I did have one, I wouldn't dare to use it now either. It just so happens that I can give it a try tomorrow to see if exploding a furnace while I refine pills was just an accident or an inevitable occurrence. When Lin Xuanji thought about it, he realized that he was right. You're right, blowing up the furnace provided by those families won't hurt. Duan Yuyong looked like he couldn't bear to look straight at them. He said sadly, one of you is already a renowned craftsman, while the other is a rising alchemy star who's destined to soar in the future. Don't you guys feel any shame for worrying so much about just one pill furnace? Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan nodded at the same time. We naturally feel no shame. Duan Yuyong, I really like how you guys can be so shameless and brazen this openly. After Yan Tianan decided to join the competition, he immediately went to look for someone from the Wangfu family who was responsible for the 100 Families gathering this time to register. When he went to register, the young man in charge chuckled as he looked at Lin Xuanji, asking quite meaningfully, may I ask what craftsman Lin plans to do with that sword? Lin Xuanji said calmly, I'll naturally be passing it to someone who's fated. The one in charge smiled. That sword is a treasure that our family's young master carried around with him since he was a child. Other people weren't even allowed to touch it. It's just that it broke by accident later on, which was why it was left idle elsewhere, but he still couldn't bear to throw it away. The one in charge paused, then said with some profound meaning, "Rules are rules, so that sword now belongs to Craftsman Lin. However, why don't Craftsman Lin sell that treasure to our family's young master as a favor?" Lin Xuanji cast a glance at him. Since it's so valuable, it would have been better to keep it by his side. Why take it out for other people to refine? Since he had already taken it out and allowed others to refine it, it implies that this thing is of no value to him anymore. The one in charge choked. Lin Xuanji said calmly, "If he wants it, then ask him to come find me personally for an exchange. This sword seems pretty good and I plan on keeping it for my younger brother's use. If he's really sincere and the price he offers is enough to move me, I won't mind returning the sword to its original owner." After he spoke, Lin Xuanji left with Yan Tianan. Wang Fujin walked out from behind the screen. "Young master, looks like he's a stubborn one. He doesn't know how to be flexible at all." The one in charge said. Wang Fujin pulled a long face. "It's not that he doesn't know how to be flexible, he's just very good at holding a grudge." Grudge? He didn't understand what this meant. "It's nothing." Wang Fujin shook his head. He can imagine how dissatisfied Lin Xuanji must be because of how he targeted him in the past. However, he couldn't understand why Lin Xuanji knew that that sword was very important to him. The one in charge said, "Young master, since it's an important treasure, you shouldn't have taken it out to let others refine it." Wang Fujin's face turned even darker. "What do you know? Did he think that he was the one who wanted to take this broken sword out for other people to mend? If it wasn't because Leng Jishui said that he could find a craftsman to repair it and asked him for it, and if it wasn't because that sickly young master from the Bai family went nuts and actually asked for that broken sword of his and even took it out for use as a test item in the 100 Families gathering, how could he, Wang Fujin, look on helplessly as Lin Xuanji meddled around with his beloved possession? But Leng Jishui didn't think much of it at all, and it's not like Wang Fujin could cause trouble for Leng Jishui. He thought that after seeing this top-grade broken sword of his, Lin Xuanji would be smart enough to back off from the difficulty of the task, but he didn't expect him to actually refine it. Not only that, he even took it away on purpose to provoke him. Wang Fujin grit his teeth secretly as he thought about how he could snatch his valuable sword back from Lin Xuanji. After registering for Yan Tianan, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan walked toward Yunlai Inn. They had just arrived at the entrance of the inn's room when Lin Xuanji saw Lin Zeji, who was waiting there, as well as a very young craftsman who was about the same height as Duan Yuyong. Lin Zeji and Lin Xuanji greeted each other. "Xuanji Tangdi, this is the fourth elder of a direct line in the Bai family. He's looking for you." Although fourth elder Bai was short, he had a very imposing presence. When he looked up at Lin Xuanji, it made others feel like he was looking down on the world. Lin Xuanji took half a step back quietly, his eyes shifting down to look into fourth elder Bai's eyes. He nodded. "Fourth elder Bai, may I know what brings you here?" Fourth elder Bai stood with both his hands behind his back. Although they had warned Lin Zeji to dispel any grudges Lin Xuanji may hold against the Bai family, after thinking about it over and over, the four elders all agreed that that could not show how sincere they were. Thus, fourth elder Bai decided to come over in person to meet Lin Xuanji. Fourth elder Bai nodded slightly. "If it's convenient, let's talk inside." Lin Xuanji extended a hand. "Please." Yan Tianan followed in as well. The two tiger cubs that had already run in through the windows immediately rushed over to bite fourth elder Bai when they saw this stranger. "Ah Bai, Hu Po," Yan Tianan called the two tiger cubs. Ah Bai and Hu Po stopped immediately. They puffed their chests out and strode gracefully as they paced around the room, pretending as if the ones who wanted to bite someone just now weren't them. Fourth elder Bai, seems like he received a shock. He had just seen two actors after all. Lin Xuanji said, "Fourth elder Bai, please take a seat." Fourth elder Bai didn't take a seat and just lightly said straightforwardly, "I still have other matters to attend to, so I won't take a seat for now. I came today to inquire about what craftsman Lin intends to do in the future." If you're reading chapter 191, Living Isn't Easy, Lin Xuanji smiled slightly. "I intend to continue cultivating." Fourth elder Bai cast a glance at him. "That's too vague. Your performance today can be considered to be remarkable among the craftsman circle. I don't believe you have absolutely no ambition." Lin Xuanji replied, "I naturally have ambition, but it shouldn't be in much conflict with the Bai family, so elder Bai can rest assured of that." Lin Xuanji's words surprised fourth elder Bai a bit. This kid is actually this straightforward. In that case, fourth elder Bai no longer tried concealing anything, otherwise it would make it seem that an old man like him was on the losing side. I apologize on behalf of my family's younger ones for what happened today. Fourth elder Bai frowned. They lack discipline and were too presumptuous. I'll ask the young master rectify the family's principles. Lin Xuanji raised an eyebrow slightly and said with some trepidation, Fourth elder Bai is too polite. Nothing happened today, so what's there to apologize for? Fourth elder Bai thought that Lin Xuanji was a very interesting person. He could definitely tell that the attack of the broken knife was deliberate, yet not only did he not intend to seek justice from the Bai family, but he also pretended as if nothing had happened. Lin Zeji stood to a side, thought about it for a moment, and understood. He couldn't help but frown as pupils of the elite Bai family, they actually carried out such a vicious assault in the dark. Weren't they being too narrow-minded? Fourth elder Bai said rather meaningfully, you really didn't notice it. What should I notice? Fourth elder Bai decided that he might as well come clean. During the crafting process today, you almost got attacked. So fourth elder Bai was talking about that. A sudden realization dawned upon Lin Xuanji. He nonchalantly continued, I didn't take it to heart. After all, many such uncontrollable incidents happen during the crafting process. No one can predict when it'll happen. You really don't take it to heart at all. Fourth elder Bai raised an eyebrow as he asked. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Well, not entirely so. Speaking of which, you could say it's my fault. After all, I didn't get harmed in the slightest, and the one who got hurt was one of the younger ones from the Bai family. I even intend to pay the Bai family a visit one day to offer my apologies and ask for the Bai family's forgiveness and understanding. Lin Xuanji sighed, looking quite reproachful. I'm truly sorry, it was all my fault. How's that young one's injuries now? However, Lin Xuanji's beautiful and memorable face, in addition to his sincere and ashamed expression and modest attitude, really made it difficult for others to determine if he was being ironic or if he was saying what he truly thought. Fourth elder Bai pondered over it. Bai Honggu isn't doing that well, but the Bai family has a lot of experience in dealing with the backlash from one's soul force when an accident occurs during the crafting process. He should be able to recover after a period of rest and recuperation, so craftsman Lin need not blame yourself. After all, this was an accident that no one could have predicted. Lin Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. Since fourth elder Bai said that, I feel much more at ease now. Why did the phrase, feel much more at ease, sound a bit out of place? Fourth elder Bai decided to shelve this topic that made one uncomfortable for the time being. Fourth elder Bai changed to scolding him. Today, craftsman Lin was the most outstanding one of all. The others all turned into fireflies whose glow was overshadowed by the sun and moon. In comparison to you, not a bit of their light could be seen. Lin Xuanji nodded. Monopolizing the spotlight today was my goal today. Since I managed to catch fourth elder Bai's notice, it looks like I did a pretty good job with that. Fourth elder Bai was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xuanji to react that way. This was a little bit unconventional. Lin Zeji also looked at Lin Xuanji in astonishment. With his IQ, could he not tell that fourth elder Bai was trying to berate him for being too ostentatious and arrogant? And he was actually enjoying himself. Yan Tianan blinked at Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji blinked back at Yan Tianan. Since fourth elder Bai guessed that Lin Xuanji probably didn't understand what he meant, he decided to berate him some more, a bit more straightforwardly. However, before he could speak, he heard Lin Xuanji say, I can actually understand the meaning behind fourth elder Bai's words, and I'd also like to thank fourth elder Bai for your advice. Lin Xuanji smiled lightly, making light of it. The Bai family is already the only elite craftsman family that can dominate the 5 continents throughout the 5 continents mainlands, so they do not need the 100 families gathering to add flowers to their brocade and increase their reputation, but I'm not the same. I'm but one person. I have never thought of fighting over anything with the Bai family. The cultivating path is a long and arduous one, and it gets even tougher the farther one travels, so there naturally needs to be more approaches. Besides, I also have a precious younger brother. The burden I bear is even heavier. Fourth elder Bai didn't understand what Lin Xuanji wanted to imply for a moment and looked at him, puzzled. Lin Zeji looked at Lin Xuanji's precious younger brother. Lin Xuanji's precious younger brother sadly added, yeah, my Dage and I are truly too poor. Dage is such a low-profile person, he couldn't help but act in such a high-profile manner in public to raise the selling price of the magic treasures he crafted. In fact, Yan Tianan's words were still not straightforward enough, but Fourth Elder Bai and Lin Zeji had understood it clearly. You're short of money, so you had to use this sort of method to increase your reputation and make a name for the items you craft. Fourth Elder Bai thought it seemed a bit surreal and couldn't help but make it even more direct, so as to confirm Lin Xuanji's true thoughts. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It's hard to say, it's hard to say. It's better for Fourth Elder Bai to forget about that ba. Fourth Elder Bai's mouth was about to cramp from twitching. After the 4 elders of the Bai family worried over all sorts of conspiracies to recruit a huge army after his high-profile actions to deal with the Bai family, the reason behind his high-profile actions was actually merely because he was short of money. Fourth Elder Bai instantly felt incomparable worry for the survival of wild craftsmen in the 5 continents' mainlands, such that a strong sense of responsibility for saving the wild craftsmen was born. Fourth Elder Bai sighed. Today, craftsmen whose families have no knowledge of crafting and are entering through the door of crafting for the first time do indeed find it difficult to survive. Indeed, Lin Xuanji nodded, feeling deeply empathetic. After all, crafting burns a lot of money. One doesn't know how many failures is necessary before they can successfully craft a magic tool, and it may not necessarily be sold for a good price. Without money, they would have no way of buying materials and forged stones. Without materials and forged stones, they would have no way of improving their crafting skill through crafting magic treasures, so this turns into a vicious cycle. Fourth Elder Bai kept nodding, frowning with an expression like he was worried about the country and its people. You're right, however, such a situation has been prevalent since ancient times, so most craftsmen will be recruited by major families once they awaken their crafting soul fire. Big families can provide them with the materials they need, and after the craftsman grows up, they can return the favor. That can be considered a good method of dealing with it. Lin Xuanji nodded. It's just that, most craftsmen are proud and arrogant, so they are people who won't bend for the sake of their principles. However, the assistance of large families is like solicitation that would bring them karma, and it would easily turn into shackles and karma for the craftsman. That won't be very beneficial for their development. Fourth Elder Bai was a craftsman as well, and he really didn't like to owe people any favors, much less craft a magic treasure for someone he detested due to coercion or for the sake of the family's interest. Therefore, Fourth Elder Bai felt like he just got poked in the heart. You're absolutely right, Fourth Elder Bai sighed. As craftsmen should craft magic treasures we like. Take me as an example. I only like to craft decorative auxiliary tools that beautify magic treasures. However, the offensive and defensive tools I craft far outnumber that of auxiliary tools, and I feel so hateful every time I craft that I end up clenching my teeth through it. Since auxiliary tools weren't very useful, they were mostly used for decorative purposes, such as hairpins, clothes and so on. Thus, there isn't much of a market for them. As a craftsman family, most of the Bai family's guests came to them for offensive tools, followed by defensive tools. So, as one of the direct elders of the Bai family, Fourth Elder Bai naturally couldn't escape his fate of crafting offensive and defensive tools. Therefore, in my opinion, craftsmen should join hands and form an alliance that works as one to do our part for the freedom and feelings of us craftsmen. Lin Xuanji had just finished speaking when Fourth Elder Bai smacked the table harshly in excitement. You're absolutely right, I've always had that idea, it's just that I've never done anything aside from talking about it. I didn't expect someone as young as you to actually have this kind of pursuit. There's no time like the present. Why don't we discuss the future of craftsmen right now? Lin Xuanji invited Fourth Elder Bai to take a seat. This time, Fourth Elder Bai quickly plastered his butt to the chair and even poured a cup of tea for himself, clearly intending to continue their chat. When Lin Xuanji saw this, he smiled and said to Yan Tianan, "Ah Hen, go downstairs and ask them to deliver some food here." Yan Tianan was staring agape and listening with relish at first. When he heard this, he nodded in a daze. "Oh, okay." Fourth Elder Bai waved his hand, saying to Lin Zeji, who also hadn't understood why things were developing in such a direction, "Go down as well. Get some wine from the neighboring Heaven and Earth winery. I want to have a good chat with this little friend Lin." Lin Zeji plunged into a chaos of where am I, what am I doing? He had not yet understood why the topic was already heading in the direction of how to change the bitter status quo of craftsmen with no chance of turning back. Lin Zeji obediently went out to buy wine. Before he left, He heard Lin Xuanji say lightly, "First of all, we have to resolve the problem of survival for wild low-level craftsmen. I suggest that the major families and sects unite to establish a craftsman alliance, specially dedicated to provide some convenient assistance for those craftsmen whose talents are wasted because of their lack of resources." Lin Zeji almost tripped across the entrance. He quickly reached out to hold a wall for support, stabilizing himself and taking a deep breath to calm down. Frankly speaking, he now felt like Lin Xuanji's brainwashing capabilities were even more terrifying than his crafting talent. It could even be considered divine-level brainwashing from today on. He refuses to engage in any hostile act against Lin Xuanji. By the time Fourth Elder Bai was sent away, it was already late at night. Before Fourth Elder Bai, he kept looking back at Lin Xuanji, reluctant to part, as well as expressing his utmost respect and appreciation for him. "It's been a long time since I've been able to chat to my heart's content like this." Fourth Elder Bai, whose face was flushed red from drinking a bellyful of wine, stood at the entrance to the inn and drunkenly patted Lin Xuanji's shoulder. "Brother Xuanji, not bad, you're really not bad." Lin Xuanji smiled slightly. "That's also because Fourth Brother Bai is highly principled and cares deeply about the world. It is precisely because there's an elder like you overseeing the Bai family that they can have such a stable and outstanding position today." Fourth Elder Bai had drunk a lot. He had a thoroughly red face and a pair of shimmering eyes. You're too polite, you're too polite. It's just normal ba, ha ha ha." Lin Xuanji. Chapter 192. Craftsman Alliance. Lin Zeji didn't send Fourth Elder Bai off, and neither did he dare to rest. Right now, after listening to how the two of them addressed each other, he couldn't help but shiver. How long had it even been? And yet the two of them are calling each other brothers now. He wondered how the other elders, who have lived for more than 100 years, would think after knowing about this. Fourth Elder Bai looked up with his childlike, flushed face and patted his chest. "Isn't it just forking out some money and uniting a few families and sects to set up a craftsman alliance dedicated to providing some crafting materials and guidance for the pitiful little craftsmen in the wild ma? That doesn't amount to much. It'll easily be done once the Bai family requests for it. It can be regarded as accumulating some virtue for the younger generation." Lin Zeji instantly wanted to kneel as soon as he finished speaking. Bitch it, what did they talk about? How did they so easily decide such a terrifyingly major thing with just one smack of the table? A craftsman alliance. One could tell that it wasn't anything small just from hearing its name. Lin Zeji couldn't stop glancing at Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji tossed him a rather profound smile. A chill instantly ran down Lin Zeji's spine and he quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. He felt like Lin Xuanji was in the middle of stirring something up. Lin Xuanji smiled slightly. "Then I'll wait for Bai Dage's good news." Fourth Elder Bai said, "Tomorrow? No. I'll go look for my Dage, Urge and Sanj today to discuss this with them. You can rest assured that I'll give you a definite result tomorrow. We can start setting up the Craftsman Alliance by tomorrow night." Lin Xuanji nodded. "Then I'll wait for Bai Dage's result." In actual fact, Lin Xuanji knew that even if Fourth Elder Bai took this matter seriously, they wouldn't be able to take action so quickly. It's still not that easy to get through the hurdle of the Bai family. "We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Fourth Elder Bai walked down the street while guaranteeing and patting his chest. "Lin Zeji, looks like you clearly know that after Fourth Elder Bai got brainwashed by you, he would inevitably be reassessed by the other elders." When Lin Zeji stayed in the Bai residence, he didn't stay in the inner courtyard of the main bloodline. The Bai family has a large family and estate. Their residence occupied nearly 1,000 mu. Each bloodline lived separately and usually didn't interact much, so they wouldn't easily bump into one another. Therefore, although Lin Zeji had followed Bai Susu to stay in the Bai family, he had never come into contact with the core figures of the Bai family, and he had never seen young Master Bai or any of the direct elders in the Bai family. Direct pupils would see him occasionally and would just walk past him with their chins held high and gazes fixated elsewhere, as if they couldn't disdain to have dealings with someone like him who was from a third-rate family even if they were slightly related by blood. Whether from an emotional, principle, or pros and cons point of view, Lin Zeji had no reason to refuse. Although he no longer opposed Lin Xuanji and his jealousy towards him had already turned into a deep-seated admiration and fear, this didn't hinder him from wanting to excel. Lin Zeji was someone who was very good at seizing opportunities, and he wasn't a foolish man. Thus, after receiving Lin Xuanji's support, Lin Zeji nodded. Xuanji, don't worry, I'll definitely discuss in detail about setting up the craftsman alliance with the elders from the Bai family. Lin Xuanji looked at fourth elder Bai, who was about to reach the end of the street while swaying from side to side, and smiled as he shook his head. I actually just mentioned that casually. It's better for us to just do what we can and obey the mandate of Heaven Ba. Lin Zeji, you're fucking telling me that you had just casually mentioned it, yet the fourth elder from the Bai family is now racking his brains about how to use the wool of the Bai family and other sects and families to casually set up a craftsman alliance that can let poor-ass craftsmen in the wild get their hands on materials. Let alone mentioning how the two of you were addressing each other as brothers, like the two of you had become sworn brothers. Lin Zeji couldn't figure out the key point in all this, and his fear of Lin Xuanji grew. Lin Xuanji went back to his room after seeing fourth elder Bai off. After Yan Tianan's room was completely destroyed during the explosion of his pill furnace, he had been staying with him after. It's just that, in order to make it more convenient for the two tiger cubs to move about in the room, Lin Xuanji found a new room that was made by connecting two rooms together. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. After returning to the room, Lin Xuanji first went to the inner room to see if Yan Tianan was covering himself properly with a blanket. Yan Tianan had returned 4 hours ago to sleep. When Lin Xuanji came over at this time, he woke up. Yan Tianan yawned in his pajamas and reached out to rub his eyes. Did I wake you up? Lin Xuanji walked over to sit by the bed, reaching out to pinch Yan Tianan's small face. Nope. Yan Tianan yawned. I was always sleeping like a dead pig and I couldn't wake up no matter how much noise was made. You can change that analogy. Yan Tianan thought about it. His train of thought couldn't really be diverted. Then, a dead rat. Lin Xuanji, it's better to not continue this topic. Next. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji's gloomy and speechless expression and couldn't help but blink. After he laughed for a while, he hugged Lin Xuanji's arm. Dage, how did fooling fourth elder Bai go? Naughty. Lin Xuanji deliberately put on a straight face and knocked Yan Tianan's head. How could you call that fooling? I just had a friendly consultation with him. Fourth elder Bai is a very aware person. He's extremely willing to help craftsmen who have no money and no background. Yan Tianan couldn't help laughing again. When Lin Xuanji saw how he was trembling from laughing too hard, the corner of his lips lifted involuntarily, and even his eyes turned into crescent shapes from smiling. Fourth elder Bai looks so young. Yan Tianan suddenly thought this. Do you know of fourth elder Bai's experiences? Lin Xuanji asked. Yan Tianan shook his head. Daddy never told me before, eh? Lin Xuanji said lightly. When fourth elder Bai was very young, he was stolen from the Bai family by the Bai family's enemies and sold to a very dirty place almost devoid of cultivating resources. Fourth elder Bai couldn't find his home and didn't know which family he belonged to, so he had always been living a rather miserable life. Later on, he awakened his crafting soul fire and turned into a craftsman. However, there was a group of powerful people in the place he was at who had other ideas and actually locked him up, forcing him to craft magic treasures for them every day. Yan Tianan sucked in a breath of cold air. That's too pitiful. How could those people treat a craftsman like that? Not everyone in this world respects craftsmen. Lin Xuanji continued. Fourth elder Bai had no money and no power, so he could only craft magic treasures for them. In order to control fourth elder Bai, those people gave him some medicinal pill that ensured he would never grow up. Later on, fourth elder Bai escaped somehow and wandered around for a period of time. Since there were people pursuing him, he didn't dare to openly craft any items, so he lived really miserably. One day, he was seen by his biological elder brother, who is one of the elders in the Bai family today, and by some chance, he was found out to be the child the Bai family lost in the past, which was when his days took a turn for the better. Yan Tianan felt a bit upset from listening and nodded pensively. So fourth elder Bai was so pitiful when he was a child. He was much worse off than me. At the very least, Yan Tianan had a dad and older brother, and his dad even particularly pampered and spoiled him and would get whatever he wanted for him. Even though he was a little ugly and had a lame leg, he didn't have to endure much suffering. But that fourth elder Bai was a miserable little cabbage. Lin Xuanji said, so, if the one who had come today was someone else from the Bai family, I definitely wouldn't have said what I did. A sudden realization dawned upon Yan Tianan. So Dage knew all of this beforehand. which was why you forcibly brainwashed Fourth Elder Bai. Lin Xuanji was somewhat speechless again. He pinched Yan Tianan's cheek. This is called adapting to the other's taste. Fourth Elder Bai has a trauma left behind from his past, so he has a strong urge in his heart to want to help other craftsmen who have had to go through similar experiences as him. It's just that he has never spoken of such an impulse before. Yan Tianan sighed. If the Craftsman Alliance were to really be established, wouldn't that cost a lot of money? Would the Bai family be willing to fork out such a sum for nothing? Lin Xuanji took a deep breath. Ah Hen, do you really think that Dage did all that just to fool them into forking money out to provide resources for us broke craftsmen for free? Yan Tianan, Dage seems a little unhappy. Thus, Yan Tianan immediately shook his head and said sincerely, of course not. Dage is such a sentimental and ambitious person, how could you trick others into fishing money out of their pockets? Lin Xuanji has already given up on rectifying this tiny misunderstanding Yan Tianan had of him. He said lightly, for some craftsmen, the greatest help the Craftsman Alliance can give them isn't the material assistance they provide, but the venue for them to obtain emergency relief. Yan Tianan blinked, puzzled, why an emergency relief venue? I have already come to an agreement with Fourth Elder Bai. The most important thing is that once craftsmen join the Craftsman Alliance, if any accidents were to occur, all of the families and sects of the Craftsman Alliance must dispatch people out to help them. If that craftsman has not yet joined the Craftsman Alliance and he gets into an accident, we can still offer him help either actively or passively. In short, the Craftsman Alliance would be a joint platform that could provide assistance and act as a backer for the craftsmen of the 5 continents' mainlands. Nowadays, the current situation of craftsmen was like this: the more powerful the craftsmen, the richer their resources would be, and the safer they would be as well. The more wild craftsmen with no background were, the more dangers would be hiding in their surroundings. The craftsmen of the 5 continents' mainlands were rather scattered. Aside from the unshakable, colossal Bai family, most other craftsmen went their own ways and operated independently. If any one of them got into trouble, there was no authoritative agent that could provide help for them. In the long run, the living environment of craftsmen would only become more and more terrifying. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji's temperament had changed a lot compared to the past after his rebirth. However, he still had a kind of indescribable sense of calling in his heart. This sense of calling seemed to have been inherently engraved into his bones, such that he was unable to resist it. Chapter 193. Chivalrous One. Shouldering the responsibility, Yan Tianan stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, then asked, having not quite comprehended, but, aren't craftsmen widely respected? Why would those people dare bully craftsmen? People are born innocent, but their treasures land them in trouble. Lin Xuanji said, if everyone in this world was as innocent and kind as Ah Hen, then there would be no need for punishment to exist. Yan Tianan smiled, Dage, you just like to make me happy. Aren't I supposed to make you happy? Lin Xuanji smiled and patted his shoulder. Let's stop here for today, go get some more rest. Ba. You still have to take part in the alchemist competition tomorrow. Yan Tianan nodded, then laid back down and burrowed under the blanket. He looked at Lin Xuanji and blinked. Dage, when will the Craftsman Alliance you talked about be established? Lin Xuanji lightly responded, it's a huge project that can't be established in a short time. Yan Tianan began looking forward to it. It'll be possible sooner or later. With a smile on his face, Lin Xuanji's thoughts rewinded to that of his past life. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. In his previous life, the Craftsman Alliance was successfully established, but the one who did so hadn't been him. At that time, he hadn't awakened his craftsman soul fire, so he naturally didn't have anything to do with the Craftsman Alliance. The founder of the Craftsman Alliance was Su Zixing. He was part of the elite Su family's younger generation and was also a renowned craftsman throughout the 5 continents. His reason for establishing the Craftsman Alliance is beyond scrutiny now. However, this Craftsman Alliance had brought him endless benefits: fame, followers, gold, connections. This was why he could so smoothly conspire with others to intercept and kill Yan Tianan in the beginning. Lin Xuanji felt nothing for the Craftsman Alliance at all. In fact, he even hated the existence of this organization. However, if the Craftsman Alliance was an inevitable existence, then it would be better to turn the Craftsman Alliance into a backup force for him rather than try to eliminate it. Lin Xuanji still remembered very clearly that one day, when Su Zixing was drunk, he had even said to him, most of the Craftsman Alliance is handled by Fourth Elder Bai. If it wasn't because I happened to know about what Fourth Elder Bai experienced when he was a child, I don't think I would have been able to find the knack myself. He had learned about Fourth Elder Bai's past from Su Zixing as well. And after a few years, Fourth Elder Bai, accompanied by some cultivators of the Craftsman Alliance, massacred a huge city in the 5 continents mainlands for no reason. It could be speculated that Su Zixing's words weren't false. If it weren't for a deep-seated hatred, why else would Fourth Elder Bai still not let those people off even after so many years had passed? Su Zixing, Shen Changjiang. When Lin Xuanji thought of these two, his gaze turned much colder, as cold as the northern Xinjiang covered in frost. Bai residence. Lin Zeji sent Fourth Elder Bai back. Before he had even arrived at the entrance of the Bai residence, he saw the well-lit Bai residence open its gates outward from afar. Lin Zeji was stunned. He looked at Fourth Elder Bai, who was swaying from side to side with a smile on his face, and trembled a bit as he thought about supporting him. However, he was waved away by Fourth Elder Bai. When they arrived at the entrance, Lin Zeji had not yet thought about what he should say when he saw the 2 elders that he had seen just that morning appear at the entrance together. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Lin Zeji looked all innocent as he rubbed his nose. Fourth Elder didn't drink with me. Third Elder Bai glanced askance. He squinted his eyes and asked, what did Lin Xuanji say to him? Lin Zeji thought, these few Bai elders are indeed amazing. They managed to roughly guess the reason with just one guess. Just as Lin Zeji was ready to speak, he was preempted by Fourth Elder Bai. Brother Lin, brother Lin's a good guy. Fourth Elder Bai shifted around in First Elder Bai's embrace and spoke with shining eyes. Brother Lin's really good. Not only did he treat me to dinner, but he even treated me to wine and got someone to send me back. He even said that he wants to establish a craftsman alliance. If anyone dares to bully me, he'll find someone to help me hit them and save me, and not let me suffer so much. When First Elder Bai heard this, his expression instantly changed. Even Third Elder Bai, who usually didn't speak much and always had a taut face, revealed a strange expression, which was mixed with a little anger as well. Hee, Brother Lin is really good. Fourth Elder Bai kept nuzzling around in First Elder Bai's embrace like he was acting coquettish. Suddenly, his tone changed, and he talked like he was choking back a sob. Dage, they all bullied me. They didn't let me eat, and even fed me poison. First Elder Bai's expression changed once again, murderous intent spilling out of his eyes. However, his voice made it sound as if he was coaxing a child. First Elder Bai gently patted Fourth Elder Bai's back. It's all in the past. I'll kill those people for you sooner or later. Fourth Elder Bai suddenly pushed First Elder Bai and glared at him. He pursed his lips. No, I want to kill them with my own hands. None of you may even think about interfering. First Elder Bai had a terrible headache. He immediately nodded. Okay, whatever you say goes, and you can do whatever you want to. I definitely won't interfere. HNG, that's more like it. After Fourth Elder Bai uttered a HNG, he closed his eyes and collapsed onto the ground. First Elder Bai swiftly fished him up into his embrace. Immediately afterwards, First Elder Bai squinted as he stared at Lin Zeji, the only one who knew what had happened. His smile didn't reach his eyes as he admonished, your Lin family's Lin Xuanji is truly amazing. He dares to say anything without fear of getting his tongue cut off. Lin Zeji instantly laughed bitterly and swore to the heavens, I dare swear that Xuanji definitely didn't say any of that. Third Elder Bai narrowed his eyes, as if considering the truth of his words. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Zeji's back from his stare. After a moment, First Elder Bai said to Third Elder Bai, close the gates, Ba. Third Elder Bai nodded, then turned to say to Lin Zeji, come in. Lin Zeji shuddered as he walked through the Bai residence's gates. He felt like a chivalrous pot this night. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Third Elder Bai utilized a magic seal and the 2 gorgeous red gates closed slowly from both sides towards the middle. Lin Zeji glanced at the gates. Totems of spiritual beasts were engraved onto them. He wanted to take a closer look at them when he realized that his head started spinning and his vision blurred as well, as if some force was preventing him from continuing to look at it. These gates were actually a kind of magic treasure. No wonder they're the #1 craftsman family in the 5 continents. They truly are wealthy and a notch above the rest. Third Elder Bai said to Lin Zeji methodically, if you don't want to get injured in the main residence of the Bai family, don't look around and don't touch anything. This place is filled with offensive magic treasures. If any accident were to happen, we may not even have the time to save you. Lin Zeji nodded immediately. Understood. Third Elder Bai said, stay in the Bai residence's guest room for a few days. You'll probably have to talk for a while tonight. Third Elder Bai paused, stopped walking, then turned around to look at Lin Zeji. You don't have any problem with that, right? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. No, of course not. Lin Zeji said without hesitation nor any reluctance at all. However, he kept muttering to himself in his heart, you're fucking releasing your craftsman soul force pressure while you talk. Honorable me is about to kneel down from the crushing pressure, how would I dare have any opinion of my own? Third Elder Bai nodded, satisfied. Children can be taught. Lin Zeji, want to scold someone. The next afternoon, after Lin Xuanji sent Yan Tianan up the mountains to participate in the alchemist competition and return to the seats for the Lin family, he saw Lin Zeji and was surprised to see the dark circles under Lin Zeji's eyes and a downcast expression on his face, as if he had been hollowed out overnight. Lin Xuanji studied Lin Zeji, who had bluish-black circles under his eyes and looked absolutely listless. Did you not sleep for the whole night? Lin Zeji waved his hand, as if he was about to cry. He feebly responded, next time, please don't look for me for this sort of matter. You don't know this, but those elders of the Bai family are terrible. They bombarded me one after another as if I was on trial, as they were afraid that we're colluding to kidnap their world's most innocent and most easily deceived, pitiful, young, and helpless younger brother Lin Xuanji. What the hell did he mean by pitiful, young, and helpless? Lin Zeji was about to go crazy. What right did that group of elders have to think that he was wholeheartedly targeting an amazing craftsman who was more powerful than him by God knew how many times, and even firmly believed in the ridiculous notion that he would succeed? Bitch it, he doesn't have strange pedophilic tendencies. What's more, that's an elder of the Bai family, an elder of the Bai family. Lin Xuanji looked at Lin Zeji sympathetically, a sense of guilt arising in his heart. After all, he was the initiator of the incident yesterday. Lin Zeji had just listened to how he had fooled Fourth Elder Bai out of curiosity and a little bit of selfish motives that weren't even worth mentioning, then got pushed out to block the knives. Lin Xuanji patted Lin Zeji's shoulder, saying with great emphasis, it was hard on you. If this succeeds, I'll remember your sacrifices. Lin Zeji, should he be saying thanks right now? Lin Zeji grinned bitterly, why don't you let someone else do such a good deed? I really can't stand it any longer. Lin Xuanji said lightly, on the road to success, one will always need to leave behind blood and tears. I believe in your capabilities. Lin Zeji, story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. What else can Laozi say? The alchemist competition will soon begin. Yan Tianan was placed in a central position on the competition platform. Since Lin Xuanji had been in the limelight yesterday and had turned into the figure most talked about throughout Sky Peak City, Yan Tianan, who followed him by his side, naturally attracted the attention of many as well. Yan Tianan looked down and stared at the duckling given to him by Lin Xuanji while feeling slightly apprehensive. Although this thumb-sized duckling looked chubby and adorable, it was actually an explosion-proof auxiliary tool especially crafted by Lin Xuanji. According to Lin Xuanji, this explosion-proof auxiliary tool could fully withstand all dangers caused by the explosion of a pill furnace. Yan Tianan was looking at it when someone beside him spoke. You're the younger brother of the amazing craftsman yesterday. A delicate, slightly timid voice traveled over from the side. Yan Tianan turned to look and saw that the speaker was a delicate and pretty-looking young man who was about the same age as him. If one wanted to start a conversation with Yan Tianan, it's best to start with talking about Lin Xuanji. This young man was good at talking, but he had not done it intentionally. Yan Tianan kept nodding. He's my age. Do you admire him a lot? The young man revealed an expression of worship. Yeah, I've never seen a craftsman as amazing as him. He's really great, and also very calm as well. Yan Tianan was elated. He lifted his chin and boasted proudly, right. My Dage is the most amazing craftsman I've ever met too. Also, he's very good looking. 2 stars could be seen in the young man's eyes. I've never seen anyone as good looking as him. Yan Tianan was instantly fond of this young man. I seldom see someone with taste as good as yours too. What's your name? The young man blinked. My name is Ji Xiaoyu. You're from the Ji family of the North Continent? Yan Tianan asked. Ji Xiaoyu paused imperceptibly before uttering an un. Yan Tianan pondered for a bit, then said, the North Continent's Ji family, then do you know Ji Lanjin? Chapter 194. Kind and easy to Ji Xiaoyu nodded. She's one of the aunts in my family. I heard that she married over to the Lin family many years ago. Yeah, I didn't expect that we'd actually be family, Yan Tianan said happily. Ji Xiaoyu smiled and didn't respond. Some bitterness that was difficult to perceive was mixed in with that smile of his. Although he was part of the Ji family, and he had been born to the direct line of the Ji family as well, he could be considered to be detested by both humans and dogs alike in the Ji family. He only managed to register and participate in the competition today because his mother spent a lot of effort in fighting for a placing for him. But Ji Lanjin is different. Even within the Ji family, Ji Lanjin's alchemy standard was among the top, and she has always been respected by others. Yan Tianan felt like Ji Xiaoyu was looking more and more pleasant to the eye, so he took another yellow duckling from his storage bag and handed it to Ji Xiaoyu. Since you have such good taste and pretty looks, I'll give this to you as a meeting gift ba. Ji Xiaoyu was a little flustered and shook his hands forcibly. No, I can't take it. Yan Tianan frowned. Why can't you take it? Don't tell me you don't think this duckling is good enough. I'm telling you now, don't just look at how this duck appears to be of a low quality, it's actually very useful. When Ji Xiaoyu heard this, he was afraid that Yan Tianan would misunderstand and quickly explained, it's not that I don't think the duckling's good enough, but my mother told me before that I can't ask for other people's things. Otherwise, I'll be treated as a beggar. How could she say that? Yan Tianan frowned and felt like Ji Xiaoyu's mother was being too cautious. When his daddy was still around and took him to visit relatives, those uncles would give him some so-called meeting gifts as well, and Lin Zan would always smile as he asked him to accept it. Why would beggars be mixed into it? Ji Xiaoyu looked down and said, upright people don't eat the food handed out to him by others. Yan Tianan pondered for a bit and nodded. Your mother's right, but this is just something I'm giving you of my own accord, so it can't be considered as you asking for it. Also, I think that since you have such good taste, I should be able to become friends with you. The two words become friends touched Ji Xiaoyu. His whole body trembled as he stared at Yan Tianan in disbelief. He was just about to speak when someone mercilessly interrupted. You actually want to become friends with someone like him? Are you blind? A sturdy young man beside Ji Xiaoyu spoke jeeringly. Do you know that Ji Xiaoyu's a bastard? His mother gave birth to him after committing adultery. Everyone in Wind Reflection City knows that he's the disgrace of the Ji family. Ji Xiaoyu's face turned ghastly pale in an instant. The fatso's voice was particularly loud, so it was easy for everyone on the competition platform to hear his words clearly. Everyone's gazes shifted to Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu bit down harshly on his lower lip. He returned to his seat and looked down without saying a single word. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. The fatso was delighted for being able to get his way. Ji Xiaoyu, if I were you, I'd just hide deep in a forest in the mountains, find a rope, and strangle myself to death, lest I dirty other people's eyes. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. The fat boy uttered a HNG. His mother is a slut who committed adultery. He shouldn't even be living in this world. Even if his mother did commit adultery, what does that have to do with him? After Yan Tianan angrily pointed a finger at the fat boy, he took his duckling, walked over to Ji Xiaoyu, and placed the duckling next to his cattail hassock. Xiaoyu, this is for you. Ji Xiaoyu was stunned. He looked up at Yan Tianan, whose face wasn't very good looking and it could probably frighten children into crying when he goes out at night, his surprise slowly turning into gratitude. He forced a smile, revealing his white teeth, and accepted the yellow duckling. Thank you. Mother said before that one cannot judge a book by its cover, and, sure enough, she hadn't lied to him. Although Yan Tianan looked scary, he was really kind at heart. Yan Tianan waved his hand nonchalantly. You're welcome. In any case, I'm doing this because you like my dage. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. When the fat boy saw this, he uttered a HNG in disdain. I didn't expect you to be willing to mix around with a little bastard like him. You may just be one of his kind as well. It's none of your bitch business. Yan Tianan said impatiently. He disdained to argue with this sort of brat, so he sat down cross-legged properly on the cattail hassock in front of him and waited for the organizer to distribute the pill furnaces and spiritual plants. The fat boy muttered a can't tell what's good for him to Yan Tianan, rolled his eyes, then sat back on his seat as well. Soon, the organizer came over to place a pill furnace in front of everyone. The alchemist competition was relatively simple. After giving out certain spiritual plants used for refining pills, alchemists must refine a medicinal pill within the stipulated time. Whoever refines the most medicinal pills of the highest grade in the shortest time will be the winner. There were many similarities between the alchemy and craftsman paths. If one wants to refine a powerful medicinal pill, then one may even take up to 1.5 years to do it. Thus, in order to save time, the medicinal pills that are to be refined were all those that can quickly test the standards of an alchemist. Of course, this sort of competition didn't rule out situations in which one was unable to display the full extent of their capabilities. The competition this time chose the Nurture Chi pill. Although a Nurture Chi pill was an introductory level pill for alchemists, it was able to test the foundations of an alchemist and didn't take long to make either. Thus, it was a necessary medicinal pill in every 100 families gatherings alchemist competition. Yan Tianan had naturally seen it in the Divine Jun Alchemy Arts Manual that Duan Yuyong had given him. Moreover, the refining techniques in that manual were particularly special. Its refinement speed was much faster than an ordinary pill's refining techniques. Therefore, after the competition formally began, Yan Tianan quickly formed his refining hand seals and appeared extremely fast, such that his seals could barely be seen with the naked eye. People would feel dizzy just by looking at him. Duan Yuyong shifted over to Lin Xuanji's side again and clicked his tongue in surprise. Ah Hen's actually this proficient with it now. Looks like he really is gifted in alchemy. When Lin Xuanji heard someone praise his younger brother, he naturally felt comforted. He nodded. Ah Hen is gifted in anything he does, he's different from ordinary people. Duan Yuyong and Yan Tianan had a good relationship, and he also saw him as a younger brother, so he naturally wouldn't think that there was anything wrong with Lin Xuanji's kind of flaunting. On the contrary, after pondering for a bit, he even added, I still have some alchemy arts and recipes with me, I'll pass them on to him another day. Ba Lin Xuanji glanced at Duan Yuyong. Duan Yuyong seemed to sense this gaze as well, so he turned around to look at Lin Xuanji. What is it? Don't want it? Lin Xuanji smiled slightly. Who wouldn't want benefits delivered to one's doorstep? It's just that you treat Ah Hen too well. Ah Hen treats me really well too. I'm just such a person. If others treat me well, I'll treat them well in return. Duan Yuyong smiled as well and didn't explain any further. Although the Duan family had a large business and he had a lot of cousins as well, he was not fond of any of his cousins. Those people either mingled with Duan Yuhao and slandered him a lot, or alienated him. In the past, he even thought that his father treated him sincerely, and although his stepmother was very cold to him, he thought that she didn't dislike him. But, now, Duan Yuyong knew that his stepmother had been poisoning him for many years, and that his father desired items that his mother had left behind for him, so his heart naturally turned cold. What's more, Duan Yuyong's gaze darkened. He still hadn't figured out the real cause of his mother's death. He had already made his plans. He would rather give the items left behind by his mother to Yan Tianan, who wasn't related to him at all, than let those people who harbored malicious intentions gain even the slightest bit of benefit from them. He, Duan Yuyong, isn't a fool. He could tell at a glance who treated him sincerely, and who was putting up a false pretense. He didn't want to bother with it in the past, but since it now touched upon his bottom line, he wouldn't be so magnanimous as to still be indifferent when others were trying to kill him. From Duan Yuyong's inscrutable expression, Lin Xuanji could tell what he was thinking. It wouldn't be good for him to say too much about matters regarding the Duan family. However, Lin Xuanji mentioned, Ah Hen should have told you about Yuan Tianwen. Duan Yuyong sneered and mocked, ill in bed, cultivation regressed. Isn't he just waiting for me to deliver myself to his doorstep to send him some warmth? From his attitude, Lin Xuanji could tell that he was quite dissatisfied with how Su Mo tried to win his sympathy with the condition of Yuan Tianwen's body. While he thought to himself that Yuan Tianwen's path of pursuing his husband would be a long one, Lin Xuanji, without giving much face, still said, the art Yuan Tianwen cultivates is a top secret one in the inner Yuan family. This secret art has an extremely obvious characteristic. Duan Yuyong glanced at Lin Xuanji, waiting for him to continue. Break before standing back up again. Lin Xuanji said, his cultivation realm fell not because of you, you need not feel guilty because of that. Besides, a rising phoenix is bathed in fire when it revives. Yuan Tianwen will become even stronger very soon. Duan Yuyong suddenly laughed. Lin Xuanji, I didn't expect you to get involved in such ordinary affairs too. You may have some misunderstanding about me. Lin Xuanji said slightly, it's not like I don't eat the food of common mortals. But it's about the same. Duan Yuyong paused, then suddenly laughed. You really don't wish for Yuan Tianwen to be well. I have nothing to do with him. Whether he is a good or bad person isn't something I've ever taken to heart, it's just that. Lin Xuanji glanced at Duan Yuyong, his gaze both still and clear. Just what? Duan Yuyong casually continued. It's just that, seeing as how you're naive and easy to cheat, I couldn't bear to watch you continue be so soft-hearted and get deceived. Duan Yuyong. He's the second generation of the Duan family that both humans and dogs detest alike in Qing City. He had always been the one bullying men and women, committing outrageous acts and parading ostentatiously through the city, so why did he seem like a naive person who's easy to cheat in Lin Xuanji's eyes? You're talking about Ah Hen Ba. Duan Yuyong couldn't help but laugh. Although Ah Hen is naive, he's not easy to cheat. Lin Xuanji recalled how Yan Tianan went astray because he couldn't bear to be humiliated in his past life, and how grieved yet resolute he looked then, though he looked extremely calm on the surface. Actually, Ah Hen is smart. He can see through people well and is ruthlessly accurate about what he sees, and he acts decisively without much concern. But you, on the other hand, you've been bullied to that extent, yet all you do is withdraw and think about just letting it go. Duan Yuyong hesitated a little and felt a bit embarrassed too. He wanted to refute him, but after thinking about it, he felt like he had no way of refuting Lin Xuanji. He was that kind of person in the first place. He would think the worst of everything, and when the worst scenario did occur, he would huddle in his shell and lick his wounds by himself, but he would be reluctant to hurt others. This was the case when dealing with the Duan family, and he was also like that when dealing with Yuan Tianwen. Lin Xuanji concluded, compared to Ah Hen, you're really much kinder and more soft-hearted. Duan Yuyong was speechless. Lin Xuanji was afraid that he would be deceived by the pitiful pretense Yuan Tianwen put up, soften his heart, and let go of what happened with Yuan Tianwen easily, which was why he kindly reminded him. But in fact, he had known about Yuan Tianwen's condition long ago. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. It's true that his heart softened, but it's not like he had no bottom line at all. Alchemists refining pills actually wasn't as interesting to watch as the crafting process of craftsmen. When someone is crafting, spectators could at least watch how the materials are smelted and fused together, and how their forged engraving pens carve patterns on them. But during the refining of pills, spiritual plants are all refined and formed within the pill furnace, so there wasn't much to watch. However, since Yan Tianan was on the platform, Lin Xuanji and Duan Yuyong were willing to watch him. Chapter 195. Exploding the furnace to successfully refine pills. Duan Yuyong observed Yan Tianan's fluid movements in forming his hand seals and sounded relieved. Ah Hen really is becoming stronger and stronger. He's already become so skilled now, how come he's never been able to successfully refine a pill? Lin Xuanji thought for a moment and replied, I've also secretly observed him in the past when he was practicing, there weren't any problems with the hand seals. I'm afraid it likely has something to do with the yin fire in his body. Then how was he able to succeed afterward? Duan Yuyong was curious. Ah Hen said that he found a trick to it. What was the trick? He wanted to make money. Duan Yuyong's mouth twitched. Just how poor does he think you are? Lin Xuanji faintly smiled. Probably so poor that we wouldn't even have enough food to eat. Duan Yuyong couldn't help but mock. You never told him that you would come to my family's auction house once every few days to auction off some magic tools, and even make a killing each time. Why would I tell him that? Lin Xuanji let out a laugh. I like seeing him rack his brains worrying about me. Duan Yuyong. Pervert, he just knew this bastard had bad intentions towards Hen Hen. This guy's got a gut, just rotten. The pills were about to be done. The pill furnace belonging to the little fatty from the direct line of the G family was making clanking noises repeatedly as the pill inside it knocked about everywhere. The furnace also seemed to want to fly out uncontrollably. Everyone present stared attentively at the furnace, awaiting the finished pill. G family's little fatty also focused his attention on his furnace, eagerly awaiting for the medical pill to appear and grace everyone's eyes so that he could show off. However, right at that moment a loud noise rang out from the alchemist's platform, startling everyone there. The furnace that stood beside the G fatty actually exploded all of a sudden, the furnace's fire and its fragments spattered everywhere. The chi and pill fire mixed with the spiritual chi contained in the spiritual plants swept out in all directions with a loud rumble. In this one moment, nearly all the alchemists on the platform were affected. Some had their furnaces knocked crooked, some had their faces covered with ash, and some had their hands scratched by rubble. Only Yan Tianan and Ji Xiaoyu, who was standing on his opposite side, were untouched. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. The small duck that was placed on the table had transformed into a cover that enveloped Yan Tianan as soon as the explosion occurred. Ji Xiaoyu, who was on the side, was completely protected by the cover as well. The noise from the explosion didn't disturb Ji Xiaoyu's concentration. He was so engrossed in refining that he didn't even realize what was happening around him. The people off stage were also shaken, but they couldn't help but feel relieved at the same time. It was fortunate that this kid was only a pill cultivator at his refining chi stage, which was why the explosion didn't spread out too much. If he had been a couple levels higher, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that everyone present might be blown away. "Waahhhhhhhhhh," the little fatty screamed without taking a moment even to breath. Yan Tianan also felt horrible for what happened to the person besides him, so he quickly climbed up and apologized. "Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't think it would actually explode like that, I thought that I would just produce some failed waste at most." The Ji family's fatty's eyes were bloodshot. He abruptly stood up and rolled up his sleeves, wanting to beat someone up. "You did this on purpose, ugly people are full of tricks, you actually messed around for that bastard Ji Xiaoyu who is no better than a mangy mud." Yan Tianan felt wronged. It wasn't like this fatty was the only one that was affected by the explosion. Why label it as a purposeful attack on him? "A human and a dog can't give birth to a child," Yan Tianan said with a blank face. "The adults in your life must have lied to you." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Furthermore, it's wrong to judge people by appearance. I've never called you fat, so why are you allowed to call me ugly? The little fatty immediately became so angry that he started to scream. "You actually dare call me fat?" Yan Tianan stuck out his tongue and made a weird expression. "Well, do you think you're handsome? You?" The little fatty pointed angrily at Yan Tianan. "You ugly idiot bitch, fatso ugly idiot bitch, fatso ugly idiot bitch, fatso." Yan Tianan took a deep breath and gave the G fatty a death glare. "Wait and see." He then pulled out an object that looked like a morning glory out of his storage bag, then screamed into the opening of the morning glory, "Bitch fatso." The morning glory then started to repeat the words bitch fatso, bitch fatso, bitch fatso in a loop. G fatty has probably never seen such a high-level object before, so he was staring agape at the morning glory that continued making a ruckus. A moment later, when he realized that he had no way of winning that auxiliary tool, he started bawling. His bawling was loud enough to shake the heavens, and there was even the addition of bitch fatso s on top of that. The Ji and Lin family members sitting below the stage all had faces full of black lines. The alchemists on stage who were affected by the explosion had been quite angry, but upon seeing the argument on stage, many couldn't help but break out in laughter. They spectated the two children attack each other as if they were watching a show. Meanwhile, there were several people who were quite interested in the morning glory. Duan Yuyong couldn't bear to watch. He said as he held his forehead, "You actually made something like that for him, isn't that cheating?" Lin Xuanji didn't expect that Yan Tianan would use the voice recording instrument he had crafted for fun to bully someone, and instantly didn't know if he should cry or laugh either. One must know, his original intention for crafting that item was because Bai and Hu Po had been running around outside too much, so he made this to help him save some effort in calling for them. It is cheating a little. Fortunately, Lin Xuanji still had the conscience to tell the truth. This competition was still a proper alchemist competition after all, so allowing two children to argue with each other in turn on stage made people not know if they should cry or laugh at the scene. Thus, someone soon went on stage to bring the two children down. G little fatty was utterly indignant. He lay sprawled on the table and refused to get down as he was insistent on engaging Yan Tianan in a duel. On the other hand, Yan Tianan alternated between making faces at G little fatty while he continued saying bitch fatso into his morning glory. Lin Xuanji went up to the platform rather helplessly and walked over to Yan Tianan. "Ah hen, this is enough now." As soon as Yan Tianan saw Lin Xuanji, he instantly shut up and even erased the voice in the morning glory with his chi. The world suddenly fell silent. The Ji family also sent people up to bring their younger one down. The Ji family felt like their younger one had brought shame to them with how crude he was on stage, but they were also angry at the accident that Yan Tianan caused, which made all the effort invested into the pill by their younger one go to waste. So they were naturally a little unhappy when they saw Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. It's just that the Ji family is an elite family after all, so their dignity was quite important to them, which was why they didn't blow up. However, Ji Little Fatty refused to let it go and shouted as he cried, "Compensate me for my medicinal pill, compensate me for my medicinal pill, my top-grade nurture chi pill, compensate me for it, woo woo woo." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan pouted and didn't try to shirk responsibility. He immediately flung out the few medicinal pills that he had been holding in his hand. The young man from the Ji family who had gone up to the platform even thought that it was some kind of hidden weapon and instantly caught it. "It's just compensating anyway, it's not like I said I wouldn't compensate you." Yan Tianan pouted and said somewhat unhappily. The young man from the Ji family looked down. The 3 smooth and round medicinal pills in his hand that was emitting a soft white glow quietly turned triangular and his expression instantly changed. The Ji family has always been famous for their alchemy, although they couldn't match up to the reputation of the Bai family in the world of craftsmen. Half of their pupils were alchemists, and Ji Lianyan, who had gone on stage today, was also an alchemist. He could easily tell the grade of this medicinal pill at a glance, top grade. However, even a top-grade primary level third-class medicinal pill wouldn't be enough to make his expression change. Ji Little Fatty glanced at the medicinal pill in his uncle's hand and instantly fell silent. He asked, "Nurture Chi pills are clearly white. Where did you get these pills from? You dare fool honorable me?" Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Ji Lianyan's expression changed again and again. He shouted, "Chengyu, don't be rude." Ji Chengyu seemed to be very afraid of this little uncle of his. Although his tears were still pooling in his eyes and he looked very aggrieved, he still shut up and didn't dare say anything more. There were many people present who knew Ji Lianyan, and they were all surprised that he would favor an outsider. One must know, although internal strife wasn't that serious within the Ji family, they would always unite against outsiders. Lin Xuanji cast a glance at those few pills and seemed to understand something. At that moment, Ji Xiaoyu's refining process was coming to an end as well. Ji Xiaoyu's alchemy hand seals were very stable. They weren't prominent, but they weren't bad either. The medicinal pills he refined was just like himself. One was an average primary level third-class high-grade medicinal pill, while the other was just a mid-grade one. He had only refined 2 pills. Ji Xiaoyu took his medicinal pills and looked up around him. Only then did he suddenly realize that the platform had actually been blown up to such an extent. What happened? Ji Xiaoyu looked baffled as he surveyed his surroundings. The crowd both on and off the stage stared at Ji Xiaoyu, the only one who wasn't affected in the slightest, with complicated expressions on their faces. When Ji Xiaoyu saw Ji Lianyan, he suddenly shut up and hung his head. He turned his head away and refused to look at him. Yet Ji Lianyan walked over and extended a hand. "Let me see the medicinal pills you refined." Ji Xiaoyu reluctantly placed both his medicinal pills in Ji Lianyan's hand. Ji Lianyan took a look and nodded. "There's some improvement." Ji Xiaoyu abruptly looked up and stared at Ji Lianyan in disbelief. Did this person just praise him? One must know, when Ji Lianyan taught them how to practice alchemy in the past, he had never spared him a second glance no matter how well he had performed, let alone praise him. After the commentators saw that the farce over, they slowly walked back to the stage. Originally, there were still alchemists on stage who were indignant that no one was standing up to resolve such an accident, but when they saw the man adorned in a gorgeous silver alchemist robe that dragged across the floor and slowly walk up to the stage, they all shut their mouths tightly in an instant, admiration appearing in their eyes. This man could be called the #1 alchemist in the world right now. Zhang Lishan. Chapter 196. Can't live without me. Not a single alchemist didn't hold Zhang Lishan in high esteem. If there was anyone who could refine an earth-level medicinal pill, then he was probably the only person in the entire 5 continents who could achieve this. No one knew how old Zhang Lishan was, but it's said that Zhang Lishan was already a famous name back in the generation of the current alchemists' grandparents. He wasn't young but looked very youthful, as though he was just in his 20s or so. When other people asked about his age, he only coldly replied, 18, which made his true age even more mysterious. This was also a manifestation of his valiant strength. As soon as Zhang Lishan appeared, the crowd under the stage couldn't stop themselves from discussing this development one after the other. Alchemist Zhang Li actually came as a judge this time. The alchemists participating in this 100 families gathering really benefited a lot. Zhang Lishan himself is actually so young. I always thought that he looked like an old man. entering secluded cultivation for 10 years in order to refine an Earth-level medicinal pill. This kind of temperament and endurance, who could match that? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. All kinds of praise and words of admiration poured out from all directions, but the central figure of the topic had an indifferent attitude towards all this. Zhongli Shen wore a feathered cap, his face handsome and outstanding. He walked towards Yan Tianan and stretched out his hand. "Bring me the medicinal pill." Ji Lianyan hurriedly handed the medicinal pill in his hand to Zhongli Shen obediently. Speaking of which, Zhongli Shen could be considered his idol. It was a dream that Ji Lianyan had always yearned for, to be able to see his idol up close. Zhongli Shen glanced at the medicinal pills in his hand and asked Yan Tianan, "What's your name?" Yan Tianan blinked. "I'm Yan Tianan." "How old?" 14 on New Year's Day. Zhongli Shen continued to ask, "Are you willing to go up the mountain with me to cultivate?" Yan Tianan was stunned. Lin Xuanji was slightly startled, and his eyebrows wrinkled. Zhongli Shen's words caused a great disturbance throughout the entire competition venue. One after another, people were endlessly shocked. In their hearts, they thought, this brat who exploded his furnace is both ugly and lame. What in the world about him can make Zhongli Shen, who never accepted any disciples before, yield? This was a tremendous opportunity. Yan Tianan subconsciously glanced towards Lin Xuanji, his eyes full of confusion and carrying a strong plea for help. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji understood and spoke for Yan Tianan. "Senior Zhongli, being able to catch your attention is Ah Hen's good fortune and blessing. However, this is a matter of great importance. May I give Senior a reply after going back with my Adi and discussing it with the clan elders?" Zhongli Shen asked. "You can decide for him. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." "He's also a strange person," Lin Xuanji replied, thanking Senior for his kindness. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Zhongli Shen put the medicinal pill in a bottle and handed it back to Yan Tianan. "You're a gem that can be polished. Come and find me on the mountain when you have time. I'll teach you how to not blow up the furnace." Yan Tianan immediately looked pleasantly surprised. "Many thanks to Senior, I will definitely go find you." Lin Xuanji looked at Zhongli Shen with astonishment. Just based on his understanding of this person from the past life, Zhongli Shen was not such an enthusiastic and helpful senior. He had his own pride. Up until now, not a single alchemist had been able to catch his attention. Zhongli Shen seemed to have noticed Lin Xuanji's gaze and turned to speak to him. "That trumpet flower, do you have any stock left?" Lin Xuanji understood. He took out a trumpet flower from his storage bag and presented it to Zhongli Shen. "There's one more. If Senior Zhongli likes it, I'll consider it the tuition fee." Zhongli Shen didn't mince words and directly took it, putting it into his storage ring. Lin Xuanji, the magnificent alchemist ranked the first in the entire 5 continents, actually took a liking to this small voice-retaining item. Isn't this too subversive? Zhongli Shen was content and satisfied after obtaining the trumpet flower. Yan Tianan doesn't need to continue the competition. He won the current 100 Families Gatherings Alchemist competition. As for the rest, continue to compete again. As soon as this remark came out, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Especially the little fatty from the Ji family, who suddenly immediately started shouting, "Why? Unfair, I can also refine top-grade medicinal pills." Ji Lianyan pulled his nephew back with a bitter smile. "You can't beat him." Ji Chengyu refused to accept this. "Why, little uncle, you're actually partial towards this ugly kid as well. What nonsense are you saying? No manners at all." Ji Lianyan glared at Ji Chengyu and the latter didn't dare to speak nonsense anymore. Ji Lianyan sighed. Yan Tianan didn't actually refine nurture chi pill, but instead contain chi pill. Contain chi pill? Ji Chengyu's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He looked towards Yan Tianan incredulously, then looked towards Zhongli Shen, as if he wanted to seek confirmation. Zhongli Shen gave him a sidelong look and nodded. "It's indeed contain chi pill, and it's even a first-level top-grade contain chi pill. The pill's grade is levels above any of yours." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although contain chi pill and nurture chi pill use the same materials, the difference between the efficacy of the two medicinal pills is akin to heaven and earth. If nurture chi pill could make the rebellious and chaotic spiritual chi within a cultivator's body become stable and warm in a short time, then contain chi pill could smoothly fuse within one's Dantian sea and treat the fundamental root of agitated spiritual chi. It was extremely difficult to refine a contained chi pill. Legend had it that only after breaking through the shackles of one's own level and spying on the Tao of Heaven would one be able to truly refine this medicinal pill. The same spiritual plants but a different sequence and different hand seals, plus the alchemist's intrinsic pill fire and strength, could actually produce two kinds of medicinal pills as different as night and day. There's no choice but to admit that this is a good fortune from the Tao of Heaven. Yan Tianan still had a blank and innocent expression. It was as if he remained entirely unaware that he had been able to successfully refine this universally shocking medicinal pill. Zhongli Shen once again felt that it would be too regrettable if Yan Tianan just developed on his own like this. He couldn't stop himself from once again making an exception. If he follows me up the mountain, his road ahead will be much smoother. Lin Xuanji, however, took the lead and laughed. My deity indeed has some good luck in alchemy, it's just. Just what? Zhongli Shen asked. Just that he's still young and can't live without me. Lin Xuanji took Yan Tianan's small hand and looked at him with a smile. In a few years, when my younger brother is older, I will send him up the mountain again. I only hope that Senior Zhongli will still be willing to accept this apprentice at that time. Zhongli Shen showed a puzzled expression. Don't tell me that, even with your ability, no one from Sky Peak sect invited you to join the craftsman branch. Lin Xuanji smiled as he shook his head. It's too early. Zhongli Shen fixed his gaze on Lin Xuanji for a while and didn't understand whether this too early referred to Lin Xuanji entering Sky Peak sect or Sky Peak sect inviting him. In short, one could tell from first glance that Lin Xuanji was assertive and held his own opinion on things, and Yan Tianan was a little shadow who stuck to his gerger all the time. Therefore, Zhongli Shen was too lazy to continue being entangled in this any further and, with a flick of his wrist, rode the clouds as he floated back towards Sky Peak sect. Dual alchemy and elemental cultivation. Zhongli Shen was indeed a dragon and phoenix among men. Not only did he have great accomplishments on the path of alchemy, but his elemental cultivation was also enough to become a force by itself, rarely encountering any opponents. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Nobody knew what he was thinking. The competition still had to continue. As the person Zhongli Shen personally appointed as first place, Yan Tianan naturally didn't need to continue to participate in the competition. Under the envious and vigilant gazes of all the alchemists present, he held Lin Xuanji's hand and stepped down from the stage. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. These two brothers really have a good relationship. Yeah, this Yan Tianan is actually so obedient, thinking about that deity of mine. Sigh, he's taking the tiles off the roof after not getting hit for 3 days. I really envy Yan Tianan, he has such an incredible gerger. That little yellow duck and little trumpet flower are absolutely godlike auxiliary items. Bitch, today I really understand what's meant by, can't judge a person by their appearance. This Yan Tianan is nothing special to look at, but who would have known that he would actually be such a darling? This is called, nothing special to look at. Are you even worthy of using the phrase, nothing special to look at? But, don't you guys think that this elder brother of his has a problem? Such a good opportunity. Zhongli Shen personally invited him up the mountain, but his Dage actually refused outright like that, probably because he's reluctant to part with his younger brother. Everyone knows that Sky Peak sect has very strict regulations. After entering, I estimate that Lin Xuanji won't be able to see him again until 3 or 5 years later. Alchemist Zhongli is so handsome, I think I love him even more now. Yan Tianan returned to the ranks of the Lin family and received many complicated gazes. Unlike the previous contempt and belittlement, this time, none of the Lin family pupils could ever treat him as though he was heir again. Because he was an alchemist, and also an alchemist who was personally invited by Zhongli Shen himself. He used his own strength to make those who once belittled, scorned, and even despised and slandered him view him in a favorable light now. After this, no one in the Lin family would dare to wantonly humiliate him, even if they didn't give Lin Xuanji face. Even if people continued to watch the competition, there still wouldn't be any flavor left, as the skills Yan Tianan had shown were more than enough to make people remember this match, and Yan Tianan's name was also gradually remembered by the public. Lin Xuanji thought it was unnecessary to remain here, so he planned to take Yan Tianan and descend the mountain first. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Duan Yuyong, who had always liked to squeeze together with them, actually waved his hand. I'm going to visit an acquaintance. Lin Xuanji asked, Yuan Tianwen. Duan Yuyong smiled, who else can it be besides him? Lin Xuanji nodded and didn't persuade him. He only said, don't torment yourself too much. Duan Yuyong replied, being a fool once is enough. That period has already passed. Only after hearing that did Lin Xuanji finally feel at ease, and he went down the mountain with Yan Tianan, rest assured. After Duan Yuyong sent them off with his gaze, he left his seat and walked towards the opposite direction. Yuan Tianwen was recuperating from his internal injuries inside Sky Peak Sect, which was a great honor. If it weren't for Su Mo and Yuan Zheng Sake, then Yuan Tianwen probably wouldn't have the qualifications or abilities. However, recently Duan Yuyong heard that Yuan Tianwen himself decided to leave Sky Peak Sect, this geomantic treasure land, and, against all reason, recuperate in the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion was built on a mountain. Duan Yuyong came to the entrance of the City Lord residence's main gate, explained his intentions, and reported his family name. He was soon led in by a young servant. The inside of the City Lord's residence was filled with soldiers in armor. They didn't spare a single glance at Duan Yuyong and simply stared straight ahead, as though this live person was just air. After passing through several doors and turning several circles, twisting and turning, Duan Yuyong came to a small, quiet courtyard. Duan Yuyong stood at the door and paused momentarily. A few guards stood guard outside Yuan Tianwen's door, and there were two servants who looked considerably polished. The two servants glanced at each other and hurriedly walked over when they saw Duan Yuyong. One of the servants, who was wearing dark blue clothing, spoke in a low voice, "Duan Young Master, the young master has been waiting for you for a long time. Please go in and see him." "Yeah, you're already here. My family's young master will definitely be very happy to see you." The youth in purple clothes beside him also added a little eagerly. They were afraid that Duan Yuyong would accidentally run away. In that case, how pitiful would their family's young master be? Although Duan Yuyong had prepared himself mentally, when he was truly about to meet Yuan Tianwen, his heart felt unbalanced and timid, as if a lone wanderer finally returning to his hometown after decades of travel. But since he had come here already, he should put down his heart here as well. Duan Yuyong only wanted to alleviate his anxiety a little and had no intention of escaping. How has Yuan Young Master's recovery been recently? Duan Yuyong wasn't in a hurry to rush in and instead stood beside the door and asked softly. Chapter 197. Butterfly Transformation Dual Cultivation. How is Yuan Young Master's recent recovery? Duan Yuyong wasn't in a hurry to enter but instead stood by the door and asked softly. The purple-clad youth looked depressed. Not very well. Madam originally wanted to send someone over to take care of him, but young master chased out everyone Madam Su sent and refused to let us in. We often hear young master's voice as he silently endures and feel uncomfortable in our hearts. Young master must be in extreme pain if he can't help but make a sound. The teenager in dark blue clothes also nodded. Young master doesn't want to see anyone. We haven't seen him even once ever since he was injured. As for his specific condition, Madam won't tell us either, but it must not be good. For some reason, Duan Yuyong's heart felt as though it was being squeezed. He composed himself and asked, "What are your names?" The dark blue youth replied, "I'm Ling Feng." "I'm Ling Yu." Duan Yuyong nodded. "Continue guarding outside and don't let anyone else in." Ling Feng and Ling Yu nodded. They heard about their family's young master repeatedly mumbling Duan Yuyong's name when he was unconscious. Now that the actual person came today, young master's illness should also improve. Ling Feng and Ling Yu gazed at Duan Yuyong with expectant gazes. Duan Yuyong pushed the door open and entered. There was a security restriction in front of the door that immediately issued a warning upon detecting an intruder while also alerting a group of guards in the process. Only, Duan Yuyong must have been granted special privileges, or he had some magic treasures on his person that could ignore the restriction and directly enter without triggering the alarm. As soon as Duan Yuyong entered, he encountered the thick medicinal smell that permeated the room. The room wasn't lit and looked somewhat gloomy, but it wasn't small and was divided into inner and outer rooms. There was no one in the outer room, so Duan Yuyong entered the inner room. The scene inside the room was similar to what he imagined. Yuan Tianwen was shivering non-stop, his entire body soaked with sweat, but he still gritted his teeth as he sat cross-legged on a praying mat, both of his hands pinched in hand seals as he meditated, attempting to suppress the raging torrent within his body. Duan Yuyong's sudden appearance made Yuan Tianwen suddenly open his eyes. It was a pair of fierce and bloody eyes that captured people's minds, as though it wanted to kill people in isolation. Those bewitching eyes contained hints of demonic charm and stirred one's soul. Duan Yuyong stood by the door and locked gazes with Yuan Tianwen. He didn't speak for a while. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Yuan Tianwen seemed to be silently enduring something. He gnashed his teeth, blue veins appearing on his forehead. After a moment, he gasped out, "Who let you come here?" Yuan Tianwen took a deep breath, his face covered in sweat. "Thanks for coming to see me. Now that you've seen me, you can leave now." "You're letting me leave just like that?" Duan Yuyong frowned and leisurely walked closer. He casually sat beside Yuan Tianwen. "Originally, I thought that your condition wouldn't be very good, but I didn't think it would actually be so terrible." Duan Yuyong looked at the place 3 inches below Yuan Tianwen's navel and indeed saw that Yuan Tianwen already had a big reaction there. "Is it very uncomfortable?" Duan Yuyong leaned close to Yuan Tianwen and blinked at him. He spoke with perceptiveness. "I had some suspicions before on flying Luan Peak that the reason you were scorched by your desire was not completely due to the snake venom but instead had something to do with your cultivation method. Now it seems that my guess is right." When Duan Yuyong leaned close to Yuan Tianwen, his body emitted a natural fragrance that was just like the poison of an aphrodisiac, which made Yuan Tianwen feel like his entire body was being burned by scorching flames. Yuan Tianwen cursed Duan Yuyong's reckless actions in his heart while pulling on a blanket beside him and covering himself with it. He closed his eyes and said coldly, "Don't get too close to me. You said that before as well." Duan Yuyong wasn't angered and laughed instead. "You said the same thing that day on flying Luan Peak as well, after you lost your reasoning and we had our first intimate moment. Don't get too close to me." Back then, Yuan Tianwen only spoke this one sentence in a hoarse voice as he raised his blind eyes and gazed up at the cave ceiling. Duan Yuyong took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from Yuan Tianwen's forehead. He smiled softly. "Yuan Tianwen, do I annoy you this much?" Yuan Tianwen squeezed the praying mat under him. He opened his eyes and gazed at Duan Yuyong, who was boldly within just an arm's reach, as he took a deep breath. He suppressed the most primitive instinct in his heart and tried to relax his voice. "Yuyong, you should know that I won't let you approach me because I don't want to hurt you in this situation." Even though the butterfly transformation dual cultivation that he cultivated wouldn't drop his cultivation every time he entered a new level, it still didn't rule out this kind of situation where his realm dropped due to an unstable state of mind. Yuan Tianwen had only experienced this twice. Once was on flying Luan Peak, and the second time was here. Every time butterfly transformation dual cultivation dropped his cultivation level, his yang-qi would skyrocket, and his entire body would be scorched by fierce desire. If he was still a virgin, then it would be fine, as he could just deal with it himself and return to normal, but once he lost his virginity, he would have to engage in dual cultivation every time after that. Yuan Tianwen's physical injury wasn't even worth mentioning, but the boiling flame of desire within him was indeed torturing him. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Duan Yuyong asked, "How many days have you been like this?" Yuan Tianwen closed his eyes again without looking at Duan Yuyong. "I don't know how many days. There are countless days anyways, and I didn't count them either." Every moment and every second was torture. His desire to count the days had already disappeared. "Back on flying Luan Peak, I already thought that you could endure a lot." Duan Yuyong gently wiped the sweat from Yuan Tianwen's face. "At first, you would rather let me take you to a cold bath in the stream than touch me. I thought then that you were probably a chivalrous gentleman." Yuan Tianwen only had one thought right now. He wants to curse a person. Duan Yuyong was absolutely retaliating against him, and this method was especially shameless, especially sinister and cunning, and especially effective. He didn't dare to touch Duan Yuyong anymore. He didn't want Duan Yuyong to have a deeper possibility of prejudice against him. He wanted to see Duan Yuyong very much and obtain his attention and concern, but this was definitely not the time. "I'm not some chivalrous gentleman." Yuan Tianwen suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the Duan Yuyong near him with bloodshot eyes. He grabbed the hand that held the handkerchief as he panted for breath, having a strong urge to say malicious curse words. However, the words became softer once they left his mouth. "Yuyong, listen to me. I will find you as soon as I recover after a period of time." Yuan Tianwen's voice contained traces of helplessness and pampering indulgence, a stark contrast to his usual serious and cold attitude. Duan Yuyong paused and felt the heat and faint trembling from the hand on his wrist. "Without me, how can you get past this period of time?" Duan Yuyong asked back. There's always a way. Yuan Tianwen forced himself to let go of Duan Yuyong. I don't want your misunderstanding of me to deepen any further. I'm very glad that you came over to see me. We can discuss the rest later. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Duan Yuyong gazed at Yuan Tianwen's grave and stern expression, the oblique long eyebrows and black eyes like deep pools. His eyes traveled down to the tall and sharp nose and the red lips that had been bitten before. Yuan Tianwen's appearance was quite similar to Su Mo's. He remembered that when he saw Yuan Tianwen for the first time as a child, perhaps due to his position as a young master, Yuan Tianwen always had an expression of "I'm not happy, don't you provoke me" when dealing with Yuan family members. Only when he saw Duan Yuyong did his eyes reveal traces of a smile, and he would crouch down and carry Duan Yuyong, whose height then was only up to his knees, on his shoulders without any regard to his own image. After he grew up, Duan Yuyong felt that Yuan Tianwen treated him differently. Only later, when he foolishly ran to the Yuan family to propose marriage but was rejected in a steadfast manner, did he realize that perhaps Yuan Tianwen just thought that he was amusing. Unknowingly, Duan Yuyong was already close enough to touch Yuan Tianwen's lips. He suddenly kissed Yuan Tianwen. Yuan Tianwen was frightened and almost pushed him off the couch, but fortunately resisted the impulse. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yuan Tianwen probably wanted to curse him, but he also suppressed that urge. He was reluctant to hit or scold, so he could only be played by Duan Yuyong. Duan Yuyong looked at Yuan Tianwen's silently enduring expression that contained many grievances and was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. He smiled, very uncomfortable, right? Yuan Tianwen didn't want to pay attention to him. Back on Flying Luan Peak, you endured for so long, so how come you suddenly stopped trying to endure? Duan Yuyong blinked and asked playfully. Because you said that insisting on solving it myself when there was a readily available solution was something only a fool would do. Yuan Tianwen fixed Duan Yuyong with a death glare. Duan Yuyong felt happy again. You remember quite clearly. That's indeed what I said. Every sentence you say, I remember it clearly. Duan Yuyong continued. Then, now that I've already delivered myself to your doorstep, you still want to deal with it yourself. I really was blind, wasting so much effort trying to teach you. Yuan Tianwen, however, sneered. Don't think I don't know your scheme. Duan Yuyong paused. What scheme do I have? Yuan Tianwen responded. If I touched you today, I'm afraid that you won't ever accept me anymore after today. Of course I won't do something like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. I won't let you go. After I recover, even if you run to the ends of the world, I will still find you. Duan Yuyong, bitch, why did this sound so frightening? Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes. Your heart is too dark. It's not that my heart is dark. Yuan Tianwen refuted. I just don't want to give you any excuse to escape from me. I don't understand. Duan Yuyong spoke. You do understand. Yuan Tianwen stared at him. You're not willing to accept me because you still don't believe that the person I like is you. You just think that it's because of the affection on Flying Luan Peak and also because I touched you, so I want to take responsibility for you. A trace of dismay flashed through Duan Yuyong's eyes, and panic arose from being seen through. His thoughts were firmly understood by Yuan Tianwen. Yuan Tianwen's eyes dimmed a little. So, you should leave now. I don't want to hurt you, nor do I want our misunderstanding to deepen. Duan Yuyong's expression changed. At last, he sat down with a big grin and sneered. You want me to leave, so I won't leave. Yuan Tianwen suddenly felt happy while feeling pained. It really hurt, but he didn't dare say it. Duan Yuyong fooled around with Yuan Tianwen with his gaze. Yuan Tianwen acted as though he didn't see it. Perhaps Duan Yuyong finally found his conscience, so he stopped talking nonsense. He found a place to sit and sometimes took out a few talismans to play with, while sometimes casting a glance at Yuan Tianwen. Yuan Tianwen wanted to ignore the existence of the person beside him, but how was that possible? Let's first not mention whether he is Lu Shahui or not. Just from the facts that Duan Yuyong is his sweetheart and that the two have an indescribable relationship, it was already impossible for Yuan Tianwen to not think more about the situation. Finally, at night, Yuan Tianwen couldn't endure anymore. He opened his eyes like a hungry wolf staring at his prey, his eyes shining with a green light. He fixed Duan Yuyong with a fierce stare and gnashed his teeth quite a bit. What in the world did you come here for? Yuan Tianwen asked. To spend time with you. Duan Yuyong blinked his eyes innocently. Chapter 198. Not worth mentioning. Yuan Tianwen's lips twitched. It's late, you'd better go back and rest. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Duan Yuyong's smile didn't reach his eyes. Can you resolve this situation yourself? It'll be over soon if I endure for a while. Yuan Tianwen replied expressionlessly. Is it so difficult to find a woman or a man? Duan Yuyong asked coldly. Yuan Tianwen suddenly glared at him. Are you deliberately provoking me? Who's provoking you? I'm serious. Duan Yuyong curled his lips up. I delivered myself to your doorstep, but you didn't even want me, and now you don't even want to find other people to resolve this. You're really set on tormenting yourself to death. Yuan Tianwen swept him a glance. I'm going to spend the rest of my life with you, not just for one moment of pleasure. I want you, but it's certainly not under today's kind of circumstances. Duan Yuyong paused, then stood up. Then you can just endure it yourself. Yuan Tianwen gave an affirmative hum as he watched Duan Yuyong leave. He had been with Duan Yuyong for half a year. How could he not understand Duan Yuyong's thoughts? Duan Yuyong wanted to completely turn their relationship into a casual one-night stand just like that. He shouldn't even think about it. Yuan Tianwen lowered his head and saw his current situation. He sighed secretly. You've suffered, brother. Duan Yuyong was just outside the inner room's door when he heard Yuan Tianwen's murmur and couldn't help but feel happy. After exiting Yuan Tianwen's room, Duan Yuyong met Su Mo, who had been waiting outside for an unknown period of time. Uncle Mo. Duan Yuyong came over to greet him. Su Mo greeted him with a smile, his eyes filled with warmth. I didn't expect that you could actually come and see Tianwen. Duan Yuyong rubbed his nose. Well, he and I can be considered friends. He suffered such serious injuries, so I have to care about him. Su Mo smiled noncommittally. Yuyong, Tianwen was spoiled rotten by his father and I ever since he was a child. Even though we raised him to be an upright, magnanimous, and humble person who doesn't engage in dishonest actions, he's still very lacking in certain areas. For example, he's prejudiced and obstinate, and neither I nor his father can correct those. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Duan Yuyong pretended to not understand but also smiled. Actually, these qualities are quite good, but he can't be hard on his own body. Humans should be flexible and adapt to different situations when the circumstances call for it. He nodded. Will there be any problem if he forces himself to endure like this? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. With his current cultivation level, even if no one helps him alleviate his problem, he'll only feel uncomfortable at most and have a slower recovery. His life won't be in danger. Su Mo explained calmly. However, he brought this upon himself. He deserves it, so you don't have to indulge him. Duan Yuyong. This should be his birth father, yup. Su Mo smiled as he continued. Tianwen, this brat, has had a smooth sailing life ever since he was a child and has never experienced any setbacks before. That he was deceived by someone this time can only be blamed on his own ignorance. Yuyong, you are a very soft-hearted child. You will forgive him sooner or later. I can see that from your willingness to come over and help him through his difficulties today. Su Mo's words made Duan Yuyong feel that he had nowhere to hide. He felt slightly awkward and touched his nose. Uncle Mo, don't you think that I really have no backbone? His marriage proposal was obviously rejected twice, but he still ran over like a fool as soon as the person gestured with his fingers. Even Duan Yuyong himself felt that he was especially cheap. But he just couldn't control this heart of his, and he couldn't forget the time spent on flying Luan Peak with Yuan Tianwen. When he heard that Yuan Tianwen was injured and bedridden, how could he not be distressed? If it wasn't for that tiny amount of self-respect haunting him, he would have already been unable to control himself and gone to visit Yuan Tianwen, even if he had to use an indifferent expression or a frivolous attitude to cover up his concern. Su Mo paused slightly. He reached out and lightly patted Duan Yuyong's head. It's Tianwen's great fortune to have a sweetheart like you who treats him so sincerely. However, I don't think that you need to pay too much attention to him. You should let him scratch his head every day in order to come up with all kinds of methods to obtain your forgiveness and acceptance. Don't let him get it too easily. There's no harm in him eating some losses and understanding how precious you are. Only then can he treat you better in the future. Anyways, I only recognize you as my son-in-law and no one else. Duan Yuyong looked at Su Mo with a dumbfounded expression. That expression was somewhat solemn, stupefied, and also a little cute. It was probably because he lived for so long but hadn't encountered a father who screwed over his child this badly. Duan Yuyong was a little tongue-tied. Uncle Su, since when did your words become this straightforward? I'm not used to it. Su Mo touched his face. I guess it's because I'm old and can't bother to beat around the bush. In short, even if you do like him, don't let him see it too clearly, or else he won't know how high the heavens are or how thick the earth is. What else could Duan Yuyong say? He could only chat with Su Mo some more with a smile and be sent back by Su Mo's people, his heart full of astonishment. With this kind of dad, Yuan Tianwen's life wasn't easy either. On Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianen's side, they were stopped halfway on the road before they returned to the inn. They were invited by the Bai family's young master and several elders. Lin Xuanji naturally wouldn't refuse, so he leisurely took Yan Tianen with him to the Bai family for a free meal. After entering from the main entrance, Lin Xuanji's eyes fixedly followed the attendant who led the way inside, never straying. They circumvented pavilions and gardens and bypassed bewilderment arrays and magic treasures defending the gardens before the two finally safely arrived at one of the Bai family's reception pavilions. The reception pavilion was surrounded by blooming spiritual plants and flowers that emitted an elegant fragrance, making people unconsciously feel relaxed and serene. Bai Yichen was seated in that ingeniously made wheelchair, surrounded in turn by 3 Bai family elders. After the attendant informed everyone, Bai family's first elder rose to greet them, but his expression wasn't very friendly. Bai Yichen, however, greeted them with a smile on his face. He stretched out his hand. Craftsman Lin, little friend Yan, please sit. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianen sat down opposite of Bai Yichen. Peach blossom wine, which was brewed in Heaven and Earth Winery, was placed in front of them, as well as some tea snacks bought from intoxicating fragrance restaurant. They looked extremely delicious. Lin Xuanji smiled as he looked at Bai Yichen. It's been a while, is young Master Bai's health still good? A simple wine flask was placed in front of Bai Yichen. His eyes swept over the wine flask as he smiled profoundly. With Xuanji's care, naturally every day is better than the last, but this wine flask should have the corresponding set of wine cups in order to look more perfect. Lin Xuanji smiled. What's difficult about that? I will refine a set of wine cups for you when I leave today. Bai Yichen's smile deepened. Then I shall thank you in advance. Yan Tianen looked at the two people, who were gazing at each other with smiles, and always felt that there was something between them that he couldn't see. At once, his heart felt a little uncomfortable. Yan Tianen picked up a snack and stuffed it into his mouth. Well, although Bai Yichen's presence was a little irksome, his family's snacks were really delicious. Bai Yichen wasn't in a hurry to discuss the main topic with Lin Xuanji, and Lin Xuanji naturally wasn't in a hurry to either, but the other people were so anxious that they couldn't sit still. Speaking of, although Bai family's main branch had been in power for a long time and these few elders also held some of the highest positions within the Bai family, due to the fact that the Bai family hadn't stirred up any trouble those years and that such a fierce young master held the absolute authority while overseeing a rigid set of family rules, the elders here weren't very ambitious or scheming. Bai family's first elder said directly with a dark expression, Craftsman Lin, today we invited you here, one because young master said that he was a friend of yours and kindly invited you. 2. I also have some questions to consult with you. Bai Yichen only sipped his tea and didn't comment on Bai First Elder's attitude. Lin Xuanji didn't care much about it either. If First Elder has something to say, then please speak directly. First Elder narrowed his eyes. I heard Old Four say that you want to set up a craftsman alliance with the Bai family and the other major families and sects as backers in order to provide some convenience to those lone independent craftsmen. Lin Xuanji nodded as he confirmed calmly, indeed, I have such intentions. Second Elder smiled coldly, sure enough, heroes arise from the ranks of youths. I didn't expect that Craftsman Lin would have such ambitions at a young age, and his appetite is even more frightening. This kind of open praise and secret disparagement, coupled with First Elder's frigid irony and scorching cynicism, made their thoughts obvious. Lin Xuanji knew from a glance that these elders were very dissatisfied with Lin Xuanji's presumptuous assertions that wanted to drag Bai Fourth Elder underwater. Lin Xuanji just wanted to talk it out lightly, but he didn't expect for Yan Tianen to swallow the dessert in his mouth and blink as he said, my Dage doesn't eat a lot, he has a small appetite. I'm afraid you don't understand my Dage very well. The sneer on Bai's second elder's face immediately stiffened. Several pairs of eyes all looked towards Yan Tianen, who didn't have too much sense of existence. Yan Tianen was a little at a loss. He still held a sweet in his hand and was about to stuff it into his mouth but was compelled to ask, "What are you looking at me for?" "Nothing." Lin Xuanji laughed and gently rubbed the top of Yan Tianan's head. Yan Tianan comfortably rubbed Lin Xuanji's palm with his head and grinned at him. Lin Xuanji saw this and didn't have any superfluous thoughts anymore. His family's hen was just so endearingly silly and cute. Bai Yichen couldn't help laughing. "Your Dage indeed doesn't eat much." Second elder's words still await verification. Second elder almost couldn't resist the urge to twitch his mouth. He closed his mouth and wondered at the same time, did this kid do it deliberately, or did he do it deliberately? The momentum was already interrupted and had become much worse than before. There was no need for him to chase the heart of the matter anymore. However, the attitude of the Bai family elders was clearly laid out on the table. They were very dissatisfied with Lin Xuanji duping Bai fourth elder. Lin Xuanji naturally needed to understand some rules and explain along this line of topic. "Yesterday I just saw Bai fourth elder and occasionally mentioned a sentence or two, but I didn't imagine that Bai fourth elder was actually very interested, so I talked a lot without paying attention." Lin Xuanji's tone was neither servile nor overbearing. He continued leisurely, "Naturally, the craftsman alliance is only a tentative concept. There are many imperfections that need to be filled in. This is just a fledgling idea in my mind, and I never mentioned this to anyone either. Furthermore, I also never overestimated my own capabilities and attempted to put it into practice." "You don't dare to put it into practice, but you actually dare to say it." Bai first elder gritted his teeth. Lin Xuanji readily followed the flow, "I dare to talk about it, that's all. I just spoke of it casually, it's not worth mentioning." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Not worth mentioning your ass. Chapter 199. Rejecting a little brother. Several elders couldn't help thinking at the same time, it was this bastard Lin Xuanji who casually threw out a few sentences and attracted a super invincible humongous trouble. By fourth elder set his heart on its. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. If this still wasn't worth mentioning, then wouldn't something that's worth mentioning turn the world upside down? Bai fourth elder had always been a very casual person and never cared about what he ate, wore, or used. He never asked for anything either, as if he were a Buddha with no desire. He was both lovable and sensible, but everyone knew that once he decided on something, he would pester people non-stop until their ears bled and would only stop after the person agreed to his demands. More importantly, these people who now held authority in the Bai family couldn't say no to Bai fourth elder. After all, this was their little brother whom they had lost from childhood, who suffered so much, and whom they finally managed to find after much difficulty. When taking action, one should grasp the most critical component. Being able to grasp Bai fourth elder meant that Lin Xuanji held the Bai family's lifeblood. Several Bai family elders knew that the craftsman alliance would be forced to form due to circumstances sooner or later, but they just couldn't swallow this bitter pill. Why did the cabbage that they suffered so much to raise for countless years get eaten by Lin Xuanji with just a few words? Immediately, Bai family's elders felt their hearts being stifled one by one. Bai second elder spoke eccentrically, "Craftsman Lin has a glib tongue. Just a few casual sentences can let our old four set his heart on it. Yeah, and he even refers to you as his brother." Bai third elder's expression was dark. Even today, he was still shouting about wanting to become sworn brothers with you. "Laozi is warning you, if you dare to agree, Laozi will cut you into 8 pieces, regardless of whether you're a craftsman or not." If Lin Xuanji wanted to take advantage of their family's old four, then he still had to ask whether these older brothers of Bai fourth elder agreed. First Yan Tianan was stunned and stopped chewing. The half of the cake still left in his hand fell onto the table. Lin Xuanji thought that Yan Tianan was frightened by Bai third elder's vicious words. He immediately frowned, but unexpectedly, Yan Tianan looked at him with a face that seemed to be holding back tears. "Dage, you'll have other little brothers." Lin Xuanji, several Bai family elders, "Little brother, are you sure? Did I hear you right? Weren't they talking about becoming sworn brothers?" I don't agree. Yan Tianan instantly made a scene as he shook his head while rejecting with a sobbing tone. "You promised that you'll only have me as your younger brother. Daddy also only has one adopted son. You can't go back on your words. You can't accept others as little brothers, or else I'll leave the house." Lin Xuanji suppressed the impulse to laugh and coughed softly. "Don't worry, I won't accept others as younger brothers." Yan Tianan stretched out his finger. "Pinky swear. Promise me." Lin Xuanji cooperated with him and hooked their pinkies as they swore. "We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Suddenly, the Bai family elders were all dumbfounded. What in the world was this little kid talking about? His brain shouldn't be completely made up of water and flour after being stirred together a few times. With their strength and status, did they need to curry favor with and please a greenhorn craftsman and even fucking rush to become his younger brother? You. Second elder twisted his face and was just prepared to say something, but they heard light laughter coming from a person they absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Little friend Yan is right. It's not good to bully people through force. Xuanji is my friend, he naturally won't become sworn brothers with old four. As soon as Bai Yichen uttered those words, the entire scene descended into utter silence. Bai First Elder felt as though he had been struck on the head by lightning. His other two younger brothers were also not to be outdone. Lin Xuanji could be Bai Yichen's friend. Then if those two became sworn brothers, wouldn't Lin Xuanji's seniority be even higher than theirs? Just what kind of ability did this Lin Xuanji have to actually catch Bai Yichen's interest? It shouldn't be, because he's good looking. Bitch it. Maybe that really is the reason. No matter what the Bai family elders thought in their hearts, in short, no one dared to make trouble for Lin Xuanji anymore after that. They were all craftsmen, so they never lacked topics to discuss when sitting together. After disregarding the earlier grudge-filled conversation, Lin Xuanji and the Bai family members chatted quite happily. Without even realizing it, it had already become quite late. After eating and drinking their fill, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan were ready to take their leave. Before leaving, Bai Yichen said, "Regarding the craftsman alliance you proposed earlier, I found the idea quite interesting. I might as well find someone to come up with a specific plan, so let's start this alliance together. What do you think?" Lin Xuanji hadn't expected to have such a harvest and, even more, he hadn't expected for Bai Yichen to actually have a hand in it. Nevertheless, none of that surprise showed on his face. He looked into Bai Yichen's eyes and couldn't figure out his intentions at all. Lin Xuanji smiled, "Since young Master Bai is interested in this matter, then I naturally am willing to be a figurehead. I've already called you Xuanji, but you still refer to me as young Master Bai." Bai Yichen blinked charmingly. How about changing it? After all, we'll all be building the same alliance in the future. Lin Xuanji didn't care about an address, so he said, "Then I'll call you Yichen." Bai Yichen nodded. "Wuya, send Xuanji and Ah Hen out for me." As soon as Bai Wuya walked out, Lin Xuanji refused. "There's no need. The way back is not far and is located in Sky Peak City, so there won't be any problems." Bai Yichen didn't insist any further either. "Then I won't send you out. No need to see us out." After seeing Lin Xuanji off with their gaze, the Bai family elders standing behind Bai Yichen opened their mouths. First elder held his beard. This Lin Xuanji is experienced and knowledgeable. No matter what I said, he was actually able to connect to the conversation, which is pretty incredible. He naturally has extensive knowledge. Second elder quipped, "Don't forget, Dage, that Bai family's several vital treasures were all taken by him alone." Impressive conversational skills. First elder commented, "Extraordinary bearing." Second elder added, "Good looking." Third elder nodded. As soon as third elder said that, first and second elder both turned to look at him. Third elder asked with a cold expression, "What, am I wrong?" "You're not wrong," Bai Yichen answered as he turned his wheelchair around to face them. Lin Xuanji's face can be said to be blessed by the heavens, extremely pampered by the Tao of Heaven. It's just that too much is sometimes as bad as not enough, and fortune and disaster come hand in hand. Nobody can say whether it's a good or bad thing for someone to look so beautiful. Young master is right. Bai First Elder nodded and sighed. This reminds me of the Hong Gate Blood Moon 20 years ago. Hong Gate Blood Moon described the event that happened 20 years ago, on the first day of the lunar month, on a night swirling with thickly falling snow. Back then, Lin Xuanji hadn't been born yet. At that time, the number one beauty in the world was called Hong Shuoxu. Although he was a man, his looks were stunning, capable of causing the downfall of a city, breathtakingly beautiful. He was an elemental cultivator, and his primary magic weapon was a zither that had been passed down for countless years. It was said that he could attract phoenixes with a single song. What's more rare was that Hong Shuoxu was a furnace constitution due to being born at a yin year, yin month, yin day, yin hour, and was the best choice for dual cultivation. The Hong family at that time was just a small family, but they suddenly had such an incredible character appear in their midst. The Hong family began to have ideas about him and wanted to use Hong Shuoxu to exchange for more benefits. Hence, the Hong family head at the time searched everywhere for a marriage partner. In reality, the Hong family didn't even need to be so impatient. With Hong Shuoxu's own qualifications and capabilities, it wouldn't have been difficult at all to find a Dao companion who could elevate the Hong family to another level. However, the Hong family was too eager to succeed, so they actually spread the fact that Hong Shuoxu was a furnace everywhere. Eventually, Hong Shuoxu was sold to several families, but he had only one body. Some people within those families discussed with each other to make Hong Shuoxu their shared wife. No matter how fierce Hong Shuoxu was, he was still just a member of a small third-class families and didn't have a single backer or a strong background. He could only be defiled and trampled on by those people in turn. Hong Shuoxu was also a person with very high ambitions. When he fell and became a demonic cultivator, he began to retaliate against the Hong family, which finally ended in mutual destruction together with the Hong family. Hong Gate Blood Moon referred to when all 300 people from the Hong family lost their lives in a single night. Their blood dyed the entire snowy ground crimson, and the moon that was reflected in the red water became a blood moon. This incident shocked the entire cultivation world and was repeatedly mentioned in the following 20 years. Some people lamented Hong Shuoxu's supreme beauty while others lamented the fate of the Hong family. But ultimately, most people felt great pity for Hong Shuoxu. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Nevertheless, the history of the cultivation world had never lacked tragic tales of stunning beauties. It was said that the great immortal demon war 10,000 years ago was triggered by the divine devil and supreme celestials' fight over a beauty, which gradually deteriorated into a large-scaled war covering the whole two worlds. The so-called femme fatale is not without basis. Will Lin Xuanji become the next Hong Shuoxu? And what would his fate be? Bai Yichen obviously knew about Hong Shuoxu's tragic story as well, which was regarded as a disgrace by the 5 continents. He snapped himself out of it. Lin Xuanji's temperament is much more resolute than Hong Shuoxu's was back then. He shouldn't be walking towards Hong Shuoxu's path. Moreover, the Lin family is not the Hong family either. There are few who dare to covet Lin Xuanji. It's hard to say what the future holds. Bai First Elder shook his head. In the end, he pitied this youth who was so gifted on the craftsman path. The end of the alchemy competition drew the curtain closed on the first few rounds of the 100 Families Gathering. The last round of every 100 Families Gathering always had a pleasant surprise. This year's surprise had already been leaked out by someone earlier, so Lin Xuanji wasn't surprised when it was officially announced. The surprise was that the participants who climbed onto the rankings in the 100 Families Gathering and those with entry passes were able to enter a secret mysterious land left behind by an alchemist when he ascended to the heavens. The mysterious land's requirement for cultivation levels was between refining Qi 5th layer and foundation stage 3rd layer. Although there was no age limit, the majority of people who could enter were the participants of the 100 Families Gathering. Every family had at least one entry pass, so 100 families had at least 100 entry passes, not to mention the elite families, who held 5 passes per family. The pill limit mysterious land will open after 5 days. We can do other things in these 5 days. Lin Xuanji told Yan Tianan after he received the information. Yan Tianan hugged a sleeping tiger cub in his arms while another one lied on his shoulder. He heard Lin Xuanji's voice and raised his head. Dage, can Abai and Hupo go in? Abai lifted his head and looked eagerly at Lin Xuanji and the person who came here to notify them of the information. Lin Xuanji looked at the person. The person giving information smiled. This was originally limited, but under Ji family's young master's strong request, the restriction was relaxed. However, even demonic beasts have level requirements as well. They should be above 4 stars and below 9 stars. One person can bring in at most 1 demonic beast. Yan Tianan laughed as he stretched out his finger and scratched Abai's chin. That's right, I'm afraid that Ji Dage is much more invested in this than I am. After all, the Ji family is a family of beast tamers. If Ji family pupils weren't allowed to bring their own demonic beasts with them, then they basically have both of their arms handicapped. Chapter 200. Equivalent exchange. After sending off the person who came to announce information, Lin Xuanji patted Yan Tianan on the shoulder. Go out and buy some materials. I plan to craft equipment for 3 days. Yan Tianan nodded and put Abai down as he went out with Lin Xuanji. Earlier this morning, the 2 medicinal pills that Yan Tianan had refined had already been bought by major families for a lot of money. A while ago, Lin Xuanji rushed to craft a batch of wine cups and sent them back to Qing City via bird, earning a considerable sum of money as well. These dealings happened to give them enough money to spend. In the past, they strolled around the West City, but today, Lin Xuanji took Yan Tianan to the East City. The layout of East City differed greatly from West City's layout. It held a boundless and imposing atmosphere, and most of the building structures had black as their main color theme. It was clear from a glance that this was the style of the Wangfu family. The Wangfu family had always revered the sword path, and its ancestral breaking sun sword, passed down throughout the generations, was a top-grade artifact, the ultimate treasure of the Wangfu family. Similarly, their breaking sun swordsmanship was also considered a supreme treasure in the cultivation world. Although many people coveted it, nobody dared to actually provoke the Wangfu family because of their reputation. Lin Xuanji bought some crafting materials with rather distinct yongqi and spent almost half of his money. Once they came out of the store, Yan Tianan gritted his teeth in pain at the large expenditure as he tugged on Lin Xuanji's sleeve. "Dage, what are you buying these for?" Lin Xuanji answered, "Do you want to take Ajiyu inside the pill limit mysterious land?" Yan Tianan nodded, "Yes, but Ajiyu will be found out as soon as he enters. No one will notice him if I craft a treasure that can disguise the corpse chi on his body." Yan Tianan was stunned. He's an entire person, how can he blend in and not be discovered inside the mysterious land? Do you think that only those of us who participated in the 100 Families gathering are qualified to enter the pill limit mysterious land? Lin Xuanji asked in reply. "Is that not so?" Yan Tianan scratched his head. "Naturally not," Lin Xuanji explained. "Pill limit mysterious land is a rare and valuable treasure left behind by one of Sky Peak sect's alchemists when he left the 5 continents and ascended to the 9 lands. That Sky Peak sect can bring this out as the surprise event for this time's 100 Families gathering in no way means that they will be so generous as to only allow the 100 families to enter. The 5 great sects will also similarly arrange for disciples to enter pill limit mysterious land, and I'm afraid that the number of people will not be small. At that time, we can let Ajiyu take advantage of the opportunity to mix in with them." Yan Tianan immediately smiled as he nodded, "That's great. I haven't seen Ajiyu for a long time. If I can take Ajiyu inside, then he will naturally be very willing. I'm just worried that Ajiyu will be detected by others." Not long after returning to the inn, Lin Xuanji was somewhat surprised to see Wangfu Jin sitting upright in the middle of the inn with an imposing aura about him. Lin Xuanji raised his eyebrows and looked into Wangfu Jin's pair of eyes which were full of complex emotions for a moment. Wangfu Young City Lord, Wangfu Jin stood up, and his subordinates who were sitting at the several tables beside him also stood up as one. In an instant, the entire inn became quiet. Are they going to fight? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Lin Xuanji gently patted the back of Yan Tianan's hand, indicating for him to keep calm and not get agitated, then held his hand as they walked upstairs together. After they entered the room, Lin Xuanji closed the door with the back of his hand. Wangfu Jin cut straight to the chase without any nonsense as he glared at Lin Xuanji. "That sword, when do you plan to sell it?" Lin Xuanji blinked and pretended to not understand. "What, when to sell?" Wangfu Jin narrowed his eyes coldly. "Don't play dumb with me. The sword that I gave you to reforge." Lin Xuanji suddenly realized and responded, "Oh, that sword. Since you already gave it to me, naturally it's mine." Wangfu Jin's expression instantly darkened. He gritted his teeth and managed to say, "Lin Xuanji, to tell you the truth, that sword holds special significance for me. Before I gave you the materials to be used in the competition, I had no idea that someone would take it out and use it as one of the competition materials." "State your terms." Lin Xuanji swept him a glance. He sat beside the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Each minding his own business, he slowly replied, "Wangfu Jin, this sword holds special meaning for you, but not necessarily for others." Wangfu Jin paused. "What do you mean by that? You are not a fool either, how can you not see other people's intentions?" Lin Xuanji smiled as he continued, "I'm afraid that you hold this sword in the highest regards. Ordinary people can't even touch it, right? But in reality, a person actually went around you without caring about your thoughts to bring this sword for me to use as practice. It can be seen that in that person's heart, You are not very important, and similarly, this sword is not particularly important as well. Wang Fujin's face suddenly paled a little. He was clearly somewhat upset, but he managed to barely maintain the dignity of a young city lord in front of Lin Xuanji and not truly lose his composure. Lin Xuanji was really a clever and eloquent fellow. Every word of his stabbed at Wang Fujin's heart without giving any thought to his feelings or his face. Wang Fujin had no choice but to admit that Lin Xuanji was right, but he would never let the other party see that. You don't have to care about that, Wang Fujin said coldly. I just want that sword. Lin Xuanji said, of course. It won't be a problem as long as the price is high enough. Wang Fujin narrowed his eyes. How much money do you want? Lin Xuanji smiled. Talking about money is rather vulgar. Then what do you want? Lin Xuanji rubbed the small jade cup in his hand and looked at Wang Fujin with a smile in his eyes. I heard that you once obtained a yin ghost banner when wiping out a nest of demonic cultivators. Wang Fujin's face changed, his expression cold enough to freeze water, his gaze locked onto Lin Xuanji. You want the yin ghost banner? Do you want to summon yin ghosts? What do you plan to use this kind of demonic artifact for? Lin Xuanji replied, calm and composed, you can think of it as mere curiosity. No matter what, the yin ghost banner is still a magic treasure, and it's even a magic treasure with demonic qi and yin qi. As a craftsman, I've always held a curious heart towards the weapons that I have never seen before. Wang Fujin thought of that yin ghost banner. He practiced a pure yang technique, so he couldn't use this kind of item at all. Moreover, he never had any intention of using it to begin with. Furthermore, he had obtained it from the hands of the demonic cultivator whom he killed, so he hadn't turned it over to his family. Thus, the yin ghost banner was currently in his hands. It's just. Wang Fujin was somewhat suspicious of Lin Xuanji's purpose, but he also felt that with Lin Xuanji's crafting ability, it was unnecessary to craft demonic cultivators, artifacts. It would just sit there anyways if left unused, so Wang Fujin thought for a moment and nodded. Deal. Lin Xuanji smiled, refreshingly fast. Wang Fujin swept him a glance. The yin ghost banner is of great importance. It won't be good if others find out, so I will go back and retrieve it myself. I'll return later to exchange with you. Why the hurry? Wang Fujin rolled his eyes at Lin Xuanji. It's unbearable for that sword to continue being in your possession for even one cup of tea's time. Lin Xuanji didn't get angry either, and his attitude remained friendly. Wang Fuyang city lord might as well think about what I said on the way. Wang Fujin flung his sleeves as he walked away. Lin Xuanji laughed behind him but didn't speak further. Yan Tianan also witnessed the entire process. He couldn't help but ask, Dage, why do you want to upset him like this? It doesn't seem like he offended Dage before. I'm merely telling the truth. A cryptic light flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes. Who said he didn't offend me? Ah, Yan Tianan paused. He did. He did. Lin Xuanji clearly did not want to explain further. Yan Tianan started to rack his brains over what in the world Wang Fujin did to offend Lin Xuanji. One should know that ordinarily, Lin Xuanji would never casually expose people's weak points. But, even if Yan Tianan squeezed his brain dry, he still wouldn't be able to think that Wang Fujin had actually offended Lin Xuanji in the previous life. In their past life, after Lang Jishui died, Wang Fujin was like a mad dog biting at everyone and everything. At that time, the tension between Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan had already eased up tremendously. Even though neither of them asked about the other's secrets, at the very least, during moments of intimacy, Lin Xuanji did not excessively torment Yan Tianan like he did before. And Yan Tianan was also clever and lovable. The maliciousness in his expression dissipated by a lot, and he also let up on associating with those lousy friends from the demonic path. Everything seemed to be developing in the right direction. And yet, shortly after Lang Jishui's death, Wang Fujin found Lin Xuanji and glared at him with red eyes. Yan Tianan killed Lang Jishui. Lin Xuanji was stunned. Why do you say that? What evidence do you have? Wang Fujin chuckled twice as he put on a fake smile. I've already sent someone to inspect Ah Shui's corpse. He was heavily injured by the Yin Ghost banner. Don't tell me you have no clue who currently holds the Yin Ghost banner. Back then, Lin Xuanji's entire blood froze. Yin Ghost banner was in Yan Tianan's hands, and Yan Tianan had personally snatched it from Wang Fujin's hands. There's no reason for him to kill Lang Jishui. Lin Xuanji said, really no reason. Wang Fujin looked utterly mad, suffering, gnashing his teeth so hard that every sentence he spoke dripped with blood. He regards you as his possession and also envies Leng Jishui, who was protected by you. He's a demonic cultivator, ruthless and merciless. Isn't this more than enough reason for him to kill Leng Jishui? Lin Xuanji paused. I have never been together with Leng Jishui. We're only good friends. Yan Tianan should know this. Wang Fujin mockingly curled his lips. Since you're so determined to protect his murderer, then you might as well continue to protect him. Ah Shui knows the truth in the afterlife. I'll just treat it as him not being able to perceive people's true nature. But Yin Ghost Banner has another function, which is to collect souls. I won't ask you to take revenge for Ah Shui, I just beg you to allow Ah Shui's soul the chance to reincarnate. Don't let his soul be unable to find peace, even in death. Wang Fujin left these words behind, then flung his sleeves and left. Lin Xuanji had seen Yan Tianan use the Yin Ghost Banner to kill people before, so he could naturally confirm that the Yin Ghost Banner was in Yan Tianan's hands. However, he could never accept Yan Tianan using the Yin Ghost Banner to murder his close friend. Suspicion was still simply suspicion. It's impossible for Lin Xuanji to reach a conclusion based on only a few sentences. At first, Lin Xuanji didn't disclose this. He observed, looking for evidence, and constantly trying to overthrow Wang Fujin's conclusion. However, all the evidence seemed to point to Yan Tianan as the murderer, and Lin Xuanji began to have deep-seated, foreboding feeling for Yan Tianan in his heart, which he could no longer hide. And Yan Tianan wasn't easy to bully either. If Lin Xuanji ignored his presence, he wouldn't bother to rush up in front of Lin Xuanji to prove that he existed either. In this way, the two people whose relationship was originally warming up once again felt the distance between them widen, and this time, they gradually grew farther apart in two opposite directions, which planted the seed for their ultimate life and death showdown. Not long afterwards, something else happened, and the matter of Yan Tianan using Yin Ghost Banner to kill Leng Jishui seemed to have become a fact. Lin Xuanji, who had been grieving over Leng Jishui's death since the beginning, finally chose to lay all his cards out on the table with Yan Tianan one day. Faced with Lin Xuanji's doubts and criticisms, Yan Tianan just smiled heartlessly. If you think it's me, then it's me. Even if I explain something, you probably won't believe it. Why should I waste effort to do so then? Chapter 201. Wang Fu fool Lin Xuanji was both furious and disappointed. He felt that Yan Tianan was incorrigible. From then on, he thoroughly severed all ties with Yan Tianan. And what kind of role did Wang Fujin play in all of this? Lin Xuanji remembered that after Yan Tianan was finally killed by him with his own hands, Wang Fujin looked at one living person and one corpse and laughed madly as he said, Yan Tianan is definitely not a good person, but his crime wasn't so severe that he should die for it. Ah Shui likes you, but you didn't want him and didn't even want to spare him a second glance. Instead, you insisted on being with this person. Now that Ah Shui is dead, I naturally won't let you do as you wish. Lin Xuanji, have you tasted the feeling of losing the one you love too? Yan Tianan's death was by no means the fault of Wang Fujin. The one who had truly harmed him was someone else. However, Wang Fujin had still played a role in adding fuel to the fire. In both the past and present, karma came and went. Lin Xuanji looked at the frail and skinny young man in front of him, reaching out to gently stroke his cheek. He and I used to have some disagreements. Only a few words have been spoken that made him feel uncomfortable, it's nothing much. Lin Xuanji said. He hated Wang Fujin, but Wang Fujin didn't come to a good end in his past life. For the sake of Leng Jishui and Bai Yichen, he could temporarily move Wang Fujin out of the death as certain category, but he definitely wouldn't let Wang Fujin live too good a life. He wouldn't go so far as to torture him, but some admonishment was indispensable. Moreover, Wang Fujin will have a bumpy love life. The Tao of Heaven had already decided his karma for him. Lin Xuanji was naturally unwilling to get too entangled with his karma. Yan Tianan nodded, not really comprehending. He thought, Dage really likes pinching my face. Wang Fujin soon brought the Yin Ghost Banner over and Lin Xuanji readily handed over the recast sword. Wang Fujin didn't say anything before turning around, ready to leave. Lin Xuanji called out for him to stop. Young City Lord Wang Fu, after thinking it over and over, I still feel like there's a need for me to remind you of something. Wang Fujin turned around, his handsome face looking impatient. What kind of good intentions could you have? Lin Xuanji didn't think much of it. You clearly handed the sword to Leng Jishui, yet in the end it was placed on the competition stage by Bai Yichen. Looks like the two of them have a pretty good relationship. Shui doesn't know Bai Yichen at all. After Wang Fujin said this unwittingly, he was stunned. If he doesn't know him, then how did they get involved with each other? It's highly unlikely for Lang Jishui to know of the contents of the competition beforehand, and even if he did, he wouldn't hand that broken sword over to the organizers of the 100 Families gathering without his permission. Unless someone specifically asked for it. Bai Yichen. And what role did Bai Yichen play in all this? Wang Fujin tossed Lin Xuanji a meaningful glance, then turned around and left. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Lin Xuanji nodded. 4. I can't let him put that debt on my account again, ba. Lin Xuanji smiled. He should, ba. It's also about time for them to meet and get to know each other. After many years, when Lin Xuanji saw Wang Fujin again, his intelligence was equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. He only knew how to smile foolishly or cry and throw tantrums in front of Bai Yichen. However, as always, only Bai Yichen could be seen in his eyes. The scene that left the deepest impression on Lin Xuanji was of Bai Yichen. Holding Wang Fujin's hand while squatting, looking just like he was taking care of a child. He took out a plain white handkerchief to wipe away the saliva dripping down the corners of his mouth, his gaze gentle. In his past life, when Liang Xuanji discovered that Bai Yichen was Lang Jishui, he couldn't help but constantly wonder, if Wang Fujin had discovered the relationship between Bai Yichen and Lang Jishui much earlier, then after Lang Jishui's death, would he have still turned so obsessive and ruthless? And would he still have gone mad and become a fool because of the excessive stimulation and the guilt that he felt at the bottom of his heart? Lang Jishui's death would be inevitable in this life. Lin Xuanji wanted to know what kind of influence it might have on the future if the two of them got to know each other in advance. Outside the door, Wang Fujin glanced at the sword, Wenqing, that had accompanied him for over a decade. The more he thought about Lin Xuanji's words, the more angry he got. What right did that insignificant young master Bai have to just let other people use his possession as a trial whenever he wants? If it hadn't been allocated to Lin Xuanji, then wouldn't it have been completely destroyed? Wang Fujin was extremely indignant. On the one hand, he was particularly annoyed that Lang Jishui actually handed his treasure to someone else behind his back, while on the other hand, he was even more annoyed at how Bai Yichen had just gone ahead and made such a decision by himself. It's not like Wang Fujin could cause trouble for Lang Jishui, so when he was overwhelmed with anger, he decisively chose to go and meet that Bai Yichen. Wang Fujin, who had been walking to the City Lord Manor, stopped in his tracks. He turned around and headed to the Bai residence. As the young city lord of Sky Peak City, Wang Fujin had had quite a few dealings with the Bai family before. A lot of magic treasures of the Wangfu family were custom-made by the Bai family. However, even if that was the case, Wang Fujin had never dealt with Bai Yichen face-to-face before. In fact, before Bai Yichen appeared in Sky Peak City, he didn't even know that the young master of the Bai family would actually be a cripple in a wheelchair. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. But he was rather good-looking. So Wang Fujin's thoughts were diverted as he walked towards the gates of the Bai residence. When the guards of the Bai residence saw Wang Fujin, they naturally dared not stop him and immediately went forward to greet him respectfully. Wang Fujin simply waved his hand to stop the other party's flattery. I came today to look for your family's young master. The guard was stunned, then smiled. Our family's young master truly is clever. He had sent someone over beforehand to let me know that if young city lord Wangfu comes over to look for him, to bring you straight over to meet him. Wang Fujin was stunned. He stared at the guard doubtfully. When did he say that? This morning. The guard smiled. I'll notify those on young master's side. Someone will come over to pick you up. In the main manor of the Bai residence, offensive and defensive magic treasures could be seen everywhere. If one was just the slightest bit careless, they would get hurt. The closer one got to the core of the residence, the more aggressive the magic treasures. Someone must lead the way for outsiders to make their way in. So Wang Fujin waited on the spot for a moment. Not long after, Bai Wuya rushed over. Bai Wuya studied Wang Fujin, while Wang Fujin studied Bai Wuya back. Generally speaking, matters related to young master Bai would be announced and dealt with by Bai Wuya in person, so Wang Fujin and Bai Wuya has met several times before. Wang Fujin took the lead in, saying, your family's young master seems to know himself well. Bai Wuya responded, has young master Wangfu taken your sword back? Wang Fujin pulled a long face. What does that have to do with you? So Bai Wuya no longer paid any attention to him and just brought him along as they made their way in. Bai Yichen was already waiting for Wang Fujin's arrival in the courtyard he lived in alone. When Wang Fujin passed the moon gate, he saw Bai Yichen, who was currently looking at a chessboard under a tree with drifting scorching divine flowers, from afar. He had to admit that although this person was very detestable in his way of doing things, he just had to have a sort of extraordinary temperament. Even though he knew that he had a disability and was much shorter than the average person, one couldn't ignore the seemingly mild and harmless but actually powerful and pressing aura he had. Young Master Bai, I've brought him over. Bai Wuya walked over and whispered to Bai Yichen. Bai Yichen looked at Wang Fujin, who stopped after arriving at the moon gate. He smiled slightly. What is young city lord standing there for? Are there any jackals, wolves, tigers, or panthers in my place? Wang Fujin rolled his eyes and walked right in with large strides. He lifted the hem of his robe as he sat down opposite Bai Yichen. A planetary chart was arranged on the stone table. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Wang Fujin looked at the pieces on the board and was somewhat surprised as he said, "You know how to divine through astrology?" "Not really," Bai Yichen said. "I've just dreamed of a chess chart before, but I couldn't remember it very clearly after waking up, so I'm just trying to recall it." Then Bai Yichen raised his hand slightly and the chessboard on the table disappeared. What took its place was teapot, as well as 2 teacups. "This is Shuiya spiritual tea that we just obtained this year. Why don't young Master Wangfu give it a try?" Bai Yichen poured a cup of tea for each of them. Wang Fujin couldn't be bothered to engage in idle talk with him. He didn't pick up the teacup in front of him and just narrowed his eyes. "Young Master Bai, I assume that there are still many affairs you need to attend to for the Bai family, so I won't take up too much of your time." "I'm not that busy." Bai Yichen smiled. "I still have this bit of time. Besides, young Master Wangfu is a rare guest who seldom comes to my Dustfall courtyard. When young Master Wangfu was just born, I even held the swaddled you in my arms." Wang Fujin's expression almost cracked. He stared at Bai Yichen's smiling face. "You held me in your arms before?" Bai Yichen nodded. "Yeah, when you were born, your face was both round and tender, and it was extremely cute. It made people wanna kiss it when they saw." Wang Fujin was struck by an urge to twitch the corner of his mouth. All sorts of swear words raced through his mind. This detestable Bai Yichen actually held his younger self before. Then this guy, who looked about the same age as him, naturally wouldn't be below him in terms of seniority. Wang Fujin instantly wanted to flee in defeat. He had never worried about dealing with his elders, and he could even handle such relationships perfectly. However, for some reason, when facing Bai Yichen, he always felt like he's shorter than him by a head for no reason. An elder. A towering mountain was now crushing Wang Fujin from overhead. Wang Fujin forcibly resisted the urge to pull a long face. "I didn't expect for me and Uncle Bai to have that sort of relationship." "Uncle." Bai Yichen was so amused by the address that he laughed. Divine flowers drifted down behind him. He wore a navy blue robe and, with his outstanding appearance, anyone staring at him would not be able to look away anymore. Yet Wang Fujin was not swayed by his appearance, but instead felt a sense of familiarity when he stared at Bai Yichen. Wang Fujin was slightly stunned, then snapped out of his daze. "Is there anything wrong with that form of address?" Bai Yichen said. "If we're really going by seniority, then I should be of the same generation as the old ancestors in your family. You should be calling me grandfather." Wang Fujin. "Grandfather your ass." Wang Fujin instantly felt the mountain on his shoulders become heavier. Wang Fujin was dissing him thoroughly in his heart, but there was no change in his expression. He said expressionlessly, "If I call you that, it would make young Master Bai seem old." "Young Master Bai looked so young that you seem more like someone from my generation. If young Master Bai doesn't mind, then let's keep our addresses from before Ba. I beg you to please forget about this. I shouldn't have mentioned it in the first place." Bai Yichen was thoroughly amused by Wang Fujin. He glanced at Wang Fujin's small, displeased face that was filled with regret as he looked like he really wanted to beat himself, who had called him Uncle Bai, up, and instantly felt like teasing him. He shook his head and sighed. "That won't do. Seniority can't be confused, otherwise others would say that I have no respect for the elderly and they would reprimand Jin for not understanding proper etiquette." Wang Fujin grit his teeth, smiling slightly. "How could they say that you have no respect for the elderly?" When I saw young Master Bai's outstanding demeanor, I felt like we've been friends for a long time at first glance. Why don't we become friends despite the differences in our ages? What does young Master Bai think about that? You actually called me Ah Jin. Do you think we're so familiar with each other? Wang Fujin had so many things to diss him for that he didn't know where to start from. He practically had to admit defeat to Bai Yichin. He was afraid that if he spoke one more time, he would say something that would shake the world and make ghosts and gods sob again. Chapter 202. Extending a helping hand. Fortunately, Bai Yichin also knew that he couldn't tease him too much, otherwise he wouldn't be able to play around like this anymore in the future. So he didn't continue to bully Wang Fujin and nodded in acceptance. That's good too. I've never addressed someone younger than me as a brother, and since Ah Jin is so sincere and especially made a detour to come to the Bai residence to visit me, I naturally won't be so inconsiderate. Why don't Ah Jin call me by Dage from now on? Ba Dage. Wang Fujin has never met such a shameless man before. He took a deep breath, revealed his rows of white teeth and sneered, Bai Dage. Bai Yichin nodded and looked at Wang Fujin with a gaze one would use when looking at a puppy. Good boy. Wang Fujin almost shuddered. Now that it has come to this, he had already forgotten that his original intention for coming was to admonish Bai Yichin for his wrongdoing. Right now, his mind was filled with the unfathomable idea that he, the honorable young lord, had suddenly gotten a J out of nowhere. Bai Yichin didn't give Wang Fujin the chance to snap out of his daze. He continued asking, has it been difficult to deal with recent affairs in the city lord manor? Wang Fujin casually responded, they're mostly okay, there are just some troublesome ones that aren't easy to deal with. What kind of troublesome ones? Bai Yichin said, you can talk about it with me. Just as Wang Fujin was about to say what does it have to do with you, he heard Bai Yichin continue, if that's convenient. After all, I've eaten rice for 100 more years than you, so I do have more experience. Could you stop reminding me that you're part of my grandfather's generation like this? That feeling is a real pain in the ass. Wang Fujin wanted to curse again, but he still had to maintain his demeanor as the young master of the Wangfu family and the young city lord of Sky Peak City. Wang Fujin smiled slightly. Just some internal disputes in the Wangfu family. I won't talk about it, lest it troubles young Master Bai. Bai Yichin sighed again, looking oh so very upset and disheartened. You're calling me young Master Bai again. Looks like you're set on distancing yourself from me. Ah. Wang Fujin's expression cracked in an instant and he immediately got up. He clasped his hands together. Bai Dage, you're thinking too much into it. I just remembered that I still have some matters to attend to for my family, so I'll take my leave first. I'll pay you a visit again some other day. After he spoke, Wang Fujin turned around and left. Bai Yichin could barely stop himself from grinning. He raised his hand and Bai Wuxia, who had been hidden somewhere, jumped out. Send him off Ba, else he won't be able to make his way out. Bai Yichin said, I thought young master would want to see him bumping into walls in Dustfall Courtyard and not managing to find a way out. Bai Wuxia had naturally heard their conversation. He really felt a little sad at how his own family's young master would tease a younger one like that. Bai Yichin smiled. What kind of misunderstanding do you have about me? I was just joking with him. It's not like I could really let him condemn me as grandly as he wants, right? Bai Wuxia's mouth twitched. In any case, young Master Wangfu probably doesn't want to see you ever again. Bai Yichin's smile dulled a little. That's good, it's just what I want. Alright, hurry and take him out. Ba. Bai Wuxia was about to slowly take Wang Fujin when the row of sapphire green bamboos in Dustfall Courtyard moved despite there being no wind. The leaves collided fiercely with each other, clattering ceaselessly. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. A mechanism was triggered. Wang Fujin really regretted coming to this rotten place today. Not only was he messed around with by that Bai Yichin who teased him like a cat chasing a mouse, but he also had ridiculously horrid luck. He actually fell right into a huge array right after leaving Moon Gate, and there were a ton of offensive weapons hidden in it too. Wang Fujin wielded his sword as he kept deflecting the arrows that were shooting straight at him. However, after he hid one away, another 3 would come, and he felt as if he would never be able to finish hitting all of them. Wang Fujin performed a sword dance, using the sword move handed down through generations in the Wangfu family, burying flowers without mercy. In an instant, Everything was still, all of the offensive weapons around him had been trapped and froze in mid-air. Just as Wang Fujin was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a hand suddenly grabbed his collar and managed to lift him up gently. Wang Fujin subconsciously wanted to smack behind with one palm, but the one behind him swiftly grabbed his right wrist. Whoosh bang bang clang clang. Just as Wang Fujin's toes were 8 feet from the ground, the arrows that had been fixated in the air suddenly shot forward at a speed even greater than before. People couldn't even catch the movement with their eyes, let alone ward them off. Wang Fujin got such a fright that he broke out into a cold sweat. Bai Yichen took Wang Fujin with him. He threw out a few forged stones that hit the hidden core of the array. The array and offensive weapons that had been triggered all stopped. For a moment, everything was silent. The bamboo leaves that had been rustling stopped as well. A breeze blew through Dustfall Courtyard, a place cut off from the world, quiet and without ripples. Bai Yichen and Wang Fujin landed on the ground. Wang Fujin, sword in hand, turned around to look at Bai Yichen. His lips moved, and he said with some difficulty, "Don't young Master Bai's legs feel a little uncomfortable?" Yet he could stand up so openly like that, and he was much more amazing than himself too. Once he made his move, he completely resolved the bitch array that was full of murderous moves. Bai Yichen released Wang Fujin and took half a step back. He lightly said, "I'm just too lazy. With a means of transportation, why should I bother walking by myself?" Wang Fujin, he's truly convinced to the extreme by this reason. Bai Wuxia rushed over. His expression underwent a huge change. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but he either dared not say it or had things he couldn't say. Thus, Bai Wuxia could only indignantly glare at the culprit. Wang Fujin's and Bai Wuxia's overly fervent gazes met. He paused, then turned around to look at Bai Yichen. "You're really okay?" Bai Yichen's glance swept imperceptibly over to Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia saw the strong warning in his eyes, so he immediately lowered his head and withdrew his unfriendly gaze. Bai Yichen said softly, "What problem can I have? It's just that after not walking for so long, I'm not very used to it." After speaking up to this point, Bai Yichen blinked slightly charmingly. "Why don't Jin support me to walk around? I may just get used to it again after a while." Wang Fujin pulled a long face again. He finally couldn't hold himself back from rolling his eyes up to the heavens. He kept his sword that he was still holding in his hand. "Much thanks to young Master Bai for your help. I really still have other things to attend to, so I'll leave first." He had just taken a few steps when he stopped. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Wang Fujin took a deep breath, turned around, and sure enough, he saw Bai Yichen smiling mysteriously at him. A leader can submit or stand tall as required. Wang Fujin said, "I'm not familiar with the Bai residence, I'll have to trouble young Master Bai." "Young Master Bai, Bai Dage, Wuxia, send young city lord Wangfu out." Bai Wuxia took a deep breath. Yes, Bai Wuxia led the way in front of Wang Fujin. Although Wang Fujin had never liked it when someone walked in front of him, keeping himself alive was more important right now, so Wang Fujin didn't say anything. Halfway through, Wang Fujin couldn't help but ask, "Is your family's young master really sitting on a wheelchair because he's too lazy to walk?" Bai Wuxia didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. He spoke coldly but casually, "Whatever young master says goes." Wang Fujin continued, "Are young Master Bai and Leng Jishui familiar with each other?" Bai Wuxia remained silent for a moment before saying, "They're not." "I don't believe you." Wang Fujin ruminated, "I can tell you're lying just by listening. Looks like your family's young master didn't specifically train you to conceal the truth. Looks like they are quite familiar with each other." Bai Wuxia suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Wang Fujin. "Young city lord Wangfu, please concentrate on treating that Leng Shishang of yours well from now on. Don't come over to disturb my young master's meditative cultivation anymore." Wang Fujin was stunned. He had never had someone point at his nose and reprimand him like this without giving him any face since he was a child. Wang Fujin smiled disdainfully. "You don't welcome me, but it's a pity that your family's master seems to have a pretty good impression of me. As the saying goes, a drop of water in need shall be returned with a spring indeed. A life-saving favor should be reciprocated with one's hand in marriage." Bai Wuxia was utterly baffled in an instant, his expression looking particularly strange. Wang Fujin had been pushed around by Bai Yichen for quite a while. Right now, when looking at Bai Wuxia's pained expression that made him look like he had no other choice but to suffer in silence, he was greatly satisfied. He copied Bai Yichen's classic slight smile. Although young Master Bai is not in good health and has a rather vile personality, young Master Bai has an outstanding demeanor and a tasty is2g author used tasty appearance, so I've decided to find some time to pay a visit again tomorrow with gifts. Remember to pass my message on to young Master Bai and ask him to not head out tomorrow at all costs. Bai wuxia was so choked up that he could hardly say anything in return. He indignantly glared at Wang Fujin, who had already walked in front of him, and quickly walked up. Don't come and disturb my family's young master. My family's young master isn't happy to see you. What you say doesn't count, I must come. Wang Fujin smiled. Bai wuxia took a deep breath, held it in, and wanted to say something, but didn't in the end. After seeing off Wang Fujin, Bai wuxia returned to Dustfall Courtyard as quickly as he could without saying anything. Young master, how do you feel? Bai wuxia asked nervously with worry. It's nothing serious. Bai Yichen waved his hand, carrying a wine flask in his arms. He leaned against his wheelchair and narrowed his eyes. Sent him off. Yes. Bai wuxia's face turned stiff. He said that he still wants to come tomorrow. Bai Yichen raised an eyebrow slightly. He still dares to come. That's a little unexpected. He thought that with Wang Fujin's character, he would stay as far away from him as possible in the future. Bai wuxia said, not only does he want to come, but he also said that he wants to offer his hand in marriage to you. Young master, should I send some people out to intercept him outside the Bai residence's gates? Bai Yichen was stunned, then laughed. You actually took it seriously. He really won't offer his hand in marriage. After all, the one in his heart is Lang Jishui. He has been wooing Lang Jishui for so many years, so he won't let all his efforts go to waste just like that and let it go so easily. Bai wuxia's lips moved. He hesitated for a moment, going back and forth between deciding whether or not to say something. When Bai Yichen saw this, his attitude was incomparably calm. Do you want to say that since Lang Jishui and I are clearly the same person, what kind of difference can there be? Since Bai Yichen had said it, Bai wuxia naturally didn't feel conflicted about it anymore. Yeah, Lang Jishui's clearly a part of young master's soul, and even his physical body was found by young master. Bai wuxia said, one day will eventually come where young master's souls will be unified as one again. Lang Jishui is you, and you are Lang Jishui. The two of you can't be separated. Bai Yichen smiled lightly. Even Wang Fujin, who had been raised by Lang Jishui since he was a child, can't tell that we are the same person. Isn't what you just said a little too unconvincing? Bai wuxia opened his mouth, and instantly felt like he was at a loss of words. He really couldn't refute that. Although Lang Jishui was part of Bai Yichen's soul, over the years, he had gradually become independent. His character, words, and actions, though were all under Bai Yichen's control, but when Bai Yichen is controlling that body, he would never expose his absolute true self. Lang Jishui is his other half, but it will never be the complete him. Chapter 203. A peach blossom. Okay, there's no meaning in talking about something like this. Bai Yichen closed his eyes, clearly feeling like there was no need to continue the discussion. He pushed the wheelchair around and rolled it to his room, his voice slightly cold. If he comes again, tell him that I'm not around. There's no need for him and I to be too familiar with each other. As long as Wang Fujin has Lang Jishui by his side to accompany him through this period, it'll be enough. Looking at Bai Yichen's solitary figure, Bai wuxia couldn't help but think, no need to be too familiar. Is that because you're not willing to let Wang Fujin suddenly realize one day that you and Lang Jishui are one and the same? However, it has already been more than 100 years since coming to the 5 continents from the 9 lands. In this 100 years or so, you've never had any friends or close ones. While you're accompanied by magic tools every day, have you really never felt lonely? Humans aren't plants, so how could they have no feelings? Even Bai wuxia would go out from time to time for some fun because he was too bored during this period. On the other hand, Bai Yichen spent most of his time alone in this Dustfall Courtyard, fiddled with his magic tools, or spent his time coming up with some deductions. When Wang Fujin was born, Bai Yichen left the Bai residence once and went thousands of miles away to search for the legendary prophet. After that, Bai Yichen chose to set off for Profound City in the East Continent and waited for the fated one to arrive. Aside from that, he'd had no other opportunity to come into contact with the outside world. Today, Bai Yichen suddenly wanted to see Wang Fujin, yet all he did was tease him a little and made Wang Fujin remain at a respectful distance. Bitterness spread throughout Bai wuxia's tongue. Bai Yichen was a schemer, and schemers were probably destined to be lonely by nature. When Wang Fujin returned to the city lord manor, he heard a servant say, Young Master Biao is here." Wang Fujin still looked glum at first, but it instantly cleared up. "When did he come?" "He's been here a while," the servant answered. Wang Fujin quickened his pace and entered his room. Lang Jishui was no outsider. Whenever he came without any forewarning, he would go straight into his room to wait. It was clearly much warmer in the room than the outside, and this was thanks to the 4 basins of flaming cloud stones placed in each corner of the room to raise the temperature. Lang Jishui was sitting by the window, enjoying the scenery outside. Looking from this angle, a peach divine flower was blooming splendidly. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Lang Jishui turned his head and stood up, smiling slightly at Wang Fujin. "Ah Jin, where did you go? Why are you back so late?" Wang Fujin had felt slightly dissatisfied about Lang Jishui handing his sword over to Bai Yichen without discussing it with him beforehand, but this sort of dissatisfaction was fed to the dogs the moment he saw Lang Jishui. Wang Fujin walked over and took the sword out of his storage bag, handing it to Lang Jishui as if he was offering a treasure. "Shishang, I've demanded for the sword you gave me from Lin Xuanji." "Demanded?" Lang Jishui smiled enigmatically. "Are you bullying others with your influence again?" "We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. QTJAVLVSBEERFLCFZMTJCUF. Who knows? Wang Fujin said indifferently. Them craftsmen are probably curious about all sorts of magic treasures. It can be considered to have gone quite smoothly on Lin Xuanji's side, but when Wang Fujin thought of Bai Yichen, his mood turned particularly complicated. "Shishang." Wang Fujin considered how he should word it. "Are you familiar with Bai Yichen?" Lang Jishui shook his head. "We're not, we've only met each other once." Wang Fujin muttered to himself in secret, "You two have only met once, yet you gave him my sword." From Lang Jishui's enigmatic smile, Wang Fujin could tell that he had accidentally blurted his true thoughts. Since it had come to this point, Wang Fujin decided that he might as well go all the way. "Shishang, why did you hand my sword to him? What if some subpar craftsman had completely destroyed my sword during the competition? Even if it gets destroyed, I can give you another one." Lang Jishui was quite carefree about it. He smiled as he looked at Wang Fujin. "I just didn't want to see you hold on to a broken sword that's not of much use all the time as if it's a treasure. If it's broken, it should be fixed. If it's unusable, it should be thrown away. I can always give you a better treasure." Wang Fujin heard him with his ears and kept his words in his heart. He felt warm all over and smiled, but still refused. "No, I still like this one that Shishang gave me." Wang Fujin held the sword that was clearly made for a child in his hand and looked at the perfect, smooth, sharp sword. "This was Biao's first gift to me. Biao equals older male cousin Biao." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lang Jishui was slightly stunned, remaining in a slight daze even after a moment had passed. "You haven't called me that in a long time." Wang Fujin's gaze was rather complicated as he stared at Lang Jishui. "I don't want to call you that, because that will make me recall that we're related by blood. But I don't want you to just be my cousin. Yeah, and I don't want to be too involved with the Wangfu family." Lang Jishui casually put aside the wheel that Wang Fujin had handed over to him. "It's the same even as Shishang and Shidi." Wang Fujin revealed a trace of disappointment. He just knew that Lang Jishui would pull the topic away from the brink of danger. Lang Jishui had never even left him an opportunity to confess before. Every time he was about to, Lang Jishui would change the topic. It was like this every single time, and even with how slow-witted Wang Fujin was and how much he tried to deceive himself, he had to admit that Lang Jishui probably wasn't interested in him in that way. Yet he didn't want their relationship to become too rigid either, so he would just casually throw him a reminder like this. Wang Fujin had been quite anxious, but he wasn't anymore now. In any case, there would always be an opportunity on some other day. "What did you guys talk about when you went over to look for young Master Bai?" Lang Jishui took the initiative in asking. Wang Fujin took a deep breath and said lightly, "It was nothing much, I just suddenly felt like paying him a visit." "How did it feel?" "It felt okay. Actually, it wasn't okay at all." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. There was a dark cloud over Wang Fujin's head. He had been scolding Bai Yichen in his heart the whole way back for taking advantage of him verbally with his seniority. He was truly shameless. It was only just now that he suddenly realized that he had somehow forgotten that his original intention of going over was to interrogate Bai Yichen. He was so pissed off Yunlai. 3 days later, Lin Xuanji finished refining a magic treasure for Ling Chigu. In order for the magic treasure to be carried around more conveniently, it was refined into an ornamental thumb ring. It was completely black and looked like an ornament on the surface, so if someone saw it, they wouldn't think that it was used to conceal corpse qi. Lin Xuanji had wanted to go look for Ah Hen, who he hadn't seen in 3 days, but as soon as he went out, he was stopped by Lin Liuchun, who had been hiding someplace to drink and just letting the younger ones in the Lin family run free to do whatever they wanted. Lin Liuchun went straight into Lin Xuanji's room on his own and scrutinized him, his stare making Lin Xuanji feel a little baffled. Truly a man of striking appearance, Lin Liuchun said. Lin Xuanji was utterly confused. Fourth elder, please speak if you have something to say. Lin Liuchun smiled. Kid, you really have a good life. You had just exposed your face during the 100 Families gathering and you managed to provoke a top-grade peach blossom. Lin Xuanji was slightly stunned. He didn't expect it to actually have something to do with peach blossoms. Fourth elder, what do you mean? Lin Liuchun said, have you heard of Shen Rubbing of Cloud Jade Sect? How could he have not? Cloud Jade Sect can stand shoulder to shoulder with Sky Peak Sect in the 5 continents mainlands, and Shen Rubbing just so happens to be the most famous young sect master of Cloud Jade Sect. She is also the direct daughter of the elite Shen family. Lin Xuanji said, I do, and what about it? What about it and what not about it? Listen before saying anything else. Lin Liuchun dove straight to the point and didn't leave anyone on a hanging. The Shen family went to pass a message to the Lin family recently, saying that Shen Rubbing has taken a fancy to you in hopes that the 2 families can be joined together through marriage. Today, I got news from the family saying that they think it's not a bad proposal, so they entrusted me with the task of urging you to take the initiative to express your goodwill to the Shen's eldest daughter, and it's enough as long as the meaning is more or less there. Lin Xuanji, disaster has descended from the skies. Lin Xuanji just felt that it was both amusing and funny. Fourth elder, you seem to be telling me a joke to make fun of me. I don't even know if that Shen Rubbing is fat, skinny, beautiful, ugly, or rude, so how can I express my goodwill? Let alone get married and becoming a Dao couple. That was practically impossible, and he didn't know what Shen Rubbing was thinking to actually take a fancy to him. And she even took action this quickly, which could be said to have been a really swift and decisive decision. Lin Liuchun glanced lazily at Lin Xuanji with slanted eyes. I've seen Shen Rubbing before, not fat, but well-rounded in the places that should be. She's very beautiful. It's not a matter of beauty. That's right, you shouldn't care about the other person's appearance. It's not like they can be more beautiful than you. When Lin Xuanji heard his teasing, he didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. Fourth elder, please spare me. I'm really not in the mood to be in a relationship or become Dao couple with someone right now. The Shen family is an elite family and Shen Rubbing is the Shen family's one and only direct daughter, as well as the next sect master of Cloud Jade Sect. Lin Liuchun struck right at the critical point and didn't drag it through the mud at all, being very clear about the pros and cons. Yet Lin Xuanji sternly replied, it's precisely because the Shen family is an influential one and Shen Rubbing has a sensitive status that I can't be involved with that kind of person. And young Master Bai isn't. Lin Liuchun pointed out. Lin Xuanji paused. He looked at Lin Liuchun. Do you have some sort of misunderstanding about my relationship with young Master Bai? You treat the young master of the Bai family differently from everyone else. Do you think I have the blurred vision of an old person and am unable to see anything? Lin Liuchun said lightly. Bai Yichen and I can be considered to be old acquaintances. Ever since he returned to the Middle Continent, I've had some drinks with him, and the 2 of us often talk about you. The wine flask that never leaves his arms should be an item you specially crafted for him. Ba. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji was really surprised this time. He had never known that Lin Liuchun and Bai Yichen were friends in his previous life. But after thinking about it, he could figure it out. Bai Yichen is an extremely mysterious person after all. He only knew that he and Lang Jishui were the same person at the end of his past life. No matter how many unexpected occurrences appear on that person, they would still all be expected unexpectations. When Lin Liuchun saw that he stopped talking, he thought that he had guessed right and looked pensive. If you have taken a fancy to him, then it makes sense. Compared to Bai Yichen, that Shen rubbing is truly far worse. However, Bai Yichen's a little old and isn't really easy to grasp, so I'm afraid you'll have to suffer a little. Chapter 204. Difficult to say. Lin Xuanji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It looked like Lin Liuchun had quite a huge misunderstanding about his relationship with Bai Yichen. He quickly explained, "Fourth elder, don't make fun of me anymore. The friendship that young Master Bai and I have is purely that of one between gentlemen, it's not as complicated as you suggest." Lin Liuchun just uttered a HNG, probably not very convinced. "Since you don't know the Shen family's little lass, I'll let our family know of your refusal, Ba. As for the Shen family's side, I won't be responsible for paying them a visit." Lin Xuanji got a pretty bad headache. He didn't want to be responsible for paying them a visit either, and he didn't know how the Lin family had responded to the other party. They had better not have caused trouble for him. Nevertheless, they had skirted this matter and Lin Xuanji didn't take it to heart. After Lin Xuanji expressed his stance, Lin Liuchun left. Lin Xuanji sorted out his mood and went to knock on Yan Tianan's door. Because Yan Tianan had destroyed a room a few days ago, the innkeeper had arranged another room for him, which was a little far from Lin Xuanji's room. When he entered, Yan Tianan had his butt out as he poked the bald bird with his finger. The two tiger cubs were jumping around beside him, as if they really wanted to swallow that bird up in one gulp, yet did not dare act recklessly because of Yan Tianan. Dage Yan Tianan stood up and said excitedly, "Mau Mau moved. Lin Xuanji raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, I found out that its sleeping posture changed today." Yan Tianan extended his hands out to gesticulate. "It used to be like this, and now it's like this." Lin Xuanji cast a glance over and thought to himself, "Don't know when this phoenix will wake up, it probably won't sleep for too long." Lin Xuanji was pensive. "When we enter the mysterious land, take Mau Mau along." Yan Tianan's eyes widened. "Can we do that? It should be okay." Lin Xuanji considered it for a while and thought, although the phoenix is superior to others from birth, this is clearly just a chick without much cultivation whose hairs aren't even fully grown yet. Moreover, it's just lying down like a corpse. Its cultivation level just so happens to be stuck right between the requirements for the mysterious land, so even if we were to bring it in, it shouldn't be ejected out. Lin Xuanji showed Yan Tianan the ornamental thumb ring. "This is for Agu. With this, Agu can enter." Yan Tianan took the ornamental thumb ring and looked at it. He happily said, "Dage, I'll give this ring to Agu right now." Ba, where has Agu been recently? Bai and Hupo said that Agu has returned to MT. Udai. He probably felt that the yin qi and corpse qi on MT. She wasn't enough for him to absorb Ba. Lin Xuanji nodded. "I'll go with you. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." No sooner had he reached the door of the inn than Lin Xuanji was stopped. Yan Tianan wanted to know too. What on earth had Ji Yunwei experienced in just a few days for him to have this sort of hellish appearance, like he had been sucked dry of his Yangqian? It looks more excessive than Agu's ghost chi. It's difficult to explain. Ji Yunwei smiled bitterly. He sighed, "If you don't mind, let's find a quiet place to talk about it in detail, Ba." Lin Xuanji glanced at Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan quickly said, "Dage, I can go by myself. Help Ji Dage solve his problem first, Ba." From the looks of it, Ji Yunwei's problem seemed more serious and urgent. Yan Tianan couldn't help but worry that he would pass out and fall to the ground in the next second. Ji Yunwei's condition was so bad that it could be seen at a glance. Lin Xuanji was also very curious about what had happened to Ji Yunwei these days, and Ji Yunwei really did seem to be in a bad state right now. Thus, Lin Xuanji nodded and said to Yan Tianan, "Return earlier, don't get into a dispute and others. If anything happens, come back first and we'll talk about it." Lin Xuanji's greatest concern wasn't of Yan Tianan offending people, but of him offending people at a place where he couldn't see him. Yan Tianan nodded. "Don't worry, Dage, I usually won't bother people. I'm afraid that other people will bother you." Ji Yunwei realized that he had interrupted Lin Xuanji's initial plans and said a bit guiltily, "I have few men. If necessary, I can get them to follow Ah Hen." Yan Tianan definitely couldn't be followed. Yan Tianan quickly waved his hands, No, I can go alone." "It's no big deal." Ji Yunwei felt even more guilty. "It's better to have someone follow you, Ba. They definitely can't follow me." Yan Tianan said sternly, "Ji Dage, Hurry and resolve your problem, Ba. You don't need to worry about this small matter of mine. When Ji Youngwei saw how firm Yan Tianan was being, coupled with the fact that he himself was extremely listless, he nodded, then you can tell me if there's a need. Yan Tianan waved at Lin Xuanji, then took the two tiger cubs along as he turned around and ran outside. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji went into his room. As soon as the doors closed, Ji Youngwei took a deep breath. Brother Xuanji, do you have any magic treasures for dealing with foxes? Lin Xuanji, deal with foxes, or deal with fox spirits? This is a very serious question. Lin Xuanji looked at the bitter Ji Youngwei. Speak slowly, don't be anxious. Ji Youngwei grinned bitterly. How could I not be anxious? You don't know about this, but I'm about to be pestered to death by that nine-tailed divine fox. Lin Xuanji thought, sure enough, it has something to do with that fox. Didn't you say that he disappeared after killing all of the spiritual chickens in your home the last time? Why, did you see him again recently? Yes. Ji Youngwei wiped his face and grit his teeth. It seems to have entangled itself with me. Every day late at night, once I open my eyes, I'll see a fox crouching by my bed staring at me unblinkingly with a pair of green eyes. Can you imagine that sort of scene? Fortunately, I didn't do anything against my conscience before, otherwise my Dao heart would have collapsed who knows how many times by now. Lin Xuanji imagined such a scene and instantly felt sympathetic. In the middle of the night, a pair of eyes and an extra fox, wouldn't one go mad from the fright? But, Lin Xuanji pondered and asked, why must that fox pester you so relentlessly? Ji Youngwei looked like he wanted to say something but reined it in. It's not like he could say that the fox had gone nuts and started pestering him for no reason, and had even pushed him down on the bed time and again to conduct promiscuous acts who knows how many times. Ji Youngwei looked bitter. I don't know what he likes about me either. I really want to tell him, then won't it be okay if I just change myself? Lin Xuanji couldn't help but want to laugh, but he still cared about giving Ji Youngwei face and didn't express it. Aside from scaring you late at night, has he done anything else to harm you? Ji Youngwei was at a loss of words, wanting to speak but holding himself back in the end. Upon seeing this, Lin Xuanji knew that it was probably difficult to say, so he lightly said, Brother Youngwei, from the looks of it, you're quite afraid of that nine-tailed divine fox. For you to come look for me, presumably it's because you hope that I can come up with an idea to help you solve this problem for you. But if you don't let me understand what's going on, I'm not sure how much I can help you. When Ji Youngwei heard this, he knew that Lin Xuanji, with his penetrating insight, had already realized that he was concealing a lot. Actually, Ji Youngwei had been greatly resolved before coming to find Lin Xuanji. Because seeking help from others meant that he had to tell the truth about what had happened to him. It's just that whenever he was about to say it, he would really find it difficult to say, which was why Ji Youngwei hesitated. Frankly speaking, Ji Youngwei said slowly, that nine-tailed divine fox seems to be very interested in my body. Every time he comes to find me late at night, he insists on doing something shameful with me. Lin Xuanji was stunned. He clearly hadn't expected that what Ji Youngwei wanted to say would be this. Hard to say. Lin Xuanji pondered about it for a while. If I remember correctly, that nine-tailed divine fox should be a male fox Ba. Who said he isn't? Ji Youngwei was absolutely disheartened and said feebly, wasn't that ex-fiancé of yours male too? It's no big deal. Lin Xuanji, when you say it like that, it really seems that way. However, I don't seem to be the one getting pushed down. Getting started was always the hardest part. After Ji Youngwei talked about a secret that was this shameful, he began to let himself go. Firstly, he berated that shameless nine-tailed divine fox to vent his frustration slightly, then continued, Brother Lin, to tell you the truth, I just wanted to get some magic treasure from you that could tie that fox up when he's unprepared, or to knock him out. If not, something that paralyzes that guy until he's powerless will do too. After hearing everything, Lin Xuanji gazed at Ji Youngwei with slight confusion evident in his gaze. Brother Youngwei, from what you've just said, it seems you don't want to hurt him. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. What do I want to hurt him for? I want to top him. Ji Youngwei grit his teeth harshly, his gaze turning fierce. Fuck, that bitch flirtatious fox. He dares torment me like this. If I don't screw him until he cries for his parents and regrets everything he did, then I would be the young master of the Ji family in vain. Lin Xuanji was frightened by Ji Youngwei's boldness. At the same time, he couldn't help but click his tongue in secret, looks like Ji Youngwei really is on the verge of exploding from anger. Otherwise, how could such a fastidious young master of an elite family curse so much? Lin Xuanji stared at Ji Youngwei with a rather profound gaze. Ji Youngwei was immersed in his indignation and hatred, so he naturally didn't notice Lin Xuanji's expression. After a moment, seeing that Ji Youngwei was still in the midst of a mental breakdown, Lin Xuanji took the initiative to break this sort of strange atmosphere. I just so happen to have a magic treasure with me. Ji Youngwei's head whooshed right up. What magic treasure? Sell it to me, quick. Lin Xuanji coughed softly. But you know about my cultivation level. Even if it's a top-grade magic tool, it may not be able to tie that nine-tailed divine fox up. After all, there's still a difference in levels. Ji Youngwei said through clenched teeth. I don't request for something that can keep him tied up. As long as it can tie him up for a period of time, I'll be perfectly satisfied. Chapter 205. Not very proper. It's enough. Ji Youngwei stared at the demon binding rope like a hungry wolf and grabbed it. He gave a sinister sneer. That bitched flirtatious fox, tonight I'll make him regret his actions. Lin Xuanji thought about it. However, have you considered what you would do if, after you obtained your desired recompense, the nine-tailed divine fox fully recovered? At worst he'll kill me. Ji Youngwei's eyes glowed with a bloody light. He raised his lips coldly. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. He humiliated me so much that I've always hated not being able to end him in mutual destruction sooner. However, with Lin Xuanji's understanding of Ji Youngwei and the nine-tailed divine fox's relationship from his previous life, he was afraid that mutual destruction would be impossible. At most, it should be rape turning into a consensual act. Originally, Lin Xuanji still wanted to persuade him that since he couldn't resist it, he might as well enjoy it, but he discarded that idea after thinking about it. Ji Youngwei was currently in a fit of anger and wanted to find the nine-tailed divine fox, retaliate against him, and take that fox down with him. If Lin Xuanji spoke those words, then wouldn't that let Ji Youngwei misunderstand him and break off all contact? Thus, Lin Xuanji only thought about it but didn't take action. There were certain things that were inconvenient for him to intervene indirectly, even if they were good friends. Lin Xuanji could only speak meaningful and heartfelt words. Young man, don't be too impulsive in your actions. Ji Youngwei's eyes glowed with green light as he assured, don't worry, I won't kill him. At most he'll be half dead. Lin Xuanji. Ji Youngwei pondered over how to screw the nine-tailed divine fox half dead while he asked, do you have any knockout drugs, chains, or shackles, these kinds of things? Lin Xuanji was silent for a moment. Under Ji Youngwei's expectant gaze, he answered, if you really want professional ones, you should go purchase them in stores. To tell the truth, that demon binding rope of his was originally intended as a training prop for Ah Bai and Hu Po. The things that Ji Youngwei wanted. There was no target to use them on at all. He's a very proper craftsman, not an outstanding genius of the lowest professions. Ji Youngwei waved his hand, slightly disappointed. If you don't have it, then forget about it. If I go to the shopping district to buy these things, passers-by will most certainly gossip about me. Furthermore, I'm still very worried that items found on the streets won't have very good quality. Xuanji is still more reliable. Having said that, he faintly fixed Lin Xuanji with a stare again. Too bad, with respect to this category of magic treasures, you really crafted too little. Lin Xuanji felt the same way and nodded. Yeah, I will refine some in the future. Which kind do you want? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Ji Youngwei immediately listed a series of fun adult play magic treasures without even blinking. Lin Xuanji was flabbergasted and thought, it seems that this Ji family young master isn't as proper as he looks on the surface. Two tiger cubs began to behave atrociously as soon as they climbed the mountain and soon ran out of sight, but Yan Tianan wasn't worried. In any case, as soon as he calls them, those two tiger cubs will eagerly run back to him. Yan Tianan found the place he used to meet with Ling Chigu frequently. As soon as he was about to summon Ah Ji Yu, he felt that there was something wrong with the scenery. The peach blossoms clearly weren't in full bloom that day, but when he looked again today, his entire vision was unexpectedly filled with luminous pink and white peach blossoms blooming splendidly. Many petals were falling with the breeze, contrasting with the verdant hills and bright rays of sunshine to form a perfect scene right out of a picture scroll. Yan Tianan gazed at this beautiful picturesque scene for a while and rubbed his head, unable to understand how the half-dead, shriveled up tree from his memories just a few days ago had taken on such a lively and beautiful appearance in such a short time. Yan Tianan couldn't help but walk forward, reaching out a hand to touch a double-petal peach blossom. Suddenly, a mysterious feeling passed along from his fingertips to his brain. Yan Tianan's body shook suddenly, and he rapidly retreated a few steps. A voice started to ring beside his ear. "So you came." Yan Tianan turned his head back but didn't see anyone. His eyes flashed with fear. "Who are you? Where are you? How come you can talk to me? My name is Lai Fenkong. Call my name and I'll appear in front of you." Yan Tianan immediately closed his mouth. He was unwilling to call that name even if he was beaten to death. Both his elder brother and his daddy had warned him not to casually talk to strangers. Otherwise, there was no guarantee that the stranger wouldn't be a child trafficker who wanted to snatch children away to serve as furnaces. Yan Tianan's teeth clattered in fear and he didn't dare open his mouth to speak. Trembling all over, Yan Tianan was preparing to summon Ling Chigu here to support him, but before he had time to establish a contract in his consciousness, he suddenly heard someone behind him yell, and I was wondering who it was. "It's actually you." Yan Tianan heard this familiar yet grating voice and let out a breath of relief. He felt that the terribly strange atmosphere and sound that strained his nerves had disappeared in a flash. Yan Tianan turned around and saw Lin Yar standing together with a group of people. Lin Yar was already a disciple of Cloud Jade Sect and currently wore the Dao robes of Cloud Jade Sect. Her hair was also rolled up into a cloud-shaped bun. She looked more dignified than before, but her words were still as unforgiving as usual. Beside Lin Yar stood some youths dressed in delicate and ornate clothing. It was unknown whether they were people from the 5 great sects or from the 100 families. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. A female cultivator who looked petite and exquisite blinked. "Yar Shimei, this person looks so ugly. Who is he? Him?" Lin Yar dragged out her accent and continued. "He freeloads off of the Lin family and follows Lin Xuanji around all day long like a slave, always trying to please people." "I know him." A female cultivator stood out and spoke with knitted brows. "I was on the same stage as him a few days ago trying to refine pills, but just as I was about to refine a pill, his furnace blew up and the explosion spread to my area." Afterwards, even though this female alchemist had started refining a new medicinal pill from scratch, her sense of perception and techniques couldn't be compared to the previous attempt, so she didn't end up with a good ranking in the alchemist competition. "Ziling Shiji, he's just like a pestilence." Lin Yar curled her lips up and said ruthlessly, "When I was at the Lin family, my second uncle treated him like his own son. In the end, who knows how second uncle provoked him, but he actually let second uncle die for him. Same with Lin Xuanji, he returned to the Lin family as a complete waste and got by in living conditions even worse than that of a branch families. Was all this not due to the blessing of this plague god?" A female cultivator covered her mouth and looked at Yan Tianan in horror as she took 2 steps back. "This person is too evil to actually harm Xuanji Gerger like this. Yeah, how could craftsman Lin have such a deity who only drags him down? If I were him, I would just chase this bad luck curse directly out of the family." It seems that Lin Young Master is indeed a kind-hearted person. Whoever came into contact with him contracted bad luck. So what if he could refine pills? In any case, he's not the only alchemist in the world, but he's the only one to explode his furnace every time he refines a pill. Although these female cultivators deliberately targeted Yan Tianan and found him unpleasant to the eyes no matter how they looked, many of them secretly held affection for Lin Xuanji, who had already gained great fame and had a remarkable and graceful bearing. One important reason that Lin Yar could obtain a firm foothold in Cloud Jade Sect so fast was because she publicized her sibling relationship with Lin Xuanji everywhere she went, which made people mistakenly believe that Lin Xuanji thought very highly of Lin Yar. Yan Tianan felt very unlucky in his heart that he was able to run into Lin Yar even at such a place. Yan Tianan thought of Lin Xuanji's exhortation to not argue with others, so he planned to turn around and leave. Stop. Lin Yar didn't expect that he would want to leave without even saying a single word. "Yan Tianan, pass along my words to Lin Xuanji for me. I've decided to disregard the former hatred and continue to participate as a member of the Lin family." A few days later, in Pill Limit Mysterious Land, tell Lin Xuanji to go together with our inner disciples from Cloud Jade Sect here. Ever since Lin Xuanji became popular, Lin Yar had changed her originally completely hostile attitude towards Lin Xuanji. Many of Cloud Jade Sect's female cultivators all inquired about Lin Xuanji's situation from her, and every single one of them looked stirred up by affectionate love, which made Lin Yar see Lin Xuanji's value. Therefore, Lin Yar intended to repair her relationship with Lin Xuanji. Of course, this kind of repairing their relationship was built entirely on the basis of benefits and exploitation. However, Lin Yar was still not self-aware regarding this matter. She only thought that her biological brother was an inner disciple of Sky Peak sect and that she was also an inner disciple of Cloud Jade sect herself while, frankly, Lin Xuanji was merely a craftsman who had just revealed some outstanding talent but without much background. Her taking the initiative to express goodwill was already a humbling gesture on her part, so what could Lin Xuanji possibly be dissatisfied with? He's bound to treat her to a warm welcome and with all the respect she was due. However, Yan Tianan only felt that this was laughable and ridiculous when he heard this kind of bossy command that spelled out all of the speaker's thoughts with only a glance. Where in the world did this Lin Yar get this kind of self-confidence from, to actually mistake his Dage as someone? At Lin Yar's beck and call. Thus, Yan Tianan turned his head and looked at Lin Yar. He spoke coldly, "My Dage doesn't want to walk together with a woman like you at all. Besides, you also said before that you'll have nothing to do with the Lin family anymore. You can't take back the words you spoke, just like you can't take back water you spilled." Lin Yar's expression changed. She secretly scolded, "Yan Tianan, this brat, can't understand anything for the life of him and doesn't give people face." She sneered, "Honorable me is only letting you pass on my words. I'm not telling you to make a decision for Xuanji. What I'm saying is what my Dage wants to say." Yan Tianan spoke bluntly, unafraid of offending Lin Yar. He continued, "We'll each walk our separate paths. You and my Dage have nothing to do with each other. Don't waste your energy in vain, trying to worm your way into becoming friends. You brat, your words are too vulgar." A young master stood out. He had always been trying to win over Lin Yar, and now he felt that his opportunity to show off had come. Craftsman Lin is not such a narrow-minded and petty person. Although Yar and he had some misunderstandings, their surnames are both Lin, and people from one family don't have protracted feuds. Since when was it an outsider's turn to stir up trouble on matters between siblings? That's right, several other people, by and large, held this kind of attitude as well and chimed in one after another to criticize Yan Tianan for driving a wedge between the siblings. Yeah, outsider. Yan Tianan thought with a little self-mockery that in these people's eyes, he was forever an ugly outsider who couldn't afford to be seen and who dragged Lin Xuanji down. He had already been called that even back when Lin Xuanji was still the pride of Profound Sky Sect. Moreover, at that time, he didn't know what Lin Xuanji was thinking in his heart. In any case, he would never put Yan Tianan in his heart and indifferently allowed him to be scolded and humiliated. Chapter 206. I really didn't. It wasn't as though Yan Tianan didn't understand why Lin Xuanji's attitude towards him took a complete 180-degree turn. It was nothing more than Yan Tianan following him around like a loyal puppy when Lin Xuanji was seriously injured and bedridden, never giving up on him. Lin Xuanji would still be warmed by this even if he were a stone. If he were like Lin Zeji and threw stones while Lin Xuanji was down, then he's afraid that by now he would have been long forgotten by Lin Xuanji. Thinking of Lin Zeji, Yan Tianan's mind sank again. Lin Zeji was a prime example. He really did do a lot of things that had let Lin Xuanji down. His mother, Madame Bai, and third elder colluded with each other repeatedly and were very anxious to starve Lin Xuanji to death, yet in no time at all, Lin Xuanji and Lin Zeji had reconciled. If this wasn't family members stick together, then what else could it be? Yan Tianan suddenly felt dull and insipid. Wasting his words with these people was, in fact, the most meaningless thing. Thus, Yan Tianan changed his stance, as if he was scared. I'll go back and tell my Dage. Do you have anything else? Lin Yar was stunned. She originally thought that this ugly boy would not know his place and argue some more. If that were the case, she would surely teach this brat a lesson he'd never forget. Unexpectedly, his temper changed and he ceased his meaningless struggles. Lin Yar spoke impatiently. It's good that you understand. I'm warning you, don't sow discord between Lin Xuanji and I in front of him. You should be deeply grateful that the Lin family can bestow a bite of food upon you. What are you wasting so many words on him for? The female cultivator called Zilling frowned. In any case, in just a few days' time, Junior Marshall's sister Rubbing will be wedded to the Lin family. Just let Rubbing deal with this kid then. Another female cultivator laughed, jeering at Yan Tianan's misfortune. Rubbing's personality is such that she can't even stand a single speck of sand entering her vision. She certainly won't let the matter rest if there's a person with malicious thoughts remaining by her husband's side. At that time, with the Shen family as her backing, can't she deal with him however she wants? Lin Yair's expression cleared up a little. That Shen Shiji has taken a fancy to Lin Xuanji is his good fortune. Thinking of it, the messenger that the Shen family sent to East Continent should return with the news soon. Shen Shiji took a fancy to Xuanji, East Continent's messenger. Yan Tianan felt that he couldn't understand what these people were talking about. Shen Rubbing was the young sect master of Cloud Jade sect. This fact Yan Tianan did know, and he'd naturally also heard that she had many followers chasing after her affection. Her stunning beauty and excellent talent captured half of Sky Peak sect, and she was also the most outstanding legitimate daughter of the elite Shen family's main branch. However, Shen Rubbing had nothing to do with Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan opened his mouth but felt that there was no need to ask anything, so he turned around and left. Behind him, people spiritedly discussed this topic, as if Shen Rubbing had already been wed to Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan quickened his pace, his flustered figure looking like it was fleeing. The sound of laughter from the people behind him made his heart panic, as though the laughter were mocking him. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Yan Tianan arrived at a deserted place and leaned against the tree, staring blankly for a while, before remembering why he wanted to come here. Thus, Abai and Hupo gradually thought of Ling Chigu as one of their own. Yan Tianan put the thumb ring on Ling Chigu and touched his cold finger. His heart couldn't help feeling sour. Yu, if Dage doesn't want me anymore in the future, then I'll only have you. Ling Chigu's black eyes gazed at Yan Tianan and seemed to feel his gloomy mood. Slowly but firmly, he reached his hands out and actually held Yan Tianan in front of his chest, as though coaxing a little child, patting him slowly and gently on the back. Yan Tianan was originally still immersed in his depression but was suddenly frightened by this intimate action of Ling Chigu's. Yu, do you have a regular human's awareness now? Yan Tianan stared at Ling Chigu with wide eyes. Ling Chigu remained silent, gazing into Yan Tianan's eyes with neither joy nor sorrow and without speaking a word. Yan Tianan and Ling Chigu stared at each other for a while, but then he thought with some disappointment, Gu's action is probably just a subconscious action. The Imperial Corpse technique said that if the corpse held an obsession with some people or events before his death, then his behavior would reflect these obsessions. Yan Tianan couldn't help but speculate. Maybe Yu often coaxed children to sleep when he was alive. Yan Tianan suddenly remembered that, in the past, when he couldn't sleep because he was afraid of thunder, Lin Zan had always half-hugged him, his big hands patting his back warmly and slowly, coaxing him to sleep. Remembering Lin Zan, Yan Tianan was even more distraught. He sniffed and wanted to cry but held himself back with difficulty. He told Ling Chigu, who was at a complete loss on what to do, Yu, I miss Daddy. Bai was Yan Tianan's contracted beast, so he naturally felt Yan Tianan's depressed mood. He somewhat anxiously cried out twice and climbed onto Yan Tianan, crouching on his shoulder to lick at his face. Hen, don't be sad. You still have Bai and Hupo. Bai tried to convey this kind of message to Yan Tianan. Yet Yan Tianan remained depressed for a while before taking a deep breath as he held Bai in his arms. He traced along Bai's fur and whispered, Yu, this thumb ring was specially made for you by my Dage. By wearing it, you'll be able to take the opportunity to sneak into Pill Limit Mysterious Land the day after tomorrow. I don't know if there's anything you can use there, but why don't you try your luck there? Ling Chigu slowly nodded. He could still understand and carry out this kind of command. Because Yan Tianan was in a bad mood, he only spoke a few words to Ling Chigu before returning along the same path. When passing that peach blossom tree, Yan Tianan looked up at the pretty tree with a bewildered expression for a while, but he didn't dare to reach out and touch the tree again. Strange, it's seriously strange. Yan Tianan was afraid of meeting Lin Yar and her gaggle of people who always loved to trouble him, so he quickened his pace and returned home with 2 tiger cubs. When Yan Tianan arrived at Yunlai Inn, he found no trace of Lin Xuanji. Only after asking Lin Zeji did he find out that Lin Xuanji had been invited by the Bai young master out for tea and would probably return a bit later. Yan Tianan's entire heart was indescribably sour and bitter, and he almost cried. Downcast, he returned to his own room, closed the door, and climbed into bed, falling asleep. When Lin Xuanji came back and knocked on Yan Tianan's door, no one opened it. Thus, he took out a magic treasure and deactivated the security on the door before walking in. Lin Xuanji saw Yan Tianan, who had curled up into a ball on the bed. Yan Tianan was frowning as he twisted his small face. He seemed like he'd been greatly wronged. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but feel that he was cute. He sat beside the bed and pinched Yan Tianan's nose. Yan Tianan woke up due to not being able to breathe properly. He saw Lin Xuanji at a glance and murmured somewhat absent-mindedly, "Dage." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji's face held a smile. "Time to get up. Brought you some food. Come try it." Yan Tianan sat up with all his strength, suddenly a lot more awake. Lin Xuanji saw 2 red marks pressed on his face and wanted to reach out and touch them but was evaded by Yan Tianan leaning his head back. Lin Xuanji was faintly startled. Before he had time to react, Yan Tianan had already climbed out of bed beside him and put on his boots. "What did Dage bring? I just happened to be a little hungry as well." Lin Xuanji looked at the back of Yan Tianan's figure, which seemed as though he was fleeing from something, and got up, walking beside him. "It's all your favorite foods. Bai family's cook is not bad. Before I left, I especially thickened my skin to ask them to make you a portion." "Thanks Dage, for remembering me." Yan Tianan grinned at Lin Xuanji, then opened the package and began to eat. Lin Xuanji sat opposite him and gazed at him calmly. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan felt a little uncomfortable. He finished cleaning up all the food at a flying pace and wiped his mouth, then asked, "Dage, is anything the matter?" Lin Xuanji looked at him. "Nothing. I've already sent Ji Yunwei away. What does Ah Hen want to do today?" Yan Tianan thought about it. "Don't have anything I want to do either." Lin Xuanji nodded. "If there's nothing you want to do, then we'll just stay in the room today and not go anywhere." Yan Tianan suddenly felt somewhat at a loss regarding what to do. His eyes, which were looking into Lin Xuanji's, flashed a trace of confusion and panicked helplessness. Lin Xuanji did not miss it. He frowned imperceptibly, then asked lightly, "You gave the item to Ah Ji Yu?" Gave it to him. How was it when Ah Ji Yu tried it out?" "He didn't try it out. How will you know the magic tool works if you don't try it out?" Yan Tianan paused and responded, "The magic treasure Dage crafted will never fail." The lines were filled with complete trust in Lin Xuanji. After a moment, Lin Xuanji asked, "Today on Yudai Mountain, did Ah Hen see anyone or hear anything?" Yan Tianan's heart was startled. For a moment, he thought that Lin Xuanji had grown an all-seeing eye that could observe his every movement from hundreds of miles away, but he soon shook his head from side to side. "I didn't see anyone, only Ah Ji Yu," Yan Tianan said without blinking. Lin Xuanji asked again, "Really didn't?" Yan Tianan bit his lip harshly. "No." "Good." Lin Xuanji nodded and got up, about to walk out. Yan Tianan was suddenly at a loss and called out, "Dage." Lin Xuanji stopped and looked back at Yan Tianan. "What's the matter?" The words that Yan Tianan were about to utter took a sudden turn and were choked back. He instead asked, "Where are you going?" "Back to my room to get some things." "Oh," Yan Tianan responded dryly. Lin Xuanji gave him a deep look and left the room. Yan Tianan's expression immediately collapsed as he fell on the table, depressed. His heart felt extremely pained he had lied to Lin Xuanji. But what could he ask Lin Xuanji? Ask him if he would accept Lin Yar's expression of goodwill and enact a play of sibling affection, forgiving Lin Yar just like he forgave Lin Zeji? Or ask him whether he really wanted to marry Shen Rubbing, a match made in heaven between a talented genius and an outstanding beauty? It seemed as though there was no need for Lin Xuanji to refuse at all. Or, what Yan Tianan wanted to ask the most, was actually whether Lin Xuanji had known about the matter with Shen Rubbing, as well as, if he had known, then why did he never tell him? Was it because it was unnecessary? Or something else? Yan Tianan's head was full of doubts. Along with these doubts, Yan Tianan began to consider whether he really should ask Lin Xuanji. If Lin Xuanji really, truly forgave Lin Yar, what should he do? How would he get along with himself, and how would he get along with Lin Xuanji? Family members stick together. No matter how he thought about it, Lin Xuanji had always been tolerant and generous to Lin family members, and the kinship of blood between them couldn't be easily erased no matter what happened. He disliked Lin Yar in 10,000 ways. His dislike for her was 100 times that of his dislike for Lin Zeji. Yan Tianan covered his head and sighed deeply. He felt that his leg was rubbed by a fluffy thing. He raised his head and put Ah Bai on his leg. Yan Tianan stared into Ah Bai's big purple eyes and asked, "Ah Bai, what should I do?" Chapter 207. Yunwei strikes back. Ah Bai snuggled into Yan Tianan's arms and stretched out his tongue to lick his wrist. Hu Po, who had always been very prideful, trotted over slowly, jumped on Yan Tianan's thighs, and rubbed his head against Yan Tianan's chest. "Anyways, you still have Ah Bai and Hu Po." Lin Xuanji had noticed that Yan Tianan was acting strange, but Yan Tianan's mouth was like a clamshell that couldn't be opened no matter how he tried. He didn't want to force Yan Tianan to do something he didn't want to do either, so he went back to his room, took out a voice transmission bell, and lightly shook it a few times. Very soon, a slight ringing sound could be heard from a distance. Xuanji. The other side's voice contained traces of a smile as it continued, "You left not long ago, yet you want to talk to me again." Lin Xuanji ignored the other party's teasingly ambiguous tone and replied, "I want to ask you to help me investigate something." Bai Yichen was slightly surprised. "You rarely ever take the initiative to speak, what do you want to investigate?" Lin Xuanji's eyes were slightly cold. "Check who has gone to the falling flower forest outside Yudai Mountain today." "Okay." Bai Yichen readily agreed and didn't ask why Lin Xuanji wanted him to investigate this. He only said, "I haven't paid you yet for the 2 cups you brought me." Lin Xuanji lightly responded, "Then just keep on owing for now. I dare not owe you this. Your favors aren't something that can be repaid with money. Then pay it back with a favor." Bai Yichen chuckled, "I thought you'd say I have to pay it back by devoting my heart to you." Lin Xuanji found that Bai Yichen was always stirring him up, and his words always developed in a very ambiguous direction. Of course, Lin Xuanji didn't believe that Bai Yichen really took a fancy to him and wanted to have some great development with him. Wang Fujin really is pitiful. Lin Xuanji spoke bluntly. "What's to pity? At least he still has a senior martial brother with him. I, however, am a lonely soul through and through. You don't have to be such a lonely person either." Lin Xuanji continued, "Wang Fujin hangs on to every word you say and is devoted to you. Why do you not consider him?" "Because the person he trusts wholeheartedly and holds deep affection towards isn't me." Bai Yichen smiled. "You only know that Lang Jishui is one of my split souls, but you don't know that he and I are in actuality 2 different people. Lang Jishui has all of my kindness and compassion. Even the Tao of Heaven is reluctant to strike against such a person, but I am a person who is cursed by the Tao of Heaven. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Lin Xuanji paused. "Have you ever wondered what would happen to Wang Fujin if, one day, Lang Jishui was no longer in the world? If Bai Yichen wanted to continue living and break the Tao of Heaven's curse, then he would surely have to collect that soul fragment within Lang Jishui's body one day and once again merge it with his own soul. As a result, Lang Jishui would naturally disappear from this world." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. "Xuanji, are you concerned about me or about Wang Fujin?" Bai Yichen asked. "It's merely a matter of repaying karma." Lin Xuanji lightly replied. In his previous life, he should have killed Wang Fujin to avenge Yan Tianan, but afterward, Wang Fujin tormented himself into such a pathetic state that death would have been more merciful, so Lin Xuanji refused to dirty his hands any further. In this lifetime, he didn't really intend to deal with Wang Fujin with his own hands. He owed Bai Yichen karma and also took advantage of Bai Yichen's great grace in his past life. Without this person, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to recuperate in the soul plate and become a craftsman, not to mention repairing the revert world mirror and letting everything return to its starting point. Since kindness outweighed enmity, Lin Xuanji didn't intend to delve into further retaliation against Wang Fujin. After all, even if he didn't scheme against Wang Fujin still couldn't win against Bai Yichen no matter how hard he tried. He mistakenly gave his entire passionate heart to an impossible person. Perhaps even in the end, when he fell into a state of extreme despair and was beside himself with an inconsolably broken heart, he still couldn't even understand exactly who his most beloved person was. Lin Xuanji was unwilling to be mixed up in such emotional matters and finally said, "Tell me the result as soon as possible." Rest assured, Lin Xuanji took back the voice transmission bell and didn't say much to Bai Yichen after that. When he returned to Yan Tianan's room, he found that Yan Tianan seemed to have returned to normal. Not only did he let Lin Xuanji rub his small face, but he also asked about Ji Yunwei's affairs like nothing had happened. Lin Xuanji avoided the important matters and dwelt on the trivial while telling the story to Yan Tianan. He naturally wouldn't tell him those indescribable matters between adults. He only said that Ji Yongwei had offended a fox and wanted some magic treasures from Lin Xuanji to deal with it. Just like that, the two spent a peaceful and harmonious day together. Speaking of Ji Yongwei, after he obtained the demon-binding rope, his heart became a lot more confident. He naturally wouldn't put all his hope onto this rope. He'd also prepared a lot of mysterious drugs and magic weapons effective for trapping demonic beasts. Ji Yongwei took out almost everything in his possession in order to make this work. He couldn't wait to capture the shameless fox tonight and teach him an unforgettable lesson. Night fell. The moon was dark and the winds high. Ji Yongwei lied on the bed and pretended to sleep, his eyes closed, but was in fact constantly perceiving the situation around him with all 5 senses. Once 1 o'clock passed, the window that was originally securely closed by a treasure was blown open by a gust of wind, revealing a small crack. A pure white figure, like a demonic ghost, fell silently on Ji Yongwei's bedside. The 9-tailed divine fox had already visited for 6 consecutive days. He shook 9 fluffy tails and swept Ji Yongwei's face with one of them. Ji Yongwei violently opened his eyes and glowered at the fox, whose coquettish eyes were narrow and slim. "Why did you come here again? Get out." The 9-tailed divine fox jumped onto Ji Yongwei's body and stretched out his tongue, licking Ji Yongwei's lips. Because the 9-tailed divine fox used his cultivation level and power to press down Ji Yongwei, he couldn't move a bit. Thus, the fox was able to wantonly take advantage of him. Ji Yongwei's entire body trembled with anger, but he was also helpless. The difference was too great and he couldn't resist. The 9-tailed divine fox blinked and turned into a naked young man with silver hair. He had a very attractive and charming face. His skin was smooth and white, like fine silk. He pulled Ji Yongwei's hand and touched it to his own chest, smiling. "What am I doing here, husband? Of course I'm asking for you, love. Doesn't husband miss me if you don't see me for 1 day? But I miss my husband, as though not seeing you for 1 day is akin to not seeing you for 3 entire autumns. My heart aches just thinking about it." Ji Yongwei had some nausea and felt sick. His icy eyes stared into the 9-tailed fox's purple eyes that were moist with lust and desire. "I feel disgusted when I see you. Get out and stay away from me. Otherwise, I won't be polite." The 9-tailed divine fox's expression looked somewhat sad. He straddled Ji Yongwei's waist with his legs. A pair of beautiful hands probed towards Ji Yongwei's sleepwear on his chest. "I won't be happy if husband says it like this. You and I clearly have an affinity with each other. It's not like you didn't feel good either." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. The 9-tailed divine fox's finger moved back and forth under Ji Yongwei's clothes, gently caressing his muscles. The fox's eyes showed grievance. He pouted. "So, husband should properly compensate me tonight." Humiliation and shame appeared on Ji Yongwei's face. He closed his eyes, as if accepting his fate. Suddenly, the 9-tailed divine fox touched something that gave him a strange feeling. His expression immediately changed, and he wanted to run outside but was firmly tied down in an instant by the thing that brought him a great sense of danger. The 9-tailed divine fox fell onto the floor like a dog gnawing at the mud. A trace of surprise flashed through the 9-tailed divine fox's eyes. He struggled against the golden rope but found that his own cultivation actually had no effect at all when bound in this rope. "Where did you get this rope?" the 9-tailed divine fox asked with wide eyes. "So it's actually a little useful." Ji Yongwei put on a coat and stepped down from the bed. He squatted down beside the 9-tailed divine fox, held his sharp chin, narrowed his eyes, and sneered, "Do you think that I can't kill you?" There was no panic in the fox's eyes. Even though he became a prisoner, he was only startled for a split second. "Husband, what do you want to tie me up for?" the 9-tailed divine fox asked. "If you want to be on top, then just tell me directly. It's not like I'll refuse." Disgusting, Ji Yongwei said viciously. The 9-tailed divine fox stretched out his tongue and licked Ji Yongwei's hand. Ji Yongwei was seriously disgusted this time. All of a sudden, he shook off the fox's chin and slapped him with the back of his hand. A crisp and clear sound rang out. The corner of the 9-tailed divine fox's mouth was bloodied. He licked the corners of his lips and, still smiling charmingly, asked, "Now that you've captured me, what do you want?" Ji Yongwei looked at him coldly. "Yank out your tendons and dig out your bones. Skin you and eat your flesh." But the 9-tailed divine fox blinked at him. Everyone says that one day spent as husband and wife creates an enduring love of at least 100 days. You and I have been husband and wife so many times. You have my scent on your body, and I also have your scent on mine. Are you really willing to treat me like this? Ji Youngwei was enraged by these words. He grabbed a fistful of the fox's hair in his hands and forced him to raise his head. He ground out through gnashed his teeth, "You'd better not provoke me. I don't kill demonic beasts, but that doesn't mean I won't ever kill demonic beasts." A trace of astonishment flashed through the nine-tailed divine fox's eyes but soon disappeared. "This rope won't hold me for long." The nine-tailed divine fox curled his lips enchantingly and rubbed against Ji Youngwei's calf with his jade-white foot. "If you want to do something to me, you should hurry and do it now, or else when I run away, you will never have a chance again." Waves of wild horses galloped through Ji Youngwei's heart. Indeed, he had originally intended for this nine-tailed divine fox to feel the same humiliation and disgrace that he had felt, but he changed his mind right now. This fox had no shame. If he really screwed him, wouldn't that just be letting the fox get what he wanted? Ji Youngwei narrowed his eyes. "I won't touch you, but I don't know if you've ever heard of a forbidden art in the families of beast tamers that can make trapped demonic beasts lose their intelligence and live like animals." The nine-tailed divine fox's body suddenly stiffened. He tried to retreat back a little. "You shouldn't have coincidentally learned it. This is a forbidden art. You're a young master, you shouldn't have learned it." Ji Youngwei explained, "It's exactly because I am the Ji family's young master that I learned this kind of forbidden arts from an early age. I really can't use proper methods to deal with vulgar demonic beasts like you." Only then did the nine-tailed divine fox become panicked. He struggled to free himself from the rope, but the demon-binding rope only tightened further the more he struggled and even prevented him from putting any of his cultivation to use. The nine-tailed divine fox kept on cursing what a terrible and scary craftsman actually came up with this magic treasure while uneasily worrying at the same time that Ji Youngwei really would know that art. "I won't trouble you any more in the future." The nine-tailed divine fox suddenly cried pitifully. "I swear, I won't trouble you any more," Ji Youngwei said coldly. "Too late." The nine-tailed divine fox said, "You humans are so laughable, you can only make all kinds of traps to catch me but won't allow me to bully you guys. You humans really aren't anything good." Chapter 208. Little Fox Cub. Ji Youngwei ignored the nine-tailed divine fox and estimated the time instead. He started to form hand seals and began the technique. He first bit his finger and pressed the blood onto the center of the nine-tailed divine fox's forehead, then took out a pagoda-shaped object from his storage bag. When he saw the pagoda, the nine-tailed divine fox's pupils suddenly constricted into vertical slits, and fear and panic rose on his face. He never could have imagined that Ji Youngwei actually held such a powerful magic treasure in his hands. The nine-tailed divine fox wanted to run away, but his entire body was so firmly bound, how could he when he couldn't even move? Thus, in Ji Youngwei's eyes, a naked teenager was shivering on the ground, and even the fox ears on his head were quivering. Ji Youngwei didn't expect that the nine-tailed divine fox would actually be frightened into such a state. He was slightly startled and pressed the top of the nine-tailed divine fox's head as he spoke. "Yeah, humans aren't anything good, so why force me into such greatly humiliating acts?" With a wah, the nine-tailed divine fox started crying, tears staining his beautiful face, looking truly pitiful, but Ji Youngwei was not in the least bit sympathetic and directly drew the nine-tailed divine fox's intelligence out and into the pagoda. The nine-tailed divine fox instantly changed from human form into a fox only the size of a puppy. His pair of charming and seductive eyes also turned into round apricot eyes. The demon-binding rope reached its time limit and fell from the nine-tailed divine fox's body. The nine-tailed divine fox timidly shrank back a few steps, but Ji Youngwei caught him in his hand with a swipe. Ji Youngwei and the small nine-tailed divine fox stared at each other. Ji Youngwei felt that this was beyond his expectations. He had indeed used this kind of forbidden arts for the first time and drawn out the nine-tailed divine fox's intelligence, but he never thought that this would actually make the nine-tailed divine fox directly regress to infancy. The nine-tailed divine fox looked at Ji Youngwei with tearful eyes, his two front paws rubbing against each other, as if trying to curry favor. He looked both pitiful and cute. Ji Youngwei's expression was cloudy and uncertain, and he really wanted to curse. Bitch it, he had previously thought that after he had collected this nine-tailed divine fox's intelligence, he would then cripple his cultivation and nip the problem in the bud, but he didn't expect that this hateful and abominable fox actually turned into this. How could he hurt something like this? Ji Youngwei clenched his fist and entertained the idea of killing the bitched fellow with a single fist. However, when Ji Youngwei's fist reached the top of the nine-tailed divine fox's head, he couldn't continue onwards no matter how hard he tried. The nine-tailed divine fox shivered and huddled into a ball, not daring to move at all. His eyes were moist with unshed tears. As a member of a family of beast tamers, Ji Youngwei had interacted with demonic beasts since childhood. Some demonic beasts were impatient, some were soft and timid, some were intelligent, some were dull, and some held benevolent thoughts while others harbored malicious and vicious thoughts. But from Ji Youngwei's own point of view, all the demonic beasts that he had raised were ferocious and difficult to train. Most of his few contracted beasts today were also the same. They were quite different from this nine-tailed divine fox that cried to him without saying a word. They could be said to be as different as heaven and earth, night and day. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Ji Youngwei seemed as though he'd been set on fire and instantly snapped his hand back. The nine-tailed divine fox crashed down onto the floor with a thud and fell on all four legs. His eyes were filled with stars as he laid foolishly on the ground with his four small white feet that had some fiery red fur mixed in. Don't even mention how cute he was. Ji Youngwei stared at this fox cub for half a day. Finally, he helplessly held his forehead and sighed. He lifted the fox cub and threw it onto the bed. Of course he'd have to take responsibility for the results of his own actions. The next morning, Ji Youngwei took a fluffy fox cub with him as he went to find Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji stared at the nine-tailed divine fox, who was obediently lying in Ji Youngwei's arms while holding a demonic delight fruit and joyfully licking it, and his expression suddenly became somewhat subtle and delicate. "Where's Ah Hen?" Ji Youngwei asked. He went to Sky Peak Sect to learn from alchemist Zhongli in order to stop blowing up the furnace in the future. Lin Xuanji replied. Ji Youngwei couldn't help but click his tongue. To be able to catch alchemist Zhongli's attention, one can see that he has brilliant talent and will certainly become the most powerful alchemist in the future. Lin Xuanji smiled. I hope so as well. He swept a glance over the nine-tailed divine fox and laughed with amusement. It seems that the demon binding rope's effect yesterday wasn't bad. Yeah, it's really quite good. Many of the magic treasures in my hands couldn't even enter this little bastard's eyes, but who would have expected that as soon as he touched the demon binding rope, he was firmly bound. Brother Lin, this rope wouldn't happen to be a fantastical treasure, would it? It's only for dealing with demonic beast cultivators. Lin Xuanji explained lightly. He naturally wouldn't tell Ji Youngwei that this demon binding rope wasn't made by him but was a treasure tool left behind by his father. I'll return the demon binding rope to you. Ji Youngwei handed Lin Xuanji the demon binding rope. Lin Xuanji received the rope and stared at the nine-tailed divine fox that looked even more adorable than the tiger cubs. He then leveled an especially complicated gaze at Ji Youngwei. What in the world did you do to him? He looks as if he had been tormented out of his mind. How intense would last night have been? Don't you overthink this. Ji Youngwei knew exactly what he was thinking as soon as he saw Lin Xuanji's expression and hurriedly explained his innocence. I didn't do anything improper with him. I just temporarily took away his intelligence. Otherwise, I absolutely wouldn't be this fox's opponent. Lin Xuanji thought it was somewhat incredible. What method did you use to take away his intelligence? Family secret. Ji Youngwei tried to smile mysteriously. Lin Xuanji, the nine-tailed divine fox that had lost his intelligence, didn't necessarily experience a drop in cultivation level. Rather, he had forgotten that he was a very powerful demonic beast. His cultivation was still there, but he hadn't yet awakened the knowledge on properly using it. You plan to raise him? Lin Xuanji asked. What else can I do if I don't raise him? Ji Youngwei asked somewhat helplessly. Although I want to peel off his skin and fur to make clothes, he's only this big right now and isn't even enough for a scarf. I can only raise him beside me and then directly slaughter him after he fattens up. The nine-tailed divine fox was immediately frightened, shivering in fear while looking at Ji Youngwei with pitiful and begging eyes. Lin Xuanji saw this and clicked his tongue in wonder. He felt that this nine-tailed divine fox was also quite lacking in principles. Ji Youngwei continued, I want you to make a magic treasure that can control his cultivation. Do you have a way? Lin Xuanji swept him a glance. Do you really think I have everything here? Ji Youngwei laughed. Naturally. There's probably no magic treasure in this world that Brother Xuanji cannot craft. Lin Xuanji also laughed. You think too highly of me. It's not easy to craft a magic treasure that can trap this nine-tailed divine fox. The price is negotiable. Ji Youngwei blinked at him. Discussing money is in poor taste. Good brothers don't take advantage of each other. Ji Youngwei said, I can't let Brother Lin suffer losses even after making such an all-out effort. As I said before, if I could get this nine-tailed divine fox, then I would invite Brother Lin for a drink. Now it can pretty much be considered using an alternative method to obtain him. Lin Xuanji and the nine-tailed divine fox, whose eyes were bright, clear, and extremely cunning, stared at each other. He raised the corners of his lips. Brother Youngwei must not lower your guard. There are thousands of different types of beasts in this world, yet only foxes are the most cunning and devious. Who knows if you'll be tricked by this fox someday in a moment of carelessness. Ji Youngwei carelessly raised his hand and rubbed the nine-tailed divine fox's head as he laughed willfully. Though foxes are crafty and sly, they are still beasts in the end and not human. In this world, when it comes to crafty plots and schemes and devious natures, what spiritual creature can compare with human beings? Ju's intelligence is only at an infancy stage, it won't be so easy for him to deceive me. Really. Lin Xuanji no longer spoke any more superfluous words. As for an item that can suppress cultivation levels, I actually do know how to craft it, but I don't have all the materials. Ji Youngwei was in quite a hurry. I might as well accompany you to choose the materials together. It just so happens that the Bai family's 100 Treasures Pavilion is only a short distance away. Lin Xuanji nodded. All right, he could only truly rest assured if he personally selected the materials. To be honest, Lin Xuanji didn't really believe that this nine-tailed divine fox had truly lost his intelligence and became an infant fox cub, but no matter how he scrutinized while on the road, he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, or else the fox's cultivation level was too high, or perhaps Ji Youngwei's secret family method was too powerful. In short, Lin Xuanji really couldn't make heads or tails of this matter. Lin Xuanji chose some materials and was forcibly stuffed a large commission by Ji Youngwei, then he and Ji Youngwei parted ways. Before Ji Youngwei had left, Lin Xuanji repeatedly warned him to always be on guard against this nine-tailed divine fox and to not take anything he finds strange lightly. Although the task of refining magic treasures seemed urgent, it was in fact not at all urgent. A magic treasure that could suppress a demonic beast cultivator's cultivation wasn't something that could be successfully refined so easily, and even Lin Xuanji would need 3 to 5 days, but tomorrow he needed to leave for the Pill Limit mysterious land and had no time for refining, so he could only put it off until he found some time in the future. Ji Youngwei expressed his understanding, as if he didn't care that the nine-tailed divine fox would suddenly recover his cultivation. Sky Peak Sect, on Pill Peak. With a loud bang, a pill furnace burst open. Yan Tianan pursed his lips and looked at Zhongli Shen, who was sitting across from him, with some embarrassment. However, Zhongli Shen's face held no trace of blame or reproach, as if he had already expected that the furnace would explode. Continue. Yan Tianan touched his nose and spoke with guilt. How about, let's not continue anymore. I've already blown up 2 furnaces already. If I explode another one, it'll be the third. Although he didn't know too much about the goods, Zhongli Shen's pill furnaces were all of the highest quality. Successively blowing up 2 of them had already made Yan Tianan's psychological burden very heavy. But Zhongli Shen only waved his hand and boldly proclaimed, continue exploding them. I'd like to see exactly how many furnaces you can explode. Yan Tianan muttered, probably all of them. Explode. Zhongli Shen spoke only one word. Since Zhongli Shen was so insistent, Yan Tianan had to ask for clarification. Alchemist Zhongli, exploding these furnaces, I shouldn't need to compensate for them, right? Yan Tianan was very worried. Zhongli Shen looked askance at him. Can you afford it? Yan Tianan shook his head. I can't afford it. Zhongli Shen then said especially calmly, then that's that. Why think about so much about trivial matters? Hurry up and explode it. Yan Tianan. In fact, he didn't mean to explode the furnaces. Yan Tianan continued to sit cross-legged as he formed hand seals, beginning to refine pills. After 1 incense's worth of time had passed, Zhongli Shen's eyes suddenly froze. He looked at the ice-blue flame flashing across the mouth of the pill furnace and slapped his thigh. I understand now. Yan Tianan was startled, and with a loud bang, the furnace exploded again. Luckily, the little yellow duck that Lin Xuanji gave him, plus the many other high-grade defensive items, protected him, so the explosion didn't affect Yan Tianan. Zhongli Shen also brought his own magic treasures with him. The blown-up ashes and fragments of the exploded furnace all seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall in front of him and couldn't advance at all. Yan Tianan looked at Zheng Li Shen with anxious eagerness and asked, "Alchemist Zheng Li, why on earth do I always blow up the furnace?" Chapter 209. I have a celestial level pill. Zheng Li Shen got up and looked at the ashes scattered about on the ground. He went to Yan Tianan and looked at him. "You are of the Xuanian constitution. And the pill fire within your body is yin fire as well." Yan Tianan nodded. "That's what Dage said." "That's it." Yan Tianan looked at Zheng Li Shen in confusion. Zheng Li Shen continued, "In this world, in fact, it's really difficult to find pure yang or pure yin pill fires, pill furnaces, or medicinal pills. Most of them either lean towards yang or yin, just like the pill furnace you use." Yan Tianan looked at the debris on the ground. Though this is a yang furnace, in reality, it only has some yang attributes. Zheng Li Shen narrowed his eyes as he explained, "And yet you have a pure yin constitution. When crafting pills, it's very easy for you to blow up the furnace due to yin and yang becoming unbalanced." Contrary to what one might expect, Yan Tianan understood a little. He couldn't help but wrinkle his small face. "But Alchemist Zheng Li, can't the flaming cloud furnace that my Dage crafted for me before already be considered pure yang?" Zheng Li Shen smiled without sincerity. "So he can even craft a flaming cloud furnace? It seems that your elder brother is quite capable." "That's for sure. My Dage is very incredible. He knows everything." Yan Tianan wasn't ambiguous at all when it came to praising Lin Xuanji. Zheng Li Shen rolled his eyes at him, thinking that this kid had already been sold but was still helping the seller count the proceeds. He continued to explain, "Although the flaming cloud stone is of fire and yang attributes, it's not necessarily pure yang anymore after being refined into a pill furnace. Flaming cloud stone, its name implies that it also has some gold and earth attributes in it. When so many attributes are mixed together, it will no longer be pure yang." Yan Tianan immediately felt somewhat disappointed. "Then it seems that there's no furnace in the world that suits me." Zheng Li Shen assured him, "There will definitely be one, you can rest assured." Yan Tianan's eyes lit up. "How do I find it?" Zheng Li Shen narrowed his eyes as he studied Yan Tianan's small ugly face. "If you're willing to stay here and become my disciple, then I will naturally spare no effort to help you find a pure yang pill furnace." Yan Tianan paused blankly, and his small face dimmed. "Then I might as well forget it." Zheng Li Shen felt a little upset. "Do you know how many people outside are crying and begging to become my disciple, yet I ignored them all? Why in the world do you want to give up such a good opportunity?" Yan Tianan looked at Zheng Li Shen sincerely and responded, "Thank you, Alchemist Zheng Li, for your kindness, but my Dage has other plans. For the time being, I won't come to Sky Peak Sect." Zheng Li Shen thought of Lin Xuanji, who had refused his offer in place of Yan Tianan multiple times, and felt quite puzzled. "I'd like to ask your elder brother why he wants you to let go of this readily available opportunity to easily reach a peak in one's cultivation. Don't tell me he really regards you as his servant. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." "My Dage wouldn't do that." Yan Tianan shook his head. "My Dage has his own reasons and concerns for doing so, I'm unable to guess them." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. What could you have against it? Zheng Li Shen felt that Yan Tianan had already been thoroughly brainwashed by Lin Xuanji. He felt as though this person couldn't be taught, just like how rotten wood couldn't be carved. "If you become my disciple, not only will you be able to receive a large amount of money from the sect each month, but I'll also think of you and give you the good things I have here." Zheng Li Shen changed his approach and began to speak good-naturedly, patiently guiding Yan Tianan. "Moreover, with your talent and my means, in a few years, you'll become a famous alchemist whose name will resound across the 5 continents. By that time, you'll have money pouring in from all sides and a reputation capable of shaking the world. No one will dare to bully you then." Zheng Li Shen made the candidly laid out all the benefits, showing how sincere he was in wanting Yan Tianan to stay behind as his apprentice. Yan Tianan hesitated for a while. Zheng Li Shen went on, "Don't tell me you want to follow your elder brother and stick to him all your life. He has already become famous now. All the major sects have sent him invitations, and all the major families are secretly trying to rope him into their families. Are you aware of all this?" Yan Tianan stared blankly. He was with Lin Xuanji every day, but not all the time. These invitations and enticing offers were as unheard of as the news of Shen Rubbing soon marrying Lin Xuanji. Looks like you really don't know. Zhongli Shen also thought it was laughable. What Lin Xuanji thinks isn't important. Here, what's important are your thoughts. You yourself listen to me closely. Do you want to study alchemy under me? How could Yan Tianan not want to? Of course he wanted to, very much so. He couldn't wait to grow up, to become stronger, to become a powerful person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xuanji. This feeling had never been as urgent as it was now. Yet Lin Xuanji didn't agree. He could more or less guess what Lin Xuanji was concerned about, but if Yan Tianan let himself decide, he wouldn't worry too much over the things that Lin Xuanji cared about. Lin Xuanji didn't agree. No matter how little he cared, it was still no use. Yan Tianan bit his lower lip and hung his head in silence. He looked like he was having an internal struggle. Zhongli Shen could be said to be an old soul who had lived for 100 years. He roughly understood Yan Tianan's thoughts from a single glance and couldn't help laughing. It seems that your elder brother doesn't quite understand your thoughts, or he doesn't seem to care about what you think. Yan Tianan suddenly looked up, as if he had been stabbed in a sore spot. He stared at Zhongli Shen. He cares. Zhongli Shen looked at this little thing brandishing its claws and spoke without a care in the world. Since he cares, you can tell him that you want to come to Sky Peak Sect and become my disciple. You can see what he thinks. Yan Tianan hesitated. With his head down, he thought long and hard about the matter. Many people's faces appeared in his mind, as well as those words that kept stabbing at his heart. Finally, his thoughts settled on Lin Xuanji's indifferent and estranged smile. If I study under you, how long will it take me to learn to refine celestial level pills? Yan Tianan suddenly looked up and asked Zhongli Shen. Zhongli Shen paused. He didn't expect this question. A celestial level pill, it depends on talent, but it's only a matter of time with your abilities. At most, it will take 30 or 50 years. Zhongli Shen indifferently added, however, if you want a celestial level pill capable of restoring one's Dantian C, I happen to have one here. Suddenly, Yan Tianan's eyes were wide open, forming perfectly round circles. You have a celestial level pill? Really? Why would I lie to you? Moreover, the Lin family's fifth elder also knows about the celestial level pill in my hand. Back when Lin Xuanji's cultivation was wasted, Lin family's fifth elder even came over personally to ask for the medicinal pill. Unfortunately, the Lin family couldn't give me what I wanted, so I didn't give it to him. Yan Tianan fixed Zhongli Shen with a firm stare, his heart surging with emotions. His breathing quickened. He clenched his fist tightly and asked, "What do you want?" Zhongli Shen curled his lips and laughed. "It doesn't matter what I wanted before, but now, I want you." Yan Tianan was extremely fearful that he would take back his words, so he immediately said, "Will you promise to give that celestial level pill to my dage if I become your apprentice?" Zhongli Shen immediately felt upset and rolled his eyes at Yan Tianan. "What nonsense promise? I'm already at this level of status, so anything I say will naturally count, or else I'll be dropping my own reputation. Kid, quickly go back to your elder brother and make it clear to him. Don't waste time here." Yan Tianan nodded, itching to tell Lin Xuanji about the good news. It was merely staying here to become Zhongli Shen's apprentice. Wouldn't it be a huge profit if he could get a celestial level pill in exchange for doing so? Wait, Zhongli Shen called out, "Don't tell your elder brother that I have the medicinal pill here. Just say that you want to come. If he's still resolute in refusing, then tell him about the medicinal pill." Okay, Yan Tianan agreed verbally and ran down the mountain in elation, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Zhongli Shen stood on a high platform, his sleeves billowing in the breeze, fluttering about like a mortal's. He gazed out for a moment, then suddenly waved his sleeves and swiftly flew down the mountain. Yan Tianan skipped into Lin Xuanji's room like a lively sparrow, carrying this gratifying news with him. Lin Xuanji was sitting on a chair with 2 demonic delight fruits in his hand, teasing Ah Bai and Hu Po in boredom. 2 tiger cubs jumped up again and again to catch the demonic delight fruits but were repeatedly stymied with a flick of Lin Xuanji's wrist, their paws capturing only empty air. Ah Bai was so anxious that he scratched at his cheeks, trying all kinds of methods like acting cute by wagging his tail or rolling about on the ground asking to be pet in order to get the fruits. Hu Po, however, stood on the side with a dark expression on his small face while watching his older brother make all kinds of actions that brought shame to all tigers. He even covered his face with his forepaws from time to time, indicating that he was simply too ashamed to keep watching. Dage Yan Tianan ran in. Lin Xuanji lifted his eyebrows and loosened his grip, causing 2 demonic delight fruits to fall down. Bai leapt up with his mouth wide open and directly grabbed the 2 demonic delight fruits with his mouth. He eagerly ran to the side, opened his mouth, and gave Hupo the slightly larger demonic delight fruit. Hupo slowly walked over to where Bai was and stretched out his tongue, licking Bai's neck. It was very intimate. Hen is back. Lin Xuanji's face involuntarily smiled as he held Yan Tianan, who had thrown himself into his arms. Yan Tianan lied in Lin Xuanji's embrace with an excited expression that couldn't be concealed. Lin Xuanji reached out and scraped his nose. What's the rush, running back like this? You're sweating. Yan Tianan's eyes were very bright, like the most resplendent star in the night sky. He was still gasping for breath but managed to say, Dage, I want to become Zhongli Shen's apprentice. I want to join Sky Peak sect. The smile on Lin Xuanji's face suddenly froze. He never could have imagined that Yan Tianan would run back so anxiously to tell him that he was leaving him after only going to Sky Peak sect and studying under Zhongli Shen just once. When he saw that Lin Xuanji's expression didn't look good, Yan Tianan's heart gave a quick thump, and he also restrained the obvious excitement in his tone. Dage, what did he say to you? Lin Xuanji suddenly asked. Yan Tianan thought about it and whispered, he talked to me about a lot of benefits, and I think what he said is reasonable. Lin Xuanji gazed at Yan Tianan, who was within arm's reach. Indeed, he can provide you with a lot of benefits. Yan Tianan felt elated, but these benefits are useless to you and me. Lin Xuanji let go of Yan Tianan as he got up and walked towards the table. He spoke in a tone that forbade any questions. A refusal is a refusal. I didn't allow it back then, and I still don't allow it now. No matter how many benefits he gives you, I still won't allow it. Yan Tianan felt as though a basin of cold water had been poured on his head. He followed behind Lin Xuanji and urgently asked, Dage, why? Even if his benefits are useless to you, they're useful to me. I can become a strong alchemist. I won't be so muddle-headed, unable to do anything well. Who said that you're muddle-headed and can't do anything well? Lin Xuanji stopped and turned his head, his dark eyes staring at Yan Tianan. Did I say that to you? Yan Tianan was shocked by Lin Xuanji's indescribable and strange expression. He gritted his teeth and whispered, Number. Chapter 210. Every word struck the here then. Has anyone said anything that you found unpleasant? Lin Xuanji asked again. Yan Tianan bit his lower lip and said nothing. Lin Xuanji knew the answer when he saw his reaction. He said coldly, Have I ever asked you to tell me whenever someone bullies you? Yan Tianan nodded. Lin Xuanji's voice was calm and unhurried, yet it carried a frightening sense of oppression. He enunciated every word clearly. After getting scolded, only getting choked up about it in your heart. After getting bullied, you thought that I wouldn't know as long as you don't say anything. Yesterday, when you fell into the woods at Mt. Udai outside of Sky Peak City, who did you meet? And what did you hear them say? Yan Tianan was startled. He stared at Lin Xuanji in disbelief. Those were only things that the heavens and earth would know, so how did Lin Xuanji know about them? It was impossible for Lin Yar and the others to take the initiative to look for Lin Xuanji and tell him about how they humiliated Yan Tianan. Unless Lin Xuanji was monitoring him. Yan Tianan had a feeling that every single one of his actions were in Lin Xuanji's grasp. He couldn't tell whether it was a good or bad kind of feeling, but it made him feel a little uneasy. Do you have anything you want to say to me now? Lin Xuanji glanced at him, or anything you want to ask me? Yan Tianan instantly felt sadness spreading to the tip of his heart. He shook his head. Dage, I just want to ask you this. If I want to follow alchemist Zhongli to study alchemy under him, will you agree to it or not? I won't. Lin Xuanji didn't even hesitate before he said lightly, this is my attitude on that matter. We need not continue wasting time on that topic. Yan Tianan almost burst out into tears. He clenched his fists tight and looked at Lin Xuanji. After the two of them looked at each other for a moment, he said, what if alchemist Zhongli has the celestial level pill you want? He said that as long as you agree to let me follow him, he's willing to give you that medicinal pill. In that case, would you agree? After saying this, Yan Tianan realized that Lin Xuanji's expression changed, and the change made him seem a little like a stranger. Lin Xuanji was startled. It was a little difficult for him to believe that Yan Tianan would say such words. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Exactly what kind of person was he in Yan Tianan's heart? Lin Xuanji felt very defeated. His mood had fallen to the depths of a valley, his heart throbbing constantly. He felt as if he was seeing Yan Tianan gradually moving away from him. Dage, it's actually a really good deal. Yan Tianan added as if he wasn't afraid of death, acting in a fit of pique. He pursed his lips, I'll benefit from this, and you'll benefit from it as well. Everyone can be happy. Yeah, it truly is a good deal. Lin Xuanji suddenly chuckled. He stared at Yan Tianan with a profound gaze. Go and tell Zhongli Shen that I, Lin Xuanji, would never sell my younger brother, even if I were to be a cripple for life. Yan Tianan instantly froze in place. He had never thought that Lin Xuanji would have the idea of selling him for a celestial pill, and he had said all that because he truly thought that. It was a good deal. Dage, that's not what I meant. Yan Tianan wanted to explain, but the more anxious he got, the more difficult it was for him to do so. He didn't know how to make it clear. I just want to study under alchemist Zhongli. If we can get that celestial level pill, then of course it'll be for the best. I said no. Lin Xuanji just casually stuffed all of Yan Tianan's words in his mouth with these few words. Yan Tianan felt like he was going to be wronged to death. His eyes reddened in an instant. He didn't know where his courage came from, but once his blood surged to his head, he shouted at Lin Xuanji, "You're just being a dictatorial tyrant, you don't listen to what I think at all. You've always just been making decisions for me, you don't care about me at all, you just think I'm someone who's easy to order around and follows behind you like a servant, an obedient one who you don't even need to pay, you don't care about me at all." Suddenly, the anger that Lin Xuanji had suppressed soared in an instant. He turned around and reached out to pull Yan Tianan over, then raised his right hand to slap him. Hit me, ah, hit me. Yan Tianan shed tears as he glared at him, looking up at him while saying, "I'm ugly enough anyway, I won't get any uglier even if you hit me." Lin Xuanji's hand stopped right next to Yan Tianan's cheek. He slowly clenched his hand into a fist, his whole body trembling in anger because of Yan Tianan. Where did you hear all of that from? Lin Xuanji's complexion was ghastly pale, even the color of his beautiful ruddy lips turning much lighter. Or have you just always thought that way? Yet Yan Tianan didn't see anything through his tears. He felt like he had never felt more aggrieved than he did now. He pursed his lips, all of them can tell, and they say that too. I can see it too. You just think I'm easy to bully and manipulate, which is why you're so good to me. Otherwise. Woo-woo, why is it that you used to treat me so badly, but after you fell sick, you started treating me so well? If it wasn't because Daddy asked you to take care of me, you would have probably driven me out of the house long ago. Bah. When Lin Xuanji heard all this, he felt like his breathing had turned haggard. Every word struck the heart. No matter how others misunderstood him, no matter how they insulted or ridiculed him, he had always been able to stay indifferent to it all and place it all at the back of his mind. He felt that since those words have already been spoken, then let others talk. Millions of people have millions of mouths, he couldn't shut them up, and he couldn't manage them either, so he didn't care. However, Lin Xuanji had never thought that some words could hurt even more than a sharp blade, that they would hurt so much that his whole body would tremble, and even his vision turned a little blurry. He had always been a proud man. He never bothered to explain a lot of things he did, and never felt that there was a need to explain either. But for Yan Tianan to misunderstand him and trample on his goodwill like this made him feel a deep sense of sorrow, and he was deeply hurt. Ah Bai and Hu Po were so frightened their jaws fell off. They even forgot about licking their favorite demonic delight fruits, and both of them huddled in a corner, staring at their two masters that had suddenly got into a huge fight somehow. What happened? This didn't seem like something tiger cubs could interfere with. Ba. What else is there? Say it all at once. Lin Xuanji said with a hoarse voice. Yan Tianan sobbed as he complained, and you don't tell me anything either. Shen Rubbing wants to marry you, but you didn't tell me. The 5 major sects are fighting over you, but you didn't tell me. You made a new friend, but you didn't tell me about that either. You don't tell me anything. I'm just an outsider to you. My surname isn't Lin anyway. If a Lin family member were to do something wrong, after admitting their mistakes to you, you wouldn't pursue it anymore. If I do something wrong, you'll treat me coldly and ignore me. You're just like the rest who look down on me and despise me. Lin Xuanji felt like he couldn't stay in the same room as Yan Tianan any longer, otherwise he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't do something that would hurt him. Lin Xuanji used all the self-control he had to suppress his urges. He took a deep breath, then fixed his eyes on Yan Tianan's crying face. Have you always thought of me as someone like that? You think that I treat you like this in order to use you, because I despise you, because I see you as a servant, because I look down upon you, and see you as an outsider. Blood had only rushed to Yan Tianan's head for an instant. After yelling it all out, he had calmed down quite a bit. He immediately broke out into a cold sweat and really regretted the horrible words he blurted out so recklessly. However, he had a temper too. Being dictatorial and not listening to what I think shouldn't be wrong, Ba. Yan Tianan said firmly with a stiffened neck. Okay. Lin Xuanji put his hand down and looked down, saying lightly, get lost then. Yan Tianan felt like he just got struck by lightning. The words, get lost, were like a thunderbolt that struck straight down from the clear skies, striking him so hard that his whole body felt uncomfortable. Lin Xuanji always remained calm and collected without even batting an eyelid, as if nothing in this world could truly anger him. Perhaps, in Lin Xuanji's eyes, he was merely a sycophant at his beck and call. I'll get lost then, I'll ignore you forever. Yan Tianan rubbed his eyes, turned around and ran out of the door, even slamming the door forcefully. After the bang, Lin Xuanji grit his teeth and took out a handkerchief to cover his mouth. A stream of hot liquid flowed out. He didn't look at the turbid liquid in the handkerchief before he flung it straight into a corner of the room. Lin Xuanji poured a cup of tea to rinse his mouth, then spat out the light red water in his mouth. After putting the teacup down, he spoke coldly, you've had enough fun watching, Your Excellency should leave too. I didn't spectate on purpose, I just thought that I would be able to say a few words on his behalf. Zhongli Shen pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing Lin Xuanji, he said a bit helplessly, I just didn't think that the two of you would fight till that extent. Lin Xuanji held absolutely no good feelings for Zhongli Shen right now. He stared at him coldly, not caring the least bit about the other party's status and identity. Bai took this chance to plaster himself against the wall and sneak to the entrance, then squeezed through the crack of the door and ran to look for Yan Tianan, his small master. Meanwhile, Hu Po stayed where he was, continuing to watch how things would develop here in secret. Lin Xuanji said coldly, no matter how much my younger brother and I fight, we would still be connected by tendons even after the bones fracture. If someone tries to drive a wedge between us, don't blame me for being rude to that person. Zhongli Shen thought to himself that this guy was truly angered to the extreme now. However, he didn't take Lin Xuanji lightly and explained calmly, I just told him to tell you what he thinks. Also, I do have a celestial level pill in my hands. As for the rest, I definitely didn't teach him any of it. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Of course Lin Xuanji knew that the problem did not lie in Zhongli Shen at all, but Zhongli Shen was a fuse, so he still didn't take too kindly to Zhongli Shen. Lin Xuanji said indifferently, if you're willing to accept Ah Hen as a disciple, then there's no harm in waiting for him for a few more years when he's grown a little older. It won't be late to talk about it then. Zhongli Shen looked at this young but domineering man and said, the younger they are, the easier they are to mold. The sooner he follows me, the more solid his foundation will be. Why must you be so hung up on these 3 to 5 years? Sky Peak sect has complicated factions and a messy network of people. There must be innumerable people who want to be your disciple. Besides, you already have a few named disciples under you, but, if I've guessed correctly, you should want Ah Hen to be your direct disciple Ba. Lin Xuanji asked. Chapter 211. The reason within. Zhongli Shen raised his eyelids. You really dared to say it. The status and significance of the titles direct disciples and named disciples were very different. Direct disciples would be the ones inheriting their master's legacy, so they were selected very carefully. Lin Xuanji said lightly, because Ah Hen is worth it. Otherwise, you wouldn't personally make the trip here. Elders of Zhongli Shen's status wouldn't waste even a minute of their time on an unknown disciple unless they really cared about them. Zhongli Shen did not deny it and instead nodded. Your guess is right, I do have that intention. Although he blows up his furnaces, his talent is remarkable and rare. So it's not suitable for Ah Hen to follow you now. I'm worried that someone will assault him viciously in secret. Lin Xuanji analyzed it point by point and said with incomparable calmness, most of the named disciples under you are the sons of influential families that you couldn't reject. Even you yourself can't do as you please, so how should Ah Hen handle things by himself then? The reason was very simple. There were tons of powerful alchemists who weren't acknowledged by Zhongli Shen's discerning eye, so what right did a mere Yantianan with no name or status have to ascend with just a single bound? Driven by jealousy and hatred, no one could guarantee what those people would do to Yantianan. The human heart was unpredictable. Even if Lin Xuanji was someone who would take a gamble, he definitely wouldn't use Yantianan as a stake. He admitted that he can't afford to. Zhongli Shen could indeed protect Yantianan, but who could guarantee that he would always look after Yantianan 24/7? Zhongli Shen didn't expect Lin Xuanji to think so far ahead. It really made him see Lin Xuanji in a new light. He had originally thought that Lin Xuanji just didn't want Yantianan to break free from his control, or for Yantianan to improve faster and become stronger than him. But from the looks of it now, it was only because Lin Xuanji had always been thinking in consideration for Yantianan to the point where every step he took had to be done cautiously. Zhongli Shen pondered for a bit. Don't tell me you think that, in a few years, I'll be able to protect him. In a few years, I will be able to protect him. Lin Xuanji replied. Zhongli Shen just wanted to say that this kid was insanely egotistical. How different from now could he possibly be in a few years? Zhongli Shen couldn't help but laugh. What you just said was absolutely shameless and arrogant. Lin Xuanji nodded. Perhaps so. He didn't want to offer any more pointless explanations. They need only discuss it again in a few years. Moreover, he would never feel at ease no matter whom he handed Yantianan to. Zhongli Shen stared at Lin Xuanji rather meaningfully. You rejected Sky Peak Sect's invitation a few days ago. Looks like the reason should be about the same as what you just put forward. Lin Xuanji nodded again. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Zhongli Shen squinted. Since you're that confident in yourself and you're so opinionated, I won't say much more. Zhongli Shen laughed. You really don't care about the celestial level pill? Zhongli Shen was stunned, the smile on his face disappearing. Yantianan was right about some things. You're too dictatorial in the way you treat him. You should ask him about whether he's willing first. Lin Xuanji's gaze darkened a little. I will reflect on myself. Alchemist Zhongli need not worry about it. Zhongli Shen couldn't be bothered to care about such affairs of others. After all, it was never good for strangers to have too deep a conversation with each other. Moreover, the disciple that he finally took a fancy to ran away. He still felt quite upset about that. After Zhongli Shen left, Lin Xuanji finally collapsed onto a chair. Yantianan's words still resounded clearly in his ears. Every single word and sentence still had yet to disappear from his memory. All those complaints of Yantianan were echoing in his mind. Lin Xuanji's heart was thoroughly broken, and he felt utterly defeated. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. After his rebirth, he had always treated Yantianan, the only one whom he regards as a precious treasure, both seriously and gently, while carrying a deep sense of guilt and the desire to make up for his past mistakes. He arranged everything for him and paved all his paths for him, and no matter what Lin Xuanji planned to do, he would consider Yantianan's gains and losses first. He thought that as an elder brother, he had already done his best to protect and love him, but just one Zhongli Shen could force Yantianan to say all those heartbreaking words. Did he really make a mistake? Would he never be able to change Yantianan's impression of him, no matter how hard he tried to make it up to him, and no matter how much he repented? Would Yantianan never be able to truly trust him and depend on him? Lin Xuanji was in a little bit of a daze. He sat for a while, then let out a prolonged sigh. Hupo shifted slowly over to Lin Xuanji's side and squatted by his feet, using his body to nudge Lin Xuanji's calf, and stared at Lin Xuanji with his bright, glowing amber eyes. Lin Xuanji's heart turned soft. He reached out and put Hupo on his legs. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Will feel upset indeed, Lin Xuanji muttered, and will probably feel sorry for oneself. Bah. I don't know how to face him. I can't imagine that he actually resents and hates me when he smiles at me. What should I do? Actually, in the past life, I really couldn't figure out why he fell in love with me. He had always thought that he understood Yantianan very well, but from the looks of it now, it was merely his wishful thinking. Yantianan ran straight to Mt. She in one breath. Rose clouds filled the sky at sunset, looking particularly vast and expansive. However, Yantianan was in no mood to admire the magnificent scenery. Right now, his heart was filled with irrepressible grievances. What right did Lin Xuanji have to ask him to get lost? He had just blurted out some words in a spur of anger, but it shouldn't have been bad enough to get him chased out of the house Ba. Moreover, he was kindly analyzing the pros and cons for Lin Xuanji and had just brought up some of his ideas, yet Lin Xuanji treated him coldly. The more Yan Tianan thought about it, the more wronged he felt, and he couldn't help but purse his lips. He wanted to cry, his eyes reddening. He's clearly the dictatorial one who doesn't tell me anything and doesn't even ask me anything, yet he won't let others talk about it. Yan Tianan grabbed Bai, who was nudging his butt by his side, and held him in his arms. He rubbed his sour nose a little sadly. Bai nodded appropriately and even stretched out his small paws to rub the tears on Yan Tianan's chin. Yan Tianan sniffed forcefully and sobbed, "Do you know how over the top he was? He chased me away just like that and actually asked me to get lost. Woo-woo. Does he really not want me anymore? If he doesn't want me anymore, what should I do?" Bai scratched his head anxiously and howled, "Big master won't abandon small master. He's just angry, just like how you're angry." Yan Tianan stared at Bai with teary eyes. "Really? But he didn't come after me, and he's not coaxing me either. Can't he just coax me a little? If he coaxes me, I won't be angry at him anymore. If he doesn't want to let me go, then I won't go, but he can't always prevent me from speaking my mind." Woo. Bai was somewhat confused. In the past few years as a tiger cub, from what he saw, if one didn't scratch the other party's face during a fight, it would already be considered quite good. Why would one coax the opponent? Bai licked his paws, confused, and instantly scrunched up his furry little face bitter. It tasted bad. Whenever Yan Tianan felt wronged, he would always bawl, and when he used to bawl in the past, Lin Xuanji would always put him on his lap and coax him gently. He would even buy him a lot of delicious food to make him happy, which was how he spoiled Yan Tianan until he became like this. And now, not only was Lin Xuanji not coaxing him or making him laugh, but he was also making him cry and feel upset. Lin Zan was dead. No one cared about what he thought anymore. The days he spent with Lin Zan were all vivid in his mind. The image of Lin Zan sacrificing himself to save him was also replaying constantly in his mind. When he recalled all those happy and sad days, Yan Tianan couldn't help but feel even more upset, his tears dripping down freely. He missed Daddy. He didn't want Dage anymore. Dage asked him to get lost. After he did get lost, he could never return. Bai scratched his head anxiously. He wanted to comfort Yan Tianan, but he was limited by this body of his and could only howl as he conversed with Yan Tianan through the contract, but he still wasn't fluent in the human language and Yan Tianan didn't even listen to him. Yan Tianan was finally done crying after bawling for such a long time. He rubbed his swollen eyes and looked up. Only then did he realize that it was completely dark. Yan Tianan wanted to cry again. He held Bai in his arms. "He really doesn't want me anymore. It's been so long since I ran out, but he didn't come find me. He's not worried about me." Bai pursed his lips as well. Yan Tianan stood up and patted the dirt off his butt. He sniffed. "Since he doesn't want me, then I don't want him too. I won't go back tonight. I'm going to look for Yuyong Gerger." Bai jumped down, wanting to run back to report to Lin Xuanji, but Yan Tianan bowed down and pulled Bai back into his arms by his neck. "Follow me to go stay with Yuyong Gerger Ba," Yan Tianan said bitterly. "From now on, I only have you." Bai, no, he still has a younger brother. He still wants his younger brother Qaq. However, seeing as how Yan Tianan was this pitiful and fragile, Bai decided to temporarily stay with his little master as a fellow sufferer. In any case, it wouldn't take long before Small and Big Master reconciled. Yan Tianan took Bai to Duan Yuyong's residence. Duan Yuyong was about to go out to look for Yan Tianan, but he didn't expect to bump into him at the entrance. As soon as Duan Yuyong saw Yan Tianan's eyes that were so red it looked like he got pink eye, he was instantly taken aback and quickly pulled Yan Tianan in, then shifted closer to inspect his eyes. "Hen, why are you in such a state?" Yuyong Gerger. Woo. Once Yan Tianan saw someone he could act coquettish with, he instantly bawled again. "My Dage doesn't want me anymore. He asked me to get lost." Duan Yuyong's heart ached from seeing him like this. He quickly pulled Yan Tianan into his embrace and patted his back like he was coaxing a child. Hen, be a good boy and stop crying. You won't look nice if your eyes are swollen. What happened between you and your Dage? Tell me first, I'll straighten it out for you." Yan Tianan sniffed, then stared at Duan Yuyong with teary eyes. "Yuyong Gerger, are you going out to attend to something?" No, Duan Yuyong wanted to go out because he was entrusted with the task of searching for Yan Tianan by someone. Since Yan Tianan just so happened to come over of his own accord, there was no need for him to go out anymore. However, due to the other party's exhortation, Duan Yuyong didn't intend to tell Yan Tianan about it. Chapter 212. Pill Limit Mysterious Land. Duan Yuyong took a soaked handkerchief for Yan Tianan to place on his eyes, afraid that Yan Tianan's eyes would still be swollen when he went into Pill Limit Mysterious Land tomorrow. He pulled Yan Tianan over to sit on a couch. "Ah hen, darling, tell Gerger how Lin Xuanji bullied you." After finding someone he could complain to, Yan Tianan couldn't hold himself back from spilling the beans about how he had received Zhong Li Shen's appreciation, and how he had told Lin Xuanji about what he thought, and how he had made Lin Xuanji angry in the end and gotten chased out of the house. "Say, isn't it too much of him to ask me to get lost?" Yan Tianan pursed his lips. "Hold on." Duan Yuyong gulped with some difficulty and looked at Yan Tianan with admiration in his gaze. "Are you sure that you told him something along the lines of how he doesn't care about you, despises you, looks down on you, and how he treats you like a servant?" "Yeah." Yan Tianan's head drooped as he nodded. "I said that." While Duan Yuyong admired Yan Tianan for his courage, he still frowned. "Ah hen, tell me the truth. Was what you said your true thoughts?" "Of course not." Yan Tianan sobbed as he shook his head vigorously and explained, "At that time, I was really just furious at how dictatorial my Dage was being, and I thought about how Dage hid so many important things from me, so I blurted out a bunch of nonsense to make Dage upset in any way I could. But in my heart, the one I like the most is still Dage." Duan Yuyong lifted his hand and patted Yan Tianan's shoulder, feeling rather complicated. "It's fine as long as that's not what you truly think. But ah hen, do you know that what you said must have made your Dage really upset? Every word of yours struck the thorns in his heart." Ah. Yan Tianan was stunned, staring at Duan Yuyong in a daze. "My darling ah hen ah, think about it. If your Dage said all of that to you, how would you feel?" Although Duan Yuyong was much closer to Yan Tianan than Lin Xuanji, he wouldn't just speak well of Yan Tianan without principle. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Although Lin Xuanji was indeed too overbearing and would easily cause misunderstandings, Lin Xuanji must have had his own reasons for doing so, and those reasons would by no means be as people who didn't know would assume. Nowadays, there were a lot of people who declared that though Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan may look like close brothers on the surface, they were actually afraid of each other underneath and that their feelings were all fake. When Duan Yuyong had heard that sort of remark, he almost jumped up to berate them. No one knew clearer than he did how exactly Lin Xuanji treated Yan Tianan. Even though at the very beginning, Lin Xuanji didn't really get it and was a bit muddle-headed, after he awakened his craftsman soulfire, Duan Yuyong saw every little bit of how he treated Yan Tianan. Thus, Duan Yuyong was willing to help speak on behalf of Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan quietly started to think from another point of view. If he was Lin Xuanji, and his younger brother said something like that to him, Yan Tianan felt like he got struck by a bolt of lightning, his entire body stiffening. He wanted to purse his lips and bawl again upon seeing this. Duan Yuyong quickly added, "That's why ma, your Dage can get upset too. Although he looks like no blade or poison can penetrate him, isn't the human heart still made of flesh in the end?" Yan Tianan was all shaken up and couldn't sit or stand still. "Then what should I do? My Dage shouldn't have believed me ba. Who knows?" Duan Yuyong sighed rather helplessly, "I'm not him. Even if he didn't believe it, it would still be inevitable for him to feel hurt and upset." Yan Tianan wanted to go back and clear things up with Lin Xuanji. When he thought of how Lin Xuanji may feel upset because of the horrible nonsense he spouted, his heart ached terribly. However, Yan Tianan's butt had only just left the soft couch when he recalled how Lin Xuanji had coldly asked him to get lost. "We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." "Yes, but I'll stay there today." Yan Tianan was clearly still angry. He stared pitifully at Duan Yuyong. "Yuyong Gerger, take me in for one night ba." Duan Yuyong naturally wouldn't chase Yan Tianan away. He also considered that the two of them had been too impulsive today, so it would be better for them to stay apart for a while to calm themselves down. They would probably reconcile when they meet again tomorrow. So Duan Yuyong didn't continue persuading him and helped Yan Tianan settle in at his place. Then he got up and left the room, took the voice transmission bell outside, and shook it a few times to transmit the news to Lin Xuanji. "You've found Ah Hen." Lin Xuanji's clear voice sounded a little hoarse. Duan Yuyong expected that the other party's mood wouldn't be any better, so he simply replied, "He ran over to my place by himself just now. Your guess was pretty accurate." Lin Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. The only one he trusts is you. When Duan Yuyong heard that, he felt quite contented. "Ah Hen will stay at my place tonight. I'll deliver him over to you tomorrow." He probably cried for quite a long time, his eyes are all swollen. He didn't mean the words he said, so don't fuss too much with this kid. Lin Xuanji fell silent for a rather long time before saying lightly, "He didn't mean all of it, but he must have meant some of it. I'm not the one who wants to fuss over trifles with him, he's the one who wants to fuss over it with me." Duan Yuyong advised earnestly, "Although Ah Hen looks quite optimistic and innocent, you should have realized that his sense of inferiority is quite strong, and he's still very sensitive. If your heart aches for him, then be more tolerant with him, Ba." "I know," Lin Xuanji said lightly, "but he can't withstand the slightest bit of hardship." Duan Yuyong nodded. He thought of his own younger brother at home. Look at how spoiled he'd become. Lin Xuanji said, "When we enter Pill Limit Mysterious Land tomorrow, let him follow you first. He has the pass with him." Duan Yuyong was taken aback, even his eyebrows rising. "You're really not going to care about him?" Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. "I'll follow along behind you too. See how the situation is like first, Ba." Duan Yuyong hesitated for a moment. He does feel quite upset. Even if you intend to let him suffer a little, don't let him suffer for too long. "Don't worry, I won't." Lin Xuanji chuckled bitterly. "I'll always be softer than him." Duan Yuyong still wanted to say something, but Lin Xuanji had already put away the voice transmission bell on his end. Duan Yuyong couldn't help but click his tongue ruefully. Brothers really couldn't be too close with each other. If it were him and Duan Yuhao, everything would be over after fighting it out. Their fights would never end up causing harm to their mind and spirit. Just as Duan Yuyong was about to return to his room, his voice transmission bell shook a few times again. "One more thing," Lin Xuanji said solemnly, "don't let Ah Hen sleep on the floor tonight, you have to get him another bed and blanket. I won't go so far as to bully a kid. Don't worry, my blanket is wide and warm enough. What I meant was, the two of you have to sleep separately." Duan Yuyong, bitch it, what's wrong with him sleeping on the same bed as his family's darling Hen? Isn't this Lin Xuanji too stubborn and possessive? Forget it, since Ah Hen is so obedient and cute, young Master Duan won't fight with Lin Xuanji over this. The next morning, the pupils participating in the 100 Families gathering who were about to enter the final round of the competition gathered early in front of Sky Peak Sect's main gate. The Pill Limit Mysterious Land was left behind by an alchemist of Sky Peak Sect. It opened once every few decades or centuries, and the admission portal was located at the gate of Sky Peak Sect. The opening day this time was calculated by a divinator of Sky Peak Sect. Before the mysterious land was opened, a lot of pupils were already whispering in secret. All of them were rubbing their hands as they couldn't wait to rush in and display their skills. Lin Xuanji brought the Lin family members to the main gate. As soon as Lin Xuanji appeared, a lot of people surrounded him as they tried to suck up to him. "Craftsman Lin, I heard that there are mechanisms everywhere in Pill Limit Mysterious Land. Why don't you go in with us? It'll be easier for us to take care of you then. That'll take a lot of trouble. Our entrances are different, we never know if we'll be able to meet." Another person said, "Craftsman Lin, I heard that the mysterious land will be open for 1 full month this time. Does Craftsman Lin intend to craft any item inside?" "Of course, it depends on the situation inside. If the environment permits, I'll naturally be able to." "Ah, can I speak to Craftsman Lin for a while then?" A young master from one of the other families said with bright eyes, "There's a magic treasure that I require urgently on my side, if you have the time." Lin Xuanji smiled but didn't speak, his gaze always sweeping over towards the Duan family. Yan Tianan didn't look as pitiful as Duan Yuyong described him to be, or at least he could still chat happily with Duan Yuyong while leaping and frisking about. "Xuanji, why isn't your younger brother following you today?" This one sentence pulled Lin Xuanji back from his wandering thoughts. Ji Yunwei was holding up the 9-tailed divine fox's claws as he waved them at Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji's gaze shifted away and he looked at Ji Yunwei. "You're entering as well." Ji Yunwei shook his head. "I'm not." I just brought the G pupils here to participate in the competition. I'm not really interested in the pill limit mysterious land, and 1 month is a bit too long. It's better for me to wander outside Ba. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Behind Ji Youngwei stood many pupils of the Ji family. The Ji family had a very unique style. Every disciple would be accompanied by a demonic beast or two, and the levels of those demonic beasts weren't low either. Lin Xuanji said, "Are you getting along well with this divine fox?" Ji Youngwei laughed, clearly very satisfied. "We're getting along, of course we're getting along. After rearing so many fierce beasts, suddenly changing my taste to raise a clever, sensible small spirit beast that knows how to act coquettish is quite rare." Lin Xuanji didn't comment and just smiled. Several members of the Bailey family had also arrived. Bailey Yunshan pulled Bailey Yunsong over and, when he saw Lin Xuanji, excitedly said, "Lin Dage, would you like to go in with us?" Aside from this small young master, the rest of the Bailey members were elemental cultivators, and Lin Xuanji could tell at a glance that these elemental cultivators existed to protect the small young master. Lin Xuanji smiled slightly. "That'll be good too." Bailey Yunshan cheered happily. Ji Youngwei couldn't be bothered to let the ones in his family drag Lin Xuanji behind too, but he still upheld the responsibility of being the young master of the Ji family. "If possible, could you take these few from my family along too?" The few youngsters of the Ji family stared eagerly at Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji smiled, "No problem." Ji Youngwei smacked the shoulder of the Ji family pupil beside him. "Follow young master Lin properly and don't be naughty." The Duan family wasn't far from the Lin family, but the ones standing with the Duan family were all people from elite families. Duan Yuhao's gaze swept past Yan Tianan and he frowned with disgust. "Why is he in our Duan family's team?" Duan Yuyong glanced askance at him. "Honorable Me asked him to come, do you have anything to say about that?" Duan Yuhao was blocked by Duan Yuyong as soon as he was about to tell him what he wanted to say. "Hold it in and don't say it, I won't listen anyways." Duan Yuhao, bitch it, he's really annoyed with Duan Yuyong. Chapter 213. Young Miss Shen. Duan Yuhao honestly couldn't understand why the young master of the Duan family just had to be the useless person who only ate and drank all day when he himself was stronger than Duan Yuyong in every aspect. However, there were things that he had to earn with his own hands. He didn't take Duan Yuyong seriously at all. Duan Yuhao sneered coldly, "Our Duan family isn't some random place that collects rubbish and beggars. Don't blame it on me if you get killed by accident after entering." Yan Tianan pursed his lips but didn't speak. He muttered to himself in secret about why his Dage wasn't coming over to look for him, his mood at an all-time low. He couldn't be any less bothered to listen to Duan Yuhao's nonsense. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. On the other side with the elite families, the Bai family was once again the focus of attention. A lot of families were taking this opportunity to socialize with the Bai family. After all, they either had past or ongoing exchanges with the Bai family, or they may have to seek the Bai family's help in the future. In short, there wasn't a single family who didn't want to have a good relationship with a craftsman family. Although Bai Honggu was gravely injured in the craftsman competition, after a period of recuperation, he had recovered enough to enter the pill limit mysterious land. The Bai family dispatched 6 pupils and had already negotiated for the protection of Sky Peak cities Shen, Wangfu, and Feng families. As for the elite families of the other 4 continents, they naturally didn't have this chance. Aside from the 3 major families, the Bai family also found some disciples from Sky Peak sect who were about to enter pill limit mysterious land to protect the Bai pupils. They had formed a group of about 20 to 30 people. One could tell from just a glance that they intended to reap a huge harvest after entering. Many people stared at the Bai family with envy. They were afraid that the outcome was preordained before the competition inside even began. Soon after, a cloud drifted by and hundreds of birds cried out. Several floats pulled by birds landed in front of the main gate, and a number of women dressed in light, gauzy cloud clothes flew over gracefully, enchanting almost half of the male cultivators there. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Ah, those are the female cultivators of Cloud Jade sect. I heard that the young sect master of Cloud Jade sect, Shen Rubbing, is taking part in the competition too. Hasn't she reached the hardened body stage a long time ago? The magic treasure that the Bai family crafted to suppress one's cultivation has suppressed her cultivation to foundation stage 3rd layer. Shen Rubbing's really pretty. Although she heard a lot of people whisper and praise her in secret, Shen Rubbing, dressed in a lavender brocade gown, felt nothing. After all, this sort of praise and attention had been like food and water to her ever since she was a child. She had long since become accustomed to it and no longer considered it a big deal. Yet the female cultivators next to her said enviously to Shen Rubbing, "Shen Shiji, looks like you're the one receiving the most attention again this time." Yeah, Sister Rubbing is not only pretty but also noble and generous with remarkable talent, so she has naturally enchanted all of those people. He. With Rubbing Gigi leading us this time, we don't need to be afraid of lacking for people who rush up to offer their help. Looks like we'll be reaping a good harvest again this year. When Lin Yar heard all of this, she couldn't help but walk up as well, not one to fall behind. Rubbing Gigi, my family's Xuanji is over there. Would you like to go over to talk to him? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. That day, when Lin Xuanji was blocked outside the city gate and had to suffer unbridled humiliation from the guards, Shen Rubbing stood not far away, thinking that this person was probably going to lose all the face he had. She hadn't expected that he would merely speak a few words and manage to emerge victorious in the face of stronger forces. With just a few cheerful chats, he had actually managed to make such a big hole in Sky Peak City. A heavenly talent who used strange and deceitful tactics, possessed a stunning appearance, and had a magnificent demeanor. Back then, Shen Rubbing felt a rush of excitement and started inquiring about all sorts of news related to Lin Xuanji. When she heard that Lin Xuanji had already turned into a cripple, Shen Rubbing was not without regret. Even if she had taken a fancy to Lin Xuanji, she could never be with a useless person. It wasn't until Shen Rubbing saw Lin Xuanji again in the craftsman competition that a sudden realization dawned upon her. So this man wasn't as useless as the rumors said he was. In fact, it was the exact opposite. He was a rare person of extraordinary talent in the world. This prompted Shen Rubbing to make up her mind Lin Xuanji was the ideal husband that she had been looking for. Relying on the influence of her sect and family, she sent someone to the Lin family to express her desire to marry Lin Xuanji before even informing him. In Shen Rubbing's world, all men should flatter and fawn over her. The Lin family was merely a third-rate family, and they were far away in Qing City as well. After hearing the news that she had taken a fancy to Lin Xuanji, they were bound to be pleasantly surprised and eager to agree at once. However, the Lin family gave an ambiguous answer. In return, Lin Xuanji's marriage was not up to the Lin family to decide, and it was better for her to ask Lin Xuanji about it. The matchmaker of the Shen family waited patiently for several days. An answer traveled over from afar. That Lin Xuanji kid actually had the audacity to refuse. What a humiliation that was. When Shen Rubbing first heard the news, she blew up quite a bit. A lot of the servants beside her suffered as a result. But after she calmed down a little, Shen Rubbing felt a little happy instead, because Lin Xuanji's rejection was novel to her, and a desire to subdue the other party, a desire that she'd never had before, emerged. She must have this brilliant man. Shen Rubbing's pair of slightly upward slanting eyes squinted as she took ladylike steps towards Lin Xuanji. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji was talking to Ji Yunwei when Ji Yunwei suddenly yanked at his sleeve. Ji Yunwei kept making eyes at him and whispered, "Young Miss Shen is walking over to you. She couldn't have taken a fancy to you, ba." Lin Xuanji's mouth twitched. "She might have taken a fancy to you." Ji Yunwei got a fright. No, that's definitely impossible. The relationship between the Ji and Shen family isn't all that great." Baili Yunshin heard everything clearly. When he saw Shen Rubbing, who looked like a fairy that had descended into this world, he couldn't take his eyes off of her. "What a pretty Gigi!" Baili Yunsong smacked Baili Yunshin's head. "Don't talk nonsense, you're a man with a fiancé." Baili Yunshin pursed his lips, feeling rather wronged. Everyone has a penchant for beauty, what's wrong with just taking a look? Baili Yunsong stared at Baili Yunshin and didn't speak. Baili Yunshin surrendered. Okay, don't tell Ayu. Lin Xuanji. Shen Rubbing stopped 3 meters away from Lin Xuanji. Ji Yunwei had an expression that said, "I just knew she was here to look for you," plastered all over his face. Lin Xuanji was suddenly grazed by many eye daggers. His reply was calm, yet not polite. "Miss Shen." Shen Rubbing smiled. "I called your name, yet you called me, Miss. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Lin Xuanji said lightly, "It doesn't matter what Miss Shen calls me, but I can't casually address Miss Shen however I want, or should I say young sect master Shen?" A smile spread across Shen Rubbing's beautiful face. making her look both charming and forthright. Looks like Xuanji's still a man of etiquette. Since we had the fate to gather here together today, why don't you help me and my sisters draw some good luck? We'll follow Xuanji into the pill limit mysterious land. What do you think about that? I'm just a craftsman, I'm afraid that I won't be able to protect you all. What's the big deal about that? We're elemental cultivators, so it just so happens that we can protect you, a craftsman. Shen rubbing gently pushed the conversation back to Lin Xuanji again and blinked mischievously, laughing. Besides, there are a lot of protectors around craftsman Lin. We can even benefit a little by being with craftsman Lin. Chu Lu, Shen rubbing's Shimei, who was standing next to her, instantly revealed an expression like she had just swallowed an egg. This smiling woman was actually her direct Shiji. Who in Sky Peak City didn't know that Cloud Jade Sect's Shen rubbing had a character just like her name in front of male cultivators? She would put up no pretense of rhetoric, or directly ignore them, and she'd even said before that all men in this world were just riffraff who liked beauties, and she didn't regard them highly in the slightest. Unexpectedly, the gaze Chu Lu directed at Lin Xuanji was filled with a little more worship. However, this Lin Xuanji was truly beautiful. Lin Xuanji didn't want to pay any attention to Shen rubbing, but he was willing to give Shen rubbing some face. Moreover, Lin Xuanji wanted to anger Yan Tianan a little. Then I'll have to ask for your guidance, Lin Xuanji said. Shen rubbing smiled, a determined glint flashing through her eyes. She was a smart person. She never mentioned the embarrassing matter of how the one she had sent to the Lin family to offer a marriage proposal was rejected from start to end, and pretended as if all of that never happened. She was also very calm in facing Lin Xuanji. If Shen rubbing didn't mention it, then Lin Xuanji naturally wouldn't take the initiative to mention it either. At this moment, Lin Yar walked over and showed Lin Xuanji a smile that didn't seem forced at all. Xuanji, with the support of Cloud Jade Sect, we'll probably reap a good harvest in the pill limit mysterious land this time. When facing Lin Yar, Lin Xuanji just said lightly, "You're going with me." Lin Yar responded, "Yeah, didn't Yan Tianan tell you? I'm part of the Lin family after all. Being with the Lin family is a way for me to help the family a little." Even Lin Zeji sneered slightly. Compared to Lin Yangji, he now looked down on Lin Yar even more. On the day that Lin Yar spoke harshly about the Lin family pupils had all been present and they had heard it loud and clear. Lin Yar's words clearly showed how much she despised the Lin family, and how eager she was to establish that she had no relationship with the Lin family. Now, after seeing that Lin Xuanji was in the limelight, that the Lin family's status had risen, and had even obtained the favor of the young sect master of Cloud Jade Sect, she was switching her stance again. How shameless indeed. Lin Xuanji was indifferently, "Since you have already said that you want to leave the Lin family in public, the Lin family has nothing to do with you. As the one in charge of the Lin family today, I naturally won't let you follow the Lin family." Lin Yar's expression changed. "Lin Xuanji, do you know what you're saying?" Lin Xuanji only said to Shen rubbing, "Young sect master Shen, since there's a deserter of my family in your team, I think our cooperation this time should be voided." Ba. Shen rubbing scolded Lin Yar for being an idiot and ruining her plans in secret. Her gaze turned cold in an instant as she said to Lin Yar, "Since gentleman Lin doesn't forgive you, you should form a team with other people." Ba. Shen Shiji. Lin Yar became anxious and blurted, "Lin Xuanji is driving a wedge between us on purpose. He's not qualified to chase me out from the Lin family." Shen rubbing's cold gaze swept over her. Once her fingers moved, Lin Yar received one whip. She shrieked with an ah, a red welt visible on her neck. Lin Yar stepped back in horror, her eyes full of shock and grievance, but she didn't dare to casually say anything more. Shen rubbing wasn't someone with a good temper. Lin Yar had a beautiful appearance in the first place and was the same type as her. When she had first entered Cloud Jade Sect, there were people who said that she would be Shen rubbing's successor. Lin Yar would even show her face around in public every day, while Shen rubbing could not meet her own fans because of her devotion to other affairs. As such, Lin Yar had beguiled many of Shen rubbing's fans over to her side. Shen rubbing didn't like her in the first place, but she didn't expect this last to actually knock into her hands of her own accord. After dealing with Lin Yar, Shen rubbing said to Lin Xuanji, "Xuanji, do you have any other instructions?" Lin Xuanji said, "Since you're this sincere, I have nothing else to say." Shen rubbing nodded in satisfaction. The Lin family pupils couldn't help but click their tongues in secret that Lin Yar was free to do whatever she wanted in the Lin family. But expectedly, After becoming a disciple in Cloud Jade sect, she could just get whipped so easily by someone else. It truly fits the saying that luck and misfortune come hand in hand. Chapter 214. Entrance to the mysterious land. Yan Tianan glanced at Shen Rubing and Lin Xuanji, who were chatting happily with each other. He thought of the unclear relationship between them and his heart instantly felt like it had been stuffed with something, making him all choked up. He couldn't understand why he would feel both downcast and upset after knowing that Lin Xuanji had a marriage partner. But he understood that Lin Xuanji would have someone whom he would be more concerned about one day. Yan Tianan felt so upset that he wanted to hug his head and cry at the thought of it. But at the same time, after feeling upset, what he felt, even more, was a sense of blankness and helplessness. Why was he like this? What should he do? Duan Yuyong looked at this from afar and couldn't help but click his tongue. This young Miss Shen really is quite good looking. Should I go over to hit on her? The one she likes is Lin Xuanji. A voice filled with vinegar rang out next to Duan Yuyong's ear. Duan Yuyong got a huge fright and saw someone pulling a long face when he turned to look Yuan Tianwen. Why are you here? Duan Yuyong was rather surprised. I'm here to chase my wife. Yuan Tianwen said bitterly. Duan Yuyong was a little speechless. The gazes around him made him feel a burning pain on his face. Your wife? Who? Duan Yuyong asked. Isn't it you? Who else could it be but you? Everyone looked over at them. You better speak properly. Duan Yuyong suppressed his voice. I've always been speaking properly. Yuan Tianwen pursed his lips, feeling a little wronged. He raised his voice and said rather candidly, I'm really here to chase my wife. I'm a dog if I'm lying to you. Fuck. Duan Yuyong kicked Yuan Tianwen's leg. Yuan Tianwen cast a cold glance at Duan Yuhao, who was staring agape from the side, then spoke gently to Duan Yuyong as if he was performing a face-changing act. Who did the Duan family arrange to enter with today? We didn't make any arrangements. Duan Yuyong raised an eyebrow and smiled in contemplation, but now Ma, I've decided that it's better to go hug Lin Xuanji's thigh. Yuan Tianwen was actually secretly dissatisfied with how close Lin Xuanji and Duan Yuyong were. He always suspected that Duan Yuyong had some sort of unclear intention towards Lin Xuanji. Thus, Yuan Tianwen said, don't tell me that my thigh can't compare to Lin Xuanji's. But you're not as good looking as him. Duan Yuyong blurted out and stared at Yuan Tianwen. Moreover, don't you think young Miss Shen is also a rare beauty? Yuan Tianwen felt even more stifled now. Duan Yuyong's words made it clear that he could eat both men and women in the future. He not only had to guard against men, but also against women. After Duan Yuyong spoke, he pulled Yan Tianan straight over to the Lin family. Yan Tianan had struggled unwillingly at first, but he was still yanked over by Duan Yuyong and forcibly dragged over. Little fool, if you don't become a little more proactive, your dage will get snatched away. Duan Yuyong whispered into Yan Tianan's ear. Sure enough, Yan Tianan stopped struggling. He was just cross with his dage. He still wanted to be kissed and hugged and held high by his dage. It's not like he really wanted to be separated from his dage in the future. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Lin Xuanji intends to reconcile with Yan Tianan, so he smiled, many thanks. Shen Rubing glanced at Yan Tianan and she frowned and looked away shortly after. She had heard before that this younger brother of Lin Xuanji was both ugly and a cripple, and she had finally seen him in person today. She just hadn't expected that Yan Tianan would look this ugly. It had been beyond her imagination. Lin Xuanji cast a glance at the top of Yan Tianan's head. He said to Duan Yuyong, do you need to account for anything to the Duan family? Nope. Duan Yuyong smiled. In any case, there will be someone who'll take over even if I'm not with my family. Duan Yuhao is starting to sound like the leader of the Duan family when he advises the pupils of the Duan family. Duan Yuyong could be considered to be dragging along a family with him that he has to feed. Not only did he take a Yan Tianan over, but he had also dragged along a Yuan Tianwen as well. Yuan Tianwen and Lin Xuanji met. He nodded. Lin Shidi. Shen Rubing glanced sideways. Young Peak Master Yuan, Xuanji is no longer part of Sky Peak sect, so your form of address seems a little inappropriate. As pupils of elite families, Yuan Tianwen and Shen Rubing had never come into contact with each other before. Coupled with how Duan Yuyong seemed to have some interest in Shen Rubing, it made Yuan Tianwen very unhappy, so Yuan Tianwen asked, "May I ask who your excellency is?" Shen Rubbing's gaze suddenly turned cold. Never before had anyone dared to ask for her identity so audaciously. Shouldn't these people have inquired into everything about her long ago? When Cloud Jade Sect's Chu Lu saw Shen Rubbing's displeased look, she quickly intervened. "This is my Shiji, Shen Rubbing. We're the Inner Gate disciples of Cloud Jade Sect." Yuan Tianwen looked like a sudden realization just dawned upon him. He quickly clasped his hands. "So your young sect master Shen, sorry for being disrespectful." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Shen Rubbing couldn't lose her dignity either and only returned with half a bow. Next to him, Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes and muttered. Boastful Yuan Tianwen raised an eyebrow and smiled. "You should be saying, excellent." Duan Yuyong looked at Shen Rubbing's beautiful face, which had darkened considerably, and almost burst out laughing. When Yuan Tianwen derided people, he could really anger the other party to death. Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji did not have any eye contact throughout the whole journey. The two of them appeared to be strangers. Lin Xuanji wanted to talk to Yan Tianan, but before he even said anything, Yan Tianan took half a step back and hid behind Duan Yuyong, clearly intending to ignore him. Actually, it was because Yan Tianan had seen Lin Xuanji chatting happily with Shen Rubbing even though he hadn't said even a word to Yan Tianan that he instantly felt extremely aggrieved and resentful. He felt even more unworthy of standing beside Lin Xuanji now. This sentiment lasted until the Pill Limit Mysterious Land opened, and didn't disappear even then. Instead, it grew even stronger. The Pill Limit Mysterious Land was opened an hour later. The young sect master of Sky Peak Sect stood on a high platform and threw something at the mountain gate, the key to opening the Pill Limit Mysterious Land. Young sect master said, "There are 3 entrances to the Pill Limit Mysterious Land this time. We estimate there to be 500 entrants, amongst which, 181 are from the 100 families, while 319 are from the other 9 families. There are a lot of dangers in the Pill Limit Mysterious Land, as well as many difficulties and obstacles. Everyone must cast aside your views on family status and take care of one another, only then will you meet with even greater fortune." All the pupils below responded in unison, understood with no time to lose. Soon there were people leading these pupils to different entrances. The nearest entrance to the Pill Limit Mysterious Land was left for the 5 major sects and the disciples of Cloud Jade Sect. The other 2 entrances weren't at the main gate, one would need to walk quite a bit to get there. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. On the way, Duan Yuyong said disdainfully, "It's just the standard routing, what special gift prepared for the 100 families? Aren't they just trying to benefit those sects? Why make it sound so dignified?" Yuan Tianwen saw the Sky Peak Sect pupil leading the way turn around, so he suppressed his voice. "Don't say such things at will, it won't be good if others were to hear you. Like I'm afraid of them." Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes and glanced askance at Yuan Tianwen. "Speaking of which, young Peak Master Yuan, you're part of the 5 major sects, aren't you? Why mingle with useless troops like us?" Yuan Tianwen immediately said, "What do the 5 major sects amount to? If they're going to scold me, then so be it. I like mingling with you and squeezing in with you. The heavens are great, the earth is great, but my family's Yang is the greatest." Duan Yuyong, Lin Xuanji, he should have really kicked Yuan Tianwen out of the team long ago. He himself hadn't even settled his dispute with his sweetheart yet, who wanted to see them getting all intimate. They soon arrived at an entrance where some elders were waiting. After meeting the elders, this group with hundreds of people began walking toward the entrance separately. The entrance was a teleportation array, and the entrance of the array was 10 feet high. There was a whirlpool of stars that were constantly changing their positions. An elder said, "Only 50 people at most can go through this entrance at once, and no one knows where you will be teleported to after passing through. Everyone can go in now. However, I'd like to remind everyone that you're all top figures of influential families and sects. Cherish lives. Once you're inside, do not disrupt harmony and don't start slaughtering one another, otherwise, our Sky Peak sect will surely pursue the matter to the end." One after another, all the pupils expressed that they would behave themselves, keep a low profile, be kind and charitable, and extend a helping hand to disciples in need. But what they truly thought in their hearts, nobody knew. In the cultivation world, there were few who would deliver charcoal to others in the snow, yet there were many who would kill you while you're sick. These warnings were often harped on about by the sect elders or family elders, but even they themselves thought that these words were ridiculous. They were merely superficial words that weren't of much use. Resources were limited, without enough to go around. If one didn't snatch it from other people's bowls, then where else would they get their resources from? Moreover, this sort of mysterious land didn't have primary level and above elders overseeing it, so it was even easier for it to turn into a scene of bloody slaughter. One might as well ask which disciple or pupil present was not ready to kill or get killed before entering. If they were all that kind and naive, then it would be better for them to go home and have their milk bought. Seeing how honest they were being, the elder continued, the pill limit mysterious land will be opened for a month this time. Every one of you has the same transmission magic treasure crafted by Sky Peak Sect. Within this 1 month, if any of you wants to come out, all you need to do is crush the transmission magic treasure and you'll be able to leave the pill limit mysterious land. This magic treasure is used to save your lives. Everyone finally understood what the ball Sky Peak Sect gave to each one of them was for. The elder swept a glance over them, then continued warning, once the time limit of 1 month is up, everyone must come out. The pill limit mysterious land isn't like other mysterious lands. Once it closes, it will shrink, and unless one is at a celestial cultivation level, all other invaders inside will get crushed into meat paste. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, evidently frightened by how amazing this mysterious land was. He had achieved the goal of his warning and given out the necessary instructions as well. As for the rest, it was naturally up to the individual's good fortune. At the command of the elder, all the pupils started forming their teams and gathered together before heading to the nebula entrance. Shen Rubbing naturally stood beside Lin Xuanji and even smiled slightly at him. I'm relying on Xuanji today. Lin Xuanji didn't accept that flirtatious remark of hers. While one is out, it is common for people to take care of one another. Lin Zeji had wanted to be with Lin Xuanji as well, but he was glared at by Duan Yuyong, so he could only rub his nose and stop in his tracks before forming a group with the other Lin family pupils. Although he doesn't regard Duan Yuyong highly, behind Duan Yuyong stood a demon that had already written the words, "This is my man, I'll chop up whoever dares offend Laozi on his head." He couldn't afford to provoke him, he really couldn't afford to. Duan Yuyong yanked Yan Tianan over and stood next to Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan pursed his lips, displeasure written all over his face, but he didn't say anything. Yuan Tianwen naturally followed Duan Yuyong. After the 5 of them gathered together, they walked into the mysterious land together. Teams disappeared at the entrance, one after another, and there were some pupils whose cultivation levels weren't up to par who wanted to mingle through. However, they got ejected straight out of this mysterious land and fell flat on the ground in sorry states, which made many people around them laugh. Bitch it, what kind of rubbish mysterious land is this? Its restriction is so strict. One of the pupils cursed before running away with his tail between his legs. Chapter 215. Return everything to you. Just when everyone's attention was focused on this disciple, a young man wearing black clothes and boots silently stepped through the entrance of the array with a stiff expression and disappeared. A garishly dressed but beautiful young man with a playful smile followed closely behind him, licking his lips as he watched the black-clothed figure disappear. He flourished his sleeves and also entered the mysterious land soon after. From beginning to end, these 2 people weren't noticed by anyone, nor did the mysterious land block them from entering. Inside the mysterious land, story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden, Lin Xuanji and others had just landed on the ground when they were hit by the oncoming downpour. People screamed one after another. Many other disciples besides their group had also arrived in this region. Several massive black clouds were floating in the sky, looking like the gaping jaws of a monster. The rain poured down on everyone, and people felt a slight stab of pain when the raindrops hit them. Shen Rubbing hurriedly propped up a chi wall to block this rain, but she soon found that the rain here differed from the rain outside and simply couldn't be blocked, even with her cultivation level. Really bad luck to have been transported to such a place. Yeah, it hurts quite a bit. When the rain hits me, I don't know whether it'll corrode our skin or not. Ah, how terrible. I heard my mother say once that some alchemists can refine poison pills. If even a small amount touches the skin, it'll rot away your skin. I don't know if this strange rain is the appearance the poison pill takes after turning into a liquid. These words immediately caused a riot. These disciples had already felt the uncomfortable feeling all over their skin, but now it was as if they'd already seen themselves rot. Many people were starting to consider escaping this place. Bucketfuls of rain poured down. Cloud Jade Sect's female cultivators were all so anxious that they couldn't escape quickly enough. They were the ones who were most unable to bear seeing themselves turn ugly. Chu Lu, who had entered soon afterward, led several Cloud Jade sect cultivators towards Shen Rubbing. Chu Lu's expression wasn't very good. She squinted her eyes to prevent rain from entering them. Shiji, should we find a place to hide from the rain first? Shen Rubbing clenched her fists as she asked Lin Xuanji, Xuanji, do you have any magic treasures that can shelter one from the rain? Why don't you try them out? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Lin Xuanji nodded. Precisely my intention. SNFGSBC for FSFR ILA EQ. After the pleasant surprise, people began to follow suit, one after another, but even if some people had brought umbrellas or covers with them, those items were still uselessly punctured by the heavy rain. A joyful expression appeared on Shen Rubbing's face. Xuanji, may I borrow this umbrella? Lin Xuanji said lightly, there is only one umbrella. Shen Rubbing bashfully replied, then we might as well share one. Duan Yuyong clicked his tongue in disapproval, woman, you really are good at taking the initiative. Xuanji's younger brother hasn't even spoken yet. Yan Tianan looked on coldly and spoke in a fit of anger, as if I'd want to use his stuff. Let big sister Shen use it. Lin Xuanji was exasperated by that sentence, I won't use his stuff. He swept Yan Tianan a glance and finally spoke to him for the first time today. Your clothes, the accessories you're wearing, and even what you tread on under your feet are all things I gave you. You dare say you don't use them? Yan Tianan was beside himself with anger. Precisely, I disdain even using them. Wearing them makes me sick. What kind of trash are these? No one will want them even if this rubbish was thrown out onto the streets. Do you think I care about these? Little honorable me won't humor you anymore. Having said that, sorrow sprang up from within Yan Tianan's heart. He directly started to calculate which magic treasures on his person came from Lin Xuanji. A human needed face, just like a tree needed bark. Today he was determined to not be obedient or lovable, and he was set on willfully throwing a temper tantrum. His words scared Duan Yuyong. He had dragged Yan Tianan along, following after Lin Xuanji, and originally just wanted the two to take the chance to reconcile, but he hadn't expected for Yan Tianan to have a donkey temper. Once his little temper flared, he began to speak without restraint, saying whichever words would hurt the most. Hen darling, you can't do this kind of thing that pains your close friends and brings joy to your enemies. Duan Yuyong dissuaded, furthermore, these magic treasures are innocent and pitiful as well. I just hate him. Yan Tianan's childish temper flared again as he threw a bracelet to the ground mercilessly and stomped on it twice. Ah hen, temper tantrums should still take the occasion into account. Enough is enough, Lin Xuanji said coldly. He looked at the bracelet that was stomped on and felt that it was his own heart being trampled on. Yan Tianan looked up at Lin Xuanji and saw the deep and cold pool in the other party's eyes. Yan Tianan gritted his teeth, I just won't pick an appropriate occasion, I'm just disobedient like this. I'll return everything to you. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Having said that, Yan Tianan pulled out the jade hairpin behind his head and threw it towards Lin Xuanji with force. Lin Xuanji raised a hand and caught it. However, Yan Tianan's actions shocked several female cultivators standing beside Lin Xuanji. One should know that this mysterious ice jade hairpin wasn't just a hair accessory, it was also a genuine attack weapon. If someone accidentally rubbed against it, then that person would have a visible wound deep enough to see bone. Shen Rubbing stared at Yan Tianan coldly. Your younger brother is truly too unruly. He's so young, but his temper isn't small. He even dares to attack his elder brother. Lin Xuanji felt annoyed by her words and was about to respond, but he heard Yan Tianan contradict Shen Rubbing. And who are you to my elder brother? What right do you have to scold me? Yan Tianan was truly extremely angered. He glared at Shen Rubbing. If you want to deal with me, talk after you actually marry into the Lin family first. These people finding fault with him one after another, did they really think that Yan Tianan was so spineless? If it wasn't because he didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Xuanji and cause his attitude towards himself to worsen, Yan Tianan would have already made some small moves behind his back to make those who insulted him suffer a little. Shen Rubbing's expression became ugly, and her hands trembled slightly with anger. This younger brother, your words are too coarse and speak of a lax upbringing. Another junior martial sister of Shen Rubbing's, Wu Xian, raised her shapely eyebrows as she spoke up, my Shiji's words are not without reason. Besides, as a man, do you not feel ashamed for bullying a girl like that? What's wrong with being a man? Duan Yuyong was all smiles. Men can't tell the truth. Besides, Ahen darling is still a little boy right now, not a man. Wu Xian sneered derisively and said, quite disdainfully, he's already 13 or 14 and still dares to call himself a little boy. He really doesn't know what shame is. Lin Xuanji's thoughts suddenly jolted and his expression changed a little. He'd always regarded Yan Tianan as a child, but he had forgotten that in the mortal realm, boys 13 or 14 were already old enough to marry, and some 13 or 14-year-old girls had already become mothers. Because cultivators wanted their children to retain their purity and prevent yin or yang energy from mixing, the average age of marriage in the cultivation world wouldn't be too young. However, if counting by actual years, then Yan Tianan would become a real man soon. Somewhat humiliated, Yan Tianan clenched his fist and bit his lower lip like a small leopard who had been bullied. His sorry appearance pained people's hearts. The ball of fire inside Lin Xuanji's heart was gradually extinguished in the rain. In the end, Ahen still had a child's temperament, and his body wasn't fully developed yet. He wasn't so impatient that he couldn't wait for 3 or 5 more years. Duan Yuyong had also realized this point, but his brain quickly came up with a response, and he spoke with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. If you really want to calculate this according to age, then you'd probably be an old woman. Where we're from, we have a tradition. Those who have yet to marry are all considered children. You actually dare to call me an old woman? Wu Xian's face was very pale. She immediately brought out a pipa and wanted to attack Duan Yuyong. Yuan Tianwen took a step forward, holding the Tianwen sword in his hand. His expression was indifferent, his manner imposing and oppressive, resembling a sharp sword. He stood upright beside Duan Yuyong, willing to slay gods, Buddhas, and demons alike if any dared to harm Duan Yuyong. Wu Xian immediately felt terrified. She had forgotten that this Yuan Tianwen had chased Duan Yuyong inside. Wu Xian couldn't help but secretly hate. She didn't know what was so good about Duan Yuyong, to actually make this Yuan family young master so hellbent on cherishing him that he'd even throw away his own face. The downpour gradually became heavier. Shen Rubbing was completely drenched. Her slender and wonderful figure was faintly discernible under the wet clothes clinging tightly to her body. Cloud Jade sect had always been famous for its light, thin, and transparent clothing. Once these clothes became wet, they could no longer cover up anything. Cloud Jade sect's female cultivators all turned around with embarrassment on their faces, but many male cultivators still cast glances in their direction and on Shen Rubbing in particular. Many ill-natured gazes fell on Shen Rubbing's body. Shen Rubbing's expression became uglier and uglier, especially when she saw that Yan Tianan's clothes were still dry despite the rain. She felt even more certain that Yan Tianan was simply taking advantage of Lin Xuanji for his own benefit. Shen Rubbing's secret contempt for Yan Tianan grew even more. In order to show her own generous and magnanimous nature, she spoke lightly, "We just entered and already want to attack each other with weapons. How will we be able to get along for 1 month? Xian simply cared about me and momentarily felt anxious. I apologized to everyone in her stead and asked everyone to forgive her." Duan Yuyong nodded. "Not a problem, I'll naturally listen when a beauty speaks." Shen Rubbing disdained to humor such a playboy like Duan Yuyong. Her purpose had always been Lin Xuanji. However, Lin Xuanji didn't go along with her words and criticize Yan Tianan's faults. He only responded breezily, "When my family's deity has done something wrong or said something unpleasant, I will naturally discipline him myself. There is no need for outsiders to meddle in others' affairs." Shen Rubbing's expression sank. She heard Lin Xuanji's reproach and bit her lip, looking wronged. Lin Xuanji ignored her. Instead, his gaze became quite soft as he spoke to Yan Tianan in a voice filled with slight helplessness and indulgence. "Your clothes, you can take them off and store them for the time being. This rain is different from normal rain, for you. Who cares about your ragged clothes?" Yan Tianan suddenly shouted and blocked out the rest of Lin Xuanji's words. Lin Xuanji stared blankly, then wanted to explain, but saw Yan Tianan's resentment soar as he directly tore his clothes off and made to throw them to Lin Xuanji, his mouth even uttering, "I hate you. I hate you the most." Duan Yuyong was also shocked. He grabbed Yan Tianan's hand, which was trying to tear off his own clothes, and narrowed his eyes as he fixed Lin Xuanji with a death glare. "You've gone too far. No matter how angry you two are with each other, you still can't go so far as to make your anger this obvious. Lin Xuanji, Ahen is still your younger brother." Chapter 216. Parting in the rain. Lin Xuanji swept Yan Tianan a glance. He wanted to explain, but his words took a wild turn just as he was about to speak, and so he finally swallowed those words. Lin Xuanji lightly said, "You're right. Keep your stuff. There's no need to return them to me. However, in the future, think before you speak. Don't say whatever comes to your mind. Some matters were more suitable for discussion behind closed doors. Making such a disturbance in front of all these people was sure to have a negative impact." Yan Tianan seemed as though he'd been slapped twice. His face burnt fiercely. He felt that every raindrop falling on his face was like a sharp needle, bringing pain to every inch of his skin. Was this still his Dage? He felt the need to argue with him over a single piece of clothing and didn't allow him any leeway in front of so many people. Could it be that in Lin Xuanji's eyes, his dignity wasn't worth any money and could be freely trampled upon by anyone? Yan Tianan's entire heart was full of grievances. He lowered his head and threw the clothes at Lin Xuanji, then took out his original clothes from his storage bag and wore them. Not only that, but he also threw all the items hanging from his wrists and waist onto the ground. Originally, Yan Tianan had even wanted to remove the cultivation disguising ring from his ear, but on second thought this thing was a lifesaver. He had looked after Lin Xuanji for such a long time, even if he didn't have any merits, he still spent all that effort. Taking away one item could be regarded as both sides wiping the slate clean. Nursing such a tragic thought, Yan Tianan loosened his hand and didn't spare Lin Xuanji another glance. He turned to another direction and walked away. Duan Yuyong fiercely dug a glance at Lin Xuanji and scolded, "What's wrong with you? You'll regret this," then hurried to catch up with Yan Tianan. "Hen darling, let's not mind that abnormal lunatic, Yuyong Gerger will stay with you." Yuan Tianwen gave Lin Xuanji a deep glance. "We'll take our leave first." Lin Xuanji nodded, but his gaze remained on Yan Tianan's figure. Quite confident and free, he thought. He still knew better than to throw the most important cultivation disguising ring at Lin Xuanji, so he still had some intelligence. Lin Xuanji sighed in his heart and bent down to pick up the magic treasures that had been thrown onto the ground one by one. This was the first time that he had been publicly degraded like this in front of so many people, but he couldn't help it. He couldn't bear to be vicious to Ah Hen, so he could only bear it, although this feeling wasn't pleasant and made him lose all face. Who let the person throwing a temper tantrum be Ah Hen? He really couldn't do anything about Ah Hen. Shen Rubbing saw this good play and couldn't help but think. Lin Yar clearly said that Yan Tianan had used some kind of unknown witchcraft to enchant his soul and make Lin Xuanji hang onto his every word in complete devotion, but now it seems that Lin Yar was deliberately exaggerating. According to Shen Rubbing's experience, Yan Tianan, this brat with a murky background, must have done something to provoke Lin Yar and make her develop a grudge against him, so she had intended to wait for a chance to use Shen Rubbing to retaliate against him. This Lin Yar actually dared to use her Shen Rubbing was not a generous person. In her heart, she had already secretly marked down Lin Yair's name and planned to make her suffer a bit once the opportunity presented itself. "We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." How come it's raining heavier and heavier? Nobody knew who spoke that sentence. Shen Rubbing wanted to share an umbrella with Lin Xuanji and deliberately leaned close to him, but Lin Xuanji generously handed the umbrella to Shen Rubbing and voluntarily left the umbrella. He said, lightly, "Young sect master Shen may use this umbrella." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Shen Rubbing was satisfied yet still somewhat disappointed. She blinked at Lin Xuanji charmingly. "You are clearly the owner of this umbrella but lent it out for me to use. Why don't we share it, so that I can lessen the guilt and unease in my heart?" Lin Xuanji lightly responded, "It's merely an umbrella. If you feel guilty, then you are free to pay rent." Shen Rubbing was immediately flabbergasted. Rent? Lin Xuanji was asking her for rent. However, Shen Rubbing's brain soon processed it. Lin Xuanji was probably joking with her. Thus, she smiled. "I can't afford the rent, it's better to share the umbrella. Men and women shouldn't accept gifts from each other." Shen Rubbing. Several of Cloud Jade Sect's disciples looked at each other in dismay and communicated with their eyes. This Lin Xuanji was really dense. Shen Rubbing's intention was so obvious, yet he didn't pounce on the opening and express himself. Shen Rubbing felt somewhat embarrassed after being rejected in succession, but after thinking about it, she felt that Lin Xuanji was different from all the men she had seen before. Every frown and smile of his, every action and everything about him, from head to toe, all made her feel that he was incomparably fresh and fascinating. The feeling of love in the gaze that Shen Rubbing cast towards Lin Xuanji deepened. Lin Xuanji didn't care what other people thought. He looked at the indistinct outline of a mountain looming ahead. Let's search for a cave first. All right. Shen Rubbing held the umbrella as she stood beside Lin Xuanji. Let's go together. Other people witnessed this scene with their own eyes and couldn't help whispering as they walked. Who would have thought that Lin Xuanji actually had the ability to make the Shen family's only D-daughter favor and respect him so? So what if she's Shen family's D-daughter? Didn't you see the talent that Lin Xuanji displayed during the craftsman competition? In this world, there are tens of thousands of elemental cultivators, but craftsmen are few and far in between. Being able to reach this stage, Lin Xuanji could be said to be a giant among men. That's also true. I remember the first time Lin Xuanji revealed his outstanding talent in Sky Peak City was in front of the city gate. He could be considered someone who has both courage and strength. During the Bai family's treasure appraisal convention, I heard that if not for his old friend Bai family young master's appearance, he probably would have been able to take all of the Bai family's treasures. It seems that Lin Xuanji and Shen Rubbing are quite a match. They're an ideal couple that complement each other's strengths. It may not be long before news of the marriage between the Lin and Shen families appear. Of course, there were also some of Shen Rubbing admirers who felt very uncomfortable. One of them sneered, Lin Xuanji is nothing but a pretty face. Young sect master Shen is already a hardened body stage cultivator. She couldn't possibly have a crush on a mere pretty boy. Young Miss Shen's sights are so high, how could she marry a person from a third-class family? Being too high profile of a person doesn't bode well for him. I hear the words, Lin Xuanji, the most these days, but in fact, the greater a wave you cause, the worse your end will be. Wasn't Lin Xuanji also the center of everyone's attention and the pride of the heavens back when he was still in profound sky sect? Look at what happened to him afterward, didn't he become a cripple in the end? Anyways, Lin Xuanji is absolutely not worthy of young Miss Shen. No matter what people said, Lin Xuanji ignored them entirely, as if he didn't hear anything. He didn't care about other people's opinions at all. You could call him arrogant or haughty, but he had never cared about the judgment of the masses. That mountain range didn't look very far off but was in fact not close at all. 1,000 people had been walking towards the mountain range for 2 hours. Apart from being completely drenched in cold rainwater from head to toe and feeling the painful burning sensation on their skin intensify, they hadn't seen heads nor tails of even one usable spiritual plant. Already, there were some people who could no longer lift their feet. The rainwater seemed to make people weary and exhausted. Not long after, some people lied down while walking and lost consciousness. Some disciples and friends or relatives of those people were willing to stay behind to take care of them, but some unlucky people were directly abandoned on the side of the road with nobody paying them any attention. Just as the 7th disciple fell down, a disciple spoke up, "We can't go on like this." One of the people beside him agreed, "Yeah, 7 people already fell while on the road. Maybe those 7 are already dead. Don't jinx it." It's not like I want to jinx anything either, but which person here feels comfortable after being drenched in the rain? This rainwater shouldn't actually be poisonous. Why don't we have even a single alchemist in our group? What kind of shabby place is this? The honorable me doesn't want to stay here any longer. It won't be long before we lose even our lives. A story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. A sharp scream rang out as a disciple from Cloud Jade sect shrieked in horror. "My arm, the skin is peeling off of my arm." Everyone immediately looked at this disciple and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Not just her arm, but even the skin on her face and neck were also starting to peel off. Although it was only a thin layer, it nevertheless had a very strong visual impact on everyone present. "Shimei, your face, my face, what happened to my face?" The female cultivator couldn't see her own face. At this point, she took out a mirror in a hurry and immediately shrieked once, then her eyes rolled back, fainting completely. Pandemonium immediately erupted. Everyone had walked a long way and had also been tormented by this rain for the entire time. To a certain extent, their hearts had already experienced the oppressive atmosphere surrounding the mysterious land, but it's just that no one spoke up, so they could only stifle the apprehension in their hearts. However, at this time, once someone opened this can of worms, everyone's mental defense crumbled, one after another. "I don't want to stay here any longer. Heavens, this is too terrifying. This rain is absolutely poisonous. It corrodes our skin, but we can't do anything about it in the end, only our skeletons will remain." Screams, complaints, and fear continued to enter Lin Xuanji's ears. In an instant, the atmosphere worsened to the extreme. Shen Rubbing, however, was walking leisurely, satisfied with herself. What's more, she was even secretly delighted. Luckily, she had gotten Lin Xuanji's umbrella. While hiding under the umbrella, she used her spiritual qi to heat up and dry all her clothes. After that, she felt dry and comfortable, like a crane amongst a flock of chicken compared to those people whose sorry figures were completely drenched. Shen Rubbing approached the disciple who had fainted and told another disciple who had been tending to her, "All of you should leave first. If the situation continues to deteriorate, it will no longer be possible to reverse it." Cloud Jade Sect's female disciples couldn't help but nod involuntarily when they heard her words. Male cultivators may not care about their looks, but female cultivators definitely cared the most about their appearance and figure. If they thoroughly disfigured themselves as a result of trying to obtain some items that they may not even get in the end, then the losses would most certainly outweigh the gains, and they would berate themselves severely, even in their sleep. Therefore, many of Cloud Jade Sect's female cultivators had already crushed the transportation balls and left the Pill Limit mysterious land. Not only Cloud Jade Sect's cultivators, but many disciples of other sects in the 100 families also complained non-stop as they gave up on the journey. Even though the Pill Limit mysterious land was a rare opportunity that one could only chance across by luck, their lives were more important. After another wave of people left, Lin Xuanji said, "Let's continue walking towards that direction." At this time, a disciple from the 100 families stood out and curled his lips as he looked at Lin Xuanji maliciously. "Craftsman Lin, the fact that you can bring out an umbrella means that you have many more magic treasures hidden on your person, right?" As soon as those words left his mouth, the people beside Lin Xuanji all changed their complexions. However, Lin Xuanji replied lightly and breezily, "If I did, I would have brought them out a long time ago. I've no need to hide them." That disciple from the 100 families gave a cold sneer, having already taken out a big hammer in his hand. He spoke sinisterly, "Since you have none, I can only borrow that umbrella." In young sect master Shen's hands he had already taken action before his words even finished. A hammer blow heavily rushed towards Lin Xuanji and Shen Rubbing, which contained a full-powered blow from a foundation stage 3rd layer cultivator. It was as though Mt. Tai was crashing down on the two. The blow had yet to even reach them before a few refining Qi stage 6th or 7th layer cultivators coughed up blood from the pressure alone. Chapter 217. Chaotic Sky Bell appears. Shen Rubbing's expression darkened as she shouted, "You're looking for death." One could see that she already held a long whip in her hands, dancing about in the air as it drew up a complex and beautiful seal. In an instant, a gale of majestic spiritual qi appeared and met the hammer blow falling from the sky head-on. Boom! A violent explosion rang through the air. Many people coughed up blood from the shockwave. Only Lin Xuanji had reacted fast enough and taken out a defensive treasure in time, which protected himself and Lin Zeji, who was standing behind him. Mud splattered everywhere. The world was in chaos, as if threatening to burst apart. After the wave of panic passed, only Lin Xuanji and Lin Zeji were completely unharmed. The rest were all injured to some degree. Bichit, the disciple from one of the 100 families, saw that his blow didn't land but remained calm. He took out another, larger hammer that glowed with a golden light, its aura oppressive. This hammer was actually a high-quality magic tool. Shen Rubbing's expression changed slightly. Although she was a hardened body stage cultivator herself, she had currently suppressed her cultivation to foundation stage 3rd layer. The level of strength she could muster was at most just like this. Even if she could take out this bitched bastard, she would have to rely entirely on others for the rest of the journey. In the instant when Shen Rubbing hesitated, a more intense attack had already arrived before her eyes. Shen Rubbing hurriedly prepared to battle, but her technique was still in its initial stages. It looked as though she was about to be wounded by this attack. The disciple from the 100 families showed a satisfied smile, certain of his victory. He was already red-eyed and couldn't wait to kill Lin Xuanji and Shen Rubbing, then seize all their treasures. Ring! The slight jingling of a bell was concealed under the sound of the immense and majestic spiritual qi attack. Aside from Lin Xuanji, no one else could hear it. Lin Zeji stood behind Lin Xuanji but was still able to see everything clearly. Lin Xuanji's long slender fingers pinched a bell the size of a palm. The body of the bell was engraved with intricate seals. He shook it lightly and, just as the bell's ringing echoed back with profound meaning, the turbulent and boundless attack seemed as though it received some guidance and actually rushed into Lin Xuanji's bell. Ah! Lin Zeji's appalled voice didn't even completely die down yet, but in that instant, all became silent, only leaving behind the pitter-patter sound of raindrops hitting the ground. Lin Zeji stared blankly, his mouth still open in shock. Before anyone could react, Lin Xuanji had already quickly finished his hand seals, thrown the bell into the air, and spoken some incantations while forming magic seals. He actually pushed the bell, which was spinning at a high speed, towards that disciple from the 100 families. The same move was rebounded back to its owner. That 100 families disciple had yet to even react before he was blown to fine powder. Blood mixed into the rain and the resulting blood rain poured down, crashing onto the ground and dyeing a portion of it red. For a while, the area was entirely silent, and no one spoke. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. The gaze that many disciples once again directed towards Lin Xuanji had changed, and they even thought, it's fortunate that I didn't provoke this person before. Someone took the lead to speak up. Craftsman Lin is really amazing. We have a whole new level of respect for him. Immediately, another person chimed in, very much so. Craftsman Lin's attack power is no less than that of a foundation stage 3rd layer cultivators. With these magic treasures, I'm afraid that we'll all have to depend on Craftsman Lin for the entire journey. Craftsman Lin, what in the world was the weapon that you used just now? Someone else asked. That was what the others wanted to know the most as well. Lin Xuanji didn't conceal it either. He still held that bell in his hands. He only gave it a light shake, but the bell gave out a crisp jingling sound, complete with waves of echoes. As soon as he did this, several people who were standing directly in front of Lin Xuanji directly ran away towards other directions, afraid that something terrible would happen. However, just as they had only taken a few steps, they realized that it was only a bell and didn't possess any attack power of its own. Hehehe. Several female cultivators from Cloud Jade sect were amused by their embarrassing scene and gave out a series of ringing laughter, like a silver bell, which somewhat alleviated the heavy mood. Lin Xuanji explained, this item is called Chaotic Sky Bell. It can absorb a full blow from a foundation stage cultivator at full strength and return it to that person. It belongs to the top grade magic tool category and possesses gold and earth attributes. Shen Rubbing sneered on the spot. That Huang family brat can also blame his bad luck in offending those whom he shouldn't offend. The majority of magic tools that can absorb and rebound the attack back to someone can't absorb the entire attack, nor can they return the full strength of that attack back to its owner. There will always be some reduction or leakage in attack strength. However, he met with this top-grade magic tool, which coincidentally happened to have the exact same attributes as him, so he brought this completely upon himself. That's right. Lin Zeji nodded in agreement, but after nodding, he suddenly remembered something. That person just now, his surname is Huang. Few families within the 100 families gathering had duplicate surnames, so one could tell which family a person was from by their surname alone. Shen Rubbing swept Lin Zeji a glance. It's merely a first-class family. It matters not if one of their disciples die. Don't tell me his family will even dare to find trouble for this young sect master. A bitter laugh immediately arose within Lin Zeji's heart. The Huang family was a major family on the East Continent. The Huang family naturally wouldn't dare to find trouble for Shen Rubbing, but what of the Lin family? Moreover, the one who dealt the final blow was Lin Xuanji, not Shen Rubbing. If he was from an obscure side branch, Lin Zeji still held onto a thread of hope. He's from the main branch. Lin Xuanji spoke up. Lin Zeji looked towards Lin Xuanji. He introduced himself during the martial arts competition previously and even emphasized the fact that he was the only heir of the Huang family's main branch. Lin Zeji, he couldn't help but feel pained. Lin Zeji swallowed hard. I seem to have vaguely heard that, in this generation, the Huang family has only one legitimate son. I heard the same as well. Then, Lin Zeji was stupefied. It was as if he had already witnessed the tragic scene where the Huang family elders came knocking on their door. Lin Xuanji waved it off. If he's killed, he's killed. After all, we did not make the first move. Though it's said that people can't harbor malicious intentions in their hearts, they also can't be completely vulnerable and defenseless against others. The Huang family may have elders, but that doesn't mean the Lin family has none. Lin Zeji's expression looked rather distressed. He thought about how, after his mother and third elder found out about him being entangled in this big trouble, they would teach him a lesson, as if hating the fact that Lin Zeji, this lump of unrefined iron, couldn't become steel faster. He immediately felt pained when thinking of this. However, now that matters had already developed to this point, he could only say, hopefully the Huang family won't pursue this matter. Lin Xuanji secretly thought, who knew that Lin Zeji was still such a naive and simple youth. The Huang family's only legitimate heir died. No matter whose fault it was, the Huang family would inevitably investigate this matter. Moreover, he's afraid that they most certainly would not simply leave the matter at that. Lin Xuanji spoke lightly, even if the sky were to collapse, there will still be someone tall enough to hold it up. If the Huang family comes knocking on our door, I will not shirk responsibility. They won't find trouble with you guys. Lin Zeji immediately felt extremely ashamed, but, at the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but admire Lin Xuanji even more. Lin Xuanji's chaotic sky bell received many people's praise. Everyone sighed with emotion, praising how incredible this chaotic sky bell was, while at the same time tactfully making indirect insinuations, inquiring about whether Lin Xuanji could sell them this bell. Lin Xuanji had only one bell on his hands at this time, so he naturally wouldn't sell it for money. However, Lin Xuanji wasn't excessively cold towards them either. He only said, if everyone wants one, you might as well leave your name. I will make some chaotic sky bells once I leave here. One after the other, everyone expressed that it was wonderful to the extreme. Only Wu Xian from Cloud Jade sect came up and said, Xuanji Dage, I'm afraid that perhaps you still have many other magic treasures that can resist attacks with you. You don't lack this one chaotic sky bell. You might as well give this to my rubbing Shiji as a first meeting gift to indicate your sincerity. Shen rubbing swept Wu Xian a glance, holding the umbrella with luminous eyes, but she didn't express any dissatisfaction towards Wu Xian's words. Lin Xuanji's gaze lightly swept over Wu Xian. This chaotic sky bell was originally an item I crafted as a gift to my younger brother. I don't think young Miss Shen would like to use someone that another man has used. Shen rubbing nodded with great reserve. If Xuanji had used it before, then it's fine, but if other men have already used it, then I really don't care to use it. Wu Xian was immediately a little anxious. She stomped her feet. Shiji, why do you mind so much? Who knows how many untold dangers lie in this pill-limit mysterious land? Having one more magic treasure to defend yourself means your chance of survival will increase. Even if you won't use it, you can still give it to me. Chu Lu felt slightly ashamed of Wu Xian's outburst. Her face was flushed with shame. She frowned as she walked up to Wu Xian. Don't keep thinking about these items. With rubbing Shiji and my strength, there should be no problem in protecting you. Besides, we also have quite a few magic treasures on us. Quite a few, but how could they compare to Lin Xuanji's in terms of power and rarity? Wu Xian was scolded and didn't dare to speak anymore. She could only roll her eyes. A group of people continued to walk towards the verdant mountain while shouldering through the rain. On Yan Tianan's side, he strode towards another direction after separating from Lin Xuanji in a fit of anger. Duan Yuyong and Yuan Tianwen followed closely. The two tiger cubs also eagerly dashed along with Yan Tianan, their expressions a dignified "we'll go wherever master goes." It wasn't long before Yan Tianan could no longer walk. He only felt as though the raindrops that hit his body were washing away his tendons and cutting his essence, making him feel like his entire body, from inside to outside, was being slowly gnawed on by man-eating ants, inch by inch. His small face was pale and bloodless, and his vision began to blur and dim. Ahen Duan Yuyong rushed up from behind and spoke quite anxiously, "This rain is getting heavier and heavier. We have to find a place to shelter from the rain." Yan Tianan stopped in his tracks and stood in the rain for a while. He looked back but couldn't see any trace of Lin Xuanji and company. Lin Xuanji didn't chase after him and didn't even care whether he was alive or dead. Yan Tianan's entire heart felt ice cold, yet, at the same time, he somewhat regretted letting others see his and Lin Xuanji's joke. Yan Tianan pursed his lips and let the rainwater hit his whole body. He spoke calmly, "I see a mountain over there. There should be caves there as well, let's go there to take shelter from the rain." He pointed to the front. Yuan Tianwen and Duan Yuyong looked in the direction he pointed to and sure enough, saw a mountain. Yuan Tianwen said, "I'm afraid that there's something wrong with this rain. Let's hurry over quickly first." The three people thus hurriedly walked towards the verdant mountain. On the way, Duan Yuyong wanted to speak up and comfort Yan Tianan multiple times, but when he looked at Yan Tianan's small face, which looked ice cold, he involuntarily swallowed those words. Chapter 218. Fang Fei and Ling was saying any more wouldn't do much good. Lin Xuanji's actions today really were too harsh, so much so that Duan Yuyong couldn't help but start to doubt whether there was some other profound meaning behind Lin Xuanji's actions. Otherwise, with Lin Xuanji's personality, he would never take this kind of action that brought pain to those he held dear and joy to his enemies. 3 people and 2 tigers swiftly arrived at the foot of the mountain. It was full of different varieties of trees and lush green vegetation. At first glance, the mountain was verdant and full of vitality. Ah Bai and Hu Po were experts at mountain exploration. As soon as Hu Po received the command, he disappeared up the mountain, leaving a trail of smoke in his wake. Ah Bai, however, remained locked in Yan Tianan's arms, shivering non-stop. Yan Tianan saw Ah Bai's pitiful appearance and took out a demonic delight fruit, giving it to Ah Bai. Ah Bai held the demonic delight fruit in his mouth and immediately pulled himself together. He shook his head, splattering water on Yan Tianan's face. Within a moment, Hu Po returned. Ow ow ow! Hu Po excitedly ran to Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan's eyes lit up, and he informed Duan Yuyong, "Yuyong Gerger, we found a cave." It wasn't easy to climb up mountains on rainy days. Yan Tianan had already prepared himself for accidental slips and falls. At this moment, Yuan Tianwen spoke up, "Let Kai Shao take us up." He whistled once, and a pentacolored crane spread its wings and soared over from the distant rainy sky. It even uttered a crisp chirp. "Why didn't you say so earlier if you brought Kai Shao?" Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes. "As soon as I saw you, I forgot about everything else." Yuan Tianwen stared at Duan Yuyong with deep affection. Duan Yuyong shivered and rubbed the goosebumps that broke out on the back of his hand. Yan Tianan couldn't help laughing, but he choked on something, and his chuckles abruptly turned into coughing that seemed as though he was hacking out a lung. Ah Bai saw the pentacolored crane and was immediately excited, as though he'd been pumped full of chicken blood. He jumped down from Yan Tianan's arms in a flash and half ran, half skipped towards Qishao, who had landed on the ground. Kai Shao, heavens, why did he bump into this crazy tiger again? Ah Bai, ow ow ow! Seeking kisses, seeking hugs. Kai Shao, chirped. The two rolled on the ground for a moment. The crane tried to fly around as the tiger kept jumping on it. Hu Po expressionlessly watched Ah Bai act like in extreme embarrassment. Suddenly, a demonic delight fruit appeared in front of his eyes. Instantly, Hu Po couldn't move his eyes away. "Don't pull such a long face." Yan Tianan hugged Hu Po in his arms and kissed his black nose. He smiled, "You're still a tiger cub, don't be so mature." Hu Po thought secretly, what's wrong with being mature? Don't tell me it's better to be like Ah Bai, who acts as though there's a pit in his brain every day. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. However, for the sake of that demonic delight fruit, he wouldn't refute the little master. Just as they were about to approach the cave entrance, the rain suddenly stopped, and the sky changed from a dark gray to an eerie twilight crimson. Half of a deathly pale moon hung from the sky, but it also didn't seem like the moon, because it was truly too large. It was 100 times larger than the moon that Yan Tianan had seen before. Yuan Tianwen stood at the entrance of the cave and gazed at this moon, frowning deeply. This could absolutely be considered an anomaly. Even in mysterious lands, anomalies definitely were not common sights. Yan Tianan was damp and clammy all over, as though a piercing chill had reached his very bones. Moreover, he felt that this frigid chill had already drilled into every single inch of his body, leaving him with nowhere to hide, and he couldn't even expel the cold. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Not long after, his mind started to become distracted, and his body shook uncontrollably. "Ah Hen, what's wrong with you?" Duan Yuyong, who had just finished heating up and drying his clothes with qi, opened his eyes and saw that Yan Tianan's lips were purple, his entire body cold and clammy. He hurriedly rushed over, felt Yan Tianan's forehead with the back of his hand, and cried, "Yuan Tianwen, hurry up and come over for Laozi." Ah Hen is sick. Yan Tianan was already a refining qi 7th layer and naturally couldn't be afflicted with common diseases. Right now, his entire body was burning hot, like a stove, yet he gritted his teeth with all his might and trembled all over, evidently extremely cold. Yuan Tianwen felt Yan Tianan's pulse. After a moment, he frowned. The spiritual qi in his body is in chaos. That strange rainwater has affected him. Looking at Yan Tianan's skin, it had actually turned red, as though it was burning. Duan Yuyong was scared to death. He looked at the back of his own hand, and even though it was a little red and hurt a little, it simply couldn't be compared to Yan Tianan's condition and wasn't even worth mentioning. Duan Yuyong was extremely anxious. What do we do? I brought quite a lot of medicinal pills with me, see if any of them can be used. However, Yuan Tianwen said with a grave expression, I have never seen symptoms like his before. He's showing symptoms for both a fever and a cold. Clearly, we can't casually give him any random medicine. The so-called prescribing the right medicine for an illness meant that one should be cautious. Even a small mistake could lead to a disastrous result and produce an irreversible consequence. Duan Yuyong was so anxious that he scratched at his cheeks. He took another glance at Yan Tianan and saw that he had fallen into a coma. Duan Yuyong gritted his teeth as he reached his hand out and pushed Yan Tianan up. Anyways, we should at least dry up his wet clothes. Yuan Tianwen sat down in a cross-legged position and took Yan Tianan. Let me do this kind of thing. Duan Yuyong didn't argue with him either. After all, his cultivation level was far behind Yuan Tianwen's, and the experience he could bring Ahen couldn't compare to what the other party could bring. Within a moment, Yan Tianan's clothes were steamed dry. He fell softly into Duan Yuyong's arms and muttered unceasingly, Da. Dage, Dage. Duan Yuyong's heart hurt hearing that. You silly child, who knows what came over your Dage, he actually drove you away, yet you still think of him. Truly an idiot. Yuan Tianwen remained silent for a moment, then asked, do you really think that Lin Xuanji plans to part with Yan Tianan? Duan Yuyong shook his head. Who knows what Lin Xuanji, this petty and narrow-minded person, was thinking. If he was still wearing some magic tools, at the very least, they could have still provided him with some defense against the rain, and the situation never would have developed to this stage. Yan Tianan's person could be said to have been stripped clean of all magic tools. He didn't have even a single defensive treasure with him, from head to toe, which caused such a huge response. On the other hand, with Duan Yuyong and Yuan Tianwen, when traveling outside, who among them didn't take a few defensive magic treasures with them? Duan Yuyong was even more dissatisfied with Lin Xuanji. Moreover, he just couldn't understand. Even if Lin Xuanji was truly angry with Yan Tianan, he was unlikely to go so far as to jeopardize Yan Tianan's health and well-being. Yan Tianan's situation was clearly not good. He rolled and shifted about, unable to find peace, and sometimes reached out a hand to scratch at his skin. He probably felt both itchy and pained all over and was extremely miserable. Even though Duan Yuyong was anxious, he didn't know how to resolve it. Yuan Tianwen had originally planned to follow Duan Yuyong inside the mysterious land and use this chance to reconcile with him, but unexpectedly, he met such a situation. Naturally, he was no longer in the mood to talk about love. Duan Yuyong looked at Yan Tianan's miserable appearance and suggested reluctantly, or else, we can go out and find an alchemist or a doctor. Yuan Tianwen asked, how? We don't know how big this mysterious land is, and we don't know what kinds of mechanisms or traps it has either. If we recklessly charged about, I'm afraid we'll encounter some problem. Duan Yuyong answered back, the Grand Young Peak Master Yuan, is it possible that he's actually afraid of leaving and never being able to return? Yuan Tianwen was ridiculed but didn't get angry. He looked into Duan Yuyong's eyes, I'm not afraid that I will run into danger, but I'm afraid that you'll encounter danger after I leave and won't be able to protect yourself. I won't feel at ease unless I'm attentively watching you and making sure that you're safe. He paused, then decided that he might as well say everything, I like you so much that my heart hurts. You can reject me, but you cannot pretend to be ignorant of this. Duan Yuyong's face instantly flushed red from this candid expression of love. He was originally a clever and eloquent little overlord, but he couldn't deal with this kind of frank confession. You don't like Han Yuran anymore. As soon as he asked that, Duan Yuyong wanted to slap himself twice. An expression of disgust appeared on Yuan Tianwen's face. I never liked him to begin with. If he hadn't deceived me, I would never have had any contact with this kind of person. There was some bitter taste in Duan Yuyong's mouth. His heart still couldn't accept this twist of events. He thought for a moment, but you can even mistake someone else for the one you like. You only feel this way because you appreciate what I've done for you. Yang. Yuan Tianwen rarely interrupted Duan Yuyong, but he did now. He spoke with a firm expression, I won't deny or erase my foolish deeds. You can scold me or think that I have no brain, but I will never give up on pursuing you. Duan Yuyong didn't know how to face such a blunt and sincere Yuan Tianwen. To tell the truth, ever since he was young, he had only ever loved Yuan Tianwen, so when he gave himself completely to Yuan Tianwen, there was not an ounce of burden in his heart. On the contrary, the physical pain brought sweet happiness to his heart. However, how happy he felt was exactly how bitter and pained he felt afterward. The events that happened, Duan Yuyong couldn't easily let go of them. Two people, one seemed to be waiting for a verdict, while no one knew what the other one was thinking. After a while, Duan Yuyong spoke up first. Forget it, let's wait until after we get out to discuss this kind of thing. Right now all I can think of is Hen, I'm not in the mood to pay attention to you. His eyes didn't look at Yuan Tianwen when he spoke those words. After all, Yuan Tianwen was the person he admired. If he looked into his eyes, he wouldn't be able to say them. Yuan Tianwen was slightly disappointed, but he also knew that the situation was special and couldn't tolerate his continued pestering. Seeing that Yan Tianen's situation had yet to improve, Yuan Tianwen stood up. I'd better go and look for people nearby, see if I can meet an alchemist. Duan Yuyong wiped away the sweat on Yan Tianen's forehead as he nodded, leave early and return soon. Yuan Tianwen looked at him. Duan Yuyong thickened his skin to say, be careful. Yuan Tianwen smiled. Rest assured, Yang. Duan Yuyong was incensed from this address on the outside while feeling tender on the inside. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Two tiger cubs paced around Yan Tianen, anxiously scratching their cheeks, afraid that something bad would happen to Yan Tianen. Duan Yuyong hated himself for not learning even a tiny bit of his mother's ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so muddled from not knowing anything. Bitch that big master of yours really is a good for nothing. Duan Yuyong directed his scorn at Bai and Hu Po and spoke in a bad mood. What kind of fucking bullshit he is, doesn't even need his little brother anymore after seeing a beautiful girl. Dage Yan Tianen suddenly gave a cry and trembled even more. Hu Po stared at Yan Tianen for a moment, then turned and ran outside the cave with his tail up. Duan Yuyong was solely preoccupied with looking after Yan Tianen and didn't notice that he was missing a tiger cub. After one instance's worth of time, Yuan Tianwen actually did return with two people. As soon as they entered the cave, Duan Yuyong stared towards the light and saw two female cultivators wearing Cloud Jade sect's clothes following Yuan Tianwen. What symptoms? Let my senior martial sister Lingwa take a look. The female cultivator dressed in a yellow Dao robe looked very young and had a baby face, her bangs neatly cut. However, her voice wasn't small. Duan Yuyong stood up. You two are. I'm Jin Fangfei, from Cloud Jade sect. The babyface female cultivator said, this is my Lingwa Shiji, Wan Lingwa. Hurry up and get out of the way, don't talk so much nonsense. Do you still want to save him? Duan Yuyong looked at Wan Lingwa and felt quite surprised. Wan Linghua's hair was bound with a hairband. She looked valiant and formidable and was dressed in a male cultivator's clothes. She didn't have even an ounce of the aura that female cultivators possessed. Rather, she quite gave off the aura of a graceful and elegant young man, yet Jin Fangfei actually called her senior martial sister. Could it be that this really was a woman dressed in men's clothes? What abilities do you have? Duan Yuyong wouldn't casually hand Yan Tianen off to others. Chapter 219. Obtain some benefits. Wan Lingwa wasn't embarrassed, as if she'd already become accustomed to others looking at her this way. She explained, I'm a doctor. After entering Pill Limit Mysterious Land, my Shimei and I wandered off from the rest of the group. Just now, we were entangled by a fierce beast while on the road. If it weren't for young Peak Master Yuan, I'm afraid that matters wouldn't have ended well for Shimei and me. Yuan Tianwen walked over and pulled Duan Yuyong towards him. I had some friendly relations with Lingwa before, her medical skills aren't bad. You should let her take a look at Hen. Duan Yuyong raised the tips of his brows, he dropped her surname and directly called her Lingwa. It seemed that their friendship wasn't small. Jin Fangfei raised her head proudly, my Shiji isn't one who would just casually help any random person. There won't be this shop after you pass this village. If you don't get out of the way, I'll throw you out, and you can just wait outside. Duan Yuyong was both angered and amused. I entered this cave first. What right do you have to throw me out? Jin Fangfei put both her hands on her waist as she spoke with an overbearing attitude, your great aunt is happy. Duan Yuyong. This was the first time that he had seen such an unreasonable person, yet he felt a sense of déjà vu. He had lived for many years until now, but no one had dared to bully him with such arrogance, which was absolutely on account of the Duan family's face. Over there, Wan Linghua had already inspected Yan Tianan's condition. How is it? Duan Yuyong asked nervously. Brother Yuan said before that he became like this after you guys were caught in a strange heavy rain. Wan Linghua had already heard Yuan Tianwen's simple explanation of the situation while on the way here. Duan Yuyong nodded and replied with lingering fear in his heart, yeah, it's extremely uncomfortable when that rain hits your body. Ah Hen had the greatest reaction. He really regretted not giving some of his defensive treasures for Ah Hen to use back then. Wan Linghua's expression looked a little strange. Duan Yuyong's heart tightened. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Wan Linghua shook her head and said as she stood up, I can't put a stop to this kind of situation. Just let him suffer like this. Duan Yuyong immediately felt a little angry after he heard that. What do you mean by that? What? Just let him suffer like this? Wan Linghua swept him a glance. He's obtained some benefits, how can he not suffer any hardships? Duan Yuyong stared blankly. What do you mean? That rain was a medicinal rain. Wan Linghua was a doctor not just in name but in ability as well, so she naturally possessed more knowledge in this field than Duan Yuyong. Medicinal rain. Duan Yuyong had a dumbfounded expression. Wan Linghua explained, the most powerful alchemists are simultaneously doctors as well. Some of the medicinal pills they refine, which have abilities like cleansing the body of impurities, detoxifying poisons, or warding off evil spirits, can be transformed into a medicinal rain when combined with special techniques, bathing all sentient beings with benevolence. This kid's constitution has too many yin and cold attributes, while that medicinal rain has a yang attribute, so his reaction is naturally a little stronger. However, if you just let it be, he'll be able to recover and absorb those benefits on his own after a period of time. Duan Yuyong was instantly dumbstruck, clearly shocked by this unexpected turn of events. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Duan Yuyong was scolded this much by Jin Fangfei, but instead of being angry, his formerly anxious heart settled down as he breathed a sigh of relief. He beamed with joy and looked like a foolish disciple. He raised his brows at Jin Fangfei. Beauty, don't be so angry, Gerger will apologize to you, okay? Jin Fangfei immediately got goosebumps and glared at Duan Yuyong with a pair of apricot eyes. Have you been possessed by a ghost? Duan Yuyong cleared his throat. When I see a beauty. Stop, hold up, Jin Fangfei could be said to be frightened by Duan Yuyong. She hurriedly grabbed Wan Linghua's hand and spoke to her in a coquettish tone. Shiji, this shameless lecher is teasing me so, you don't even care. Wan Linghua was unable to restrain a smile and laughed as she shook her head. You can treat him as a sister. Jin Fangfei. Oh Duan Yuyong. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. What kind of situation, sister? He's purely a man, alright. Jin Fangfei glanced at Yuan Tianwen and, when she looked at Duan Yuyong again, her expression had changed. Duan Yuyong wanted to flip a table, but there weren't any tables for him to flip here. Duan Yuyong wanted to go to Yan Tianan's side to seek comforting words, so he sat down beside him. Yan Tianan scratched at his face, so Duan Yuyong hurriedly grabbed his wrist. Is there anything that can alleviate the situation? Duan Yuyong asked with a frown. Hen looks very uncomfortable. Wan Linghua took out a bottle of medicine and threw it to Duan Yuyong. Smear it on the corroded areas. It might alleviate it a little, but the effect isn't guaranteed. Duan Yuyong quickly opened it and put it under his nose, sniffing it. The sweet fragrance assailed his nostrils. It was good medicine for treating injuries. He first smeared a little on his arm, then picked up some medicine with his finger as he carefully applied it to Yan Tianan. Just then, noisy voices came from outside the cave, which seemed as if a group of people was walking towards this side. The people in the cave immediately became alert. Within the mysterious land, there will inevitably be more enemies than friends. A white ball rushed in first. Duan Yuyong paused. Hu Po, why did you bring so many followers in? With an "Ow Wu," Hu Po rushed over to Yan Tianan's side and called out towards the cave entrance. A man dressed in white with long hair down to his waist and a breathtaking appearance took the lead and walked in. Duan Yuyong exploded as soon as he saw Lin Xuanji. He stood in front of Yan Tianan and blocked Lin Xuanji's view of him as he crossed his arms and spoke coldly. Young Master Lin, this tiny place can't house such a great Buddha like you. Why don't you look for another place elsewhere? Shen Rubbing folded up the umbrella and stood beside Lin Xuanji with a pair of ice-cold eyes. Gentleman Duan, you should be careful when you talk. Who do you think you are facing? Yuan Tianwen looked at Shen Rubbing coldly. Why does my person have to choose his words carefully based on other people's moods? Young sect master Shen, please choose your words carefully as well. My temper has never been very good. He spoke in an imperious manner, as though it was only right. If someone dared to make Duan Yuyong lose face right in front of him, then he absolutely wouldn't leave even the slightest bit of leeway for the other party. Even Duan Yuyong didn't expect that Yuan Tianwen would stand up for him so directly. Shen Rubbing's expression twisted for a moment. She glared at Yuan Tianwen for a moment. It was obvious that she held some disgust toward two men getting together. Lin Xuanji, however, didn't speak up at all. He was too lazy to pay attention to these verbal jabs. He went straight to Yan Tianen's side and kneeled down beside him without any explanation, reaching a hand to feel the pulse in his neck. Yan Tianen seemed to feel the familiar aura. He opened his mouth and shouted Dage once, then uttered a grieved woo-woo as he reached out to scratch at the back of his hand. Lin Xuanji felt as though a hard hit had landed on his heart when he saw Yan Tianen's miserable appearance, his heart suddenly collapsing into a muddled, soft mess. Seeing the cool ointment on Yan Tianen's face, Lin Xuanji understood and said, "Thank you to Wan Lingwa." Wan Lingwa lightly responded, "Don't mention it, it's just a slight effort." Lin Xuanji held Yan Tianen in his arms horizontally and stood up as he addressed Yuan Tianwen. "This place is too close to the cave entrance and the Yangqi here is strong as well. I will take him inside to heal his injuries. You should all rest here first. No one is to come in before I come out." Duan Yuyong was immediately annoyed. He was about to snatch the person away in a fit of anger and pointed to the tip of Lin Xuanji's nose as he cursed, "What kind of a good person are you pretending to be at this fucking time?" Hen doesn't need your concern. Yuan Tianwen grabbed Duan Yuyong's arm. "He has other ways to make Ah Hen feel better. You can trust him this once." Duan Yuyong cursed your mother once and kicked a stone by his feet with much force. Shen Rubbing saw Lin Xuanji walk towards the inner cave with Yan Tianen in his arms, not bothering to hide his actions at all. She couldn't help but have a strange twisted idea if she had been caught in the rain before and didn't use this umbrella, would she be able to take this opportunity now to have Lin Xuanji take care of her? But when Shen Rubbing saw that the faces of all the other disciples around her had ugly red welts on them, with some who had broken skin, and all of them looking like they were paralyzed by exhaustion, then when she looked at herself again she still possessed a refreshed aura, was dressed neatly, and had perfect makeup, she once again felt lucky. Jin Fangfei looked at Shen Rubbing, who didn't seem to have been hit by a single drop of rain, and curled her lips upwards, her expression as if rejoicing in another's misfortune. Very obviously, Shen Rubbing didn't know when she offended Lin Xuanji. This umbrella, which blocked out all benefits, must have been given to her intentionally by Lin Xuanji. Unfortunately, even now, Shen Rubbing was still unaware of how many benefits she had missed out on. Most likely, she was still unable to contain her joy, thinking that she had obtained Lin Xuanji's favor. One really couldn't afford to provoke Lin Xuanji this person. The cave was very deep. Lin Xuanji navigated it with ease as he held Yan Tianen in his arms and turned a corner, coming to a dry and quiet place. The side of Yan Tianen's face rested on Lin Xuanji's chest and his hands subconsciously embraced Lin Xuanji's neck, like a clingy small animal. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji didn't set him down either. He directly let Yan Tianen sit on his lap. He took out a medicinal pill from his storage bag with one hand and tried to stuff it into Yan Tianen's mouth, but Yan Tianen gritted his teeth hard as he shivered. Evidently, Lin Xuanji couldn't feed it to him. "Open your mouth, Ah Hen," Lin Xuanji said softly. Yan Tianen seemed as though he was having a nightmare, sometimes frowning and sometimes crying. He even faintly yelled "Daddy" a few times. Lin Xuanji sighed in his heart. He gazed at Yan Tianen's pale face that was mixed with festering red. He couldn't bear for Yan Tianen to suffer anymore, so he put the medicinal pill between his teeth and lowered his head, touching Yan Tianen's lips with his own. Using softness to conquer steel. Yan Tianen's clamshell-like teeth were quickly pried open by a soft object. The familiar cold fragrance made the thought of reject this disappear from his subconsciousness, and Lin Xuanji easily pushed the medicinal pill between Yan Tianen's lips. However, after Yan Tianen had swallowed the medicinal pill, Lin Xuanji was still reluctant to pull away his lips. It wasn't as though he and Yan Tianen had never kissed in their past life. But except for that final kiss, all the others were from Yan Tianan coming up to him and kissing him of his own accord. At that time, he felt that he didn't like Yan Tianan and even hated him. Naturally, he was extremely repelled and disgusted by Yan Tianan's kisses, so much so that he even spoke some cold words, intending to hurt Yan Tianan. As for that last kiss, Lin Xuanji's heart ached. Yan Tianan died in his arms, gradually closing that pair of eyes that couldn't see anything. His breathing weakened, his face as pale as snow. With both his hands trembling, he gently kissed Yan Tianan's lips. He remembered that Yan Tianan once said, "If Dage kisses me, Hen won't hurt anymore." And yet, those lips were so cold that even now, Lin Xuanji still felt lingering fear when thinking about it, unable to forget. Lin Xuanji closed his eyes and felt the soft sensation between his lips. Hen, warm and lively. What was there to argue about? Wasn't it merely saying a few wrong words and throwing a childish temper tantrum? In the end, Lin Xuanji couldn't bear to abandon him. This was the person he loved the most, how could he bear to hurt him even a tiny bit? Yan Tianan felt as if he was being fried in a fire in one moment, then as if he'd fallen into an ice cave the next. Sometimes he felt as if ants were crawling all over his body, and other times as if he'd been pricked at by densely packed needles. In any case, he was miserable to the extreme. As soon as he felt the pain, he would think of Daddy and Dage. In his dream, Daddy smiled at him and waved goodbye to him. At first, Dage was very kind to him, but later, he pointed the tip of a sword at his neck, his complexion seemed carved out of ice. He slowly pronounced every word, "Yan Tianan, the enmity from killing my father, we can no longer live under the same sky. In this lifetime, there is no possibility of reconciliation between us, and you are even less worthy of being my Lin Xuanji's deity." Chapter 220. He's not willing. Yan Tianan felt his heart turn cold. He was so anxious that he wanted to cry and plead, but he couldn't say a single word. He just made ah sounds, his throat so ruined that his voice sounded like sandpaper rubbing against the ground, terribly unpleasant to hear. Lin Xuanji left swiftly with his back to Yan Tianan, like a disappearing paper kite. He scrambled up to give chase desperately, so desperately, yet Lin Xuanji just kept walking farther and farther away. In the end, he was exhausted from chasing after him and wanted to give up, so upset that he wanted to die. Yet, within an instant, Lin Xuanji stood in front of him again. Hope lit up in Yan Tianan immediately. However, what Lin Xuanji said next threw him straight through the gates of hell. Get lost, Ba. Hen, it's all right now. It's all right, don't be afraid. A gentle and familiar voice traveled into his ears. Yan Tianan opened his eyes, muddle-headed, and saw the one stroking his cheek with a distressed expression on his face. Lin Xuanji. Distressed, Yan Tianan felt a bit dazed. His whole body was both cold and achy, and he felt dizzy as well. It was all a little difficult to bear. Dage. As soon as Yan Tianan spoke, he sounded like he was sobbing. He burrowed into Lin Xuanji's embrace, thinking that he was still dreaming. He pleaded, "Don't abandon me, Hen knows he's wrong, don't leave Hen alone, I didn't want Daddy to die, I'd rather that I was the one who died instead. Sorry, Dage, I'm sorry. Don't ask me to get lost, I don't want to go." How could Lin Xuanji have expected Yan Tianan to mention Lin Zan's death? He was stunned and immediately reassured him, "Dage won't leave you alone and I'll never let you go again in the future. Behave." But Yan Tianan continued bawling. He wanted to scratch his face, but his whole body was locked firmly in Lin Xuanji's embrace with even his hands shackled. Lin Xuanji could feel Yan Tianan burning all over. He only thought of all the benefits that the medicine rain would bring to Yan Tianan but didn't expect that he would have to bear this much pain and regretted what he had done. If he had known earlier. Lin Xuanji suddenly took a deep breath and clenched his fist. Lin Xuanji gently coaxed Yan Tianan for a while. Yan Tianan fell sound asleep again after he exhausted himself from crying and making a fuss. He slept for a whole day and night, during which Yuan Tianwen and Duan Yuyong had come over to see how Yan Tianan was doing before being driven away by Lin Xuanji. As for the rest, Lin Xuanji frankly declared that none of them were allowed to approach them. Even Shen Rubbing, who wanted to visit several times, was turned away. Lin Xuanji had set up a magic tool outside so that no one could easily come in. Yan Tianan only woke up the next night. Actually, day and night were not distinguished in this mountain. The strange moon was always hanging high up in the sky, and the color of the sky remained a bloody pale yellow. Yan Tianan opened his eyes. His Lingtai was clear and his entire body felt relaxed. Several blocked meridians seemed to have been dredged overnight as well. However, his attention wasn't on any of that. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Xuanji, who was holding him in his arms. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Yan Tianan stammered a little. Why are you with me? Lin Xuanji asked, where do you think I should be otherwise? Yan Tianan felt like something seemed to be off with Lin Xuanji, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. His heart, which had gotten a fright, settled down, and his temper rushed straight to his head. He glared at Lin Xuanji. Why were you hugging me? We have nothing to do with each other anymore, and we'll be walking our own paths from now on. Lin Xuanji walked towards him. Yan Tianan took 2 steps back. Walk our own paths. Lin Xuanji stopped. Do you really think that way? Yan Tianan's neck stiffened. It's not like it could be fake. Lin Xuanji nodded. Okay. Yan Tianan was about to say something when his whole body suddenly felt tight. He couldn't move any of his limbs. After looking down, he realized that he had been tied up tightly with a rope. Yan Tianan. Isn't this too bitch over the top? What did Lin Xuanji want to do? Could it be possible that he wanted to hang him up on a tree to give him a good beating? What? What do you want to do? Yan Tianan barely summoned enough courage to glare at Lin Xuanji and asked. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. However, his confidence was lacking. Lin Xuanji walked over, lifted his hand and gently pinched Yan Tianan's chin. He smiled. Ah hen, ever since I sobered up, I would think that I've never done anything to let you down. I would think of you whenever I encounter something good and have always prioritized you in everything. I spoiled you, protected you, and did my utmost to get stronger so that you'll be able to do as you please and do whatever you want. Did Dage not treat you well enough? Yan Tianan didn't expect that Lin Xuanji would say all that. He was stunned for a while, finding it a bit difficult to speak, because everything Lin Xuanji said was true. What was their disagreement about? Oh, right, it was about alchemist Zhongli asking him to ascend the mountains. Yan Tianan felt sour. You don't let me study alchemy under alchemist Zhongli, and you don't listen to what I say either. Lin Xuanji's gaze darkened. He held his breath and asked calmly, are you that eager to leave me? Yan Tianan had wanted to shake his head, but he grit his teeth. You're the one who asked me to get lost. I said so many words and did so many things, yet you insist on only remembering the time I told you to get lost. Lin Xuanji slowly raised his hand and gently stroked Yan Tianan's brow ridge, causing Yan Tianan to tremble slightly. You want to leave me, don't you? And again, Yan Tianan opened and closed his mouth, feeling particularly wronged. Why did it turn into him wanting to leave Lin Xuanji? That was practically a bogus accusation against him, the victim he can't wait to stuck onto Lin Xuanji all day long and turn into his little tail. Can't Lin Xuanji see that? When Lin Xuanji saw that he was silent, he thought that he had guessed right. He was somewhat dazed, but after a moment, still said softly, after leaving Pill Limit Mysterious Land, I'll send you up the mountains. Alchemist Zhongli will be a good master. Follow him and study alchemy well. After that, go. And do whatever you want. Ba. Yan Tianan was stunned at once. His heart twisted uncomfortably. He would rather Lin Xuanji get mad at him now than see such a Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji loosened the demon binding rope around Yan Tianan, then turned around as he prepared to leave, but Yan Tianan suddenly lunged at him from the back and hugged him. Yan Tianan's grievances almost gushed out. He couldn't stop his tears from running amok. Dage, I know that I was wrong. Don't chase me away. Don't abandon me. I don't want to go up the mountains anymore. I don't wish to go up the mountains anymore. I didn't say all those horrible things on purpose. No. I did say all those horrible things on purpose to piss you off. Woo woo. Dage, I'm sorry. Dage don't not want me. Woo woo woo. Ah hen doesn't want to leave you. Ah hen only wants Dage. I don't want anything else. Wah. Yan Tianan wailed noisily. Lin Xuanji felt both helpless and upset when he heard it. When facing Yan Tianan, he was never able to maintain a calm and indifferent demeanor. When Yan Tianan didn't get any response from Lin Xuanji, he panicked and continued, oh right, Daddy said to get you to take care of me. Even if you were to treat me as an outsider, a servant, or a burden, you still have to listen to Daddy's words. You can't throw me away otherwise. Even if Daddy is in the underworld, he'll be very angry. A servant and a burden. A dark glint flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes. He turned around and looked down at Yan Tianan, who had tears hanging on his eyelashes. He smiled and mocked his own self. Do you know who, exactly, you are to me in my heart? Yan Tianan instinctively felt that such a Lin Xuanji could inexplicably take people's souls away, but he was too good-looking, to the point that people can't bear to shift their sight away or to escape. Yan Tianan said with slight apprehension, I don't know. Of course you don't know. Lin Xuanji took another half a step forward and reached out to hold the back of Yan Tianan's head. Yan Tianan thought that Lin Xuanji wanted to hug him, so just as he was about to reach out and hug Lin Xuanji's waist, when a shadow suddenly fell. His lips stuck onto another pair of soft things. Yan Tianan's mind went blank in an instant. He couldn't think of anything for a moment. Lin Xuanji was kissing him. Lin Xuanji was kissing his lips. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Daddy said before that only couples can kiss each other on the lips. I regard you as my Dao companion. Lin Xuanji didn't go deep. He bent down and looked into Yan Tianan's eyes on the same level. He looked at his beautiful eyes that were still in a trance. I want to lock you to my side so that it would be difficult for you to even be an inch away from me. I want to kiss you, hug you, I want you. I don't just want to be your dage, I want to be your husband, your man. Do you understand? Yan Tianan's face flushed red in an instant. Of course he could understand what Lin Xuanji was talking about after the initial shock. He gradually understood what Lin Xuanji was trying to express, but weren't they brothers? If brothers did this, then wouldn't it be considered incest? Yan Tianan's face turned pale immediately. He was so suppressed by this aggressive and imposing Lin Xuanji that he could hardly breathe. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but when the blood rushed to his brain, he withdrew both hands and pushed Lin Xuanji harshly, then ran outside without looking back. Lin Xuanji didn't chase him. He looked at Yan Tianan's receding back figure and, on his face that had always been indifferent and elegant, a pained and sorrowful expression slowly appeared. He pushed me away. Lin Xuanji said lightly, he's not willing. Soul Bead had, apparently also gotten quite a large fright. After half a day passed, he said, why did you kiss him so suddenly? You should have waited for at least another 2 years. You've just bullied the kid, so he had his guard up against you. You're so bad at picking the right timing. I couldn't endure it anymore. Lin Xuanji closed his eyes, smiling bitterly. He sighed, do you know? While he was sleeping, he recalled quite a lot of things that happened in his past life. Yan Tianan's intermittent words weren't only related to Lin Zan, he had even said repeatedly, I didn't kill Lang Jishui. Lin Xuanji felt like he fell straight into an ice cave. Soul Bead was stunned. Don't tell me those nightmares have actually happened before. In my past life, I treated him very badly. Lin Xuanji slowly opened his eyes. I was afraid that he would come to recall it all one day, that he would hate me to death. I couldn't wait any longer. But do you think he'll be able to accept you by expressing your feelings to him now? Soul Bead still disagreed with how Lin Xuanji had frightened that kid so early. Chapter 221. Appearance in the mirror. If he doesn't accept it, then I'll give him a better place to go to. However, once he feels aggrieved outside, suffers, and gets bullied, he would probably think about how well I treated him. When he grows up a little more next year. Lin Xuanji didn't finish talking. He walked over to the mountain wall and used it for support, taking some time to settle down as if he couldn't continue standing any longer before continuing. There are a lot of misunderstandings between us, and they only grow deeper with the passing of each day, so I can no longer continue just being brothers with him. I don't want to deceive myself or let him be unaware of anything, much less misunderstand me. He wants to know what I think, so I let him understand it thoroughly. Naturally, he knew that his relationship with Yan Tianan wasn't stable right now, as if they were walking on a tightrope with the risk of falling off at any time. It would be most suitable to say it in a few years, but he couldn't hold it back anymore. Soul Bead was speechless. He only said after a while passed, you're on your own. From Yan Tianan's reaction, Lin Xuanji's future seemed worrying. Yan Tianan ran out desperately. His heart was about to jump right up to his throat. His lips seemed to be filled with the sensation of the gentle yet overbearing kiss Lin Xuanji planted on him, and there was even a little bit of a cold rosin fragrance that belonged to his dage alone. When Duan Yuyong heard the noise, he stood up at once and rushed over impatiently to grab him. He looked him up and down to see how he was doing. Yan Tianan looked at Duan Yuyong, his mouth opening and closing yet without speaking a single word. Duan Yuyong frowned. Why is your face still so red? Have the effects of the medication not waned yet? Yan Tianan rubbed his own face. It was so hot that it seemed like it was burning, and he was instantly reminded of Lin Xuanji's action. Nothing. Yan Tianan stammered. Although Duan Yuyong was a little doubtful, he was relieved to see that there wasn't much of an issue with his arm or neck. Fortunately, this small face has returned to normal. Duan Yuyong said while feeling greatly comforted, if you were to feel any discomfort next time, you have to say it in advance. Otherwise, if anything were to happen, I'd be so frightened that my heart and liver would explode. Duan Yuyong patted his chest with some lingering trepidation. Yan Tianan could vaguely recall what he seemed like before and scratched his head, embarrassed. It won't happen again in the future, thank you Yuyong Gerger and Yuan. Under Duan Yuyong's askance stare, Yan Tianan swallowed his remaining words, but Yuan Tianwen tossed Yan Tianan a friendly smile. What happened to your face? A crisp female voice traveled over. Yan Tianan looked opposite. A girl adorned in a light yellow robe walked over. Beside her was Wan Lingua, who was frowning slightly. She yanked the girl's arm. Fangfei, don't be rude. Jin Fangfei stuck her tongue out. Isn't she curious? All those things on his face look like he had been poisoned, can't I be concerned? Wan Lingua was a little embarrassed as she said to Yan Tianan, I apologize. It wasn't Yan Tianan's first time being pointed at by others inquiring about the things on his face. Although Jin Fangfei was frank, she had no intention of humiliating him, so Yan Tianan didn't think much of it. Wan Linghua's glance swept across Yan Tianan's face and her heart couldn't help but jerk. He was the one who responded most severely to the medicinal rain, but now, not even a trace of the medicinal rain could be found. His skin was both radiant and delicate, as if it had been reborn, though the cracks on it showed no improvement. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. But other people's faces still don't seem to have changed much even after a day and a night had passed. Lin Xuanji must have spent quite a bit on Yan Tianan. But what wonderful method did that Lin Xuanji use? Does it hurt? No. Is it itchy? They're not itchy either. Yan Tianan smiled. Aside from it looking a little ugly, there's no sensation to it. Jin Fangfei objected, don't say that. All external displays are the manifestations of the body's internal conditions. There must be poison within your internal organs. Poison? Duan Yuyong's expression changed slightly. He has always thought that Yan Tianan was born like this, or he could have suffered some kind of injury. He simply did not think that those uneven scar-like cracks on his face would actually be caused by poison. Wan Lingua nodded. When I felt his pulse, I could sense an overbearing poison chi piling up in his meridians and heart, but pray forgive my ignorance, I couldn't determine what was happening. If there's a chance, my Shifu could take a look at him. Xuanji. At this moment, Shen Rubbing's pleasantly surprised voice rang out. Everyone looked into the depths of the cave, only to see Lin Xuanji walking over with his usual expression. Yan Tianan immediately turned his head away, feeling as if there was nowhere to place his limbs as he was extremely nervous. Yet Lin Xuanji merely cast a glance at Yan Tianan before turning to Lin Zeji. How do we plan to move next? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Before taking Yan Tianan in with him to treat his wounds, he instructed Lin Zeji to decide where to go next for the time being. Lin Zeji felt valued. This mountain is both tall and steep, and there are apparently a lot of fierce beasts in the mountain, so I'm afraid it won't be easy to cross. But on the way back, it'll be easy to encounter that strange rain again, so after our discussion, he decided to temporarily be on standby where we are. Lin Xuanji laughed softly. Standby where we are probably wasn't something you thought of, Ba. Lin Zeji wasn't someone who would wait in place. If it were up to him to decide, he would definitely rush into the mountains to take the risk. It was my decision. Shen Rubbing coughed twice and covered her mouth. A lot of us are affected by the poisonous rain and have not recovered. With our low morale, it's not suitable for us to go on a long journey by foot, so we might as well rest here for a moment first. Lin Xuanji nodded. That's good too. Wu Xian, who was next to Shen Rubbing, scratched the itch on her face and was utterly discomfited. Lin Dage, at the very least we're all on the same boat now. If you have any methods of alleviating this thing, why don't you say it out to share it with everyone? When Lin Xuanji heard this, he knew what she was trying to say. I only have one bottle of medicine that can be used to alleviate the pill poison. Who would believe that? Wu Xian was used to taking care of her appearance. After seeing how her face was festering, she turned quite unstable. Even if you only had one bottle, it would be a waste to give it to that ugly kid with a paw. Wu Xian was smacked in the stomach by something heavy. She was just about to jump up and chide someone when she heard Yan Tianan say, "Who did you call ugly? Shouldn't you look in the mirror to see how you look like now? And you still dare to say that of others?" It turned out that Yan Tianan had thrown a small bronze mirror at her. Wu Xian subconsciously looked down and just so happened to see the magnified face in the mirror. A festered face filled her vision, and there were even maggots crawling all over her ferocious-looking face. It was utterly hideous, and would make people want to puke upon seeing it all. When Wu Xian saw it, she instantly shrieked. Both her eyes rolled up and she actually fainted straight away. This mirror. Lin Xuanji found it interestingly odd, so he picked up the mirror and looked at his face. He had thought that he would look like a fierce ghost, but he didn't expect to see eyebrows that looked like they were drawn with dye, fair and glossy skin, lips as red as cinnabar. It was clearly his original appearance. Shen Rubbing approached Lin Xuanji out of curiosity as well. She leaned against his arm and peeped out to see what she looked like. Inside, her face was distorted with yellow teeth, a dark face and bulging eyes, seeming just like an ugly ghost. Shen Rubbing's expression darkened and she immediately moved away. She scolded, "What kind of thing is that? Isn't it too horrible?" Everyone's interest in the mirror was piqued one after another. For a moment, every one of them moved over to look at their reflections. Some people saw their original appearances, while others looked ugly to the extreme. Duan Yuyong held the mirror and looked at himself happily. "Ah Hen, why would this mirror of yours reflect ugly appearances sometimes, and beautiful ones at others? What's the trick to it?" Yan Tianan nodded. "There's my soul imprint on this mirror. My daddy said before that as long as the person likes me, their reflections would look good. If anyone's a bad person who detests me and even scolds me, their reflections would turn into a pig-head fierce ghost." Duan Yuyong. This was a little fucking amazing. Yuan Tianwen also took a look at himself in the mirror. He saw a pig-headed self. Yuan Tianwen. Duan Yuyong looked at Yuan Tianwen silently. Yuan Tianwen said calmly, "Ah Hen must not have told the truth. I can swear to the heavens that I have never been discontent with you, and have never said anything bad about you." After Yan Tianan was exposed, he didn't feel awkward and chuckled instead. "Or it could be that whoever I like would look good, while whoever I dislike would look ugly." Low. Other pupils who had ugly reflections had expressed their disdain for Yan Tianan in various ways, especially Shen Rubbing, whose expression turned even uglier as her dissatisfaction with Yan Tianan grew. Even if one knows that the reflection in the mirror was fake, after looking at such a countenance, one would naturally be in a bad mood. On the contrary, Lin Zeji was quite elated, though he felt a little guilty as well. He had always looked down upon Yan Tianan, but he didn't expect Yan Tianan to not hold a grudge against him and not dislike him in the slightest. He decided to treat Yan Tianan better in the future. Lin Xuanji walked over. "Daddy gave you this." Yan Tianan hid the mirror behind him. "Yeah, so you can't take it away." Lin Xuanji smiled slightly. "Looks like it's not that Ah Hen doesn't like Dage." Yan Tianan's face turned as red as a tomato at once. He muttered, "I was just spouting nonsense just now. I don't like you, I hate you." Lin Xuanji just smiled and didn't reply to that. "Won't Ah Hen take a look at your own reflection?" Yan Tianan seemed to recall something and his body instantly stiffened, red clouds still scattered over his face. "What's there to see about myself? Wouldn't it just be the same as always?" Lin Xuanji chuckled softly. "I don't believe that." Duan Yuyong was extremely curious as well about what Yan Tianan would look like in the mirror, so he moved over to join in the fun and coaxed, "Ah Hen, take a look ma. I want to know what you look like too. It can't be that the Ah Hen in the mirror is too unpleasant so you don't dare to let us see ba." With eyes full of expectation and encouragement, Lin Xuanji stared at Yan Tianan. Coupled with Duan Yuyong's coaxing, he gritted his teeth and took the mirror out. "Take a look then, who's afraid of you guys? Don't let it frighten you." He aimed the mirror at himself. In the mirror, a beautiful face that seemed androgynous because it had not yet matured appeared, with graceful brows, a fair face that glistened beautifully, a charming pair of bright eyes. The reflection looked like it was smiling even without smiling, while the slightly uplifted corners of his eyes and lips looked like they were seducing people's souls at all times. He was truly an extraordinary beauty that made others find it difficult to hold themselves back. Lin Xuanji's gaze turned a little darker, and the corners of his lips involuntarily turned upward. Duan Yuyong looked utterly baffled, and even Yuan Tianwen was stunned for a while. Yan Tianan flipped the mirror and kept it in his storage bag, saying with a red face, I already said that I didn't want to show you guys. How is it? Shocked. Do you feel inferior? You're scared now, bah. Author's gossip. Yuan Pighead Tianwen. Wifey what should I do to get you to forgive me QAQ Duan Handsomeius Yuyong. We'll talk again when you don't look that idiotic in Ah Hen's mirror story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yuan Pighead Tianwen. After using all sorts of good things to please Ah Hen, the next day, Scummy Yuan saw a doghead in the mirror. Yuan Doghead Tianwen. Announcement from Zeryu. Hi everyone, this might be a bit sudden, but I've actually been considering this for quite a while now. I'm quitting translating. There are a few reasons contributing to this reason, but long story short, I just don't find translating worth it anymore. Loading. I won't be gone immediately cause I'm still sitting on my stockpiles. I've actually been sitting on my stockpiles for apt 1 to 2 months now LMAO, but once they run out, that'll be it. Thank you to everyone who has been supportive. I honestly wouldn't have continued for this long without you guys. But, and IDK how many times this has been reiterated, translating is very tough and time-consuming without getting much in return. Readers might spend just 1 minute, 2 minutes or 5 minutes reading through one chapter, but translating, editing, proofreading, formatting and uploading that one chapter takes hours. And hobbyist translators do this mostly FOC, which is amazing in and of itself. Yet they may sometimes receive flack not just from readers, but also other translators as well. I have not personally been involved in such cases, but I've seen enough to know that I don't want to make my life even more difficult by suffering from any of this. It's like giving out free lemonade at your own cost and having people come up to you saying that you're not giving out enough or that your lemonade isn't good enough. I've said a lot, but I guess the main takeaway I want people to get from this is to cherish fan translators more. They're probably the main reason for the surge in the BL community growth in the past 1 to 2 years, and they're doing all this of their own volition and at the expense of their own precious time.